Gary Shafiq originally aimed for a smooth graduation from Hogwarts and a stable job. However, in the darkening magical world of the 1970s, he unexpectedly became the linchpin for transforming the world. A youth who merely sought tranquility found himself ensnared in turmoil amidst the rising forces of Voldemort. Armed with intellect and courage, he endeavored to alter the course of fate, akin to a butterfly stirring a tempest, crafting his own magical legend. Chapter 1. The summer of 1971, with a crisp crack, the sound resonated throughout the house, accompanied by the shattering of glass. A crumpled piece of paper flew through the window, landing perfectly on the table by the window before rolling to a stop. A frail, dark-haired boy lay on his bed engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the glass break, he immediately rolled over and dashed to the window, which now bore a considerable hole, shouting down to the mischievous child below. "James, just you wait. I will definitely tell your father about all the mischief you've caused tonight," the boy declared, pointing at the rascal down below. The child below was perched on a broomstick, hovering in midair. His hair was also dark, yet it was tousled and wild, resembling a defiant hedgehog spiking towards the sky. "Gary," Potter laughed broadly as he soared upward on his broom. "I'm not afraid of you telling on me. My dad will surely defend me." The elder Potters, having had James in their later years, doted on their son. It was unlikely that Mr. Potter would reprimand James for breaking the glass. Previously, when James had plucked every flower from the garden of the Bournes across the village while riding his broom, he had merely faced a week of confinement for his beloved. "Broom, look at what's written on that paper. I'm off to London," James said nonchalantly, flipping his broom around in the air with flair. "Of course," James continued, "we get along famously, Quidditch." Noticing Gary's expression, he wisely shifted the topic to, "I don't understand why you two always argue when you meet. You're both my good friends, and it should be easy for you to become friends with each other, right? If you think that muscle-bound, rebellious fool, Black, and I could ever be friends," Gary retorted sharply, "then perhaps you both belong to the same breed." James fell momentarily silent, shrugging his shoulders. "Regardless, please refrain from arguing in front of me in the future. I don't want to be caught in the middle." Gary remained silent. Just as James was about to take off on his broom, he suddenly recalled something. "Oh, Gary, there are quite a few gnomes in your garden." "Potter," Gary shouted in frustration, "you've turned my garden into a complete mess again." He leaned out the window, arm extended, attempting to punch James, but the latter was too quick, leaving behind a trail of musical laughter as he soared away. Watching James become a mere black dot against the sky, Gary finally unfolded the crumpled paper on the table that a stone was nestled within the paper ball, which explained why it could shatter the window glass. Gary set the heavy stone aside and unfurled the crumpled paper. With deliberate effort, he smoothed out the wrinkles, grasping the upper right and lower left corners with his slender fingers. "Gary, though we have not met in 2 months, I hope this letter finds you well. Lacking an owl, I could only entrust this message to James during his trip to London. As you mentioned, I truly am a wizard, which is utterly astonishing. I intend to visit Diagon Alley this Sunday to procure the textbooks I require. Unfortunately, my mother cannot accompany me due to work obligations, so it would be wonderful if you could join me. Yours sincerely, Alfrina." Gary carefully folded the letter and tucked it into the drawer beneath the desk. Just as he was about to discard the stone out the window, he reconsidered and placed it into the drawer alongside the letter, pressing it down. He then retrieved a fresh sheet of parchment from the drawer and took out a quill from the pen holder, dipping it into the ink. After a moment of contemplation, he began to write. He agreed to accompany Alfrina to Diagon Alley this Sunday, arranging to meet at Leicester Square beside Charing Cross at 9 in the morning. He also noted that 2 companions, James Potter and Sirius Black, would be joining him. Upon completing his letter, he meticulously reviewed it, ensuring that the format was proper and that there were no linguistic flaws. Satisfied, he turned his gaze to the top of his bookshelf, where an iron birdcage housed a pristine white owl, currently dozing with its eyes closed, its body gently swaying with each breath. "Cotty," Gary called out, raising his voice. The owl, nestled in the corner of the cage, suddenly shivered and slowly emerged its head from beneath its wings, casting a reproachful glance at Gary with its obsidian eyes. "Cotty, please deliver this letter to Alfrina." Gary opened the cage, grasping a handful of owl treats from the side, extending his hand. Cotty emitted a series of dissatisfied cock-cack sounds, fixating its dark gaze upon Gary. It pecked sharply at the back of his hand with its beak, then leaned down to snatch a couple of morsels from his palm before extending its left talon. Quickly, Gary rolled the parchment and affixed it to Cotty's claw, waving goodbye as the owl flapped its wings, soaring through the shattered glass towards the horizon. The white owl pursued the direction James had previously flown, a fluffy white, gradually fading into a mere speck against the vast sky until it vanished at the horizon's edge. As night descended upon Godric's Hollow, Gary lay in bed, turning a page in his book. Noticing the dimming light, he rose to switch on the lamp. The town of Godric's Hollow was interspersed with numerous muggles, and many wizarding families, finding muggle electric lights quite convenient, had also connected their homes to electricity. However, this rendered some magical items unusable. For instance, the kitchen stove can no longer utilize the widely promoted automatic gas burners equipped with fuel conversion devices, which are exceedingly convenient for wizards, as they can ignite the gas with a mere flick of their wands. However, such contraptions interfere with the electrical appliances within a household. Additionally, the wizard's beloved automatic water heaters must be replaced with the electric water heaters favored by muggles. Initially, the wizards found this transition somewhat disconcerting, yet muggle appliances proved to be time-efficient and labor-saving, occasionally even assisting in caring for their children who have yet to acquire their wands, thus alleviating parental concerns about their little ones missing out on warm meals during business trips. Within a week's time, everyone became utterly engrossed in television series and films. As Gary switched on the electric light, he heard the front door open downstairs, accompanied by his mother's discontented murmur. "Has James broken your window again?" With the creaking sound of the wooden staircase, Gary's door swung open, revealing a brightly dressed woman entering the room. "Why haven't you taken your medicine today?" Chapter 2. The Magic Stabilizer. "Oh, I nearly forgot, Mother." Gary reacted swiftly, seizing the potion from the woman's grasp. He hastily tossed the pot from his head. I had been napping while James was smashing the glass with stones while riding on his broomstick. The woman sighed, shaking her head, helpless against James's mischievous nature. As she stepped into the house in her high-heeled shoes, the emerald green robe she wore shimmered with intricate dark patterns, its collar adorned with white trim, and a luxurious dark gold brooch clasped at her chest. The brooch, embellished with a dahlia, boasted elaborate petals, with an inscription in the center. Her attire epitomized the mainstream aesthetic of wizards, and she had elegantly styled her hair into a bun at the nape of her neck, concealing her flowing black locks. As she walked towards the window, she retrieved her wand from her pearl handbag. Restoring everything to its former state, her slender fingers raised the wand, emitting a beam of white light that enveloped the window glass, flickering momentarily. When the light faded, the glass was pristine and as good as new. The woman lowered her gaze and gently caressed Gary's head. He closed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he swallowed the potion. The bitter taste exploded in his mouth, a sensation that seemed to resonate within his heart, causing his eyes to well slightly with tears. From a young age, Gary's magic had been exceedingly unstable. Initially, the Shafiq couple paid little mind, as it was common for young wizards to experience varying degrees of magical upheaval before starting school. Gary's symptoms were not unusual. However, as Gary grew, his condition began to deteriorate. His magical fluctuations became increasingly erratic. At times, Mrs. Shafiq could not even sense his magic, rendering him akin to a damp squib. At other moments, he could obliterate the entire room. Gary's situation resembled that of a mute, someone possessing immense power, yet unable to control it. Mutes often endure intense stimuli in their early years, compelled to suppress their magical fluctuations, resulting in instability and loss of control. Yet, Gary's childhood was remarkably tranquil. Healers from St. Mungo's repeatedly examined him, finding no trace of muteness. The Shafiq couple, in their desperation, had no choice but to spend exorbitant sums weekly to procure costly magic stabilizers from the Prince family. These stabilizers were typically intended to temporarily stabilize the magic of children from affluent families, preventing their magical outbursts from marring the family's expensive furnishings. Most children required only half a year of stabilizers to navigate the rapid growth phase of their magic, after which they could manage their magical output independently. Gary, however, was an anomaly. He had been taking half a vial of stabilizer daily since the age of 6, each costing 15 galleons, yet there was no sign of improvement. He was a veritable money pit. Although he bore the Shafiq name and belonged to one of the 28 pureblood families, he was a distant relative with scant family wealth. His mother worked as a fashion editor for the Wizarding Weekly, while his father served as an orer in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Both were wage earners, their combined monthly income barely exceeding 200 galleons, insufficient to cover Gary's medical expenses, forcing them to scrape by selling off family antiques. Gary was not oblivious to the financial struggles of his household, yet he felt utterly powerless. He was acutely aware that each surge of magical energy would drain him of every ounce of power he possessed, only to culminate in an explosive release. These episodes came without warning, leaving Gary to watch helplessly as his magic poured forth, obliterating everything in sight. Since he could remember, he had dismantled his home thrice. Even with the stabilizing effects of magic suppressants, each upheaval resulted in the complete destruction of their residence, reducing the floor beneath him and his toys to mere dust. Following these outbursts, Gary would enter a period of profound weakness, unable to lift a finger, his magical reserves entirely depleted, and his head pounding as if split by a blunt axe. In moments of tranquility, he could feel his magic subtly rejuvenating, akin to a dying patient being infused with vitality or a parched soul savoring ice-cold water. This sensation was intoxicating, rendering him entranced and unable to extricate himself from its allure. Gary chose not to share this experience with his parents. As he matured, he sensed that the effects of the magic suppressants had diminished significantly, prompting him to reduce his intake to a mere quarter of a vial at a time, saving the remainder to discreetly send to Nocturne Alley in exchange for some funds to deposit into his mother's Gringotts vault. To facilitate his treatment, the Shafiqs had long emptied their Gringotts vault of all its gold, and Mrs. Shafiq seldom ventured to check her now empty vault. Oblivious to the hundreds of galleons still nestled within, Gary often reminded himself to maintain an attitude of gratitude, appreciating the tireless efforts of his parents on his behalf, the unwavering support from the uncles of the Prince family in their quest for new remedies, and the free checkups and candies provided by the kind-hearted healers at St. Mungo's hospital. He felt that the world had already shown him ample kindness, leaving no room for further demands. Everyone, including the mischievous James, had extended sufficient goodwill towards him. Everyone. That is, except for Sirius Black. This peculiar scion of the illustrious Black family was a stark anomaly. From their very first encounter, he and Gary were at odds. Gary struggled to comprehend how anyone could speak disparagingly of their parents. My parents are merely a bunch of fanatics obsessed with blood purity. Their minds must have been struck by a donkey, were the first words he heard from Black, directed at James. Having witnessed his parents' relentless toil and benefiting from their meticulous care, Gary believed that every decision they made was in pursuit of his welfare. Thus, he retorted with a biting sarcasm toward Black. Unaccustomed to such affronts, the straightforward Black retaliated with a punch, leaving Gary feeling as though he had been bested by Spike the dog in a tussle with Tom. And so, the two boys established an enduring rivalry. Come downstairs and watch television. Don't just linger in your room, Mrs. Shafiq urged, patting Gary on the head. No, Mother, I wish to finish this book, Gary replied, gazing intently into her eyes. Recognizing that her son was resolute, Mrs. Shafiq said no more. She understood her child well. Mother, this Sunday I wish to visit Diagon Alley to procure some school supplies. Gary halted the descent of Mrs. Shafiq. Shall I accompany you? Mrs. Shafiq inquired gently. She rummaged through her handbag and finally counted out 50 galleons to hand to Gary. Purchase new textbooks, do not buy secondhand. Gary had previously seen the prices for first-year textbooks on the order form, and he believed that the cost for new books, wands, and cauldron money would be just right. Mother, I can make do with old books. It would save some money. There is little difference between old and new books for me. Mrs. Shafiq's striking emerald green eyes narrowed dangerously. You are a child of the Shafiq family, albeit a distant branch. Our pride forbids us from using second-hand textbooks. Mrs. Shafiq articulated each word deliberately. We are pure blood, Gary. Purebloods should embody the essence of purity. She descended the staircase, maintaining her elegance even within the confines of her home. Her posture upright, waist poised, moving with a graceful lightness. Gary observed as his mother gradually faded from view before gently closing the door. Chapter 3. A Journey to Diagon Alley. 7.5 galleons. Gary pondered the price of the vial of cerulean potion, frowning as he grimaced while consuming it. Today, he must venture to Diagon Alley. Just to be safe, he consumed an adequate amount of the potion. The effects of the potion manifested rapidly, and Gary could feel the previously restless magic within him swiftly subside. The delightful sensation of expansion beneath his skin vanished entirely. Knock, knock, knock. James was outside, his fist clenched as he tapped on the glass. Gary approached and opened the window. What's the matter? My father's mishap has caused our fireplace to explode. I need to use your family's flu network to get to London. James, with soot-streaked hair and a grimy face, was perched on his broomstick outside the window. Just as Gary reached out to assist him, the broom twisted away from his grasp, its bristles standing on end in evident defiance. Gary stood there awkwardly. Oh, don't be like that, please, James whispered, threatening his broom. Behave, or next time I'll ride my father's broom to find Sirius. The broom's wooden handle bent slightly, adopting a pitiful demeanor. 10 seconds later, Gary descended the stairs, cradling the obedient broom. Mrs. Shafiq was tending to her several pots of dahlias downstairs. Is that James? She asked softly, her lovely brows furrowing. The fireplace at James's house exploded. He needs to borrow our flu network, Mother. Oh, she elongated her response, evidently having noticed the dirt-covered James trailing behind Gary. Let us tidy you up. She picked up her wand from the table and pointed it at James. Once she had cleaned off all the soot, her brows relaxed. Thank you so much, Mrs. Shafiq, James said, scratching his messy hair with a cheerful grin. Mrs. Shafiq's gaze shifted from James's clothes to his hair, and her brows furrowed once more. Fortunately, she redirected her attention and, upon seeing Gary's neatly styled hair, immediately broke into a warm smile. I shall procure some flu powder. You all should set off at once. It is a commendable habit for gentlemen to arrive early. Today, she donned a white dress, gliding gracefully with a measured pace, reminiscent of an elegant noblewoman. Gary placed the broom in the storage room beneath the staircase and tidied up the clutter within. Upon his return, Mrs. Shafiq was already engaged in conversation with James by the fireplace. Noticing Gary's presence, she confidently handed the jar in her hand to James. You know how to use it, don't you? Her speech was deliberate and articulate. James, being rather impatient, nodded and swiftly took a handful of flue powder from the jar, casting it into the fireplace. As the flames transformed into a vibrant green, he leaped into the hearth. The leaky cauldron, he shouted. The emerald flames engulfed him, crackling and popping within the fireplace. Moments later, the fire began to wane. The sounds of burning would diminishing as well. Mrs. Shafiq then gestured for Gary to approach. He stepped forward, reaching into the porcelain jar filled with flue powder, extracting a small handful. As he relaxed his grip slightly, some grains slipped through his fingers. Mrs. Shafiq keenly observed this. Her left arm gently encircled Gary's shoulder, and her lips brushed lightly against his forehead. Go on, be careful, she said with measured calmness. Obediently, Gary nodded and sprinkled the flue powder into the fireplace. The flames within were not overly intense, providing a comforting warmth. He cleared his throat and declared loudly. The leaky cauldron. The world spun around him. In that final moment, he caught sight of the low pressure caused by the heat, causing his mother's skirt to flutter gently. In the next instant, he emerged from the fireplace. Having previously visited, Gary was well aware he had reached his destination. James was standing right before him. And the moment he appeared, James grasped his arm, pulling him toward the door. Pardon the interruption, Brother Tom, Gary apologized to the bartender, who was busy washing glasses at the counter. He smiled tightly, and James dragged him straight out of the pub. The leaky cauldron was situated on Charing Cross Road, in the heart of London, surrounded predominantly by various bookstores and tourist attractions. In this locale, the pub seemed somewhat out of place. However, since the renovation of Charing Cross, Muggles could no longer perceive the establishment. The previous scene of Muggles sitting alongside wizards at the bar was a thing of the past. James, I must head to Leicester Square to find Al. You go seek out Blake. We shall meet at Diagon Alley, Gary said to James, knowing full well he was deceiving him, as he had no intention of accompanying Blake in Diagon Alley. What a coincidence. We are also meeting at Leicester Square, James exclaimed excitedly, his already tousled black hair appearing even more unruly in the wind. Gary felt a pang of dismay, allowing James to pull him toward Leicester Square, his mind racing with thoughts of how he might confront that scoundrel Blake. The leaky cauldron was not far from Leicester Square. After a brisk 5-minute run, Gary and James reached their destination. There were still 10 minutes until their scheduled meeting, yet Gary immediately spotted a little girl sitting on a bench. Gary nudged James, and the two of them stealthily approached the girl from behind. They stood to her left, and James gently tapped her left shoulder. The girl's response was quick-witted. She turned to her right, where a man, both hands clutching balloons, was amusing his child. James, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she shot him a fierce glare. James feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. This isn't my fault, Alfrina. You overcomplicated the matter yourself. A mischievous grin lingered at the corners of his mouth. Gary wondered how many times the naive Al had been tricked by James to elicit such a reaction. Hello, Al, he greeted her casually. The girl remained cross, a hint of pink on her neck. It's been a while, Gary, she said, elongating her tone and casting a sidelong glance at him with her beautiful, narrow eyes. Chapter 4, Alfrina. Long time no see, Gary replied sheepishly. Al had been insisting he come out to play, even asking James to deliver messages on her behalf. But Gary had evaded her with various excuses. One day, it was the disgraceful neighbors who had turned over the garden soil. The next, it was a broom from the neighboring house that shattered his window. Gary didn't wish to act this way, but he had been confined to St. Mungo's for half a month, unable to leave. Each time James visited him, he brought along Al's letters, and they would rack their brains in the hospital, devising reasons to decline her invitations. When Al invited him to Diagon Alley this time, he had just been discharged, which is why he finally agreed. Gary didn't want to meet Al's gaze. He opted to change the subject. What about Blake? Are we really going to wait here for him? In a moment of inspiration, he diverted the conversation to the only absent member of their trio. Come on, Shafiq, have you been cursed with a blindness spell? I've been right beside you for so long, and you didn't notice? A lazy voice suddenly emerged from Gary's side, startling him. Instinctively, he took a step back before halting. Hi, serious. James grinned widely. It wasn't Gary's fault. Blake had changed remarkably. In just a month, his height had surged like spring buds, his shoulders had broadened, and his long hair gave him an even more dashing appearance. He was a far cry from the frail boy he once was. All right, everyone else here. Let us get moving. I've never been to Diagon Alley. Al broke the awkwardness, hopping off the wooden bench. Follow me, Alfrina, I'll show you the way. James tugged at Gary, nudging Blake aside to separate the two. Muggles, like your parents, need a wizard to take them to the leaky cauldron. They can't find it on their own, he explained as they made their way towards Charing Cross Road. Behind the leaky cauldron is a path that leads to Diagon Alley. We'll take that route this time. Now, James and Alfrina stand in the middle, with Blake and Gary on either side, as the four of them walk in a line. A slight distance from Blake's imposing physique finally allows Gary to breathe a sigh of relief. Here it is, come inside. James pushes open the bar's entrance, allowing the three behind him to enter. Alfrina curiously gazes around, inspecting the bar's interior decor. The atmosphere within the bar appears dim and rudimentary, with only a single counter and a few tables nestled in the shadows of a corner. A handful of oddly dressed patrons huddle in their seats, sipping their drinks. Alfrina feels a twinge of disappointment. The decor has left a rather lackluster first impression of the magical realm. Another newcomer? Tom approaches to greet the patrons upon hearing the door open, only to discover Gary and his companions accompanied by a stranger. Ah, just like us. A fresh face this year, Gary explains. Tom, we need to head to Diagon Alley to purchase our necessary books and wands. Oh, off you go then. Tom steps aside. And as Gary passes, he notices Tom smiling at him. What does that mean? Gary feels perplexed. He then hears Blake emit a cold snort from behind. Unsure of whom Blake is directing his disdain towards, and being sensitive and suspicious by nature, Gary assumes Blake is displeased with him again. Glancing at Blake's formidable stature, he quickens his pace to catch up with James and Alfrina. The four of them navigate through the bar's back alley, arriving at a wall. No way forward? Alfrina muses, noticing a large trash bin positioned at the end of the dead end. Why would there be a garbage can at the end of a cul-de-sac? James steps aside, and Gary, who has caught up, addresses her question. Right here, Al. From the garbage bin, count 3 bricks up and 2 across. Gary meticulously counts the bricks, ultimately locating the target. He retrieves a slender, short wand from his pocket. Once more, he hears Blake behind him letting out a derisive snicker. Its clarity evident in the quiet alley. Gary's face flushes crimson, resembling the color of flames expelled from a firecracker. This is my childhood wand given to me by my mother. This brick can only be unlocked with a wand. Blake's laughter grows louder, likely at the wand's unremarkable appearance. Gary has yet to mention that a childhood wand enables him to better control his magical abilities, helping him manage his condition. Naturally, such a wand cannot cast spells. At most, it allows a few sparks to flicker from its tip. Resolute in ignoring Blake, Gary firmly prods the brick with his short wand. The brick wall begins to shift, prompting an exclamation of astonishment from Alfrina as a small hole emerges, followed by hundreds of bricks moving in an orderly fashion until a broad archway is formed. Cool. Alfrina whistles, her golden hair swaying as her eyes gleam with excitement. Through this archway, we can reach Diagon Alley. Gary points towards the end of the archway. The four of them continue along the passage, swiftly arriving at its conclusion, turning a corner and entering Diagon Alley. The roads here are entirely paved with cobblestones, bustling with life and vibrancy. Al, you must first exchange some galleons. As the currency of the magical realm does not accommodate pounds, we need to head to Gringotts. Gary indicated towards the grand edifice before them. You all go ahead. I shall peruse the Quidditch shop, Blake remarked, hands tucked into his pockets. James, he inquired of his friend. James glanced around, initially intending to accompany Alfrina in familiarizing herself with the magical world. However, due to the discord between Gary and Sirius, the latter suggested they split up. James found himself in a moment of indecision. Gary, with thoughtful consideration, suggested, you accompany Blake, Al, and I can manage Gringotts. That sounds splendid. James, eager to explore the new brooms and maintenance potions at the Quidditch shop, eagerly departed with Blake. Chapter 5, Gringotts. Soon, Gary led Alfrina to the towering, white structure that loomed above the surrounding shops. By the gleaming bronze doors stood a fairy clad in vibrant scarlet adorned with gold. Wow, Al exclaimed in astonishment, shaking her head, her beautiful, light golden hair cascading. It was her first encounter with the wondrous beings of the magical realm. The fairy's pointed ears and dark complexion piqued her curiosity. Gary swiftly ushered her through the door. The fairy lowered her grand head, offering them a deep bow, her elongated nose nearly brushing the ground. Upon entering Gringotts, 2 fairies flanked the doors, bowing as they led them into a grand hall adorned with marble. Approximately 100 fairies sat behind a long counter on high stools, some weighing coins on scales, while others inspected gemstones through magnifying glasses, hastily jotting notes in large ledgers. Countless doors led to various chambers, with many fairies guiding patrons in and out. Good morning, sir. We need to exchange some galleons. Gary approached an idle fairy with Al, who was peering around in wonder. The fairy, having just seen off a customer, was engrossed in scribbling in his ledger. Upon hearing Gary, he lifted his head, his eyes darting swiftly between Al and Gary, hidden behind his glasses. Noticing this, Gary frowned in discontent. The current exchange rate for pounds to galleons is 51. How much would you like to exchange? The fairy inquired. 300 pounds, and also open a personal vault, Gary replied, taking the money from AL's hands and pushing it across the counter. He retained 50 pounds for AL's use, believing 60 galleons would suffice for all necessary supplies. The fairy snatched the notes from the counter and stowed them away in a drawer beneath the table. He then retrieved a hefty pouch of galleons from the side, placing it into a brown bag and pushing it towards Gary. "Count it," he instructed, turning to select a key from those hanging on the wall behind him. After glancing at the code on the key, he handed it to Gary. "Vault 1019, he stated succinctly, not wishing to utter another word. Gary counted the gold coins in his bag, realizing that he needed 5 galleons to open a personal vault, with 55 galleons still remaining. He recounted, but it was evident that the British goblins were far more adept at arithmetic than muggles. Gary handed the bag to Al, who was still curiously admiring the decor of Gringotts. "Let us first visit the robe shop to place an order, and then we shall proceed to flourish and blots." With that, Gary and Al exited the grand doors of Gringotts. The sun had risen high in the sky, casting brilliant rays upon everyone, causing Al to squint comfortably against the brightness. "Robe? Like the one your mother wears?" she inquired, shielding her eyes with her right hand as she gazed at the sun. Al had seen a photograph of Mrs. Shafiq before and was quite taken by her graceful demeanor. Gary nodded, explaining, "But the style is different. We must wear the official Hogwarts robes." The two engaged in casual conversation as they approached the entrance of the robe shop. "Mogul robes. Read the sign above the single-story shop," accompanied by another placard declaring it the official custom robe shop for Hogwarts freshmen. As they stepped inside, a small, balding middle-aged man approached them. "You must be the new students from Hogwarts. Welcome. We are the designated robe customizers for the school. There's quite a queue ahead. But if you could wait a moment, I will take your measurements." The man's demeanor was amiable as he assessed Gary and Al's heights, noting Al's muggle genes with a knowing glance. "Why is it officially designated?" Gary inquired, intrigued, as this was the first time he had seen Mogul robes advertising such a title. Previously, both Mogul robes and the neighboring Elegant Apparel had crafted Hogwarts robes, existing in a competitive relationship. Gary's father, Mr. Shafiq, had his robes tailored at Elegant Apparel during his school days. The man chuckled with pride. "This year, we commenced an exclusive partnership with Hogwarts and even designed a counterfeit-proof label. Henceforth, we shall be the sole purveyor of robes for new students in Diagon Alley." His tone was buoyant, revealing his elation. Despite the effort it took to secure this official designation, having relied on several friends and classmates to locate the rare Chinese chomping cabbage and successfully bribing Professor Slughorn with prized potion ingredients, Mogul robes had finally signed the exclusive customization agreement with Hogwarts. The effects were immediate. Each year, freshmen and returning students in need of new robes flocked to the shop, ensuring Mr. Mogul's coffers overflowed come the back-to-school season. Leading them further into the shop, Mr. Mogul pointed out several children standing on stools, with witches assisting them in taking measurements. Upon reaching the back, he called out, "Inna," to someone behind a door that blended seamlessly with the wall. At that moment, a young girl emerged, appearing slightly taller than Al. "Could you help measure these two for their robes?" Mr. Mogul requested, eager to greet the new arrivals. "Just stand on the platform, and we'll get started." In a somewhat bashful manner, Ina glanced at Gary, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Gary and Al obediently stepped onto the footstool, extending their arms. Ina draped 2 black robes over them, and then used pins to measure their lengths. "Are you new students as well?" Ina inquired shyly. Gary remained silent, feeling Ina's hand subtly brush against his waist. Al exchanged a knowing glance with Gary, confirming, "Yes, we are freshmen this year, here to procure some school supplies." "I am also a freshman this year," Ina said, casting another glance at Gary. Her excited little face flushed. "I am Ina Mogin, and what about you?" "Alfreda Gringlass." "A pleasure to meet you," Al replied. "Gary Shafiq," he added. Upon stating their names, Gary noticed that Ina's hand had now settled demurely atop the robe. Ina offered an awkward smile and fell silent, her fingers swiftly gliding over the fabric as she took measurements. Al, perplexed, tilted his head and winked at Gary, somewhat bewildered by the situation. Fortunately, this awkward silence did not linger for long. After 5 minutes and the payment of 10 galleons each, Mr. Mogin revealed a professional smile, ushering them from the shop and assuring them that the robes would be sent home by Al within 3 days. "Why did Miss Mogin suddenly stop engaging with us?" Al inquired curiously as soon as they exited the shop. Chapter 6, Ollivander's Wand Shop. Gary was at a loss for how to explain to Al. The Gringlass and Shafiq families were renowned pure-blood lineages within the British wizarding community. In recent years, there had been a rising chorus in public advocating for the dominance of pure-blood families, supporting blood purity ideologies, leading to an unsettling atmosphere in society. Many Muggle-borns and half-blood wizards living in the wizarding world were beginning to feel anxious, as the pure-blood families seemed to be spiraling into madness and irrationality. Gary had heard from his father that several Muggle-born wizards had mysteriously died in their homes, and tensions between Muggle-borns and pure-blood families were coming to the forefront. Mr. Moggin's wife was labeled a Muggle-born by those who supported pure-blood supremacy, so Ina's reaction was not surprising. However, according to Al, her parents were merely ordinary, non-magical people. suggesting that her father's surname, Gringlass, was likely coincidental and unrelated to the esteemed pureblood families. These thoughts were not something Gary could articulate to Al, who was just beginning to navigate the magical realm. He could only allow her to gradually uncover the darkness lurking behind the facade of brightness. I'm not sure either. Let us go by the cauldron first. What does the letter say? Gary rummaged through his pocket and produced the list sent by Hogwarts, and Al leaned closer, reading it word for word. One standard size 2 tin cauldron, a set of glass or crystal potion vials, a brass scale, and a telescope. What do we need a telescope for? Al pondered, biting her lower lip. They then dashed into the potty cauldron shop across from Moggin's robe store. And after each paying 26 galleons, they received a large basket filled with a telescope and a basic potion-making kit. Subsequently, they ventured into the largest bookstore in Diagon Alley, the renowned Leaky Cauldron, to procure the requisite textbooks for their first year. Gary's eye was caught by a rare tome on alchemy, yet upon glancing at the price inscribed beside it, and then at the mere 14 galleons remaining in his pocket, he swiftly dismissed the notion. I've selected everything I need. Let us proceed. Al exclaimed with uncontainable joy, revealing the book atop his stack, titled Terrifying Creatures Beneath the Earth. Its cover adorned with a fearsome mermaid brandishing a trident in a show of bravado. This particular book was not included in the first-year reading list. And as Gary observed Al's innocent delight, he felt a pang of envy. His family's finances were too constrained to indulge in extravagant extracurricular readings. Thus, he often found himself scouring the study for the old tomes his parents had acquired during their own schooling. These books, mostly disorganized and lacking cohesion, were ill-suited for a child of Gary's age, often requiring substantial prior knowledge of magic. Nevertheless, he had no alternative but to persevere and read through them as best he could. Gathering his thoughts, Gary accompanied Al to the counter to settle their bill. The clerk, wielding a device reminiscent of a Muggle supermarket scanner, meticulously scanned the alchemical insignia on the last page of each book. For galleons, Gary counted out 4 coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. With 10 galleons remaining, he contemplated that if the wand was reasonably priced, he might also treat Al to a shared raspberry ice cream. They strolled along the cobblestone path of Diagon Alley until they reached the end, arriving at Ollivander's wand shop. The establishment was small and dilapidated, the gilded sign above the door peeling, inscribed with the words, Ollivander, since 382 BC, expert wand maker. Gary pushed open the creaky door, the sound of tinkling bells resonating from somewhere deep within the shop. The interior was modest, featuring only a long bench, devoid of other furnishings. The silence within was starkly contrasted by the bustling scene outside. Following closely behind, Al gasped in awe at the thousands of slender paper boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling. Good morning, 2 little wizards, a voice suddenly echoed above them. An elderly gentleman stood before them, his pale, large eyes shining like twin moons in the dim light of the shop. Good morning, sir, Al replied with confidence. Ollivander's gaze lingered on Alfrena's light golden curls for a moment, momentarily taken aback. Sir? Gary ventured cautiously. Ollivander's silvery, clouded eyes shifted from Alfrena's hair to Gary's face. Sir, we are here to purchase a wand, Gary stated with increased volume. Only then did Ollivander return from his reverie, producing a long tape measure imprinted with silver markings from his robe. Which arm do you use for your wand? His voice was ethereal, as if he might float away at any moment. Gary nudged Al at the waist, prompting her realization. Oh, my right hand, sir. Raise your arm. Good. He unfurled the measuring tape to take Alfrena's measurements. He began with the span from shoulder to fingertip, followed by the distance from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, the circumference of her head. As he measured, he spoke to the two, explaining that each Ollivander wand possesses an extraordinary magical essence, which lies at its core. We utilize materials such as unicorn hair, phoenix feather, and dragon heartstring. Each Ollivander wand is unique, as no 2 unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Of course, if you were to wield a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, you would not achieve such remarkable results. Alfrena nodded in bewilderment, while Ollivander released the measuring tape and began selecting wands from the shelves. The tape, freed from Ollivander's grasp, quivered with excitement and danced in the air. Al watched the tape's performance with delight, while Gary stood nearby, his expression inscrutable. He held a wand made of maple and phoenix feather, measuring 9 inches in length. With remarkable elasticity, Ollivander emerged with several boxes, and the measuring tape promptly fell to the ground, curling into a tight coil. He retrieved a wand from a box and handed it to Al. Give it a flick to test it. Noticing Al standing there in a daze, Ollivander explained further. Obediently, Al waved the wand from top to bottom, causing sparks to emit from the tip, startling herself in the process. Chapter 7. Vinewood and Dragon Heartstring. No, Ollivander murmured to himself, lost in thought. He opened a second box. Now, try this one, made of beech wood and phoenix feather, 10 inches, powerful and resilient. Al took the wand and waved it, and a mist filled the air, thick enough to condense into droplets. Beautiful, Beautiful, Gary noted, realizing that Ollivander often spoke in disjointed phrases. Ollivander carefully wrapped the wand and placed it in a box, handing it to Alfrina. Take good care of your wand. It requires regular maintenance. Al nodded eagerly, her attention entirely focused on her wand, her expression akin to a fox coveting grapes. Next, Mr. Shafiq. Ollivander's silver eyes turned towards him. Right hand, sir. Gary extended his right arm, and the measuring tape sprang to life, beginning to probe his dimensions. After the measurements were complete, Ollivander stowed the tape away, scrutinized the data, and proceeded to select a wand from the shelves in the back. Al, thrilled with her wand box, found the wooden container shrouded in mystery as she entered the magical realm for the first time. Let us start with this one. After what felt like half an hour, Ollivander emerged with a box of wands. By now, new students had flocked to the shop, filling the small space to capacity with their parents. After much effort, Gary managed to squeeze himself out from between two pudgy children, feeling as though he were a piece of ham caught between two soft buns. Step back, step back. Ollivander finally noticed the other patrons and waved for them to retreat outside. Vine wood and dragon heartstring, 12 inches. Ollivander spoke slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Gary. A shiver coursed through Gary's body as he took hold of the wand, a peculiar sensation emanating from his heart, intertwining with the wand itself. They seemed akin to conjoined twins, sharing breath and fate. A familiar surge of magical energy enveloped him as his own power flowed through his arm into the wand. In haste, Gary thrust out towards Ollivander. The ebony wand's tip erupted in a searing white light, piercing through the ceiling of Ollivander's wand shop and sending debris cascading down. The resplendent light surged upward, striking towards the heavens. All of Gary's magical energy was summoned by the wand, depleting him significantly, and a wave of weakness overcame him, causing a splitting headache. He could hear Al's exclamations beside him and witnessed the crowd that had previously retreated from the shop, now pressing forward. He yearned to release the wand, yet found himself utterly unable. It clung to his hand as if bound by a permanent sticking charm. The onlookers surrounded him, hesitant to act out of uncertainty regarding Gary's condition, while Ollivander gazed up at the white light still soaring toward the sky, his expression flickering with uncertainty. Please, someone, help me extract this cursed wand. Gary's mind raced with urgency. The wand had drained him of his magical essence, and now an inexplicable energy surged forth, causing him to feel as though his skin was aging before his very eyes. He opened his mouth to scream, yet no sound emerged, helplessly watching the viridescent energy flow towards his fingertips, where it withered his skin and flesh. Before this torrent of energy lay Gary's last remnants of magic, still mercilessly siphoned by the wand. Just as the energy was about to be absorbed entirely, the wand ceased its extraction, and the dazzling white light extinguished abruptly. Gary felt he could regain control of his body and swiftly cast the wand aside. This time, it released him, clattering to the floor. Gary, are you all right? Al rushed forward to assess his condition. Gary observed as the once ascending white light gradually faded, having lost its magical support. His body remained unharmed, and the skin concealed beneath his robe regained its vitality. Ollivander bent to retrieve the wand from the ground and presented it once more to Gary. Despite the wand's unremarkable appearance, a sense of trepidation lingered within him, and after a brief contemplation, he refrained from reaching out. Fear not, my child. It was merely a typical instance of wand bonding, Ollivander reassured him softly. Upon hearing this, the crowd, initially drawn by curiosity, began to disperse. They were well aware that Ollivander's wand shop often witnessed peculiar occurrences, yet it was rare for someone like Gary to create such a commotion. With Ollivander's explanation, the extraordinary became mundane, and the onlookers returned to their own affairs, no longer clustered around Gary. Taking comfort in Ollivander's words, Gary pondered that the worst outcome would be merely exhausting his magical reserves once more. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely grasped the wand. A profound sense of connection surged through him, enveloping his entire being. The wand felt like an extension of Gary's own arm. He could distinctly perceive every intricate texture upon it. The dragon's nerve was enveloped tightly by the vine wood, and at that moment, it seemed as if the dragon's essence had been reawakened, infused with a newfound vigor that resonated with the tumultuous rhythm of Gary's heart, exuding an aura of boundless majesty. Gary was resolute in his belief that this wand was rightfully his. I have never been mistaken in my recommendations. Ollivander chuckled lightly as he approached the counter to retrieve his ledger. This young lady's wand costs 8 galleons, the same for Mr. Shafiq's. Gary extracted the coins from his pocket, though he noted, Mr. Shafiq, you must pay me an additional 10 galleons. Repairing the roof incurs costs as well. With only 10 galleons remaining, barely sufficient for the roof repairs, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Oh, I shall cover the cost of his wand. Al seemed to see through Gary's predicament and offered him a lifeline. Before Gary could decline, Al explained, I was entirely ignorant of the magical realm before, and you have been of great assistance to me. I had intended to purchase that rather obscure alchemical tome you desire as a gift, But now I present you with this wand instead. Do not dwell on the book any longer." Her words came out in a rush, her tone resolute and unyielding. After speaking, she anxiously glanced at Gary, fearful of his displeasure. Gary sighed inwardly, regretting that he and T brought his mother's vault key from Gringotts. That alchemical manuscript was far more valuable than this wand, leaving him with a sense of wistfulness. Chapter 8. Reconciliation. Regrettably, Mr. Ollivander paid no heed to Gary's plight. Methodically collecting the coins into his drawer, his silvery gaze fixed upon Gary. Al carefully placed Gary's wand into its box and handed it to him. Gary expressed his gratitude and solemnly set the box between standard spells, beginner, and magical theory. As they exited the shop, parents hurriedly ushered their children inside. Upon stepping out, Gary spotted James and Black, each clutching a stick-like object wrapped in yellow parchment, racing towards them. "Hey, have you both finished purchasing your wands?" James' smile was infectious. And even Black, who usually wore a sullen expression, allowed a rare grin to grace his features. "What's that?" Al asked, bouncing on her feet, hands behind her back. "A broomstick, a brand new model from the Nimbus series." James laughed heartily, brandishing the broom like a fool. He eagerly began to extol the virtues of the Nimbus model to Al, peppering his speech with many technical terms that Gary struggled to grasp. Although Al had seen James ride a broom before, her interest was lacking. As he rambled on, her smile began to falter under the weight of his jargon. "This handle features 3 new cushioning charms, and the entire finish is equipped with a basic anti-jinx system. It's exceedingly safe." James caressed his broom through the packaging, his touch tender as if he were caressing a beloved. Suddenly, Black interjected, "Shafiq, would you like to try the new broom?" His demeanor was stiff, tinged with awkwardness. Gary glanced at James, who was animatedly chatting with Al, fully aware that it was James' idea to ease the tension between himself and Black. "Enough, Blake. But I sincerely appreciate your kindness." Gary shifted the bag from his right hand to his left, then extended his right hand. Blake stared at Gary's outstretched hand, unmoving. "I apologize for my earlier awkwardness towards you, Blake. I feel the same. My words were rather excessive for our first meeting." James had previously informed Gary of the eccentricities of Blake's parents, who were as different from his own as 2 distinct species, their obsession with pure bloodlines bordering on madness. The two bore no significant animosity. After breaking the ice, their conversation flowed effortlessly, for they were merely children, their affections and grievances fleeting. It was then that James felt at ease to release Al. Al appeared somewhat dazed, his light golden ponytail drooping, clearly overwhelmed by James's barrage of terminology. "You two wait outside for a moment. James and I still need to select our wands." Sirius spoke with a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Evidently in high spirits, James and Sirius placed their brooms, books, and cauldrons down, slinging their arms over each other's shoulders as they entered the wand shop. Al and Gary found a shady spot to observe their surroundings, surrounded by 2 brooms, a cauldron for 4, a telescope, scales, and new books, which filled the space before them. As noon approached, the heat intensified, prompting Al to tie his long hair into a ponytail to cool his nape. Gary recalled that Al did not yet have a pet, and after consulting Al's thoughts, she decided to acquire a snow owl as well. The two waited nearly an hour until James and Sirius finally appeared, each holding a box. "Let us go get lunch. I'm starving after a morning of exhausting activities," James exclaimed, bending over to lean on his knees. "Absolutely. I know of a particularly delightful Muggle restaurant," Sirius responded, perked up like a dog catching the scent of a bone, filled with excitement. "No, James, Sirius, my mother is still waiting for me at home," Gary said apologetically, realizing he was out of funds. "Don't say that, Gary. It's not every day the 4 of us are together, especially now that you've reconciled with Blake. We should celebrate." James placed a hand on Gary's shoulder, gently guiding him a few steps towards the corner while patting his back. Gary understood James's good intentions and knew that if he expressed his need, James would surely cover the meal. However, James owed him nothing. He accepted the wand gifted by Al because he genuinely had helped Alfrina significantly. Gary felt he could not accept James's generous offer without having aided him in return. "It truly isn't feasible, James. School is about to commence, and we will have plenty of time to gather then," Gary said earnestly. "Very well, then. I shall see you at the station later." Blake retrieved his belongings, producing an antiquated light green comb from his pocket. Sirius glanced at the 3, his face flushed, and ran the comb through his black hair with vigor. Alfrina, James, and Gary nearly burst into laughter at the sight. As the light green comb gradually transformed into a deep emerald hue, emitting a wondrous and extraordinary light, Blake felt somewhat foolish in his movements. He hastily gathered his belongings and grasped the comb that was already shaking violently. The moment he seized the comb, a brilliant emerald glow enveloped him, and in the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Only a gentle breeze remained where Sirius had stood. Al's mouth fell agape, his expression one of incredulity. They would meet again on September 1st at King's Cross Station. Gary and Al waved their farewells. "Understood." Gary and James secured their belongings to the tail of the broom, ensuring everything was firmly attached before James elegantly flipped and seated himself atop the broom. "Come on, Gary, let us test the speed of the new firebolt." James rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation. I know. Al waved his hand to interrupt. Gary, somewhat awkwardly, mounted the broom, and with a powerful push from James, they ascended into the air. James deftly maneuvered the broom upward, soaring into the clouds. Al waved cheerfully at the pair, gradually becoming a mere speck before disappearing from sight. Chapter 9. The Wand's Anomaly. Godric's Valley lies to the west of London, and James, carrying Gary, surged into the clouds. It was Gary's first experience on James's broom. One reason he had always shunned Quidditch was his fear of heights, as he often envisioned himself plummeting when looking down. At present, he clutched James's robe tightly, his eyes firmly shut, daring not to gaze below. James, exuberantly shouting, clearly relished the new broom, which suited him perfectly. Thankfully, he was considerate of Gary and the multitude of books tethered to the broom's tail, refraining from executing any daring aerial maneuvers. Otherwise, Gary could not guarantee he wouldn't be ill. After 2 hours, James began a steep descent, and Gary felt the wind slicing across his face like a flurry of daggers. Squinting, he could barely discern the lush expanse of Godric's Valley below the clouds. 10 minutes later, James landed steadily, dismounting and extending a hand to assist the weary Gary. Finally solid ground beneath him, Gary ran a hand through his hair, realizing it was as disheveled as James's. James, noticing this, pointed and chuckled at Gary's tousled locks. The two now resembled dark-haired twin brothers. Gary quickly smoothed down his hair, attempting to present a more orderly appearance, and together with James, they hurried home, not wishing to have their disarray publicly acknowledged. The village was bustling, and Gary preferred to keep his untidy image to himself. James retrieved his old broom from the storage room downstairs, where both old and new were gathered, and he found his old broom quite bothersome. Gary arranged his books and wand box on the first shelf, placed the scales and cauldron on the second, and set the telescope atop the highest shelf. Once everything was neatly organized, Gary descended to the kitchen, where James and his 2 brooms had already departed. He took the milk from the refrigerator to heat it before dashing off for a shower. As he emerged from the bathroom, the milk had just reached the perfect temperature. He toasted the slices of bread once more and swiftly consumed his lunch alongside the warm milk. Upon awakening again, the sky had taken on a dim hue. The setting sun cast an orange glow that slanted across the bookshelf, while the canary in its cage shielded itself from the light with its wings. Nestling within for a brief respite, Gary rubbed his face, feeling a dull ache in his head, a side effect of overexerted magic. After lying in bed for a moment to gather himself, he finally rose. He noticed his wand box resting quietly on the shelf, its dark exterior faintly reddened by the sunlight. Recalling the peculiar behavior of his wand earlier that day, Gary pondered for a moment before approaching and opening the box. The vinewood wand lay nestled in its compartment. Swallowing hard, he steeled himself, took the box outside to his small garden, and reached for the wand. It yielded no reaction, nor did it cling to his palm as before. The dragon's nerve he had sensed earlier remained dormant, leaving only a cool sensation in his grip. With both hands firmly on either end of the wand, he exerted a slight downward pressure. The wand exhibited no bend. The hardness of the vine wood was astonishing. Contemplating, he bent down to pick up a stone from the garden soil, aimed at the glass of his second-floor window, firmly planted his right foot on the ground, bent his leg to gather strength, and channeled that energy through his waist and into his arm, hurling the stone with force. The familiar crack resonated as the glass shattered, creating a hole the size of a fist, the surrounding area morphing into a spiderweb pattern. After silently repeating a mantra 3 times, Gary cleared his throat, raised his wand to the shattered glass, and gently pressed down, enunciating clearly, restored to its original state. He felt the magic within him stir once more, flowing down his right arm into the wand. A beam of white light erupted from the tip, enveloping the glass entirely. The depletion of his magical energy was significant, yet Gary persisted in maintaining his magical output. Something felt amiss. He was acutely aware of the quantity of magic he could channel, having experienced the tumultuous extraction of his power since childhood, fully cognizant of the magnitude of destruction it could unleash. The amount of magic he was currently directing into the wand should have been sufficient to mend even a small pane of glass. Unease crept in. Perhaps there was an issue with his incantation, yet the white light emanating from the wand bore no distinction from that of Madame Shafiq. As moments ticked by, the situation grew increasingly dire. Ordinarily, the glass would have been restored by now, but the white light remained stagnant, showing no signs of reaction. The wand continued to siphon Gary's magic, which vanished into it as if cast into an abyss, leaving no trace behind. By the afternoon, his restored magical energy had been completely drained once more, the energy he had glimpsed in the morning surging from his heart again. The skin on his chest aged prematurely, the already frail and flat surface beginning to sink slightly, as if the flesh beneath had evaporated, leaving only a thin layer of skin stretched taut against his ribs. The energy surged swiftly along the previously established path of magical flow. Gary initially believed that this surge of energy would cease upon reaching his fingertips, just as it had in the morning. However, this time proved to be different. The energy coursed through his shoulders and arms without hindrance, rushing into the wand. It was over. Gary had merely intended to experiment with the wand, yet now he found himself paying the price for his curiosity. He even witnessed the skin of his forearm, exposed beyond his clothing, rapidly withering, the flesh beneath receding as if it had vanished entirely. His head became suddenly heavy, and his cheeks sunken. Without needing others to inform him, Gary realized that his vitality was severely depleting, and time was no longer on his side. He observed the energy enter the wand, settling at its core, where the dragon's nerve resided. It was reactivated, causing the wand to tremble as if it were a living entity, voraciously consuming the energy in greedy gulps. The energy was not merely ingested. Within moments, it was devoured by the dragon's nerve, which began to pulsate with a vivid red glow. This time, a genuine heartbeat resonated, and Gary could distinctly hear the frantic thumping of his heart increasing in pace, inciting a sense of panic within him. With a hiss, Gary witnessed a shocking scene. The wand pressed forcefully against his palm, piercing through his skin. His body aged drastically, the wand nearly penetrating his bone, as blood began to flow slowly. The blood streamed along the wand, eerily seeping into it. He then beheld the dragon's nerve within the wand erupt like a furious dragon, ensnaring his blood and swallowing it whole. Chapter 10. Like an extension of one's own fingers. Gary was utterly powerless. After the energy had flowed out, he found himself devoid of strength, unable to command his left hand to remove the wand. He could only watch as the dragon's nerve consumed every drop of blood he lost, the red glow intensifying, becoming almost blinding. The wand's base, which had already embedded deeply into his palm, began to shift, inching outward in a gruesomely painful manner. Fortunately, Gary felt little pain, unable to perceive the sensation akin to a dull blade slicing through flesh. With the dragon's nerve as its heart and the vine wood as its body, this wand embodied life itself. Remarkably, Gary underwent a revitalizing transformation. Energy reshaped his flesh and skin, and the deep wound in his palm was reduced to a mere shallow scar. In an astonishing turn of events, his previously sunken chest had returned to its original form, and the flesh on his arms became taut once more. Besides the wound on his right palm, his body exhibited no further alterations. Gary's gaze returned to the wand, now no longer a deep black, but tinged with a hint of blood red. He suspected that his blood had stained the wand, despite having witnessed the core devour every drop. He glanced at the window, noting the still broken fist-sized hole, with the stone he had thrown from outside resting upon the table. The click of the door lock abruptly roused Gary from his fixation on the wand. The sky had darkened completely, the stars and moon taking over the sun's duties. Gary, has Potter shattered the window again? He heard his mother's voice at the door, sharp yet tinged with fatigue. Indeed, mother, it was James who did it, Gary exclaimed, as he placed the pot he had prepared earlier atop James's head. As his mother ascended the staircase, the creaking of the steps reached Gary's ears, allowing him to envision just how weary and exhausted she must be at that moment. A sudden inspiration struck him. Could he perhaps repair the glass on his own without troubling his mother? To his astonishment, the wand that lay on the table began to levitate. Its tip pointed directly at the jagged edge of the broken glass. A beam of white light emanated from the wand's tip, enveloping the shards. In a heartbeat, the glass was restored to its original state, and the wand fell back onto the table, motionless. What in the world is happening? Gary pondered, a perplexed expression on his face. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and Mrs. Shafiq entered, her high heels clicking on the floor. The evening had darkened, and upon switching on the light, she noticed the wand on the table alongside the scattered glass fragments, her expression instantly turning grave. This is no laughing matter, Gary, she said, approaching the table and glancing at the wand. Hasn't the healer from St. Mungo's advised you against using your magic recklessly? If Gary's physical condition strained his magical reserves excessively, it would trigger a negative feedback loop within his body. His internal magic would rapidly replenish itself. However, lacking a mechanism to regulate it, the magic could continue to surge until it exceeded his body's capacity, resulting in a magical explosion. The healers at St. Mungo's considered various solutions, ultimately deciding to employ a magical stabilizer to control the limits of Gary's magic. They believed that if he could manage his own magic output, combined with the aid of the stabilizer, he could effectively avert any magical upheaval. Gary thought to himself that this was not his doing. The wand had acted of its own accord, unrelated to him. Mrs. Shafiq gazed at Gary, who hung his head in apparent guilt. Reflecting on her only son soon departing for Hogwarts, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Deep down, she felt remorse. Why couldn't Gary be as carefree and vibrant as James next door? It was she and her husband who had not provided Gary with a robust constitution. It was their fault, yet they had placed all the burdens on him. Tenderly, Mrs. Shafiq enveloped Gary in her embrace, gently stroking his dark hair. She felt a lump in her throat and quickly tilted her head back to stave off the tears welling in her eyes. "Remember to clean up the glass shards in your room before you come out," she reminded him. As the sound of her footsteps gradually faded, Gary rushed to his wand. Eager to test his hypothesis, the room shimmered with faint light. He silently recited the basic illumination charm, which he had memorized long ago. The wand's tip suddenly emitted a flicker of white light. Although the room was lit, it was still dazzlingly bright. Gary raised an eyebrow, astonished. Incendio. Taking a deep breath, he mentally recited the counter charm, and the light at the tip of the wand vanished instantly. Gary leaped up in excitement, realizing he had discovered a new method of casting spells. This method of spell casting diverges from the wandless and soundless technique, wherein the latter's output is derived from a specific part of one's own body, while the former still relies on the wand. Furthermore, this approach does not deplete Gary's internal magical reserves. He surmises it may utilize the magic previously absorbed by the wand. Presently, the wand serves as an extension of himself, capable of casting spells silently and without gestures, showcasing formidable power. Within mere seconds, Gary conjured countless imaginative ways to exploit this newfound ability. Eager to experiment, he resolved against toying with it at home. Having witnessed his mother's concern earlier, he wished to spare her further worry. "Farewell," he whispered, blinking at the wand nestled in its groove. Ideally, it would exude a raspberry flavor, he mused. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he turned away, the wand within its box glimmered with a vivid crimson light. Chapter 11. The Potter family. September 1st arrived with remarkable swiftness. Gary had barely skimmed through standard spells, beginner level, and there were numerous intriguing ideas yet to be applied to his wand. Gary, in a dreamlike state, he heard his mother calling from downstairs, urging him to hurry for breakfast and to prepare for their visit to the Potter residence. Mrs. Shafiq had already meticulously packed his belongings the previous night, placing them at the doorstep. Rubbing his eyes and feeling groggy, Gary hastily rose to freshen up. He donned the muggle denim shirt his mother had laid out for him, seized the wand box nestled beneath his pillow, and dashed from his room. His mother awaited him at the staircase, clutching a bag of bread and 2 cartons of milk. "This is for you and James. Remember to eat on the way to London," she instructed, glancing at Gary's slightly askew collar. From her dress pocket, she retrieved her wand and uttered a peculiar incantation aimed at his collar. Instantly, it straightened itself, snugly pressing against his throat, slightly constricting. He embraced his mother tightly, feeling a pang of reluctance as he prepared to leave the home he had known for 11 years. Mrs. Shafiq gently patted his back. "I've placed a week's supply of the magical stabilizer in your backpack. I will send you a fresh supply via owl each week." He nodded in acknowledgement as she cast a simple levitation charm on his luggage, enabling him to lift it effortlessly with one arm. "Let us be off. Remember to write to me once you arrive at Hogwarts." Mrs. Shafiq had already sent the snow owl, Katie, ahead to Hogwarts, and Katie was likely still en route to the school. "I will, Mom." Gary took one last glance around his room, placed the wand box into his suitcase, and grasped the handle firmly. He opened the door and stepped outside. The fog was thick, rendering the garden path barely visible. Following the damp trail out of the garden, he turned right, walked 50 meters, and passed 2 buildings before arriving at James' home. After a moment of searching, he finally located the door. "Hi, you arrived just in time." "Gary." The bolt was drawn back, and the door swung open, revealing James's cheerful face. His black hair was still in disarray, and a few droplets of water clung to his skin, likely remnants of the morning dew. "My father was inspecting the car, assuring us it would be ready shortly." James welcomed Gary into the garden, where Mr. Porter was crouched beneath a new Jaguar 6, a vehicle that had recently garnered much admiration among muggles for its stylish elegance. Mrs. Porter, with a worried expression, held her wand at the ready, fearing that this hulking metal contraption might suddenly collapse onto her husband. It was evident she harbored little trust in such muggle transportation. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Porter," Gary said, offering a shy smile. "I apologize for the trouble." "No trouble at all," Mr. Porter replied, his voice muffled as he remained half buried under the car. "I was about to drive to the Ministry of Magic in London to see Arthur about modifying my car." Indeed, Gary, had it not been for Mrs. Shafiq's early departure to France for a fashion launch, she could have conveniently taken you there via apparition, Mrs. Porter remarked, her gentle tone complemented by her flowing brown hair and warm brown eyes brimming with kindness. James and Mrs. Porter bore little resemblance to one another, either in temperament or appearance, as they had inherited entirely from their father, Mr. Porter, characteristics such as his disheveled black hair, slender frame, and exuberant personality. "Done," Mr. Porter exclaimed, sliding out from beneath the car while humming a tune. "We can set off now." The three bid farewell to Mrs. Porter, stowing their luggage in the trunk before climbing into the sedan and embarking on their journey to London. Gary and James settled into the back seat, and Gary retrieved the bread his mother had prepared, sharing it with James and Mr. Porter, as the early hour had left the Porter household without breakfast. James devoured his portion hungrily, while Mr. Porter nibbled on a slice of bread, his hands gripping the steering wheel with an awkward stiffness. Mr. Porter, do you possess a Muggle driver's license? Gary inquired, observing Mr. Porter's driving posture with a hint of apprehension. What? Mr. Porter exclaimed, turning the steering wheel sharply as the car veered onto the main road of the village, the vehicle swaying as he adjusted the direction. Of course, Mr. Porter replied, retrieving his wand from the passenger seat. I simply haven't driven in quite some time, and the weather this morning isn't particularly favorable. The dawn remained dim, shrouded by thick fog enveloping Godric's Hollow, rendering the road conditions perilous. Mr. Porter pointed his wand at the steering wheel, tapping it lightly twice while mumbling an indistinct incantation that Gary could not quite discern. Suddenly, Mr. Porter lifted his hands from the steering wheel, startling Gary. Meanwhile, James continued to munch on his bread, oblivious. Just then, a large truck laden with vegetables appeared suddenly, the morning mist rendering visibility poor, and the distance between the two vehicles closed rapidly. Before Gary could utter a sound of alarm, Mr. Porter extended his palm, positioning his wand upright within it. Just as the truck and sedan were about 10 meters apart, Mr. Porter's wand abruptly twisted to the right. Remarkably, the steering wheel mirrored this movement precisely. Gary finally swallowed the scream that had lodged in his throat. The car and the truck passed each other, and Mr. Potter let out a triumphant laugh. James finally managed to swallow the bread in his mouth, exclaiming, "Cool, Dad." His flushed face radiated excitement. "What spell is that, Mr. Potter?" Gary inquired with keen interest, eyeing the wand that adjusted itself according to the road conditions. "Oh, this charm is typically forbidden, you see. The regulations concerning spells related to the Muggle world are quite stringent," Mr. Potter stammered, implying that this incantation likely contravened the Ministry of Magic's regulations, prompting Gary to refrain from probing further. The group arrived in London shortly after 7 o'clock in the morning as traffic began to thicken, with students and commuters merging into a torrent of vehicles. After an hour of being ensnared in the city's congestion, they finally reached King's Cross Station. "You know how to get to the platform, right?" Mr. Potter assisted them with their luggage. "Just walk through between platforms 9 and 10, James whispered, aware of the Muggles surrounding them. Speaking too loudly would draw unnecessary attention. Chapter 12. The Perils of the Hogwarts Express. Though it was still early, Mr. Potter needed to consult Arthur Weasley regarding modifications for their vehicle before heading to his job at the Ministry of Magic. The Hogwarts Express was scheduled to depart at 11 o'clock, creating an awkward time gap. Mrs. Potter and Mrs. Shafiq had their own commitments and were unable to escort the children to the platform. Thus, both families rose early, allowing Mr. Potter to take them along. The matter of modifying the car was not suitable for James and Gary to accompany him, so Mr. Potter gave them a sum of pounds, instructing them to go to the nearby McDonald's to rest and grab a bite until it was time to board the Hogwarts Express at 10 o'clock. James, like Gary, had previously sent his owl to Hogwarts Solary. After bidding farewell to Mr. Potter, the two boys entered McDonald's, ordered some snacks, and gazed out at the passing scenery while they ate. Living in the mixed community of Muggle and Wizard in Godric's Hollow, and occasionally visiting London, they felt no trepidation in the presence of Muggles, finding their peculiar gadgets rather unremarkable. As they idly chewed on their fries, time crawled to 9:30, when Gary and James spotted Alfrina struggling down the street, her right hand dragging a heavy suitcase, while her left hand clutched a conspicuous snow owl cage. Floundering about like a headless chicken. "Ow, James called out as he dashed toward her. "Hi, James." Alfrina waved with the hand carrying the cage, causing the snow owl within to flap its wings and emit a displeased squawk. "Why are you here so early?" Gary, carrying both their bags, followed James outside. "I didn't know where platform 9 was, so I thought I'd arrive early, just in case," Alfrina replied. The three exchanged glances at the time, deciding to head towards the platform to rest on the Hogwarts Express. They each carried their luggage, with Gary hurrying along while holding Alfrina's snow owl, Ruth, as they made their way to the platform. Currently, the foot traffic at King's Cross Station is rather sparse. The waiting hall appears desolate, populated only by a handful of guards and travelers. "Isn't our entrance rather conspicuous?" James whispered to Gary. A large plastic sign displaying the number 9 hung over one platform, while another platform bore the number 10 with an empty space in between. Platform 9 is simply accessed by walking towards the ticket gate between the two platforms. Gary explained to Al. "This passageway is exclusively for those of us with magical abilities." "Is it truly that simple?" Al replied incredulously. "I had anticipated the need for some intricate incantation." "James, you go first and demonstrate for Al. She and I will provide cover for you," Gary said, placing their luggage to either side of the passageway before stacking the cage for the snow owl atop it. Al followed suit, now creating a stack of luggage resembling their height at the entrance, leaving only a small opening for James to pass through. Holding his luggage, James cautiously glanced around for guards as he approached the passageway. At that moment, Gary passed behind him and gave James a firm push. In the blink of an eye, James pressed against the wall and vanished. "Cool." Al marveled at Gary's adeptness in providing cover. Hurry, lingering here too long may draw attention. Gary first sent Al's pet cage through the passage. Al, straining, hefted her luggage and darted into the opening. Now, only Gary, a wizard, remained on the Muggle platform. But fortunately, the guards were distracted, allowing Gary to feign nonchalance while observing the arrival of Muggle trains, discreetly pushing his luggage through. Then, with a swift sprint, he dove through the wall. The former wall had transformed into a wrought iron archway, inscribed with Platform 9. James and Al followed with their luggage, leaving only the three of them on the platform. The train had yet to arrive. James drew his wand within the platform. They were free from the scrutiny of tracking spells, allowing them to cast spells at will. He traced a circle in the air with his wand, and silvery mist emanated from its tip. The mist coalesced into the shape of a clock face, with hour and minute hands indicating the time. 11 minutes remaining, Gary noted, pulling a bag of chips from his luggage. Would you like some? He inquired of the others. I do, James exclaimed, grabbing a generous handful. Gary observed that James's appetite seemed insatiable. He had consumed 4 slices of bread on the journey to London, followed by a hamburger, a bag of fries, and a soda at McDonald's, yet still desired more. Gary glanced at James's still flat stomach. I'll pass. Al waved her hand, patting her belly, declining the calorie-laden snack. Gary took the remaining half bag of chips, eating without concern for weight, though he couldn't match James's voraciousness. The Hogwarts Express soon approached with a resounding whistle, its deep crimson steam locomotive coming to a halt beside the platform. The sign on the train read, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Let us board and find a place to rest, James declared, taking the lead as he swung open the train door with his luggage in tow. Gary and Al followed closely behind James. What should the ticket inspector do? James inquired, perplexed. The train doesn't charge a fare, does it? We should board with tickets. Just as the anti-counterfeit markers are used in Muggle clothing stores to verify every individual boarding the Hogwarts Express, Al remarked, furrowing her brow. As a newcomer to the magical realm, she found the procedures here rather lax. Anyone with magical ability could access this platform. What if dark wizards infiltrated the train and attacked students? There were far too many young pupils. If something were to happen, who would be responsible? Al continued, while James looked on in astonishment. You make a compelling point, Al, Gary pondered. We can certainly bring this matter to the attention of Professor Dumbledore once school commences. Al's suggestion struck Gary as a prudent one, as he began to realize just how unsafe the Hogwarts Express truly was. A carriage full of underage wizards could easily find themselves face-to-face with a malevolent dark wizard. The train would then be headed not to Hogwarts, but to the depths of hell. The trio continued their conversation to pass the time as the number of people on the platform gradually increased. Some parents, accompanying their children, joined the throng. They exchanged glances, understanding that this issue needed to be reported to Professor Dumbledore at Hogwarts without delay. Chapter 13, The Bogger. A compartment on the Hogwarts Express had 4 seats, yet if one were to squeeze in, 6 or 7 individuals could be accommodated, given that the children had yet to fully develop and their frames were relatively small. Gary, Al, and James settled into a compartment towards the rear of the train, closing the door behind them to create a private little world. The train emitted a whistle, prompting the parents to bid farewell to their children and disembark. Black smoke billowed from the chimney of the Hogwarts Express, as the cacophony of sounds gradually crescendoed from sporadic clattering to a rhythmic percussion. The train was now in motion, departing from London and heading towards Hogwarts. Al gazed out the window, her emotions in turmoil. She had once attended a mundane primary school, excelling academically and enjoying a harmonious family life, until one fateful day when an unusual event transpired. A chubby boy, in a bid to monopolize the swing in their neighborhood, pushed the frail Al to the ground. Al merely wished to retaliate, and truly believed that when, without warning, the boy's once brown hair vanished completely, as if shorn by Professor Tony's clippers, leaving not a single strand behind. The boy, feeling a sudden coolness on his scalp, touched it, and, upon looking in the mirror, felt as though his entire worldview had been upended, lamenting and rolling on the ground. Al, utterly bewildered, sat on the ground, lost. A dark-haired boy, who had been observing from the sidelines, approached her and revealed that she was a witch. A what? Al exclaimed, utterly confused. A witch, you heard me correctly. The boy clarified, just like me. With a flourish of his hand, a once withering flower in his palm suddenly bloomed into vibrant life, its petals glistening as if reborn. Al felt dazed as the boy inundated her with a plethora of wizarding knowledge she had never encountered before, even requesting her home address in the process. Until the boy departed, Al had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The chubby child continued to wail, desperately attempting to attract the attention of the adults. Al spent 2 aimless days at home, until she finally received a letter from the boy, its contents more detailed and vivid than she had anticipated. Initially, she had suspected it might be a prank, but soon dismissed that notion. No prankster would dispatch an owl to deliver their message. During the summer vacation, Al received a letter from Hogwarts, the magical school spoken of by the boys. Her parents opposed her attendance at such an extraordinary institution, deeming it absurd and utterly laughable. This disbelief persisted until a woman, of her mother's age and clad in an eccentric emerald robe, paid them a visit, demonstrating her magical prowess by transforming a cup into a sofa with a flick of her wand. Seated in the compartment, Al pondered the surreal nature of her circumstances. It all felt like an absurd dream. She bid farewell to her cherished friends and teachers from elementary school, as well as to the neighbor's husky, which only ever regarded her with a sidelong glance, embarking on a new path. If I were an ordinary muggle, how would my life unfold? As Al gazed out the window at the fleeting trees, her reverie was abruptly interrupted by the opening of the compartment door. In strode Sirius Black, his handsome visage etched with impatience, as if someone had irked him. "Sirius, I was just wondering where you had gone," exclaimed James, finishing off the last fry from his bag. Sirius, eager to explain, hesitated. He did not wish to burden his friends with his family troubles. Noticing the dejected expression on Sirius's face, James clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Cheer up, Sirius. How about we venture out for an adventure?" Having satisfied his appetite, James was eager for further escapades. However, he was oblivious to the fact that the hand he had just clapped on Sirius's shoulder had recently been coated in fry grease. "All right, let go of my shoulder first. Let's take a stroll outside," replied Sirius. James laughed heartily, retrieving his wand from his trunk. "Gary, Al, are you two coming?" "No, James." Al shrugged. "We'll stay here to keep an eye on your belongings." Gary nodded in agreement, engrossed in Al's book, Monsters of the Deep, and uninterested in joining James's antics. Once James and Sirius had departed, the compartment fell into a tranquil silence. Al leaned against the window, lost in thought, while Gary remained absorbed in his reading. The two shared the confined space, each engaged in their own pursuits, the atmosphere serene yet comfortable. However, tranquility was soon shattered as the corridor erupted into noise, with several students from the adjacent compartment peering out to witness the commotion. "I don't know," Gary remarked, glancing through the compartment glass at the bustling corridor. "But it doesn't concern us." In the next moment, James's voice echoed. Well, Snivellis, could you not tailor your clothes to fit a bit better?" "Oh no." James was stirring trouble again. He turned to Al. "You stay here and watch the luggage. I'll go check it out." Al nodded, urging you to counsel James against engaging in a brawl. She was acutely aware of the volatile natures of James and Sirius. Skirmishes were a commonplace occurrence for them. Gary responded affirmatively, retrieving his wand from his suitcase. He opened the compartment door and ventured out. The commotion instigated by James was not far from the compartment, and Gary, with his slender frame, squeezed past the older students ahead of him. At last, he caught sight of the back of James's head, his black hair standing out in an unmistakable manner. He and Sirius were facing off against a boy and a girl. Sirius lounged lazily against the doorframe, twirling his wand, observing James as he confronted others. Chapter 14, James and Lily. The girl confronting James possessed a cascade of silky red hair, a fair complexion, and delicate features, making her a striking young lady. In stark contrast, the boy beside her presented a rather disheveled appearance. His worn, oversized clothing nearly obscured his knees, his sallow complexion suggesting severe malnutrition, and his greasy black hair gleamed uncomfortably. A pronounced hooked nose lent him an ominous and intimidating aura. He was unleashing a barrage of scathing remarks. "Enough, Potter. You ought to attend to that brain of yours, which appears to have been pummeled by a troll. Otherwise, you might as well find solace among the Gryffindors." The moment he uttered those words, both James and Sirius's expressions shifted, and the surrounding Gryffindor students erupted in discontent. Their greatest disdain was directed at anyone who dared insinuate that they were lacking in intellect. While their minds could indeed be quite sharp, they often found themselves unable to rein in their reckless impulses. James trembled with fury. The majority of the Potter lineage hailed from Gryffindor, and he took great pride in being a worthy member of that house. The disparagement of his dream institution ignited a desire within him to draw his wand from his pocket and cast a hex on this insufferable boy, imparting a lesson in Gryffindor prowess. "James, remain calm," Gary interjected. "Calm? What do you mean calm? Let me teach this insolent brat a lesson." The voice belonged not to James, but to an onlooking Gryffindor student, whose flushed face radiated indignation. "Enough from both of you," the red-haired girl interjected, her hair flipping dramatically like an irate lioness. "Hey, are you just going to walk away? No apology?" The older Gryffindor student persisted stubbornly. "All right, Adams," James retorted, suddenly ensnaring the boy's neck, grinning mischievously as he added, "That's quite enough." James produced a gold galleon from his pocket and handed it to Adams. The latter swiftly disappeared into the crowd with the coin in hand. "What just happened?" Gary asked, utterly perplexed. James approached him, saying, "This is someone I invited. Don't you think Lily is lovely?" His face flushed with a rosy hue. Gary recognized this expression from previous encounters, realizing that James had fallen in love. He had worn that same expression when he received his first firebolt broomstick. I invited an upperclassman to bump into Lily on purpose, hoping to incite a quarrel, so I could emerge as the gallant hero, James explained to Gary. Alas, the plan has failed. Sirius languidly remarked from the side. Indeed. It's all that little snot's fault, James said with a fierce expression. Wait, why do you call him the little snot? Gary inquired, puzzled. Because his name is Severus Snape, James responded with a tone of certainty. Gary echoed, Severus, snot. What do you think, Gary? Am I not being creative? James exclaimed, reveling in his clever play on words. It's quite original, but I feel that such a moniker lacks respect, Gary articulated thoughtfully. Come on, Gary, James said as he threw an arm around him. Are you going to defend someone in a situation like this? You've heard how venomous the snot-ass words were. Reflecting on the scathing remarks Snape had just made, along with his gloom-laden visage, Gary's first impression of Snape was decidedly unfavorable. In truth, Alfrina was in no rush. She excelled at daydreaming, finding solace in emptying her thoughts, allowing her to escape the burdens of life, and simply be herself. Alfrina lifted her head, casting a worried glance at James and Sirius. You haven't caused any trouble, have you? We are well behaved, never resorting to fights, James replied cheerfully, sharing his amusing pun with Alfrina. James, can you please stop asking me if Miss Evans is pretty? Gary sighed in exasperation, as James had been persistently querying him like a child boasting about candy. Actually, James is just a little brat, Gary mused inwardly. Initially, Sirius could have helped Gary share the spotlight, but after lunch, he had mysteriously vanished. James, Alfrina intervened to rescue Gary. Could you quiet down a bit? It's too noisy. As the light outside began to dim, evening descended upon the train. We should change into our robes, Gary suggested, glancing at the darkening sky. Oh, right, James replied. Gary and I will head out first. Let us know when you're ready. The two exited the compartment, standing guard at the door. Once all three had donned their robes, the enveloping darkness had swallowed the surroundings, leaving only the Hogwarts Express to journey onward. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts Station. Please leave your luggage on board. It will be taken to the school by staff, the announcement echoed. The train finally slowed to a halt, and students jostled one another, eagerly surging towards the doors, spilling onto a small, dimly lit platform. Then, a light swung above the students' heads as a burly figure with a bushy beard emerged. Freshmen, first-year little ones, follow me, if you please. A gaggle of small ones giggled as they formed a line, with James at the front and Alfrina at the back, following a narrow path to its end. They were met with the sudden vista of a vast dark lake. On the opposite shore, a magnificent castle loomed atop a hillside, its towers reaching skyward in splendid grandeur. The giant instructed them to board the small boats moored at the lakeside, with a maximum of 4 per vessel. Gary, Alfrina, and James boarded a boat, startled by the sudden appearance of Sirius, who emerged unexpectedly. Chapter 15, The Sorting of Sirius Black. Where have you been, Sirius? Off exploring again. James inquired in a hushed tone. Don't be ridiculous, James. My cousins summoned me to their compartment for a chat, Sirius replied, tinged with a hint of disdain, as he was met with the familiar, tedious round of questions. James offered a comforting pat on his brother's back. Hold on tight. We're about to set off. Boomed the giant's voice, echoing across the lakeside as he noted that the students had boarded their respective boats. Step on the raised board at the bow, and the boat will propel itself, the giant announced again, his voice resonating like thunder in the students' ears. Alfrina, nearest to the front, extended her long leg and pressed down, causing the boat to swiftly glide away from the shore like an arrow released from its bow. A fleet of small boats followed suit, making their way towards the castle. After passing several sheer cliffs, they emerged from a narrow passage onto a gravel-strewn expanse. The castle loomed above them as they ascended along a reasonably wide path, guided by the giant. After 3 minutes, they finally reached an open area, the castle now in plain view. The giant approached the towering oak doors and knocked thrice with his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. The door creaked open to reveal a tall, slender witch in a long emerald green robe, her dark hair framing a serious expression. First-year students, Professor McGonagall, the giant announced. Thank you, Hagrid. Now, please follow me, McGonagall instructed. It turned out that this giant, standing over 2 meters tall, was named Hagrid, and Gary fell in line with the others as they entered the castle. The young wizards, visiting Hogwarts for the first time, were filled with excitement as they observed their surroundings, with torches blazing around the stone walls. Following Professor McGonagall, they entered a small chamber where she instructed them to stand in formation. First, I welcome you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, McGonagall began. The sorting ceremony will commence shortly. Before you take your seats in the Great Hall, it is imperative that you determine which house you will join. The sorting ceremony is of utmost importance, as it will dictate your roommates for the next 7 years, your classmates, the table at which you will dine, and the common room where you will undertake your academic assignments. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each possessing a rich and illustrious history. Your actions will earn or deduct points for your house. At the end of the term, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious collective honor. Once the hall is prepared, I will come to fetch you, McGonagall concluded. And please, maintain silence while you wait. Her sharp gaze fell upon James and Sirius, who were fooling around in the back row, before she exited the room. Shortly after her departure, a dozen or so ghosts suddenly emerged from the walls behind the new students. They appeared translucent and milky white, gliding silently across the room, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the newcomers. Form a line and follow me, Professor McGonagall stated succinctly, never one to indulge in superfluous chatter. They filed out in an orderly manner, entering the great hall where students from other years were already seated at their tables, illuminated by countless candles hovering in midair. Each house occupied a long table adorned with gleaming plates and goblets. At the front of the hall stood another long table designated for the professors. Professor McGonagall led Gary and his companions to the front, positioning them to face the rows of students below. In the flickering candlelight, hundreds of faces gazed up at them like pale lanterns. Ghostly figures mingled among the students, shimmering with an ethereal glow. The ceiling of the hall was extraordinary, a pitch-black expanse speckled with twinkling stars. Gary tilted his head back, feeling incredibly diminutive in the presence of such profound magic. All eyes in the hall were fixed upon the hat, Gary included. A profound silence enveloped the room as the brim of the hat split open, resembling a mouth, and began to sing. You may think me unremarkable, but do not judge by appearances, for I am a thinking hat. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted, the enchanted hat bowing to each of the 4 tables before coming to a standstill. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. When I call your name, you shall don the hat and take a seat. She announced the first name, Connie Evans. A round-faced girl with light brown hair tied in a ponytail hurriedly stepped out of the line, placed the hat upon her head, and sat down. Ravenclaw, the hat proclaimed with gusto. Sirius Black. Sirius strode confidently to the stool and donned the hat. Silence ensued. The hat remained motionless atop Sirius's head, appearing to be nothing more than a tattered old hat. Gary felt a pang of anxiety for Sirius, and whispers began to ripple through the crowd as the hat lingered for 5 minutes. Gryffindor, the hat finally declared, its voice somewhat lackluster. The students' enthusiasm seemed to ignite at that moment. A Gryffindor emerging from the pure-blooded Slytherin family was indeed a spectacle, with excitement radiating from his face. Sirius made his way to the Gryffindor table, where the older students rushed to greet him after a brief moment of astonishment. Gary furrowed his brow, noticing a strikingly beautiful blonde girl at the head of the Slytherin table, her expression steely as she fixed her gaze on Sirius. That was his cousin, the 6th-year Narcissa Black. Chapter 16, The Sorting Results. The outcome of Sirius Black's sorting was undoubtedly the most significant news of the evening, a Gryffindor hailing from a Slytherin lineage, providing ample fodder for gossip among the students of Hogwarts for an entire month. Gryffindor transformed once more into a jubilant sea, celebrating the arrival of the sole heir of the Potter family and the eldest son of the Black lineage. They were convinced that this year's House Cup was already within their grasp. After a throng of younglings had been sorted into their respective houses, the name Al was finally called. A stir arose at the Slytherin table, yet Gary was oblivious to it, his gaze fixated with concern on Sirius, who sat at the Gryffindor table. Sirius, alongside an upperclassman, appeared to have stumbled upon some delightful amusement, leaning on the table and laughing heartily. He seemed blissfully unaware of the impending consequences that awaited him come morning. Gary knew all too well the formidable nature of Sirius's mother, who would not let the matter rest easily. As Al donned the sorting hat, it barely took a second before it cried out, "Ravenclaw?" She chuckled softly, removed the hat, cast a glance towards the Gryffindor table, and was then enveloped by the Ravenclaw students as they welcomed her to her seat. James Potter. Professor McGonagall, her expression impassive, continued to call names. James stepped forward from behind Gary, took his place on the stool, and placed the hat upon his head. The moment the hat brushed against his tousled hair, it proclaimed, Gryffindor. James joyfully cast aside the hat and rushed towards the Gryffindor table, embracing Sirius, who sat at the far end. Gary Shafiq. Professor McGonagall adjusted her spectacles and announced the name. A wave of nervousness washed over Gary as he stepped out of line, his legs trembling slightly. He struggled to maintain his balance as he approached the stool, donned the hat, and sat down. Oh, another Shafiq, the sorting hat mused, seemingly contemplative. So, where would you like to go? Can you choose for yourself? Gary pondered, contemplating Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Gryffindor is not an option, the hat replied, shaking its tip in disapproval. You lack the qualities of Gryffindor. How about Ravenclaw? To Gary's surprise, the hat appeared quite accommodating. He hesitated briefly, questioning whether Sirius had also made a choice. Oh, you mean that Black? He steadfastly refused to enter Slytherin. I had no choice but to place him in Gryffindor. The hat lamented, smacking its lips in disappointment. Relieved upon understanding, Gary conceded. All right then, sorting hat, let us proceed to Ravenclaw. As you wish, the hat amplified its voice, declaring, Ravenclaw. He stood, removed the hat, placed it on the stool, and with a sigh of relief, made his way to the Ravenclaw table. Nansgrow, head of Ravenclaw, welcomes you to our house, Mr. Shafiq. The boy at the head of the table rose to shake Gary's hand, though his gaze seemed somewhat askew. With hands extended from all directions amidst the surrounding noise, Gary numbly shook hands, remembering not a single name save for that of the head. Splendid, Gary. Al beckoned him to sit beside her, her radiant smile illuminating the room. At last, I have someone to accompany me. I feared you all would join Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat deemed me unsuitable for Gryffindor, so I thought it best to align with Ravenclaw. At least I would have a companion, Gary replied shyly. Severus Snape. Slytherin. Behind Gary stood the brooding Severus Snape, his expression reminiscent of James. As soon as the Sorting Hat barely grazed his greasy hair, it exuberantly announced the result. Lily Evans. Gryffindor. The last to be sorted was a bright and cheerful red-haired girl, who was placed into Gryffindor. James, with a beaming grin, attempted to shake her hand, but Lily turned away, ignoring him entirely, much to the amusement of Sirius, who was watching from the sidelines. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, taking the stool and Sorting Hat with her as she departed. A new year had begun. Once everyone was seated, Dumbledore rose from the center of the staff table. After the graduation of the previous class, I am delighted to welcome a host of new faces among us. I know you must be famished, so without further ado, let the feast commence. With a wave of his hand, the long tables of the 4 houses were laden with food. A first-year sitting to his left let out a cheer as he grabbed a plate of chicken legs and began to devour them ravenously. Hello, I'm Gary Shafiq. He introduced himself, amused by Howard's voracious appetite. The cycle continued as Gary observed Howard's little belly concealed beneath his robes, sensing yet another glutton akin to James. He and the girl to his right, Alfrina, shared a piece of lamb chop, savoring it slowly while keeping an eye on the Gryffindor table. James, Sirius, and 2 other Gryffindor first-years were engaged in animated conversation, their boisterousness prompting Lily to roll her eyes in exasperation. At the front of the Ravenclaw table sat a tall, ghostly lady, her expression mournful as she refrained from interaction, her beautiful face etched with melancholy. Once everyone's stomachs were satisfied, the leftover food and refuse vanished in an instant, leaving the table pristine. Then, an array of desserts appeared, puddings, ice creams, jellies, and more. Gary and Al took a modest sampling of the sweets. As the feast progressed, the atmosphere at the Ravenclaw table began to mirror that of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, growing more exuberant. Are both your parents wizards? Howard finally paused his eating after devouring 2 pieces of pudding, turning to Gary. Yes, you're half-blood? Gary sipped his apple juice, finding it overly sweet, wondering how much sugar had been added. No, my parents are both muggles, he clarified quickly as Howard corrected himself. Then you're like Al. Her parents work at a muggle publishing house. Gary leaned back slightly, allowing Howard to see Alfrina. Alfrina Gringlass. She introduced herself with a nod. Hello, Howard chuckled, his somewhat silly demeanor leaving a favorable impression on Gary. Chapter 17, Another Shafiq. If it weren't for Professor Slughorn demonstrating magic at my home, my parents would never have allowed me to come to this place, Howard said, savoring a piece of chocolate muffin. My parents are the same. They claimed that letter was merely a prank. After a lengthy persuasion from Professor McGonagall, they finally acquiesced to my desire to study here. Al was somewhat irritated, as they purchased an abundance of textbooks from my previous schools, insisting that I continue my muggle education at Hogwarts. At that moment, even the desserts on the table vanished. Professor Dumbledore, seated in the center of the faculty table, rose to his feet, gently pressing his hands downward, restoring silence to the hall. Very well. I trust everyone has had their fill, Professor Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye, clad in a flamboyant pink robe adorned with twinkling stars, which he appeared quite pleased with, standing tall as he addressed the students below. To reiterate the obvious, the Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits to students. I must remind even the upperclassmen to heed this warning. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested I emphasize that any prohibited items discovered will result in a month-long detention for the student and a deduction of 50 points from their house. The tryouts for the Quidditch teams will be held in the 2nd week of the term. Students from all years, except first years, wishing to sign up should contact Madam Hooch, our Quidditch referee. To welcome the new students, let us sing our school song. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore sent a ribbon swirling through the air, forming lines of lyrics. Each person could choose their preferred melody as Dumbledore winked at the newcomers, signaling, ready, sing. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Let us strive to learn, until we turn to dust. Gary mumbled the lyrics, finishing the song indistinctly, while Al and Howard harmonized in unison with a tune of their own. Although Dumbledore had never heard this version, he nodded approvingly at them. In truth, hardly any student in the hall sang the entire song earnestly. The melody was completed in a disjointed manner. Dumbledore was the first to applaud, followed stiffly by the other teachers. First-year Ravenclaw students followed their prefect, Nansgrow, towards the west side of the castle, ascending the marble corridor towards the 6th floor. This year's cohort of Ravenclaw students consisted predominantly of girls, with 7 girls and 2 boys. The gender ratio in Ravenclaw was indeed striking. At the top of the west side corridor on the 6th floor stood a grand wooden door, devoid of a handle or keyhole, save for a bronze knocker shaped like an eagle. The entrance to the Ravenclaw common room is unlike that of the other 3 houses, Nans explained. Slytherin and Gryffindor require a password. Hufflepuff has a direct entrance from the basement, while we require intellect. He approached and knocked on the knocker, which instantly opened its beak but did not emit a bird's call. Instead, it spoke in a gentle, melodic voice. You cannot prove that something does not exist. It simply exists. Having said this, it ceased to respond. Ravenclaw students must provide the answer the knocker seeks for the door to open. A first year inquired. If one cannot answer, will they be unable to enter indefinitely? Nans's tousled brown hair swayed gently as he pondered the answer to the riddle of the door knocker. The existence of something hinges entirely on the consciousness of the one who decides. For instance, belief. If one believes in its existence, it exists. If one believes in its absence, it does not. Everything relies on the inner self. How profound indeed. As that melodious voice concluded, the door swung open, and Nans led the group into the chamber. The Ravenclaw common room was an expansive circular space, adorned with elegant arched windows draped in blue and bronze silk. The ceiling was a dome, embellished with stars, while the deep blue carpet below also sparkled with celestial motifs. Opposite the entrance, a niche housed a bust of Rowena Ravenclaw, its gaze deep and wise. Beside the bust stood a wooden door leading to the dormitories of students from various years. Is there anything you wish to convey to the newcomers? Nans inquired as he approached a petite blonde girl seated on a sofa, observing a debate among the Ravenclaw students. Her demeanor serene and elegant. Do remember to rise early tomorrow morning. I shall guide you in familiarizing yourselves with the castle and the peculiarities of the staircases, she replied. Introducing herself, I am Lucy Shafiq, the chairperson of the Hogwarts Girls' Student Council. Gary felt the eyes of Al and Howard fixate upon him instantaneously. It dawned on him why Nans had appeared peculiar during their handshake. Miss Shafiq must be a distant cousin of his. Nans then escorted the newcomers to their dormitory, advising them to retire early to avoid hindering their lessons the following day. Among this year's only 2 male Ravenclaw students, Gary and Howard occupied a spacious 4-person room, approximately 20 square meters in size. Gary's luggage had already been placed on the luggage rack, and after confirming that he had not left anything behind, he retrieved all the textbooks he would need for the semester. Seizing the opportunity while Howard was in the bathroom, he penned a letter to Mrs. Shafiq, informing her of his well-being and inquiring about Lucy. Carty was still in the Hogwarts Ollery, intending to send his letter after classes the next day. Howard emerged from the bathroom, his hair damp, wrapped in a towel, and flopped onto the bed. You should wash up. I need to sleep first, he said, a goofy smile lighting up his round face. When Gary finally exited the bathroom, he found Howard already fast asleep, emitting gentle snores. This marked Gary's first day at Hogwarts, with 7 more years ahead of him. He lay on his back, gazing at the deep blue ceiling, and gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 18, The Howling Letter. The following morning, Gary awoke early, turning to see Howard still in deep sleep, half of his plump, white belly exposed beyond the covers. He picked up the Transfiguration textbook for his morning class and began to review. However, after merely 2 pages, Howard's soft snores, akin to the incessant buzz of a mosquito, proved too distracting for Gary to concentrate. With no other option, he took his book to the common room, where, to his surprise, he discovered someone already there. He recognized the round-faced girl from the previous day. She had been the first to be sorted into Ravenclaw. Hello, he greeted. In the tranquil Ravenclaw common room, Gary's greeting startled Corna, causing her to drop her bread onto the floor. Gary was at a loss for words. Oh dear, you frightened me to death, Corna exclaimed, patting her chest, still shaken. A crumb clung to the corner of her mouth, and combined with her round face and wide eyes, she appeared adorably foolish. Gary felt a pang of despair. He had assumed Corna was diligently studying. With James, Howard, and Corna around, Gary felt as though he had stepped into a culinary Hogwarts. I didn't eat enough last night. I'm quite hungry this morning, Corna explained, her voice sweet, likely influenced by her physique. Muggles often say that cheerful, chubby individuals have pleasant voices. No worries, please continue eating, Gary said, glancing at the bread on the floor. Corna shot him a forlorn look. Gary shook his head helplessly, suddenly remembering he had not taken his magic stabilizer yet. This potion was quite bitter, and he intended to consume a vial every 2 days to avoid further suffering. Hey, Gary, where have you been? Howard inquired. I went outside for some fresh air, Gary replied, omitting the fact that Howard's snoring had made it impossible for him to concentrate on his studies. Their relationship had yet to reach a level of intimacy that allowed such candor. When can we go eat? Howard asked, bouncing on his little legs in eagerness. We must wait for Chairperson Shafiq. You should freshen up first, Gary urged. While Howard was in the bathroom, Gary quickly retrieved a vial of his magic stabilizer from his suitcase and took a swig. Ugh, Gary grimaced at the bitterness. He hastily grabbed his water bottle, rinsing away the acrid taste. He locked the remaining potion in his drawer. Saving 15 galleons every 2 days, a substantial sum he intended to send to his parents once he had his own income. After Howard emerged from the bathroom, the two sat on the bed chatting until they heard a knock at the door. Howard leaped off the bed to answer it. It was Nance. "Get ready and come out to assemble. Miss Shafiq will take you to the Great Hall." Nance smiled at Gary, leaving him puzzled about the meaning behind her expression. When they arrived at the common room, a considerable number of people had already gathered. Gary spotted Alfrina engaging in a lively conversation with Corna. "Gary, let me introduce you. This is Corna Evans, my roommate." An intriguing girl, Alfrina chuckled, covering her mouth. "Hello, I am Gary Shafiq, AL's friend." Gary pretended not to recognize Corna. To his surprise, Corna shyly smiled and feigned unfamiliarity, introducing herself as if meeting for the first time, both neglecting the awkward encounter from earlier that morning. "Hee hee," Corna laughed, her teeth gritted. "Hee hee," Gary's laughter felt forced. "It's nothing. I just thought you looked familiar," they both chimed in unison. Alfrina looked utterly perplexed. "Follow me." Lucy had now entered the common room. After counting heads, she led the small group downstairs into the Great Hall. At the beginning of the term, the dining hall was bustling with students enjoying breakfast. This was primarily because classes had yet to commence, and the academic pressure on the students was minimal. They had no need to stay up late, and would rise early for their morning meal. Additionally, many had not yet broken the habit of being scolded by their parents for sleeping in. In short, the hall was teeming with activity when, unexpectedly, a gray owl swooped in, carrying a large, crimson envelope, and dropped it onto the seat of Sirius at the Gryffindor table. The once lively atmosphere fell eerily silent. As if muted. "What's wrong, Gary?" Howard, a muggle-born, clearly did not grasp the gravity of the situation, continuing to munch on a slice of bread. Gary quietly explained that the letter was a howler, which would vociferously announce its contents upon being opened, serving as a means for the sender to express their anger. "Is it dissatisfaction with the results of your sorting?" Howard ventured, stating the obvious, then suddenly questioned, "Is there no counter-curse for howlers?" "Theoretically, howlers must be opened, otherwise they would expand and explode, shouting even louder. Is there no spell to create a sealed space within which to contain the howler?" Howard's stance resembled that of a blind man stumbling upon a revelation. "That makes sense," Gary conceded, but Sirius had already torn open the envelope. Sirius was acutely aware of the repercussions of not opening a howler and had taken matters into his own hands. The teachers at the staff table wore grim expressions. No one wished for such an embarrassing incident to transpire within their school. "Sirius Black, you ungrateful wretch. How dare you attend that filthy Gryffindor house?" The howler concluded its tirade with a final, resounding proclamation, before igniting in midair, leaving a few ashes to flutter down into Sirius's plate. The Gryffindor students were visibly unsettled. Anyone would feel indignation upon witnessing their house being so publicly insulted. Sirius pressed his lips together, his face a tumult of emotions. He felt humiliated. Receiving a howler from his mother, its contents stripping him of dignity. The overwhelming sensation of disgrace made him question his ability to remain at Hogwarts. James could only stand by, offering him solace. Chapter 19, The Prankster Extraordinaire. Gary struggled to comprehend Mrs. Black's actions, based on his years of experiencing conflicts with Sirius. He recognized that Sirius was the type to respond better to gentleness than harshness. The more forceful one was with him, the more he would rebel. However, if one approached him with kindness, he would feel too ashamed to continue opposing them. Gary, who had sparred with Sirius for a mere couple of years, could see through him. Why could his mother not? This left Gary perplexed. The students in the dining hall gradually resumed their lively chatter, yet Gary felt somewhat downcast, as Sirius had become, in a sense, a half-friend. After finishing breakfast, Lucy led them from the hall to the Ollery on the 8th floor and then to the Gryffindor Tower. Seizing the opportunity, Gary dashed into the Ollery to locate Katie. After enduring a couple of pecks, he finally convinced Katie to deliver a letter to his mother. Today's morning class is Transfiguration taught by Professor McGonagall, located beside the auditorium on the 1st floor. After bidding farewell to Lucy, who was heading to Slughorn's office to submit her potions assignment, 9 young eagles flapped their wings eagerly towards the classroom. Just 5 minutes before the lesson commenced, they finally arrived, only to find the Gryffindor students already seated. Their expressions somber and listless, a stark contrast to their usual boisterous demeanor. It seemed that this morning, they had suffered considerable humiliation at the hands of Madame Black. Clad in her customary emerald robes, Professor McGonagall's presence made Gary suspect whether the head of Gryffindor might indeed be a spy sent by Slytherin. "The first thing I shall impart to you," Professor McGonagall declared sternly, "is that transfiguration is an exceedingly perilous discipline. Throughout history, countless wizards have found themselves ensnared by the bodily injuries inflicted by transfiguration, most of which are irreversible and can cause severe harm to both body and intellect." This admonition struck terror into the hearts of the freshly enrolled students. akin to a bucket of cold water dousing their fervor. To prevent you from acting foolishly in the future, it is imperative that you pay close attention in class, she continued, scrutinizing the expressions of the newcomers through her glasses. I do not wish for any of my students to feature in the entertainment section of the Daily Prophet due to transfiguration mishaps. The students fell silent, and Professor McGonagall, satisfied with the effect of her initial intimidation, nodded approvingly. The timid youngsters cautiously retrieved their textbooks from their bags, and the classroom filled with the soft murmur of conversation and the rustling of pages. The essential quality for mastering the formidable art of transfiguration is determination. Regardless of your house, a steadfast belief in your transfiguration abilities will empower your magic. Professor McGonagall suddenly turned her gaze towards James and Sirius, seated in the back row. Mr. Black, she adjusted her glasses. What quality is vital for practicing transfiguration, Mr. Emmerich Switch? I'm not sure, Sirius admitted, his voice tinged with apology. I just zoned out for a moment. Sit down, Mr. Black. You are to report to Mr. Pringle for detention this evening, Professor McGonagall stated coldly, disapproving of those who do not pay attention in class, viewing such behavior as a hallmark of laziness. As Sirius stumbled out of the classroom in a daze, Gary and James called after him. Are you all right, Sirius? Gary inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Sirius shook his head. I'm fine, Gary. His typically magnetic voice had taken on a somber note. Observing his troubled expression, both James and Gary dismissed his reassurances. Hey, look over there. James, in search of a way to uplift his best friend's spirits, spotted an opportunity. Nosebleed Nick, he shouted, as Snape passed through the foyer, clutching a hefty tome. Oblivious to his surroundings, Gary noticed Snape's body jerk slightly, avoiding eye contact with James, yet quickened his pace. Don't run away, Nosebleed Nick. James seized the opportunity with great tenacity and would undoubtedly not let it slip away. He hurriedly pursued, the distance between them stretching over 10 meters. And with a swift motion, James darted forward. James. Gary watched him vanish into the distance, feeling a sense of helplessness, and could only join Sirius in the chase. On the corridor leading to the Slytherin common room, they beheld James firmly pinning Snape to the ground. It was hardly surprising. James had been a master of mischief since childhood, adept at evasion. Otherwise, he would have been caught and severely punished. Snape, pale and frail, was clearly no athlete, making it entirely reasonable for James to catch him. What are you doing? Sirius had just grasped Snape's robe when a furious voice rang out behind Gary. James Potter. She rushed forward, attempting to pull James away in order to lift Snape from the ground. Snape, who had initially given up resisting, began to struggle again upon seeing Lily approach. James, wary of causing Lily any harm, could only endure her tugging and biting without retaliating. Letting out a yelp, presumably from the pain inflicted by Lily's bite, he finally released Snape and stood up. Gary suppressed a laugh as he helped Sirius, who had fallen during the scuffle, back to his feet. He perceived no significant malice in James's actions towards Snape. The playful banter among them was rather amusing. Due to Hogwarts regulations, James could not bring his broom, leaving him with no outlet for his exuberance. Chapter 20. The Fragility of Friendship. You two are truly out of line, Lily exclaimed as she pulled Snape up from the ground. How can you harm a fellow student? Severus did nothing wrong. Why do you persist in tormenting him? James and Sirius lowered their heads, rendered speechless. It was Gary's first encounter with this side of James. Typically, when he erred, he would stubbornly refuse to admit it, which struck Gary as rather amusing. And you? Lily's trembling finger pointed accusingly at Gary. You're just as guilty. Confused, Gary replied. I did nothing. You saw it yourself. I will report this to Professor McGonagall. Potter, Lily said coldly. Your behavior is a disgrace to Gryffindor. Snape appeared somewhat aggrieved, muttering, Potter and Black. I sincerely hope you both manage to think a little more in the future. Otherwise, I doubt you'll graduate from Hogwarts. You sniveling brat. James retorted, irritated. Let us all take a step back, Gary interjected, attempting to mediate. Miss Evans, I implore you not to report this to Professor McGonagall. It is only the first day of school, and if Gryffindor loses too many points, they won't be able to remain in the house. James apologized to Mr. Snape. He continued, not sensing the gravity of the situation, viewing it merely as innocent youthful antics, unnecessary to escalate to Professor McGonagall. Upon reflection, Lily realized that reporting to Professor McGonagall would likely result in a significant deduction of points for Gryffindor. As someone who would be reporting her own house, her standing within the house would surely suffer. Her thoughts aligned with Gary's. There seemed little need for the matter to escalate. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, Severus, what do you think? Snape tightened his grip on the book in his hand, his voice resonating with a hollow tone. I can accept the sincere apologies from Potter and Black. He appeared rather pleased, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I could never apologize to that sniveling fool. Absolutely not. Sirius was fuming. He had done nothing but give Snape a slight shove. But today had already dealt him more than enough misfortune. His mood was already irritable, and Snape's smug expression only fueled his anger further. Gary sensed that James was mocking Snape, deliberately mimicking the pronunciation of sniveling. Sirius chuckled. I sincerely apologize, Severus. He imitated James's inflection. Gary noticed Snape's mouth droop further, fearing that Snape would retaliate, and quickly pulled James and Sirius away from the corridor. The trio intended to visit the restroom on the first floor. Once they had distanced themselves from the crowd and entered the deserted restroom, James erupted into laughter. Did you both see Snape's expression? It was hilarious. Sirius joined in the laughter, finding amusement in Snape's face, which had shifted from pride to fury. Are you two planning to continue troubling Snape? Gary frowned. What else should we do, Gary? James replied with a grin. It's not my style to let grudges go unavenged. Grudge? What animosity do you all harbor? Gary was puzzled. How could a few childish squabbles escalate to such levels of hatred? Come on, you heard Snivellus slandering Gryffindor, didn't you? James waved his hand dismissively. And just look at the way he clings to Lily. It's revolting. Gary then realized that the dynamics between the group were far more complex than mere childish antics. Please, James. Gary felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Just leave Snape alone. There are already enough issues for Sirius to deal with. I'm curious what issues I need to resolve. Gary, Sirius retorted coldly, as if struck a nerve. Indeed, tormenting Snivellus is precisely the issue Sirius intends to tackle. James stated matter-of-factly. Could you be any more immature? Gary was at his wits' end with the childish behavior of his friends. Can you two not act a bit more mature? Sirius, are you really planning to remain at odds with your family? Gary was acutely aware of how obsessive and irrational Mrs. Black could be. He had no expectations of a reconciliation between her and Sirius, merely hoping for a temporary truce. At the very least, Sirius would require the Black family's support for housing and schooling expenses for the next few years. This is none of your concern, Gary. Don't tarnish the good impression you have just made on me, Sirius replied bluntly. Fine, Black. I hope that when you're cast out by the Black family, you don't end up like a stray dog. Gary felt a surge of anger welling up in his chest, wishing he could unleash a curse upon Sirius. Instead of appreciating his concern, Sirius remained ungrateful, prompting Gary to decide to let him be. Stray dog? Sirius tossed his dark hair with a mocking air. How utterly ridiculous. No matter how poorly I fare, it will always be better than your unstable magical prowess. I wonder how much longer your family can afford to keep you supplied. Gary charged forward, delivering a punch to Sirius's eye socket. Sirius, however, was not one to endure blows in silence and promptly shoved Gary to the ground. Hey! James quickly intervened, pulling the two apart. They are friends. This is not the time for such antics. Not anymore, Blake, Gary retorted, rising to his feet. His strength was insufficient. His punch barely fazed Sirius. I'm sorry that our week-long friendship ends here. Baby Gary, still nursing in his mother's embrace, Sirius quipped sarcastically. Gary shot him a glare. He knew he couldn't best Blake, and although his wand sat in his pocket, his knowledge of malevolent curses was limited. Glancing at James, he abandoned the thought and turned to leave the washroom. He made his way to the library on the second floor. It was still morning, and there were few patrons. The librarian, Miss Pants, sat at her desk engrossed in a romance novel. A striking beauty, with rosy cheeks, light brown hair, and a tall, slender figure. She was quite popular among the male students. Upon Gary's entrance, Miss Pants glanced at his face as a matter of routine before allowing him entry. Chapter 21, A Special Talent. After tidying up his plate, just as he was about to leave, Alfrina burst in, breathless. Did you have a quarrel with Sirius? She inquired, taking a seat beside Gary. Yes, Blake is an insufferable fool, Gary replied, seething. James told me he feels quite sorry. Now the two of us have decided to pair up, Al with the fried fish on the table, James with Sirius, and I'll keep you company. So neither of you feels isolated. That's a splendid idea, but I can never reconcile with Blake. He is far too stubborn for my liking, Gary scoffed. Suit yourselves. Alfrina murmured, taking a bite of her food. Gary changed his clothes and lay down. This is so comfortable, he sighed, stretching his legs, bending his knees, and relaxing his heels. The bedding was slightly chilly, causing him to shiver before burrowing deeper, leaving only his head exposed. What time do you think we should get up? Gary asked Howard, tilting his head. It's up to you, Howard replied. Gary picked up his wand from the nightstand, traced a circle in the air, and a silvery clock face materialized. He adjusted the hands to indicate 1:30 p.m. How marvelous, Howard exclaimed, watching in awe. It's nothing, just some simple household spells. When I was young and frequently ill while my parents were busy, I had to experiment with my Child's wand to discover tricks that would make things easier for me. The Child's wand could not cast complex spells. It could only perform simple, nonverbal tricks. Over time, Gary's understanding of household magic deepened, and after acquiring a new wand, he felt as if he had truly found his element. The following week passed swiftly, with no longer a worry about Sirius and family relations. Gary enjoyed a relaxed and pleasant life. It is not uncommon for students to frequent the library to review their studies and complete assignments. In the evenings, discussions about spells often take place with Howard and Alfrina. The topics they deliberate upon tend to be rather elementary, causing Nans and Lucy, being upperclassmen, to typically refrain from participating. Instead, they engage in the study of subjects such as ancient runes and alchemy. Ravenclaw is home to many eccentric individuals, each possessing their unique talents. For instance, Alfrena's roommate, Kinna Evans, initially perceived by Gary as merely a glutton, proves to be an astronomy prodigy. Every Wednesday evening, during astronomy classes, she showcases her skills, accurately predicting weather changes based on celestial phenomena. Following Lucy's suggestion, she launched a new column on the common room bulletin board, providing weather forecasts derived from astronomical observations every Wednesday and Sunday evening. This initiative has garnered great popularity among the upper-class women, most of whom are concerned with their appearance. Such forecasts allow them to choose the appropriate thickness of their robes without the worry of catching a chill. Alfrena and Gary represent another faction within Ravenclaw. They do not specialize in any particular subject, but are diligent learners, exhibiting no significant weaknesses. According to Professor Slughorn, the potions instructor, they lack a certain flair, that distinctive talent that sets one apart. Gary and Sirius seldom cross paths these days. Aside from transfiguration and charms, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw have no overlapping classes throughout their year. Occasionally, when they encounter each other in the corridors, silence prevails, leaving Alfrena and James to engage in awkward small talk. However, James and his friends have found new companions in their two roommates. Remus Lupin, a tall, slender boy with a weary demeanor and a hint of melancholy, has crossed paths with Gary a few times in the library. He possesses a gentle nature and shares a decent rapport with Gary. The other, a shorter lad named Peter Pettigrew, has eyes that always glisten with moisture, revealing his insecurities and timidity, often serving as the target of jest among James's group. Peter seems unfazed, finding contentment in having three friends willing to converse with him. It dawned on Gary that Mrs. Shafiq had traveled to France for a fashion launch, with Caddy tasked to deliver a message across the English Channel. Upon landing, Caddy immediately pecked at Gary's hand insistently. With Howard's assistance, Gary promised to compensate Caddy with 2 large bags of Muggle pet food, which finally appeased the creature. According to Mrs. Shafiq, the familial connection between him and Lucy is quite distant. Gary's father is the 3rd son of the previous Shafiq patriarch, and his elder brother now serves as the current head of the Shafiq family, married to a distant relative of the Shafiq lineage, who happens to be Gary's aunt. The aunt's younger sister, also married to a Shafiq, has a daughter named Lucy Shafiq. This establishes the first layer of their familial hierarchy. If one were to consider the second layer, Lucy Shafiq would be regarded as Gary's niece, as his aunt is of the same generation as him. The complexity of these relations left Gary bewildered. The internal intermarriages within pureblood families are bewildering, and after perusing the entire letter, Gary felt utterly dazed. At last, he was able to address Lucy properly. Otherwise, each encounter in the communal lounge would have left him awkwardly referring to her as Miss Shafiq, making him feel disoriented, as if he had undergone a transformation. Chapter 22. With a flick and a shake, troubles disappear. Now we can take out our wands, Professor Flitwick declared sharply from atop a stool. Over the past fortnight, we have familiarized ourselves with the fundamental theory of spellcasting, the appropriate wand movements, and the precise pronunciation of incantations, all of which must be engraved in our memories, regardless of whether you subsequently employ advanced silent magic or wandless magic, he continued. Straining to see every student, the wand movements and spell pronunciations will remain essential foundations. Now, take out your wands and divide into 2 groups, Professor Flitwick announced loudly. The Gryffindor students erupted into a cacophony of excitement, eager to wield their wands. Try not to form teams solely within your own house. You should learn to interact with students from other houses. Amidst the fervor, the young witches and wizards hastily organized themselves into groups. Lily paired with Gary, while Howard and Blake formed another group, and Al and James faced one another. You go first, Gary urged, producing his Vinewood wand and allowing Lily to take the lead. Leviosa, Lily nodded, directing the tip of her wand at a feather and softly uttering the incantation. The feather gradually began to float, and Lily felt a twinge of anxiety, keeping her wand aimed at the feather, fearful of any misstep. Ultimately, the feather hovered about 2 feet above her head, remaining still. Excellent, Miss Evans. 5 points to Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick applauded. Leviosa. After the feather descended, Gary, wishing to award Ravenclaw a few points as well, mimicked Lily's tone and softly recited the spell. In truth, he didn't require the incantation. Simply envisioning the feather rising would suffice, as his Vinewood wand would cast the spell on its own. However, he had to feign the same effort as everyone else. He had never heard of a wand that could cast spells autonomously, and if the function of this wand were to be revealed and confiscated by the Ministry of Magic, he would be left without a means to channel his magical output. Whenever his magic surged uncontrollably, merely touching the wand would allow the dragon's essence within to continuously draw from his own magical reserves. The wand resembled an insatiable reservoir, and Gary was curious about just how much magic it could endure. After mentally urging the feather to float once more, It obediently ascended, just as before. Well done, Mr. Shafiq. Professor Flitwick beamed, pleased with the swift progress of his students. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Hey, I apologize for the harsh words I spoke earlier. Lily quietly confided to Gary as Professor Flitwick moved to observe the demonstrations from Blake and the others. Gary, still preoccupied with Professor Flitwick's remarks about the flick and shake, failed to grasp her sentiment. Although his wand could cast spells independently, he needed to master the art himself. Leviosa. This time he approached on his own, and the wand offered no resistance. The magic flowed seamlessly from within him into the wand, and the feathers began to flutter gently. Although not as stable as when the wand cast spells autonomously, it was nonetheless commendable. I noticed that Lily appeared somewhat anxious, her crimson locks swaying more vigorously. I regrettably expressed that you were an unwilling accomplice. I was perhaps too hasty in my words. Not at all, Gary chuckled, for he had no lingering ties with Black nor enmity with Snape. Since Lily had come to apologize, he graciously accepted it. He could understand her sentiment. That's wonderful. Lily replied earnestly. Miss Evans, call me Lily, she insisted. You are different from Potter and his self-righteous fools. May I call you Gary? Of course, Gary laughed heartily. Having made a new friend, his spirits soared that week. He penned a letter to his mother, simply stating that he had fully recovered, and included a certificate from Miss Pomfrey, the healer, along with 7 vials of magical stabilizer. He sold the remaining stabilizers to Miss Pomfrey. For many young witches and wizards at Hogwarts faced the risk of magical surges during their rapid growth. Miss Pomfrey had secured funding from Professor Dumbledore to purchase the 10 vials of stabilizers Gary possessed. He also wrote to Mr. Polcasta and Mr. Alan Prince, the healers at St. Mungo's who had aided him in his youth, explaining his situation. He held their kindness in deep appreciation. Gary felt as though he had taken a Felix Felici's potion, as good fortune seemed to cascade upon him. Aside from a heated dispute with Black, Gary's first month at Hogwarts could only be described as perfect. He forged numerous new friendships, and the atmosphere within the house was harmonious, with significant progress in his studies. Howard, Alfrina, Gary, and Corna initially formed a small group. Despite Corna and Gary's initial mutual disdain, they could not resist Howard and Alfrina as persistent entreaties. Chapter 23, Enmity. Lily arrived with Snape, having seen Gary and his friends several times in the library, feeling envious of their camaraderie. She found her companionship with Severus rather dull, for he spoke little and was engrossed in his potions book, whereas Lily was vivacious and relished lively company. Hello, Gary, Lily greeted him warmly. Would you mind including Severus and me? Lily caught Gary's attention, drawing it from the standard spells, level 1 to herself and Snape, then glanced at his companions. I have no say in this. You ought to consult them. Corna, Howard, and Alfrina deliberated briefly. We are not a formal organization, nor do we have any stipulations about joining or not. We simply gather here in the library to study normally, sharing insights every Sunday at 2 o'clock. There are no rigid rules. We are merely a reading group. Alfrina, today adorned with spectacles, her golden curls cascading delicately over her shoulders, exuded a mature elegance. Gary heard Snape emit a restrained scoff, prompting Lily to quickly pull him down to sit beside her. Do you have any subjects you excel in? Hinny inquired of Lily. Aside from charms and transfiguration, the two houses had no overlapping courses, resulting in limited understanding of one another. Well, both Severus and I are quite adept at potions, and we do fairly well in defense against the dark arts, Lily reflected, her hair glimmering a rich auburn under the afternoon sun, radiating charm. Defense against the dark arts? Howard asked innocently. Isn't that just rote learning? The instructor for the defense against the dark arts class, Mr. Mont, was a frail figure, seemingly whisked away by a mere breeze, and typically read directly from the textbook, leaving students unable to practice with their wands. Severus, sitting nearby, huffed louder, clearly disdainful of Howard's remark. However, one could hardly fault Howard. He was new to the magical world and remained largely uninformed. It's not intentional, Severus remarked, prompting Lily to smile reassuringly. Just what? Al coldly retorted. Severus. Hinny expressed her displeasure. I apologize, Lily. We welcome your presence here, but if he must be included. Hinny's freckles near her nose seemed to flare with indignation. Ashamed, Lily tugged Severus away from the library. Severus, could you refrain from insulting others like Potter does? The four could hear Lily's hushed reprimand directed at Severus. Sorry, Howard shrugged, having overestimated Severus's temperament. It's fine, Howard chuckled. I'm just here for the food. Wasn't he wrong? Not at all. Hinny protested, her face flushed as she waved her hands. Being able to eat is a blessing. Indeed, Al nodded. An exceptional talent for dining is humanity's greatest wealth. Her words echoed a famous saying by Rowena Ravenclaw, eliciting laughter from the other 3 Ravenclaw students. From that point on, whenever Gary encountered Lily, he was met with an apologetic smile. However, she and Severus had not returned since. On the few occasions they crossed paths in the library, they were always ensconced in a corner, diligently studying. His potion grades were commendable, and paired with Alfrena's exceptional skills, he consistently achieved excellence in their coursework, rendering him exempt from labor service. Yet, it was all Alfrena's fault. She insisted on slicing daisy roots for a shrinking potion during class, calling it an innovative experiment, nearly causing the cauldron to explode. Professor Slughorn had intervened just in time to save the unfortunate cauldron. Consequently, he was assigned a day of community service, and Slughorn certainly would not suspect his prized pupil, Alfrena, so Gary took the blame for her. In Slughorn's office, he encountered Severus again, who was placing a vial of potion onto Slughorn's bookshelf. "Ah, Mr. Shafiq, you've arrived," Slughorn greeted with a smile. "Before you begin your community service, allow me to introduce you." He pulled the slender Severus forward. "Severus Snape," he boomed with laughter, "my prized pupil, in the same year as you. This is Mr. Gary Shafiq," he continued. "Professor Flitwick has sung your praises to me on several occasions. You are exceptionally talented." Gary extended his hand with a forced smile. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Snape." Snape regarded Slughorn with his hooked nose, then glanced at Gary before extending his right hand. "I too, Mr. Shafiq." Their eyes met, and Gary sensed that Snape was internally berating him. He recognized the reflection of his own expression in Snape's gaze. Snape's eyes were fixated on the copy of Potions book by Zygmunt Bake on Slughorn's bookshelf. The thought of Professor Slughorn ignited a spark of anger in Gary. Recalling Snape's disdain for Howard, he was determined not to allow Snape to prevail. "Alfrena asked me to borrow that Potions book from you, as the one in the library has already been checked out." "Oh, little Al is so eager to learn," Slughorn said, touched. Take it. He stood, tiptoeing with a protruding belly to retrieve the book from the shelf and handed it to Gary. As expected, Snape cast a murderous glare at Gary. He felt certain that, given the opportunity, Snape would unleash a deadly curse upon him. Unfortunately, Snape's magic could not conjure such a formidable spell. 2 hours later, Gary and Snape departed from Slughorn's office. "Another drink?" Slughorn raised a glass of butterbeer, devoid of alcohol. Snape's pale visage flushed with color, nodding in agreement, appearing eager to escape the premises. Chapter 24. Successful Transfiguration. "Very well." Slughorn felt a twinge of regret. "Here, Severus, take this." He produced a handful of daffodil petals from his pocket and pressed them into Snape's hand. "No need for thanks." Gary observed Snape's complexion shift from white to red and then to black, delighting in the spectacle. Slughorn, a man of indulgence, sat in his leather chair, sipping away after Gary and Snape had meticulously cleaned the leaves of the Ariat tree. How could one drink alone without sharing with their students? Slughorn was not one to hoard trivial pleasures. He filled 2 large mugs of non-alcoholic butterbeer, one for Snape and one for Gary. The two were swept along by his enthusiasm, with promises of more drinks and the onset of merry times, eventually consuming the hefty mugs before exiting. "I shall remember you, Shafiq." Once the door closed, Snape reverted to his icy demeanor. He perceived this boy as somewhat sharp-tongued, unlike Potter and Black, who resorted only to fists for resolution. He had no desire to argue with Gary, as winning the dispute would not procure the coveted Potions book. Hundreds of fake bats flitted across the walls and ceiling, while above the hall hung numerous pumpkin-shaped candles, hollowed out to house a flame, with faces carved to evoke a frightful visage. As expected, Howard once again defended his title as Hogwarts' premier gourmand. He had led a group of lower-year Ravenclaw students to empty the kitchen of its crispy treats. The Quidditch season had commenced, an essential diversion amidst the monotony of Hogwarts term. Regardless of gender, children are captivated by this sport. They crave a venue and an activity to release their excess fervor. Gary, on the other hand, harbored a distaste for Quidditch, a sentiment stemming from his frail constitution and acrophobia. Howard, however, had a penchant for competitive sports, albeit more as an observer, relishing the sight of players exerting themselves while he indulged in fries from the stands. He found Quidditch less engaging than football, as the players soared through the sky, testing one's vision. Without a telescope, one could scarcely discern the players' names. Furthermore, the Ravenclaw Quidditch matches were notoriously unremarkable within the entire house. Not a single individual possessed the physical prowess of Potter. This observation echoed Lily's own words. Their participation in Quidditch was primarily for amusement, and after prolonged viewing, one might as well step outside for fresh air. The players lacked skill, yet the Ravenclaw spectators remained forgiving, acutely aware of their team's limitations. A mere assembly of bookworms engaging in a recreational pastime. Perhaps one day they too could take to the skies for a brief respite. The score stood at 360 to 160, with Ravenclaw suffering a disheartening defeat by 200 points. Initially, James, Sirius, Alfredina, and Gary formed a close-knit group. However, following a quarrel on the second day of school, the relationship between Gary and Sirius plummeted to an all-time low. Gary understood that after Blake's hurtful remarks, reconciliation was an impossibility. The quartet was now split into 2 factions, Al and Gary alongside Howard and Kinna and Ravenclaw, while James, Sirius, Lupin, and Peter remained in Gryffindor. Occasionally, when Gary encountered James in the corridors, they would merely nod at one another. James would offer an awkward smile. With time, they had both forged new friendships, causing their previous bond to naturally wane. "Well done, Mr. Shafiq." Professor McGonagall approached Gary's desk and picked up a crystal button resting there. "A splendid Ravenclaw crow," she announced to the class. "Ravenclaw earns 10 points. This marked the highest score boost Gary had achieved for Ravenclaw this semester. Professor McGonagall seldom awarded double-digit points to lower-year students. A proud smile graced his handsome face. Not solely for the points, but also for his first successful transformation of a silver needle into a crystal button, accomplished without the aid of his wand, relying purely on his innate magical ability. The subsequent Ravenclaw crow was intricately carved under his wand's guidance. His physical limitations hindered precise control of magical output, necessitating the use of his vine-wood wand for such delicate work. "Excellent work, Mr. Potter and Mr. Black. Gryffindor earns 5 points." As Professor McGonagall made her way to the back row, she took note of James and Sirius's creations. "Miss Evans and Miss Greengrass, 5 points each." She expressed satisfaction with the results of their practice. The class boasted several students with a natural aptitude for transfiguration. The Gryffindor quartet, Lily, Gary, and Alfredina, demonstrated commendable talent and diligence. Rarely did McGonagall show a smile, but as the semester neared its conclusion, she recognized this group as the most gifted she had ever taught and was inclined to alleviate some of their academic burdens. A number of students erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm significantly heightened by the newly introduced incentives. No one wished to remain cooped up at home, laboring over papers during the Christmas break. Chapter 25. Please stop the fighting. In a week, the full moon would rise, and before Kona lay a star chart, which constituted Howard's Christmas assignment. Was Hogsmeade to be haunted once again? Howard took a bite of his apple pie, savoring the flavor for a moment. Before inscribing a suggestion on the parchment, consider adding half a pint of milk to the apple pie. "I overheard upperclassmen mention that there were no hauntings last year. Could it be that Mr. Ghost has just moved into a new residence?" Gary jested as he wrapped up his charms paper. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Howard felt a thwack to the back of his head, yelping in pain, which drew the attention of all the students in the library. No eating snacks in the library. It was Miss Pants, her once rosy, radiant face now darkened with fury, her eyebrows arched high. "I'm sorry, Miss Pants." Howard quickly apologized, but it was too late. Miss Pants shooed the 4 of them out of the library with her feather duster. "Hey Gary, look ahead." "What are they doing?" Al whispered, lowering his voice. The library was situated on the east side of the castle's 2nd floor, while the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower lay on the west side of the 6th floor. They initially traversed the corridor on the 2nd floor toward the east before ascending the stairs. It was a sunny Sunday afternoon, with most students gathered outside the castle to watch the Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw match, leaving the library and common room the preferred havens for those remaining indoors. Upon hearing Al's remark, the other 3 peered around the corner of the corridor. There, on the 2nd floor, 3 students were engaged in a duel. In fact, it was 2 against 1. From Gary's perspective, the dark-haired boy struck one of his opponents with a swift and fierce spell, sending the latter staggering to the ground. However, he was soon hit by the spell of the other adversary, falling backward, while the first victim managed to grasp his comrade's hand and rise again. "Should we offer assistance?" Kono whispered. They were about 30 meters away and could not clearly discern who was involved, but it was evident that the odds were unfair. "Of course we should help," Al declared, brandishing his wand. "Are we just going to stand by and watch them bully someone?" Al was gradually emerging as the core and leader of their quartet. While Kona and Howard had little to say, and Gary was disinclined to voice any opinions, decisions were predominantly made by Al. "Remember to hold your bags in front of you. They can shield against curses," Gary advised. The 4 of them positioned their backpacks against their chests and abdomen and leaped forth. "Petrificus totalis." Al advanced while casting the spell, but the red light veered off course, striking an armor suit by the corridor, producing a deafening clang. Upon hearing the noise, the 2 duelists glanced over, realizing they were outnumbered, and hastily retreated down the stairs, disappearing at the corridor's end. The 4 pretended to chase for a couple of steps before conceding. When they arrived beside the boy sprawled on the ground, they discovered it was Snape. He now found himself in a most disheveled state. His aquiline nose had been broken, and the blood staining his black robe deepened its hue. A substantial lump protruded from his forehead, and one foot trembled uncontrollably on the ground, a consequence of the vile curse he had previously endured. "How are you?" Kinna inquired with concern while crouching down. Snape shot her a fierce glare, retorting, "None of your business." He pushed aside Kinna's outstretched hand and struggled to rise on his own. As he spoke, he twisted his plump body, his brow furrowed in distress, and imitated Snape's disdainful tone, which prompted Gary to suppress the urge to deliver a sound thrashing to Howard for his insufferable behavior. Snape's face flushed a deep crimson as he retrieved his wand, which had fallen to the ground, and cast a spell to steady his trembling leg before glaring at them and fleeing. Well, Truly a formidable individual who excels beyond mere sustenance, Howard remarked sarcastically. Follow me, Al urged, grasping Gary's arm. What is going on? Gary asked, bewildered, as he tucked his transfiguration essay into his pocket. Al dragged him along at a brisk pace, leading him downstairs. No time for explanations, keep up with me. Al released his grip and bounded down the stairs 2 steps at a time, his short legs covering great distances, which made Gary's heart race with apprehension. It was not until they reached the corridor on the 3rd floor that their pace slowed. Over here, Al panted, her golden hair plastered to her fair face with sweat as she pointed to an abandoned classroom. In truth, Gary had already heard the sounds of a heated argument emanating from within the classroom, even from a distance. When the two entered the room, they found 2 factions glaring at each other from opposite ends, the tension palpable and poised for an imminent clash. This was a grand conflict among children, each standing around 5 feet tall. One side was led by James and his Gryffindor trio, while the other consisted of Snape and 2 burly Slytherin boys. It was dire. Gary and Al's entrance acted as a spark to the fuse, with James charging down from the podium and Snape rushing forward from the back of the classroom. The two engaged in a fierce struggle on the ground, prompting Al to rush in to intervene. Stop. You must cease this at once. She pleaded, please, no more fighting. Yet James and Snape ignored her entreaties, rolling on the floor in a tangle of limbs. This is none of your concern, you insufferable girl, growled one of the burly Slytherins watching the spectacle from the back. Indeed, Alfrina, Blake chimed in, his eyes alight with a fervor akin to a young warrior. This is a battle for men. Men, my foot, Alfrina retorted, watching the 2 boys, each weighing less than 100 pounds and standing barely 5 feet tall, wrestle on the ground. Blake's words rang true, and Gary found himself in agreement. This was a clash between the valiant Gryffindor lions and the cunning Slytherin serpents. Their unleashed energy potent enough to snap a quill in twain. He elongated his words, delivering them with a flourish. The onlookers found Gary's words quite agreeable, their faces adorned with expressions of pride, though a nagging sense of incongruity lingered in the air. Remus Lupin appeared to be the most composed among the group, and he expressed his apologies for any amusement they might have caused. His complexion was pale, and his posture slightly hunched, exuding an air of lethargy. James had merely acted on impulse. Come on now, Gary mercilessly exposed Lupin's facade. James has always been this impulsive. Don't speak as if you possess profound insight into James. Blake frowned in distaste as he regarded him. Gary chose to disregard Blake. Years of experience had taught him that Blake was a contrarian who would argue against you on all fronts, always finding a point of contention. Continuing the debate with him was futile. Let's go, Al. Gary decided he no longer wished to involve himself in this matter. He found James and his companions to be exceedingly immature. I still have my potions essay to write, and it is due the day after tomorrow. I have some questions regarding Toadball that remain unclear to me. However, Al had the urge to reveal the true reason for bringing him here, but at that moment, the scuffle between James and Snape had reached a resolution, with James successfully pinning Snape to the ground, demanding his surrender. Speak, Snape. What were the 3 of you discussing in this classroom just now? A cut had formed on the corner of James's brow, the result of either Snape's strike or the tumble they had taken on the floor. Al swiftly approached and delivered a kick to Snape's waist. Everly Mulciber. Snape cried out in pain, summoning his companions. The 2 Slytherin students had merely been observing the altercation, not out of reluctance to assist, but due to the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side. Seizing the opportunity, Al kicked Snape once more, exclaiming, "How dare you look down on others?" Beside him, Peter joined in, taking advantage of the chaos to step on Snape's feet. Today he had styled his hair into a braid at the back, and his height gave him the appearance of a young girl from behind. He had been seeking an opportunity to retaliate against Snape, particularly irked by Snape's disdainful demeanor, especially after having once aided him without receiving any gratitude. Everly, I suggest you take your companion and leave quickly, Sirius threatened, his expression fierce. It's quite curious. Wasn't he at you 2 who previously looked down on half-bloods? How is it you now associate with a filthy half-blood? Snape was undoubtedly of mixed blood, and Gary had never heard of a pure-blood family bearing the surname Snape. After a moment of deliberation, Everly and Mulciber realized that if they did not flee now, they might miss their chance. The 2 hastily opened the classroom door and dashed away. Now you are all alone, filthy half-blood, James said, wiping the blood from the corner of his eye. Now tell us, Mr. Snape, Remus gently inquired, what were you discussing just before we entered the classroom? Snape remained tight-lipped. Afraid to admit it? James, exasperated, replied with a sardonic laugh. Fine, if you won't speak, I shall speak for you. You and those 2 imbeciles were plotting to teach that chubby fellow Howard White a lesson, weren't you? James gripped Snape's robes, shaking him vigorously. Snape remained silent. What else? I only overheard half of it before I barged in, James fumed. You Slytherins are still conspiring to punish the Muggle-borns at Hogwarts, aren't you? Snape's reaction suddenly intensified. He struggled to break free from James's grasp, but alas, he failed. as Peter held down his legs. No, Snape exclaimed, I did not. They chose to do this themselves. Having only been in Slytherin for 3 months, Sirius spoke with a hint of disdain. You are quickly becoming indoctrinated by the pure-blood rhetoric of those lunatics. I did not. Snape cried out, his voice hoarse, his eyes widening in a display of his inner fury. I truly never said that. Yet, no one trusted him. Those present regarded Snape as a bigot. Suddenly, James drew his wand and shouted at Snape, Tarantaligra. Snape's legs began to move uncontrollably, twitching wildly, startling Peter beside him. You little toad, James warned. If you dare to lay a hand on them, I will not let you off lightly. The 6 of them planned to leave. And before departing, I'll kick Snape once more. Being a Muggle-born, she too was a target for that group of Slytherins. Had she and James not overheard their conspiracy, she could only imagine what fate awaited her. She abhorred ungratefulness, regretting her earlier decision to assist him. Sirius stepped over Snape, casting a scornful glance down at him. Gary drew out his wand, observing Snape's convulsing legs on the floor. This is merely a trivial punishment, Snape, Petrificus totalis. He watched as Snape lay motionless like a statue, then confidently exited the classroom, shutting the door behind him. You just locked him in there? Peter asked, a hint of fear in his voice. It's fine. Once the petrification spell wears off, he can walk out on his own, Gary replied nonchalantly. Gary, does this count as a significant favor for you? James inquired excitedly as they made their way to the Great Hall. Indeed, James. Thank goodness you overheard their plot. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire, Gary mused, recalling Howard's appearance with a shudder. What torment would that bumbling little chub endure if he fell into their hands? What if Snape seeks revenge on us? Peter timidly asked, lifting his big, watery eyes to James, his beautiful gaze filled with apprehension. Fear not. We are many, Sirius reassured, placing a comforting hand on Peter's shoulder. Indeed, Gary Owl, James said solemnly, we must band together and remain vigilant against Slytherin's actions. Chapter 27, The House Elf, Hoenn. Let's not forget, if you 4 act alone, you are easily vulnerable to their schemes, James warned, his concern well-founded. They had arrived at the Great Hall, where students from all 4 houses were gathered at long tables for dinner. The 6 took their seats at the end of the Gryffindor table, forming a circle. If we 8 act together, they will not dare to trouble us, Remus suggested. However, our 2 houses do not share many classes. It is nearly impossible to act in unison, Al replied, furrowing her brow. I share your sentiments, Jam, Gary remarked. The 4 of us often congregate. We merely need to remain vigilant. Let them be, Blake retorted, somewhat petulantly. If anything goes awry, they should not come crying to us. The 6 parted ways in discontent, with Gary and Al choosing to distance themselves from the Gryffindor quartet, believing their abilities were sufficient to safeguard their companions. We must ensure at least 2 individuals act in concert. Kinna and I will pair up, while Gary and Howard will do the same to guarantee everyone's safety. Al assumed the role of leader, emphasizing the importance of the meeting's spirit. What troubles you? Gary, weary from a night spent completing his potion essay, spoke with a voice tinged with fatigue. I am utterly famished. Howard lamented, tossing and turning in bed. The workload has been overwhelming, depleting my provisions. With Anna absent, I feel so pitifully weak and helpless. His corpulent form rolled about the bed. Howard typically procured a substantial amount of food from the Hogwarts kitchen, enlisting the house elf Anna to use preservation charms to safeguard his stash in a drawer. Such provisions proved invaluable during nights of excessive assignments. Now, however, Howard's drawer stood ajar, revealing only 2 pieces of nougat. Let us endure this evening. We can venture to the kitchen tomorrow. Gary, fatigued and reticent, felt uneasy about Howard venturing alone to the lower levels, which were perilously close to the Slytherin common room. Please no, Howard gasped dramatically. Without my apple pie, I cannot complete my essay. Accompany me, Gary, and I shall share half of my pie with you. Observing Howard's relentless persistence, Gary sighed in resignation, grasping his wand. Upon seeing this, Howard gleefully sprang up, causing the bed to creak under his weight. It was Saturday, and the common room was still bustling with students at 10 in the evening. Lucy was present, engrossed in a tome titled Advanced Transfiguration. Surprised by Gary and Howard's departure, she inquired, You're going out at such a late hour? Since Dumbledore's ascendance to headmaster, Hogwarts had abolished weekend curfews. The 2 departed the tower and hurried down the stairs, encountering several adventurous Gryffindors along the way. Here we are, the kitchen, Howard announced as they reached the lower level. The atmosphere shifted to a dim, eerie ambience. Unlike Gryffindor, Slytherin and Hufflepuff students preferred to remain cozily entertained within their common rooms. They traversed the expansive stone corridor, arriving at the corner leading to the Hufflepuff common room. Howard halted before a painting depicting a silver bowl brimming with fruits. Is this the spot? Gary, curious as he had never visited the Hogwarts kitchen, inquired. Howard nodded, extending his plump hand to tickle the pear, which erupted in a fit of laughter before transforming into a sizable green handle. Wow, Gary exclaimed, marveling like a young prince. Howard grasped the green handle and swung the painting open, ushering Gary inside. The kitchen boasts a spacious interior, adorned with 4 long tables akin to those in the hall above. At 10 o'clock at night, only a few diminutive sprites armed with mops and brooms busily tidied up. "Oh dear Mr. White," one sprite exclaimed upon noticing the two, abandoning its broom to scurry over. "It's been quite a while. How may I assist you?" This sprite was lean and petite, with enormous bat-like ears, bulging eyes the size of tennis balls, and a long, flat nose. It executed a deep bow, its torso bending until its lengthy nose nearly touched the ground. "I require an apple pie," Howard instructed. The sprite glanced around hesitantly and replied, "I apologize, Mr. White, but all the apple pies for today have been consumed, and we are out of ingredients. It's all Hone's fault. He was unable to fulfill your request." The sprite then dashed to the wall, repeatedly banging its large head against it. Hey, stop that," Howard and Gary exclaimed in alarm. "Hone, I'm not blaming you," Howard quickly clarified, fearing for the sprite's safety. At last, the sprite ceased its self-inflicted torment, turning to reveal a sizable bruise forming on its forehead. The other sprite, indifferent to Hone's plight, continued to move quietly with its mop toward the far end of the kitchen. "Look what Hone has discovered." Hone, standing about a meter tall, spotted a hidden apple pie beneath the kitchen counter. It shouted with excitement, brandishing the pie as it rushed toward Howard. Hone had not disappointed Mr. White. It had succeeded. Feeling the pie's coolness, Hone carried it to the countertop, snapped its fingers, and sparks ignited on the stove. It placed the pie in the pan to warm it up. "Thank you so very much, Hone," Howard expressed sincerely as he accepted the steaming apple pie, his stomach growling with hunger. Don't mention it, Hone exclaimed, uncontrollably darting once more toward the wall. "Stop, Hone," Howard reacted swiftly, saving the sprite from a fate of self-inflicted injury. 2 minutes later, Howard, clutching a bag containing the apple pie, was escorted out of the kitchen by the teary-eyed house sprite, Hone, along with Gary. As they ascended to the 4th floor, they encountered a white-haired figure leisurely making its way up the stairs. The scene felt somewhat eerie. The portraits lining the staircase had all succumbed to slumber, leaving only the 3 of them in the dimly lit corridor. The golden light cast a glow upon the white-haired individual, whose hair cascaded down to their waist, motionless. Chapter 28, Xenophilius Lovegood. The white-haired figure appeared to float up the stairs, their hair undisturbed, while their upper body remained upright, yet they continued to ascend. Gary and Howard steeled themselves to advance, for this was the only path to the Ravenclaw Tower. With food in hand, Howard, undaunted by any lurking phantoms, protectively cradled the apple pie as he boldly stepped onto the staircase. Gary felt an overwhelming sense of security trailing behind Howard, whose imposing figure rendered Gary unable to see anything beyond him, including the elderly gentleman ahead. With purposeful strides, the pair swiftly caught up to the slowly moving old man. As the 3 crossed paths, Gary exhaled in relief. The old man was a student. He appeared slightly cross-eyed, looking rather dazed, and his robe bore an embroidered raven against a backdrop of deep blue and black. He hailed from Ravenclaw. "Hello," the old man greeted them. Yet his gaze drifted past them, his vacant eyes staring into the distance. "Good day," Howard replied, patting his belly. "I am Howard White, and this is Gary Shafiq." "Oh, I am in search of the bubble snail," he responded, his voice ethereal and soft, as though it might dissipate into the air at any moment. "I am Xenophilius Lovegood, a 3rd year from Ravenclaw." Howard and Gary had heard upperclassmen mention this name before, often associating it with eccentric behaviors and odd mannerisms. To students from the other 3 houses, Ravenclaw students were already considered peculiar, and Lovegood was regarded as exceptionally so among them. Pardon me," Howard said, unable to comprehend Lovegood's words. "What did you say?" "The bubble snail," Lovegood clarified. "It is a creature that resides in water and emits rainbow-colored bubbles from its mouth. I intend to sneak into the washroom tonight to catch a glimpse." Gary and Howard exchanged awkward smiles, having never heard of such a creature, and could only nod in agreement. "What is that?" Fortunately, Lovegood swiftly shifted the topic, directing his attention to the apple pie cradled in Howard's arms. Howard instinctively tightened his grip on the food. "Just a pie. An apple pie?" Lovegood's nostrils flared with curiosity. "Indeed," Howard replied warily, feeling as though Lovegood's gaze was fixated on the delectable treat. "But this is my supper for tonight." "Something seems amiss," Lovegood interrupted, scrutinizing Howard. "What?" Gary asked, perplexed. "It is hiccup potion," Lovegood asserted with conviction. Howard and Gary exchanged glances, each pulling out the pie to sniff it. Gary merely offered a perfunctory whiff, while Howard brought his nose close to the edge, wrinkling it, and inhaling deeply. "There is something mixed in," he declared, a serious expression adorning his round face, which appeared even more pronounced due to its size. Beneath the sacred flavor of the apple pie lay a hint of bitterness. "Well, I cannot say for certain," Lovegood remarked, his silvery eyes fixating on Howard, making him feel a chill. "However, even if ingested by mistake, it would not pose much danger. You would merely have to spend a month in the hospital wing." A month? Howard was taken aback. In the realm of magic, the duration of hospitalization for ailments such as fractures or fevers rarely exceeded a week. A month suggested something far more severe. There is no effective remedy for hiccup potion. Lovegood continued at a leisurely pace. You would only continue to hiccup with no other repercussions. Certainly, one can choose not to be hospitalized. However, during your classes, you will undoubtedly become the center of attention. If you doubt my words, we can conduct an experiment. He turned and continued up the stairs towards the Ollery. And you shall see if I speak the truth. The three ascended to the 8th floor, and at the corridor leading to the Ravenclaw Tower on the 6th floor, they encountered James, who was pacing anxiously. Wonderful, Gary, he exclaimed upon seeing the trio. I wanted to find you in your common room. But your female student council president informed me that you two were out. What is the matter, James? Gary inquired, sensing a growing unease at his frantic demeanor. I wish to alert you. James glanced at the expressionless Lovegood standing nearby and pulled Gary aside into a corner. He refrained from inviting Howard over, for doing so would reveal to Lovegood that the three were engaged in a serious discussion. By only bringing Gary along, Lovegood would not feel isolated while still allowing James to convey the necessary information. James exhibited a remarkable finesse in handling same-sex relationships, barring the exception of the snotty. I have heard that Snape is prepared to retaliate, James said with an air of mystery. Heard? From whom? Gary asked, furrowing his brow. Is your mind filled with nonsense? Avery and Snape are allies. Does he truly inform you of his intentions to take vengeance upon us? Oh, come now, James explained. Avery and I previously discussed that the snotty sought refuge with them. You know how those of such character and lineage fare poorly in Slytherin. He has been bullied for months and finally came to his senses, seeking Avery's assistance. Gary chuckled lightly, increasingly looking down upon Snape. Snape told Avery that he intends to restore the glory of pure blood at Hogwarts, planning to teach the Muggleborn a lesson, starting with that obnoxious Ravenclaw chubby boy. James organized his thoughts and continued. This afternoon, they learned of the existing discord between Snape and Howard, feeling deceived, and thus decided not to protect Snape any longer. After a lengthy explanation, James finally clarified the situation. Lovegood mentioned that the apple pie had been laced with hiccup potion. Gary pointed to the bag cradled in Howard's arms. Is this Snape's revenge? James laughed. He intends for Howard to hiccup to amuse everyone? Chapter 29, The Ollery. The four arrived at the Ollery, where numerous owls were confined within cages. These creatures were the property of wizards, who dared not disturb them, planning instead to experiment with those belonging to Hogwarts. Soon, they discovered a solitary brown owl in the dimly lit Ollery. With its head tilted curiously, its plump, round face was etched with innocence and bewilderment. Who? It extended one leg towards them, eagerly flapping its wings, eager to participate. Is this truly right? Howard gazed at the adorable owl, feeling a twinge of guilt. I shall do it, James volunteered, tearing a piece from the apple pie. Here, you haven't had dinner, have you? James grinned widely, enticing the owl. Success. He joyfully waved his hand. The owl snapped its beak and swiftly devoured the slice of apple pie, then extended its leg. What does that mean? Howard was perplexed. After eating, it was asking for a message? Just before we fed it, it had extended a leg, Gary speculated, suggesting that we had instilled a subconscious expectation of food. This time, its leg extension must signify a request for more sustenance. Oh, Howard tore off another piece of pie and offered it to the owl. Lovegood observed the owl's enclosure, occasionally glancing at the top of the shelter, and Gary sensed he was searching for some peculiar creature again. Mr. Lovegood, Gary softly called. We've already fed the owl 2 pieces of pie. Only then did he approach, playfully engaging with the owl. How adorable. Lovegood stroked the owl much like one would pet a cat, and the owl contentedly narrowed its eyes. Suddenly, the owl shuddered, its beak slightly opening, producing a sound reminiscent of a human hiccup. Its eyes widened in surprise, its feathers bristled, and it turned its head 270 degrees, seemingly scanning for the culprit. It trembled again, then lowered its body, resigning itself. Poor thing, Howard sincerely remarked, observing how the owl's body quivered beneath its feathers. We can't let it hiccup for an entire month, can we? You could adopt it, Gary suggested, noting that Howard had no pets. Then I'll visit Mr. Pringle tomorrow morning. Howard said, bringing his plump face close to the owl. Look how perfectly we match. Just remember not to run away. I'll come to fetch you in the morning. The owl tucked its head beneath its wing, as the hiccuping sound was rather loud. Thank you, Mr. Lovegood. While Howard communicated with the owl, Gary and James conversed with Lovegood nearby. If it weren't for you, Howard would certainly be in trouble. What trouble? James inquired. Intrigued for the first time by such a notion, his curiosity as a Gryffindor piqued. Gary attempted to halt James's inquiries, but was too late. Slapping his thigh in regret, knowing Lovegood was about to embark on another lesson. The botfly, your eyes cannot perceive it. It can fly into people's ears and disorient their minds, Lovegood stated earnestly. James quickly grasped the bizarre nature of the creature, but before he could respond, Gary pulled him away. Lovegood watched as the three descended the spiral staircase, nodding pensively. Strange, he muttered, shaking his head as he departed the owl enclosure. I advise you to let it out to forage, Gary suggested. Otherwise, its hiccups will prevent us both from sleeping. Howard, ever obedient in this regard, carefully placed the owl, Julie, by the window. With a resounding hiccup, she squinted her eyes and flapped her wings, flying away into the night. Some individuals, upon first glance, emanate an air of peculiarity. Some conceal their entire faces beneath headscarves, revealing only their eyes, while others exude a nauseating amalgam of potion scents. Many young wizards hesitate to enter their designated compartments. Al and Gary exchanged anxious glances, their plans to seek out Snape on the train now thwarted. After establishing a framework, they resolved that Gary would gather evidence while Al would be responsible for drafting and refining the paper. As twilight descended, the Hogwarts Express arrived at King's Cross Station, where wizards hurriedly disembarked, grappling with their luggage. The Shafiq couple awaited them at the exit. Gary and his companions waved their farewells. Mr. Shafiq took Gary by one hand and Mrs. Shafiq by the other, and with a swift turn, the space before Gary warped and tore, and with a crack, they vanished from the station. In the next moment, Gary found himself standing on the carpet of his home in Godric's Hollow. It's been a while, Dad, Gary said, gazing up at Mr. Shafiq. Mr. Shafiq, with his flowing black hair and towering stature of 6 feet 2 inches, exuded an imposing yet reassuring presence, his face perpetually adorned with a smile. Chapter 30, On Sea. Gary had not seen his father for a year, and at this moment, he increasingly perceived Mr. Shafiq as resembling a grown-up Sirius Black. Indeed, it's fortunate that young Gary has recovered. Otherwise, his father would still be in Africa, surveilling those dark wizards. Mr. Shafiq lifted Gary into his arms, laughing heartily as he planted a kiss on his cheek. Mrs. Shafiq, with a gentle smile gracing her lovely face, went to the kitchen to pour 3 glasses of water before beckoning her husband and child to sit on the sofa. Now, Gary, do share with us how your ailment has improved, Mr. Shafiq inquired, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. He set Gary down on the sofa and began to weave the tale he had long prepared. He attributed everything to Hogwarts Castle, which possessed a remarkably powerful magnetic field capable of disrupting all electronic devices and communication systems. This magnetic field was indeed real, designed to protect Hogwarts from detection. Gary had fabricated a new function for this field, stabilizing magical energy. This notion was not entirely unfounded. From Howard, Gary learned that a crucial statement when recruiting Muggle-born wizards was that young witches and wizards experience extreme instability in their magical abilities. If they did not attend Hogwarts to acquire knowledge of magic, they could face dire consequences, such as magical surges. Gary was an extreme manifestation of this magical surge syndrome. For instance, the normal threshold for a young wizardess magic is around 1030. When magic levels fall below or exceed this value, the body responds with stress reactions, leading to unconsciousness or magical surges to replenish or release magical energy. Gary's magical threshold, however, hovers around 550. When his magic dips too low, his body generates an excessive amount of new magic, far surpassing the limit of 50, resulting in a subsequent magical surge, depleting his magic once more, thus perpetuating a cyclical pattern. Gary was perplexed by how Hogwarts managed to control the magical powers of young witches and wizards. Despite Hogwarts claiming they could assist these children in mastering their abilities, Gary also affirmed that it possessed such a capability, regardless of its veracity. It now indeed had this function. Mr. Shafiq inhaled sharply, turning to his wife and inquiring whether Hogwarts Castle had such an effect. Mrs. Shafiq, her lips slightly parted in astonishment, shook her head, indicating her ignorance on the matter. Gary mused that they hailed from pureblood families, who would pay heed to such news unless they made a special effort to inquire. Euphemia was the name of Mrs. Potter. She was indifferent to how Gary's ailment had been cured. As long as the outcome was as she wished, the process mattered little to her. Much like before, when she had exhausted her wealth for Gary's treatment, she was unconcerned with the arduous journey. As long as her child's health was restored, she felt immense joy. The family toiled in the kitchen for half an hour before finally presenting a steaming dinner on the table. Gary recalled that the key was still nestled within the compartment of his suitcase. He had previously deposited a considerable sum into the family vault, though fortunately, the amount was not excessive, and he could manage to account for it. The key is in my suitcase. You may have inadvertently left it inside, Gary remarked. I sold off the surplus magical stabilizers and deposited the funds into the vault. Thankfully, he had not stored all his money in Gringotts. The funds from the sale to Miss Pomfrey remained in his possession. Early the next morning, Mrs. Shafiq roused Gary from slumber. Wake up. You can sleep on the way to the carriage. Her gentle voice acted like a lullaby, lulling Gary back to sleep. His eyes fluttered open halfway before they closed again. Hurry up, she urged, giving him a firm tap through the covers. The sudden pain dispelled his drowsiness, and he rubbed his eyes. Rising to find the world still enveloped in darkness, the moon hanging low in the sky visible through the window. 10 minutes later, the Shafiq family gathered around the breakfast table on the ground floor. Mrs. Shafiq had prepared only bread and milk, a rather monotonous fare. Mr. Shafiq, half asleep, and Mrs. Shafiq, brimming with excitement, hastily finished their breakfast and grabbed their luggage before stepping outside. They were to convene at James's house, where Mr. Potter had expended a significant amount of galleons to request a transnational key from the Ministry of Magic, allowing direct access to the Southern Alps of France. Hold on tight, everyone. This time, the key was a tattered leather glove. The 6 of them formed a circle, and Gary barely grasped a corner of the glove. The glove emanated a blue glow, and Gary felt a hook tugging sharply at his navel, lifting him upward as the scenery around them began to transform at an astonishing pace. Gary's eyes could no longer capture the entirety of the landscape. He could only see James beside him, maintaining the same distance. They soared into the air, the powerful sensation of weightlessness enveloping Gary as the frigid winter morning air, laden with moisture, struck his face. After what felt like an eternity, they finally landed. As Gary's feet touched the ground, his legs felt weak, as if the experience was unreal. Looking down, he discovered he was standing on a blanket of snow. At 6:32, from the picturesque Godric's Hollow in England, we welcome you to the charming town of Annecy in France. A languid voice, heavily accented in English, reached Gary's ears, startling him to turn around. Amidst the snow-covered landscape, a gleaming light pierced through the morning mist, catching his eye. It was a balding gentleman who yawned broadly, scribbling on a piece of parchment with a nearly bald quill. Hurry along, the next group of visitors is arriving, he waved lazily. The 6 swiftly packed their belongings and set off, but merely a few meters away, a loud thud echoed from behind them. At 6:34, from the magical United States, we welcome you to Annecy. A group of witches and wizards, varying in skin tones and clad in robes, began to rise from the ground. Gary, get in the car, Mrs. Shafiq called to him, and to his surprise, a muggle pickup truck was parked at the roadside. 4 adults occupied the vehicle, while James and Gary sat in the back with their luggage. The truck having been enchanted to retain warmth against the bitter cold. Mr. Potter started the engine, and the 6 of them set forth towards the majestic peaks of the Alps. Chapter 31, The Chaotic Hogwarts Express. After a bumpy journey, they finally arrived at a hotel in the quaint town of Annecy at 7 o'clock in the morning, where they checked in. Mrs. Potter and Mrs. Shafiq conferred and decided to let everyone rest for the morning, planning to explore the town in the afternoon. The Shafiqs and the Potters each took a room, while James and Gary shared one. As soon as James entered the room, he threw himself onto the bed, his black-framed glasses still perched on his nose. And within 2 minutes, he was fast asleep. Gary, already weary, succumbed to slumber shortly thereafter, lulled by James's peaceful breathing. Over the next 5 days, they explored the enchanting surroundings of Annecy, with its pristine lake and stunning island captivating their hearts. It must be said, the Potter family truly knows how to enjoy themselves. James likely inherited this trait from his father, Flemmont Potter. The middle-aged man, despite his years, enchanted his snowboard with a powerful floating spell, achieving a semblance of flying akin to a broomstick. James glided down steep slopes, soaring into the air and performing acrobatic feats. Unwitting muggles mistook him for a figure skater, and the compliments he received greatly fed his vanity, eliciting a goofy expression reminiscent of when he beheld Lily. The following morning, Gary's first act upon waking was to unwrap the gifts tucked beneath his bed. James gifted him a set of automatic igniters for effortless ignition, while Corna presented a set of pure gold gobstones. Howard bestowed upon him a copy of The Count of Monte Cristo, and Al offered his notes from the previous term's potions class, encouraging Gary to study diligently. The Shafiqs gifted Gary a professional wand care kit, complete with ointments, brushes, and all essentials, perhaps the finest Christmas gift he received that year. He cherished his vinewood wand, and the wand care kit was perfectly suited to his tastes. During the remaining 2 weeks of holiday, Gary, alongside his parents, also visited the Potter and Bones families, among other wizarding households residing in Godric's Hollow, gathering a wealth of information regarding the Hogwarts Express. I, at that moment, had become separated from my family at the platform and missed the Hogwarts Express, yet fortuitously encountered the kind Mr. Scamander, who escorted me to Professor Dumbledore's office. The platform was inundated with unrelated individuals, many of whom were wizards without children attending school, merely there to observe the spectacle. Their identities were ambiguous, rendering the atmosphere rather precarious in my view. This is a grievance expressed by Andre Nate, an employee of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Over the span of 2 weeks, Gary compiled more than 10 interviews, which contained considerable criticism regarding the operations of the Hogwarts Express. The Shafiq couple observed this with a sense of satisfaction. However, James, who was determined to cause chaos in Godric's Hollow, felt less than pleased. His mother would grumble every evening at dinner about Gary's latest escapades, casting disdainful glances in his direction, which vexed him immensely. Emerging from the alley, they merged into the throng of people, flowing towards the station. Gary, James. From afar, they heard Alfrena's voice calling out. The two bid farewell to Mr. Shafiq, grasping their luggage as they followed the sound. On the second-floor platform of the station, they found Al, who was sharing a bag of chips with Howard. As they made their way to Platform 9, they exchanged tales of their holiday experiences. Howard had traveled to Northern Europe with his parents, while Al remained in London, her parents preoccupied with work. Nonetheless, Al felt a twinge of envy towards her friends, remarking, "I have nearly finished organizing the outline and introduction of my paper." Mostly negative feedback, though, she added, skimming through the comments. Indeed, the majority had raised complaints regarding the irregular management of the Hogwarts Express. Gary stepped aside, creating an opening in the wall leading to the platform. Quickly now, Howard, round and plump, ducked into the platform, followed by Al, and finally, seizing the moment when no one was watching, Gary slipped in as well. Upon finding an empty compartment on the Hogwarts Express, they had scarcely settled when the train commenced its journey. Gary ventured out for a brief exploration and discovered Kona, who was nestled at the rear of the train, sketching herb identification illustrations. "Haven't finished your homework?" he teased. Kona glanced at him but continued her work, meticulously outlining the Christmas cactus. Al noted that her eyes appeared somewhat reddened. "We've all been waiting for you in the compartment," Gary urged. "Hurry up. Al must have completed her assignments." During the holiday, Al had traveled to South America with her mother, indulging in such merriment that she and T managed to complete her homework. As she boarded, she sought a quiet compartment to diligently catch up on her work. However, just as the train set off, a group of adult wizards heading to Hogsmeade squeezed in, taking advantage of her petite stature to bully her out of the compartment. Thus, when Gary found her, she was squatting in the corridor, tearily sketching her herb illustrations. Chapter 32, Resolution of the Hogwarts Express Issues. The Hogwarts Express of the 1970s was in utter disarray. For reasons of safety, Gary and his companions refrained from confronting the group of wizards, instead resolutely determined to convey their paper to Headmaster Dumbledore. Cora spent the entire day diligently completing her assignments, borrowing the work of her peers to synthesize their ideas into her own. At long last, the train arrived at its destination, and a throng of young wizards disembarked onto a rough, muddy path, where approximately 100 carriages awaited them. These vehicles resembled medieval carts, albeit without horses. An odor of mildew and straw permeated the interiors. After the four boarded the same carriage and closed the door, the vehicle jolted into motion. They were so occupied that they had no time to seek trouble with Snape, who was often seen in the company of a group of Slytherins. Devoid of Avery and Moldy, this was the life first years ought to relish. At 8 o'clock on Friday evening in the library, Howard had completed all his weekend assignments. After setting down his quill, he stretched languidly and contentedly closed his eyes. "Do you think this is acceptable?" Al, seated across from Gary, pushed a few pages of parchment toward him. Gary glanced at the title, which addressed the safety concerns of the Hogwarts Express. A brief perusal revealed that, in his estimation, it was quite well written, with substantial content, robust arguments, and clear logic. Ravenclaw had only one Quidditch match remaining this season, facing Hufflepuff. Both teams had suffered defeats in their previous two encounters, making this match a battle for dignity. After 2 hours of fierce competition, Hufflepuff Seeker brought the game to a close, winning with a staggering score of 200-20. Howard and Cora had intended to cheer for their team during what they thought would be the final match, only to be met with yet another disheartening loss. The ever-spirited Gryffindors even composed a rhyme about it. Ravenclaw's matches are hardly worth watching. Upon waking, another defeat awaits. This infuriated the Ravenclaw students. Yet they felt powerless against Gryffindor, who, like Slytherin, had yet to taste defeat. The school had scheduled the rivalry between these two houses for after the final exams, aiming to orchestrate a spectacular showdown. After 2 days of diligent work, Al and Gary finally completed their tasks. On Sunday evening, Alfrena meticulously transcribed the paper in the common room using a quill. The final document comprised 17 pages of content, with appendices that included all of Gary's interview materials. He enlisted Miss Lucy to magically bind the parchment. On Monday morning, Al presented the hefty stack of parchment to the faculty table in the Great Hall. "What is this?" Professor Flitwick inquired, noticing Al place the parchment on Dumbledore's dining table. Just then, Dumbledore, having just popped a muggle fruit hard candy into his mouth, wore a look of contentment. Upon hearing Alfrena's question, he was taken aback and quickly flipped through the paper, scanning its contents with keen interest. "The issues you have raised seem rather grave," he stated solemnly, assuring that he would conduct a thorough investigation. He carefully stored away the paper and first glanced at Alfrena, then at Gary, who was seated at the far end of the Ravenclaw table, before rising from the teacher's dais. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Platform 9 3/4, a ticket checkpoint was established with 2 ticket inspectors, implementing a 1 ticket per person policy. The tickets, developed by the Ministry of Magic, bore anti-counterfeiting marks, and the ticketing system was enforced only during specific times when young wizards commenced or concluded their holidays, requiring minimal manpower while effectively ensuring the safety of the students. 50 sickles, a reward earned through the diligent efforts of Gary and Al over half a semester, resulted in Ravenclaw's Sapphires swiftly surpassing Slytherin in the rankings, much to Professor Flitwick's delight. As classes neared their end and examinations had yet to commence, this moment was the most relaxed for Hogwarts students, allowing them to explore their interests and pursue their desires. The four from Ravenclaw were intent on finding Snape to teach him a lesson. 5 months had passed since he had slipped hiccup potion into an apple pie, yet Howard, known for his grudges, had not forgotten. The opportunity to enact their revenge was severely limited, as the path from the Great Hall to the Slytherin Common Room was frequented by numerous Hufflepuff students, complicating their plans. Unlike Howard, who had a penchant for food, Snape was not easily tempted, rendering the idea of poisoning his food impractical. "Doesn't he fancy potions?" Hinny mused, biting the end of her quill. Her gaze fixed on a potion ingredient practice sheet, one Lucy had provided, which was immensely helpful for their potion studies. Chapter 33, The Retaliation Plan. She cast a glance at Miss Pants, who was registering books at the library entrance, before popping a piece of pudding into her mouth and jotting down her thoughts on parchment. "Could we perhaps emulate his tactics and apply a potion?" Hinny suggested. "Snape is a master of potions, not a fool. He would undoubtedly discern any tampering." I'll swiftly dismissed the notion. Even Howard could smell something amiss. Howard felt an unsettling sensation, but was at a loss for words. "What shall we do, then?" Hinny queried, somewhat disheartened. "We cannot simply let him off the hook like this. Don't you think we resemble those Gryffindor troublemakers a bit too much right now?" Gary interjected. "We cannot resort to every conceivable method for revenge. Wasn't it true that Howard didn't consume that apple pie laced with hiccup potion? That was an attempted crime." A.L.'s expression darkened, his brows furrowing as he leaned closer to Gary. "That does not excuse us from letting him off. Do we have any means to retaliate against him at present?" Gary raised his hands in exasperation, leaving the trio momentarily speechless. Given the current circumstances, it appeared they had no opportunity to avenge themselves upon Snape. To Gary's surprise, an opportunity soon presented itself, as Snape almost seemed to deliver himself into their hands. "Could you do me a favor?" On a Sunday in early May, the four friends continued their routine of heading from the tower to the library for study and discussion. To their surprise, they encountered Lily, who was anxiously standing in the corridor on the second floor, glancing around in hope. Upon seeing the four of them, she breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly approached Severus. Lily wore a generous smile as she addressed the group. Severus was struck by a prank item left in the corridor by an unknown culprit, and he needs to visit Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, she explained. "Professor McGonagall has asked me to go to her office, so I cannot accompany him. I can manage on my own," Severus protested, covering his head in dissatisfaction. His head shaking as he spoke. A thick, yellowish, sticky liquid was oozing from the top of his head, and even from a distance, an unpleasant stench could be detected. "Severus," Lily exclaimed in frustration. "Look at you, swaying like that. How can I be at ease?" She turned to him with a gentle expression and asked, "Is that all right?" Yes, of course." Howard chuckled, a myriad of wrinkles forming on his smiling face. Who would have thought that Lily would come to Severus's aid? Helping a fellow student is a noble virtue. Alfrina grinned like a cunning fox. "Very well, Severus, we shall take care of you." Lily waved her hand and, with her bag slung over her shoulder, made her way toward Professor McGonagall's office. "Come along, Mr. Snape." Corna couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Severus frowned and asked, his vigilance piqued. "Nothing. It's just that your appearance is rather amusing." Corna covered her mouth, her eyes fixed on the top of Severus's head as she struggled to suppress her laughter. Instinctively, Severus reached for his head, glaring at the four of them. "All right, I can go to the hospital wing by myself. You need not trouble yourselves." 5 months prior, he had added a hiccup potion to an apple pie, and although the expressions of the four did not seem to suggest any treachery, he remained uneasy. "That won't do." Alfrina disagreed. "Lily entrusted you to us. How could we possibly let you go alone?" Their enthusiasm successfully dispelled Severus's concerns, especially in light of Lily's request. The four of them firmly escorted Severus to the hospital wing. "What happened?" Madame Pomfrey inquired as she opened the door upon hearing a knock. "Another one?" She muttered something nonsensical and allowed them entry. As the 5 of them stepped inside, they immediately understood the meaning behind Madame Pomfrey's words. The room, approximately 100 square meters, was lined with 5 rows of 20 beds, all occupied by students. "Now, tell me, how did this happen?" Madame Pomfrey settled behind her desk, pulling out a sheet of paper and casually asking. "Well," Severus began, "there was a prank toy placed on the last step of the moving staircase that connects the 3rd floor to the 2nd, and it had been bewitched. It struck my head, and then, with a wide-open fist, an orange-yellow liquid splashed onto my head." The 4 Ravenclaws exchanged sympathetic glances at the appropriate moment, and Madame Pomfrey instructed Severus to tilt his head slightly so she could examine his injury. Gary could see the greasy sheen of Snape's hair glistening under the light. Miss Pomfrey, seemingly unperturbed, leaned in for a closer look and gently tapped her wand upon Snape's head. A white, opaque protective barrier enveloped Snape's head from top to bottom as Miss Pomfrey muttered an incantation, and waves of blue ripples flowed across the shield before it gradually dissipated from the bottom up. The brain appears unscathed, Miss Pomfrey announced, though his forehead is slightly swollen, and the liquid on his head consists of orange juice mixed with snail slime. The onlookers turned pale, clearly disgusted. Howard's reaction was particularly vivid, his face contorting in revulsion as he clasped his mouth and shook his shoulders, leading Gary to suspect he was stifling laughter. Snape, meanwhile, sat precariously on his stool, his expression dark and foreboding. With a flick of her wand, the repugnant liquid on Snape's head vanished, an impressive silent cleaning charm that left Gary in silent admiration. Snape took the potion and uncapped it. A sleeping draught? He inquired. Miss Pomfrey nodded, and Snape grimaced before downing the potion in one gulp. The four of them surrounded Snape as they departed the hospital wing. I told you not to follow me, Snape remarked, irritation etched across his face. While they made their way down to the Slytherin common room, Howard leaned close to Alfrina and whispered, prompting her to nod enthusiastically, her round eyes nearly squinting with glee. Howard abruptly broke away from the group, vanishing from sight. Gary, observing Alfrina's expression, felt apprehensive. She had worn a similar smile when she had brazenly sliced daisy roots during potions class. As they approached the Great Hall, the trio slowed their pace, with Snape leading ahead. Just as he was about to step onto the final stair, Alfrina suddenly shouted, "Snape, watch out." Snape startled, his foot hesitating just in time to avoid a misstep. Gary focused intently and noticed a box-like object beneath Snape's feet. Reacting too late, Snape inadvertently stepped onto it. A fist-sized boxing glove sprang forth from the side of the box, soaring high before landing a punch squarely on Snape's forehead. The glove then released a trickle of orange liquid that splattered over Snape. Once again, it struck his injured spot, causing him to sway unsteadily before crashing to the ground. Unconscious, from around the corner, a chubby figure emerged, drenched in sweat and sporting a malevolent grin. It was indeed Howard. "Ha!" he cackled, slapping Snape's face, confirming Snape's unconsciousness. He stood tall with hands on his hips, reveling in his triumph. What just happened? Gary was bewildered by the unfolding events. Merlin is truly on our side. Alfrina approached cautiously, gingerly prodding the prank boxing glove. "This thing is a one-time use," Howard grinned. "James gave it to me, and I never expected it would actually work." "Indeed, your mind seems to be quite quick." Alfrina nodded in approval. Were those previous traps set by James Potter as well? Hinny, like Gary, remained unclear about their scheme. "Previously, I was unaware that this was James's trap until I heard the addition of slug slime to the liquid, at which point the realization struck me." "You two shouldn't be in Ravenclaw," Gary remarked, shaking his head, deeming it somewhat beneath them. "Gryffindor would be more fitting." "What about Snape?" Corna cast a worried glance at the unconscious Snape, pondering whether he would be all right. After escorting Snape to the infirmary, they chose to disregard him. The beds there were already occupied, and it seemed likely that Snape would have to spend the night on the floor, though it was of no concern to them. During astronomy class the following Wednesday, they encountered Snape once more, his complexion even more pallid and his demeanor shadowed. Upon seeing them, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Gary turned to see Alfrina biting her lip while peering through her telescope, fully aware that she was suppressing a laugh. The naive Snape remained oblivious to the fact that the instigators of the two pranks were none other than them. As James's prank devices were too numerous and concentrated in the lower levels of the castle, ensnaring many a Slytherin and Hufflepuff. After inquiring with Miss Pomfrey, Snape learned that 4 Ravenclaws had sent him back to the infirmary, and within his hardened heart, he felt a flicker of gratitude. Despite the fact that the blonde girl named Alfrina had trampled on him several times prior, by the end of the term, Lily had invited Snape to join Gary and the others. Although Snape still bore a sour expression, at least he no longer targeted anyone. This shift in behavior allowed the 4 to reassess their impression of him, especially since he had previously been associated with blood prejudice. Thus, the grievances between Gary and Snape were effectively laid to rest. The first year of their lives quietly concluded, marked by subtle upheaval. Gary forged numerous friendships at Hogwarts. Yet his relationship with Sirius Black had plummeted, while his rapport with Snape gradually softened. Regardless, these were merely the trivial squabbles of children, hardly amounting to any deep-seated enmity. Following the exams, at James's invitation, Gary attended a Quidditch match in its entirety for the first time. Slytherin ultimately triumphed over Gryffindor with a score of 300 to 220 after 3 hours of play, clinching the Quidditch Cup with a total score that led Gryffindor by 150 points. On the last day before the break, the final exam results were announced. Gary excelled in potions and flying, while his other subjects yielded mediocre results. Alfrina, however, achieved a stunning perfect score. Howard and Corna also performed admirably, with only a couple of less-than-stellar grades. Among the entire year, only Alfrina and Lily achieved perfect scores. This year, The House Cup was awarded to Ravenclaw. Thanks to the 100 points earned from Alfrina and Gary S. submitted essays. They packed their belongings, and the 7th-year students bid a reluctant farewell to their dormitories, parting ways with Hogwarts for the last time. Once again, they boarded the Hogwarts Express, this time devoid of the usual chaos, absent of any peculiar wizards from Hogsmeade. Graduates carried with them a melancholic nostalgia for the past and a mixture of anxiety and anticipation for the future, while young witches and wizards frolicked innocently. Perceiving the break merely as an opportunity to play in a different locale, the train departed from Hogwarts, carrying a myriad of emotions among its passengers. Destined for the very beginning at King's Cross Station, a group of wizards on the platform were using apparition to transport their children, while the remaining crowd surged towards the exit. "Hooray!" exclaimed Alfrina as her parents arrived first. She beamed with delight, grabbing her suitcase and rushing towards them, the 3 golden-haired, round-eyed individuals embracing in a heartfelt reunion. The Shafiq couple had come to London for shopping, each of them holding large bags as they waited outside the station. Throughout the entire summer, James had been honing his Quidditch skills in Godric's Hollow, preparing to try out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his 2nd year. The previous year's finals, which ended in a defeat to Slytherin, had left the Gryffindors feeling quite disgruntled. Meanwhile, Gary was preoccupied with drafting his next essay, maintaining a correspondence with Alfrina, exchanging ideas, and preliminarily narrowing down several topics. However, considering feasibility and universality, they decided to focus their inquiry on the subject of defense against the dark arts, a course notorious for changing instructors annually. Chapter 35, Gilderoy Lockhart. As Howard had previously mentioned, the course of defense against the dark arts was merely a recitation of the textbook. The yearly turnover of instructors severely disrupted the curriculum. As each teacher possessed a unique teaching style, some gravitated towards theoretical instruction, while others preferred practical lessons. This created a vicious cycle, with each instructor serving only a year. They often felt incapable of imparting substantial knowledge, leading to a lackadaisical attitude. Gary's defense against the dark arts teacher during his 1st year had only been invited due to Dumbledore's goodwill, resulting in a lackluster delivery of definitions straight from the textbook. This trajectory could foster a lose-lose situation for both students and teachers, as the examiners were not Hogwarts professors, and their exam difficulty invariably differed from that of Hogwarts. Consequently, if teachers failed to teach diligently and students did not engage earnestly, the overall academic performance of Hogwarts would inevitably suffer. They planned to recruit more individuals for their initiative. Gary first penned a letter to the recently graduated Miss Lucy Shafiq, inquiring about her thoughts, before delving into some research. Since Dumbledore had assumed the role of headmaster in 1956, the position of defense against the dark arts teacher had been cursed, resulting in the replacement of 16 instructors by 1972, 1 each year. During this 16-year span, Dumbledore was compelled to appoint old friends or close graduates to fill the role. In 1956, Gary's father, Mr. Shafiq, was in his 6th year at Hogwarts and had a vague recollection of this matter. Lucy wholeheartedly agreed with Gary's perspective, encouraging him and Alfrina to persist with their endeavor, offering whatever assistance she could. At the end of her letter, she included her new contact information, as she was soon to depart for America, having been employed by the International Affairs Department of the American Wizarding Congress. With a renewed sense of purpose regarding the revision of the defense against the dark arts curriculum, Gary eagerly commenced his preparation of materials. He visited the Bones residence at the far end of the village. The eldest son, Edgar Bones, graduated last year, a dashing and charming Hufflepuff, brimming with charisma. He works in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, while his younger sister, Amelia Bones, is set to start her studies this September. Gary speculated that Edgar might secretly be grateful for the chaos surrounding the defense against the dark arts teaching at Hogwarts, as it afforded him an easier entry into a prestigious position within the ministry. As the holiday drew to a close, he enlisted Mr. Potter's assistance to connect with Arthur Weasley, a somewhat eccentric Gryffindor who graduated just a few years prior. With his vibrant red hair and slender build, Arthur was quite affable, engaging in a lively conversation during Gary's interview, which resulted in 3 full sheets of parchment filled with notes. On the final weekend of the holiday, the Ravenclaw quartet convened in Diagon Alley to procure their supplies and books for the upcoming year. Noticing Gary's keen interest in interviews, the Shafiq couple generously gifted him an additional 30 galleons, enabling him to purchase a high-quality automatic quill at Scribulus. Both Al and Howard had similar needs. Al excelled at note-taking during classes, accumulating several thick volumes of notes each semester, while also responsible for copious academic papers. Howard, on the other hand, intended to taste every dish from the Hogwarts kitchen, offering his critiques. In his words, to write with one hand while tasting food with the other would be a desecration of the culinary experience. September 1st arrived swiftly, and the group boarded the immaculate Hogwarts Express, embarking on their journey to Hogwarts. As evening descended, the train arrived at the station, and the first-year wizards were escorted by Hagrid to the Black Lake. while the older students proceeded to the end of the path to board the enchanted carriages leading to the castle. Regulus Black, a striking young boy with dark hair resembling Sirius, ascended the stage with a serious demeanor. However, his gait differed from Sirius's. His shoulders were slightly hunched in a humble manner. After bowing respectfully to Professor McGonagall, he took a seat and donned the sorting hat. Slytherin. The hat proclaimed loudly the moment it touched his dark locks. Before departing the stage, Regulus cast a lingering glance at Sirius, who sat at the Gryffindor table. His expression somber. The Slytherin table erupted in cheers as the younger black son affirmed his lineage and honor. Amelia Bones, the timid little girl Gary had met at the Bones household, nervously approached the stage. Hufflepuff, Gilderoy Lockhart, a charming young boy with beautiful wavy blonde hair stepped forward. Waving to the students at the 4 long tables, he bowed deeply to the teachers and students alike, his smile radiant, perfectly showcasing his pristine teeth. Ravenclaw. Chapter 36, A Peculiar Pig. From a distance, Gary could hear the Slytherin table emit a hissing sound as Lockhart made his way to the Ravenclaw table, where scattered applause arose. Lockhart, seemingly oblivious, bowed once more to the staff before skipping down the stage to join the Ravenclaw table. This year, the head of the new students, Hunter Joseph, greeted Lockhart with a stiff expression, welcoming him to Ravenclaw. Lockhart appeared quite delighted, his smile widening as he shook hands with each upperclassman, radiating a brilliant grin. Even the mature-looking Howard was mistaken for an upperclassman. His bewildered expression during the handshake could easily serve as a meme. Upon their first encounter, the Ravenclaws took an immediate disliking to Lockhart, perceiving him as somewhat boastful and overly eager for fame and recognition. Such traits might be tolerated in other houses, but in Ravenclaw, they would undoubtedly be regarded as peculiar. It was not that Ravenclaw held itself in high esteem or eschewed fame. After all, James's father, Fleamont Potter, was a Ravenclaw whose hair-smoothing potion was a global bestseller. Yet no Ravenclaw student deemed Mr. Potter a disgrace to the house. Rather, he was respected. They felt that Lockhart was akin to someone attempting a delicate task without the necessary skill. Of course, this sentiment would not be articulated so bluntly by the English, but the essence remained the same. On the second day of term, Lockhart made a considerable fool of himself during Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, volunteering to demonstrate how to sharpen one end of a silver needle. After reddening with embarrassment and struggling for some time with his wand, he awkwardly exited the stage amidst uproarious laughter. With the term barely begun, Lockhart's reputation in Ravenclaw plummeted. Fortunately, the Ravenclaw students were not adept at ostracizing others, and at most, they simply refrained from conversing with him. As for Lockhart, let us turn our attention to Gary and his study group, which, upon the addition of Lily and Snape, gradually attracted more members. Many classmates sought to benefit from their notes and academic insights. Among them was Howard, who also expressed interest in joining. Remus Lupin joined as well, and after a brief discussion, the 6 agreed to his inclusion. Lily and Snape harbored a strong aversion to James and Sirius, yet they were notably friendly towards the academically excellent Remus. Now comprised of 7 members, the group included students from Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and Gryffindor. They intended to formally establish an organization, as their numbers continued to grow, and they would soon require a name for the papers they would publish. Pooling together 2 galleons, they registered with the Hogwarts Student Organization Committee. After some deliberation, they decided on the name the Eccentric Pig. Their skills were largely peculiar, and their endeavors were unlike anything previously attempted. The name was inspired by their mascot, Howard the Pig. Howard himself was quite pleased with the organization's name, and as he strolled down the corridors, his belly grew ever rounder. This year's defense against the dark arts professor was replaced by Ms. Bell, who delivered her lessons with the same monotonous formulaic approach, lacking any enthusiasm. Even more soporific than Professor Binns's history of magic. The group began to frequent the library, seeking out old handouts and textbooks from previous defense against the dark arts classes. Before the course had been cursed, the materials and examination outlines had been quite structured. They set about supplementing and refining the current content of their defense against the dark arts professor with knowledge gleaned from the textbooks of yore. Gary penned a letter to his cousin Lucy, who resided far away in New York, requesting her notes from the dark arts defense class. In addition, they needed to substantiate the necessity for reforming the dark arts defense curriculum, a task assigned to Lily and Kenna. Remus and Howard were responsible for drafting and distributing the surveys, as they were well-liked within the school, with connections in every house except Slytherin. The responsibility for Slytherin's contributions fell to Snape, while Al and Gary were tasked with providing a concise supplement to the dark arts defense syllabus. James, having joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his second year, ceased his relentless pursuit of Lily, channeling all his fervor into Quidditch practice. Since Regulus's enrollment, Sirius's situation had become increasingly precarious. Although he was the eldest son of the Black family, it was evident to all that a family steeped in Slytherin lineage would not choose a Gryffindor heir. Regulus was undoubtedly an exceptional candidate for succession, exhibiting humility, academic prowess, and striking looks, leaving Gary with a favorable impression after encountering him several times in the corridors. Now, apart from his status as the eldest son, Sirius had little else to rely upon. This reality had rendered Sirius increasingly irritable, while he dismissed the significance of the decaying family legacy. He felt everything slipping away to his younger brother: parental attention, teacher approval, and even the admiration of the girls. "Sirius, don't be so hasty," Regulus urged, stepping forward to grasp Sirius's robe, only to be met with a sidestep. "Why are you so concerned about our mother's fondness for little Regulus?" Sirius's tone turned sharp, laced with sarcasm. Gary, weary of the brothers' quarrel, turned toward the staircase on the opposite side of the corridor. The progress on the supplement for the Dark Arts Defense syllabus was slowing, as Gary and his peers had only encountered the preliminary material. However, as the subject matter delved deeper into dark magical creatures such as Inferi and Dementors, Gary found himself at a loss, needing to research their habits and countermeasures from scratch. Of course, they did not have to complete the syllabus entirely. The majority of the work would fall to the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts administration. Chapter 37. The Wand's Second Transformation. The surveys conducted by Remus and Howard had concluded, revealing that 83 of students deemed the current Dark Arts Defense course ineffective, while 17 found it tedious. This was promising news. Mr. Shafiq, as an Auror with the British Ministry of Magic, possessed his own strategies for dealing with dark magical creatures, and he provided Gary with detailed answers to his inquiries, proving immensely beneficial. After dinner, the Shafiq couple settled on the sofa to watch television. Bored, Gary ascended the stairs, intending to organize the materials he had gathered that day. The room was enveloped in darkness. Gary reached behind the door to switch on the light. With a click, the room was illuminated once more. Gary sensed an unsettling atmosphere in the room. His wand had mysteriously transitioned from its box to the table. As he approached to examine it, he noticed that the wand's hue had transformed from its original blackish gray to a deep crimson, compelled by an inexplicable force. An inner voice urged him to place his hand upon it. "Do it, quickly, place your hand," the voice whispered insistently. Entranced, Gary felt the wand's sanguine glow reflect in his eyes, akin to blood coursing through veins. Suddenly, a peculiar smile crept across his lips as he extinguished the light, leaving the room illuminated solely by the wand's blood-red luminescence. He stepped forward, extending his right hand to seize the vinewood wand. The crimson light surged up his arm, enveloping his shoulder and spreading to his heart, enveloping it entirely. Within his heart, a previously dormant sphere of green energy emerged, intertwining with the crimson glow. Clutching his chest, Gary collapsed to the ground, his limbs rendered weak and immobile, the wand still firmly affixed to his grasp. The two energies clashed, but the green energy ultimately prevailed. Gary perceived the crimson energy flowing from the wand into his chest, battling the green energy, yet its strength was unexpectedly formidable, gradually engulfing the crimson energy within him. Downstairs, the Shafiq couple seemed to have heard Gary's fall, their footsteps echoing from outside the room. Regaining his senses, Gary struggled to rise as Mr. and Mrs. Shafiq entered, querying, "Gary, what are you doing?" They found him seated on the floor, clutching the wand. Hesitating, Gary refrained from disclosing the recent events, replying instead, "I was practicing spells. That's why the wand's color appears unusual." Lowering his gaze, he saw that in the darkness, his wand had reverted to its original blackish gray, indistinguishable from an ordinary wand. With a click, Mr. Shafiq turned on the light, his attention not fixated on the wand, but rather surveying the room with vigilance, finding nothing amiss. "Gary, while practicing spells at home, exercise caution and remember what I told you. Immediately seek us if anything arises." Gary nodded eagerly, and the Shafiq couple descended the stairs, reassured. He recalled the insistent whisper that had beckoned him to touch the wand, a temptation that had ensnared him, and when he regained awareness, his hand was already clasping the wand. Turning the wand over, he noted its flickering glow and softly uttered a spell. Magical energy flowed seamlessly into the wand, its tip erupting in brilliant white light. Sighing in relief, he realized that, regardless of the circumstances, the wand remained functional. However, something was amiss. He stroked the wand's end, which ought to have possessed a gently curved structure for a smoother grip. Now, it bore an additional groove. Turning the wand upside down, he sought to observe it more clearly in the light, biting his lip, feeling utterly at a loss. He had just resolved the instability of his magical powers, and had scarcely enjoyed a few days of comfort when unforeseen circumstances arose once more. The issue with his wand was trivial. The true concern lay in the surge of energy radiating a blood-red glow that had already infiltrated his body. He was loath to experience any further complications, especially since his parents had only just begun to lead a normal life. Should his health falter, their financial situation would once again plunge into turmoil. In an effort to keep his voice subdued, he moved about the room, continuously channeling his magic. He cast the illumination charm over 100 times, laboring until the early hours, ultimately concluding that his body was not in grave danger. His spells remained effective. He could still infuse his wand with magic, and all bodily functions appeared perfectly normal, indistinguishable from before the anomalies began. Gary exhaled deeply, reclining on his bed, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. The fatigue from expending his magical energy and physical exertion soon lulled him into slumber. The following day, Gary arose early and ventured into the Godric's Hollow Valley, seeking an unoccupied patch of land to practice spells while also engaging in some running for exercise. 2 hours later, drenched in sweat from the frigid winter air, he lay on the grass, staring up at the sky, fingers tightly gripping his wand, finally at ease. Severus, may I borrow your ink for a moment? Corna inquired, shaking her automatic quill. She had forgotten to bring ink, while Snape had a bottle resting before him. Very well, Snape replied, hesitating briefly before nodding. With a smile, Corna dipped her quill into the ink bottle. It was Saturday, and the library was relatively empty in the morning. Many students opted to sleep in, rising only by noon. Corna, however, was still occupied with tasks assigned by Alfrina, particularly the necessity of reforming the defense against the dark arts curriculum to address the impending wizarding wars, a stipulation that Alfrina had devised on the spur of the moment. Snape had been brought along by Corna, as he had been maintaining a certain distance from the pureblood elitists of Slytherin lately, leaving him with little to do. Gary was also present. Having had a restless night, he encountered Corna in the common room that morning, who then brought him to the library. Before him lay a Muggle romance novel, lent to him by Howard as a sleep aid, and he was idly flipping through its pages. Chapter 38, The Birth of an Actor. A few Hufflepuff students seated in front of them were engaged in a discussion regarding herbology, evidently having overheard the noise. As they looked up and scanned their surroundings, who was tearing pages? Miss Pants rushed in from the doorway, wielding a feather duster. All 7 individuals present turned their heads in unison towards Miss Pants. The feather duster in her hand momentarily faltered. Did you hear that noise? Her beautiful face bore an expression of annoyance. It seems to be coming from upstairs, a trembling Hufflepuff pointed upwards. Indeed, I also heard it from above, another affirmed. Well said, echoed the remaining 3 Badgers in agreement. Hogwarts Library consists of 3 floors. The first and second are designated for regular study, while the 3rd floor is the restricted section, accessible only with a professor's permit. Miss Pants scanned the vicinity, finding no suspicious individuals. Upon hearing the words of the little badger, she dashed upstairs without hesitation. The 4 little badgers patted their chests, and the atmosphere in the library lightened with mirth. Who could it be that would soon face misfortune, unable to enter the library for an entire month? The little badgers nestled in a corner, exchanging gleeful sounds of schadenfreude. Gary, shall we go take a look? Kinna dipped her quill in ink, allowing it to inscribe upon the parchment autonomously. How was I to know you possessed a Gryffindor's intellect? Snape retorted with a hint of sarcasm. With nothing else to occupy my time, I shall merely have the automatic quill draft my manuscript for me. Kinna arranged the sheets of draft paper on her desk in proper order. Gary, Severus, let us go, Kinna exclaimed, bounding up the stairs, her cherubic face beaming with excitement. With their departure, Snape's expression shifted several times before he ultimately gritted his teeth and followed suit. Shall we not ascend as well? One little badger retrieved a biscuit from its pocket, nibbling on it cautiously, for it dared not indulge in Miss Pants's presence. All right. The other 3 badgers' faces lit up with expressions akin to those witnessing sensational gossip. Each level of the library housed nearly 1,000 bookshelves, with numerous winding passages, making it difficult to ascertain which floor Miss Pants occupied. However, her voice soon echoed from the staircase, a furious roar that was hard to reconcile with her typically charming demeanor. In the restricted section, the little badger trailing behind possessed keen hearing and immediately grasped the situation. The 7 of them dashed toward the restricted area upstairs, where a heavy wooden door, adorned with an antiquated lock, once stood. Now, the lock was undone, and the door ajar, with intermittent sounds emanating from within. Come here, you wretched little brat. If you tear, rip, fold, stain, damage, throw, drop, or in any way harm, abuse, or desecrate this book, I shall ensure you face the most dire consequences within my authority. The 7 proceeded with utmost quietness, stealthily approaching the bookshelf from which the sounds originated. Snape noticed a tome titled Revealing the Secrets of Dark Magic upon the shelf, his eyes brimming with desire. The group cautiously peered out to observe, seeing Miss Pants wielding a feather duster in one hand while grasping a small boy by the collar with the other. It was Lockhart. They recognized him immediately, his diminutive stature and radiant golden curls unmistakable. Miss Pants, I didn't mean to. Lockhart's voice trembled. Without the professor's permission. What prompted you to enter the restricted section? Miss Pants bellowed, her voice erupting from her throat, causing her slender frame to quiver. I noticed no one was guarding the restricted section, so I unlocked it, Lockhart stammered. I merely wished to borrow a book, but inadvertently damaged it. This is a rare edition. Miss Pants released him, picking up a blue-covered book from the floor, The Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells. a tome painstakingly sought after by Professor Dumbledore. You shall not return here until September. Miss Pants struck Lockhart sharply with the feather duster. The 7 must depart. And now that Miss Pants has vented her ire, she turns only to see them. Before leaving, Snape casts a fleeting glance at the book's secrets of dark magic, his heart igniting with fervor as he resolves to request a borrowing slip from Professor Slughorn. Stealthily departing the restricted section once more, the 7 boldly dash down the stairs. Miss Pants descends from above, and the 7 glance at her with a hint of curiosity, deliberately ignoring the presence of Lockhart in her grasp before immersing themselves in their own tasks. Just as planned, Miss Pants nods in satisfaction, leading the Lockhart resembling a chick out of the library's grand doors. As the doors close firmly, the 7 exchange glances, showcasing their seamless cooperation. Lockhart is in a foul mood today. Having recently mastered a simplified version of the disillusionment charm, he is eager to put it to practical use. In the early morning, bolstered by the charm, he stealthily pilfered Miss Pants's keys and entered the restricted section. Accompanying her to Professor Flitwick's office, he observes the typically amiable professor's stern demeanor. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, not only is he barred from the library for the remainder of the academic year, but he is also assigned to clean the Ravenclaw common room for an entire semester, in addition to a deduction of 50 points from Ravenclaw's total. This news has spread beyond Ravenclaw. The 4 Badgers of Hufflepuff have disseminated Lockhart's misadventures throughout Hogwarts. And even the bewildered Professor Binns is now aware of the peculiarities emerging from Ravenclaw. Yet Lockhart remains undeterred. He longs to make a name for himself before the Hogwarts populace. Aware of his unpopularity within Ravenclaw, he has always perceived himself as unique, a belief deeply rooted in his family background. Chapter 39, A Dilemma. Born into a half-blood family, he and his mother are wizards, while his father and 2 sisters are muggles. This has led his mother to harbor excessive expectations for him, instilling the notion that Gilderoy Lockhart is extraordinary. He firmly believes in this, having sensed the flowing magic within the walls since childhood, as countless magical energies whispered around him, affirming his conviction that he is the protagonist of a Muggle novel capable of altering the world. During his first magical surge, he even felt the tide of magic swell like the ocean's waves. The incident of sneaking into the restricted section and damaging a unique tome had deeply affected him. However, the revitalized Lockhart vowed to change the perceptions of Hogwarts students, determined not to be underestimated any longer. He plans to orchestrate something grand. In early February, a distinctive team of pigs finally finalized the details of the curriculum reform for defense against the dark arts, incorporating numerous examples. They have nearly supplemented the materials for 1st through 4th years, while the advanced content proves too challenging for them. The 7 solemnly inscribed their names on the final page of the parchment, excitement palpable among them. Even Snape, typically pallid, bears a hint of flushed exhilaration. Excellent work, everyone. Alfrina rose to her feet, applauding. They were now gathered on the hillside by the Black Lake, having accomplished the goals set for the academic year. Thank you all for your hard work. It is indeed a privilege to partake in such activities. Lily's long, fiery red hair danced in the wind. Aside from Alfrina and Gary, the remaining 5 were participating in this type of event for the first time. The thought that they had contributed to the forthcoming reforms in the defense against the dark arts curriculum stirred a surge of emotions within them. As the end of the academic year approaches, we shall establish the research themes for the next year, Alfrina declared. If anyone has brilliant ideas, please feel free to share. We can discuss them collectively. She surveyed the group and added, when it's time for final exam preparations, Lily and I will organize key points for revision. Each of us possesses strengths in specific subjects, enabling us to collaborate and complement one another. Ms. Jenkins placed great importance on this matter. The pureblood riots during the late 1960s had heightened her vigilance regarding the relationships among the various strata of the British magical community. She urgently needed a topic to divert public skepticism about her governance, and she set her sights on reforming the defense against the dark arts curriculum at Hogwarts. The previous Minister of Magic had failed to address the curse of the annual change of professors for this subject, and Jenkins did not intend to tackle this either. Fully aware of her own limitations, focusing on the syllabus and lecture notes was a splendid idea. Professor Dumbledore had divulged this information to the group, and the ministry's attention invigorated their enthusiasm. Even the typically composed Lupin was exhilarated. Having just completed his 2nd year, he could contribute significantly to Hogwarts alongside his peers. If he continued to follow this unconventional path, he mused, perhaps he could apply for a teaching position after graduation, a considerable achievement for his identity. Lupin, you needn't be so excited, I remarked. In the dormitory, James rested his head on his hands, reclining on his bed with his legs crossed, watching Lupin pace the room in excitement. Looks like Remus is quite pleased to be following Shafiq, Sirius remarked with a teasing tone. Peter, sitting cautiously at the edge of the bed, cast a wary glance at the 3 of them but remained silent. Well aware that this was not a conversation he could join. We're not following anyone, Sirius, Lupin retorted, attempting to calm his excitement. Sirius scoffed, choosing not to respond further. Gary and the others are indeed discerning and capable individuals, Lupin continued, taking a seat. Severus also possesses considerable talent in potions. Severus? James reacted strongly. You're on such good terms with him now? Sirius looked equally incredulous. The two were members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and the intensity of their weekly training had left them little time to sit down and converse properly since Lupin had joined this unconventional group. I admit Severus can be a bit peculiar, but he is not impossible to get along with, Lupin explained, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. You cannot be friends with a Snevelis, Remus. James sprang to his feet, declaring he could engage with anyone, except for Snevelis. Remus. Lupin furrowed his brow, sensing that both James and Sirius harbored excessive prejudice against Severus. Indeed, Remus. Sirius fixed him with an intense gaze. I have no objections to your friendship with Shafiq. He merely possesses a gentle disposition. However, Snevelis is different. His character is fundamentally flawed. You have hardly interacted with him. How can you categorically assert his moral failings? Remus found his friend's reasoning perplexing. Peter lay on his bed, turning to gaze out the window, aware that this matter would not resolve amicably tonight. And he had no intention of intervening. Enough. James leaped 3 feet into the air, jabbing a finger at Remus. Have you forgotten what we overheard in the corridor regarding Snape's remarks about Muggleborns? He is a blatant blood purist. Sirius, you should enlighten him about your family's views. Sirius raised an eyebrow, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Remus. Chapter 40. Gilderoy Lockhart's Secret Plan. Remus could not dispute James's point. He indeed had heard Snape disparaging Muggleborns in the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor, and he was well aware of Sirius's family background and their ideologies. However, after half a year's acquaintance, he understood that Snape was not as vile as James portrayed him. Enough, James. Remus wished to end the debate. He had just completed the reforms for their defense against the dark arts course, and with the full moon approaching, he would maintain his distance from Snape. No. You must withdraw from that organization, Sirius insisted, unwilling to let him rest. We four are dormitory roommates. Why would you venture to Ravenclaw? He turned to Peter for support. Peter squirmed, grunting softly, pretending to be asleep. Not only Ravenclaw, but also Lily, Remus murmured, eyes closed. Recognizing this was not the first time he felt James and Sirius's behavior was rather childish. In truth, their actions were age-appropriate. Yet Remus's own maturity was somewhat advanced due to his circumstances. Using Lily as leverage won't work this time, James retorted petulantly. Remus, do you still consider us friends? Of course, James, we are friends. Remus deliberately slowed his breathing, feigning sleep to conclude the discussion. Just then, his nightgown collar was seized. Remus, you must provide us with an explanation today. Sirius shook his hand. You didn't attend our 2 Quidditch matches. Instead, you went to play with Ravenclaw, which is rather inconsiderate. James's tousled hair flailed about. And how did he end up playing with others? Remus perceived great significance and value in the actions of an unconventional individual. He felt unable to confront James and Sirius with harsh words. Having always been limited by his physical condition, he had few friends. James and the others were the first friends he made upon entering school, and he cherished their camaraderie, even though they remained unaware of his identity as a werewolf. Let us proceed thus. I shall endeavor to spend more time with you, minimizing visits to that other place. Lupin raised his hands in surrender, yet he found himself unable to withdraw, for there remained numerous places that required his presence. James and Sirius exchanged glances, and James conceded. Very well, Remus, you must remember that we are the true friends. Sirius chuckled, draping his arm over Lupin's shoulder, who managed a resigned smile. The reluctant Lockhart soon discovered a splendid opportunity to elevate his fame. One day, while tidying the Ravenclaw common room, he inadvertently overheard several upperclassmen discussing the haunting occurrences at the Shrieking Shack, which piqued his interest. Upon learning that the villagers of Hogsmeade were terrorized by ghostly whales, his pride swelled further, envisioning the grand tales he would spin upon capturing the specter, delighting in the accolades from both Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. Oh, how he reveled in the thought of hearing the villagers' praises echo in his dreams. Surely, everyone is well acquainted with Hogwarts. In the eyes of its students, no ghost is insurmountable. Lockhart chuckled softly in his slumber, only to be abruptly roused by the voice of his sole companion, Miss Bones from Hufflepuff, calling out, Lockhart? Lockhart, wake up. Wait. He was still in Transfiguration class. Lockhart jolted awake, only to find Professor McGonagall standing sternly before his desk, her gaze piercing. It appears that Professor Flitwick's punishment has not sufficiently impressed upon you, Mr. Lockhart, she declared. A week's worth of community service should help you focus during my lessons. He was determined to uncover the truth behind the Shrieking Shack's ghost, seeking to earn the admiration of his peers. Lockhart did not believe in the existence of a spirit within the shack. If it were akin to the ghosts of Hogwarts, it would be a boon, for those phantoms posed no threat to wizards. Yet, how would he gain access to Hogsmeade? He was not an upperclassman and had never ventured to the village. unaware of the shack's location or the secret passage leading from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. He had heard from upperclassmen that 4 second-year Gryffindors were adept at uncovering Hogwarts' hidden passages, possessing knowledge surpassing that of the caretaker, Mr. Filch. If he could only secure a way into Hogsmeade, he could share the glory with those 4. Lockhart envisioned executing his plan that very afternoon. A passage to Hogsmeade? James, munching on a chicken leg, mumbled in confusion as he looked at Lockhart. Why do you ask? I too wish to embark on an adventure, Lockhart replied, concealing his true intentions. I harbor a great interest in Hogsmeade. Alas, my age is a limitation. You enjoy adventures as well? James's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lockhart knew his answer had piqued James's interest. Indeed, I am eager to sample the butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. Which is why I sought out Mr. Potter. They say he is the most knowledgeable about Hogwarts and, by extension, the route to Hogsmeade. Lockhart flattered. This perfectly struck a chord with James. He relished hearing others extol his virtues. With a hint of smugness, he cleared his throat and proclaimed that there were 3 secret passages from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. Eager to show off, James eagerly divulged all the routes he knew leading to Hogsmeade, a culmination of his late-night explorations over the past year and a half. Thank you so much for your help, James. Lockhart sincerely expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that James had indeed been of tremendous assistance. After bidding farewell to James, an exhilarated Lockhart set about crafting his meticulous plan. Seizing the opportunity during his free hours, he ventured to explore the 3 secret passages mentioned by James, ensuring they could indeed lead to Hogsmeade before he felt at ease. Chapter 41, Remus Lupin. Gary assisted Howard, who had tasted nearly all the food from the Hogwarts kitchens. Gary was tasked with refining Howard's tasting notes, rephrasing his observations into smoother and more straightforward language. This was no easy feat. Gary had little affinity for food, save for raspberry ice cream, and his lack of enthusiasm for culinary delights rendered him incapable of producing anything of substantial quality, only slightly better than Howard's hastily scribbled remarks. Gary contemplated that he might have no choice but to continue following Howard's lead. Fortunately, Howard's Hogwarts culinary appreciation diary was not extensive, and after a week of diligent effort, Gary completed it. Howard intended to have this diary printed and sold to Hogwarts students and alumni. He was well aware that, under normal circumstances, no publisher would be inclined to take on such a project, yet Howard possessed the means. He pulled out 1,000 galleons in pocket money and secured additional support from his father, the esteemed Wizard publishing house, known for its best-selling book, The Marvelous Quidditch, promptly rescheduled their workload upon receiving the payment. Within 3 days, 800 fragrant copies of the Hogwarts Culinary Appreciation Diary emerged fresh from the press. Howard gifted each Hogwarts student a copy. Naturally, the students did not refuse such a generous offering. He kept a few for himself and placed the remaining copies on the shelves of various bookstores. Howard understood that selling this book would likely result in a financial loss, but he simply adored writing, and once penned, he wished for his work to be seen. Money could be requested from his father, but where could one seek to replenish lost dreams? While the 7 were busy organizing their study materials, Lockhart had already made his preparations. Under the cover of night, Lupin stealthily slipped out of the common room, making his way to the hospital wing on the 2nd floor of the castle to find Madame Pomfrey, who would accompany him to the Shrieking Shack. The pair, shrouded in darkness, exited the castle and followed a narrow path until they soon encountered a vast clearing, where a solitary willow tree stood. With practiced skill, Madame Pomfrey maneuvered a fist-sized stone with her wand, sending it hurtling toward the willow, which suddenly came to life, furiously waving its branches to defend its territory. Rupert could hear the explosive sound of branches striking the air from a considerable distance. Under Miss Pomfrey's guidance, stones weaved through the gaps in the branches, deftly landing in a nook of the tree trunk. The willow's branches ceased their flailing, frozen in place. Miss Pomfrey led Rupert closer to the willow and then into a hollow within the tree. To his surprise, the hollow revealed a winding passage, shrouded in darkness as sunlight could never penetrate. The atmosphere felt damp and dim, with certain sections so low that they required him to crawl. The two of them navigated the passage with hands and feet for approximately half an hour until they finally reached the end, where the sound of wind could be heard. Miss Pomfrey exerted herself to push open a wooden door at the passage's end, unveiling a broader vista. Rupert followed her out, and they emerged into Hogsmeade Village. Ahead lay an expanse of open land, where a solitary cottage stood. Once inside, Miss Pomfrey guided him to an expansive room, where remnants of blood stained the walls, and several iron chains lay scattered on the floor, their other ends fastened to the wall. Very well, Miss Pomfrey spoke softly. I shall return for you at dawn. Rupert gritted his teeth and nodded, gazing out the window where the moon lingered, partially obscured by thick clouds. Miss Pomfrey gently secured 4 iron chains to Rupert's limbs, ensuring the knots were tight before departing, leaving behind a resigned sigh. Rupert curled his frail body. The early May night in England still held a chill. He crossed his arms tightly around his shoulders, awaiting the moon's return. Apart from the werewolf, he harbored no hatred towards anyone. In his childhood, his mother would embrace him on full moon nights, soothing him not to fear. Headmaster Dumbledore, fully aware of his lycanthropy, still admitted him to school. His 3 dormitory friends treated him kindly, despite their growing suspicion of his clumsy excuses, never prying further. He was surrounded by an eccentric group of misfits and the gentle, kind Miss Pomfrey. Being able to study is already a blessing, Rupert mused. At least I have friends. He pondered where the other victims, like him, were hiding in the forests of England, lamenting their fate. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the clouds, revealing a golden full moon. The delicate moonlight, often overlooked by ordinary eyes, spilled onto the ground, through the window, and into the shed, enveloping Rupert in a gossamer web. Chapter 42, A Stinky Chess Basket. Rupert's heart began to race violently, as moonlight enveloped his entire being. He felt the light penetrate deeply into his flesh, his blood boiling and rushing under the powerful squeeze of his heart. He could hear the crackling of his bones echoing throughout his body. Weakly, he collapsed onto the cold floor, unwilling to resist, knowing it would be futile. After Miss Pomfrey departed, he removed his robe, fearing it would tear and ruin the 3-galleon garment. He felt the blood within him begin to surge through his body, as if something soft and furry had taken residence within his flesh. He closed his eyes, reluctant to witness the transformation of his legs, hands, waist, and head. Eventually, he rose, letting out a howl towards the heavens. He planned to venture to Hogsmeade once the night grew quiet. For now, a brief slumber was in order. Lockhart lay upon his bed, shutting his eyes, and soon drifted into the realm of dreams, where anything was possible. Alfrina was engaged in a game of chess with Gary in the common room, their focus unwavering as the night wore on. Sleep eluded them. Tomorrow would mark the final match of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team for the season, facing off against the recently formidable Gryffindor. Ravenclaw had suffered 2 unexpected defeats, and the forthcoming match would be a battle for their dignity. 6th-year prefect Narsgrow sat on the couch, a pained expression etched upon his face. Since joining the Quidditch team in his 4th year, Ravenclaw had yet to secure a victory, and the weight of expectation bore heavily upon him. For him, achieving just 1 win before graduation would signify success. This sentiment did not extend to Alfrina and Gary. Alfrina had lost so many games that night that her frustration was palpable, insisting that she would not rest until she claimed a victory. Gary, battling drowsiness, accompanied her, contemplating how he might deliberately lose the game without her discerning his intentions. If she discovered his ploy, he feared he might forfeit sleep altogether. Fortunately, Gary's biological clock intervened. Fatigue washed over him, and his mind struggled to keep pace with the shifting chessboard. At times, a knight in the wizard's chess would spring to life, berating Gary for his missteps. These knights had been chastising Alfrina throughout the evening, a reversal of fortune that brought her joy. The game concluded with Alfrina narrowly defeating Gary. The tension in Gary's mind finally snapped. Even though his thoughts had dulled, Alfrina had only managed a slim victory. The crux of the matter was her fierce competitive spirit, which left Gary regretting his decision to engage in chess with her that night. After her triumph, Alfrina's fervor transformed into fatigue, her wide eyes narrowing with sleepiness. The two yawned as they began to tidy up the chessboard. Suddenly, Alfrina lunged at him, catching Gary off guard and toppling him onto the carpet. Fortunately, the carpet was soft enough that his fall was muffled. What was happening? Gary stared in bewilderment at Alfrina, who straddled him like a small lion. Shoo! She gestured to him, her gaze fixed intently on the corridor leading to the dormitory. From Gary's perspective, he could not see the entrance to the dormitory, as a large sofa obstructed his view. All he could perceive was the flames dancing in the fireplace. Alfrina slowly lowered herself, hiding behind the sofa, and Gary could feel her warm breath against his face. "It's Lockhart," Gary deciphered from her lips. What was the necessity of hiding? Gary mimed his confusion. Even if Professor Flitwick were to appear, he would merely admonish them to retire early. What was there to fear from a first-year student? Alfredina disregarded him, tilting her head to discern what Lockhart intended to do. Her golden locks cascaded onto Gary's face, the tips teasingly causing him to itch. Gary blushed and fell silent, observing Alfredina perched on him with her legs crossed. To be honest, the sensation was not as delightful as one might expect. Alfredina was too slender, her bones jabbing into Gary painfully. It was not until the sound of the common room door closing echoed that Alfredina finally climbed off him. "Why are you avoiding him?" Gary grasped Alfredina's outstretched hand, rising from the floor and rubbing his back. "Lockhart is surely up to no good again," Alfredina declared, extracting her wand from her robe. "We must stop him. If we lose another 50 points, the House Cup will be lost this year." "No," Gary protested, retrieving his wand without pause. "You could have just intercepted him earlier." "Are you foolish?" Alfredina shot him a glance. At that moment, we had no evidence of his intentions. What if he merely wanted to warm himself by the fire? Gary had no retort. "Hurry, let us not lose track of him," Alfredina urged, pulling him out of the common room. Gary glanced down at his hand, a smile spreading across his face as he allowed her to lead him. The two cautiously followed Lockhart, with Gary casting an invisibility charm for both of them, shrouding them in the veil of night, rendering them nearly undetectable. Typically, the prefects would patrol until midnight, and Lockhart had managed to slip past them. The portraits lining the stairwell had long succumbed to slumber after midnight. Most of the candles had flickered out, casting only a few dim lights that failed to illuminate their path, merely crackling softly as they burned. He continued down the spiral staircase of the tower until reaching the third-floor corridor. Gary and Alfredina maintained a discreet distance of over 10 meters behind Lockhart, remaining undetected. Lockhart ambled slowly down the corridor, his ears perked to catch any suspicious sounds. Unfortunately, Alfredina and Gary treaded with utmost caution, their slight frames making no noise at all. He shook his head, an unsettling feeling creeping over him as if someone were watching him intently. Chapter 43, The Werewolf Adventure, Part 1. Lockhart finally felt a sense of relief, striding confidently towards the corridor's end. Luckily, he reacted swiftly, pulling Alfredina back just as she was about to move forward. At that moment, Gary was nestled against Alfredina, his face inches from hers in the corner. Alfredina pushed him away, her ears slightly flushed. Where did Lockhart go? In the blink of an eye, Lockhart had vanished from their view, having slipped behind a statue. Gary, facing Lockhart, saw him move the statue aside and disappear into the passage. They hastened over, where the intricately carved stone lion leaned against the wall, gazing at them. Come on, push. Alfredina bent down and exerted her strength, while Gary mimicked her posture, pushing the stone lion with all his might. It did not budge. The lion regarded them with an expression akin to that of someone observing simpletons. Indeed, Gary replied helplessly, I am not blind. Perhaps it isn't a matter of force. He thought quickly, as he began to pat the lion, searching for a mechanism. Accidentally, he struck the lion's large head, causing it to swivel around, revealing the back of its head to the two. Once the head was turned, the stone lion split apart, its body sinking into the floor, unveiling a narrow passageway 1 meter wide and 2 meters high. Inside, it was pitch black, exuding an eerie aura and a scent of dust wafting outward. I shall go first. You follow closely behind me, Gary insisted, unwilling to allow Alfrina to enter first, for the unknown perils within remained a mystery. Alfrina nodded, and Gary, grasping his wand, cautiously stepped inside, with Al following closely behind. As soon as she entered the passage, the lion's body slid in, sealing off the entrance. Alfrina was unfazed, but Gary felt a twinge of unease. Hold on to my left hand. It will be safer this way. Alfrina instinctively wanted to decline. She was no coward. The words nearly escaped her lips, but she swallowed them back. After a moment's contemplation, she extended her left hand, finding Gary's in the darkness. Their hands clasped tightly together. They could only navigate in the dark, for illuminating spells might attract the attention of the lurking Lockhart. Gary shook his head, with his wand lowered. A thin mist coalesced in the air, forming words that seemed to lead outside the school. Alfrina nodded, intrigued by Gary's method of communication, finding it quite convenient. Yet she suppressed her curiosity in this moment. The two fell silent again, traversing the passage for over 10 minutes without reaching an end. Prolonged exposure to the boundless darkness led to a disorientation of both direction and time, instilling a sense of anxiety and panic within them. Both Al and Gary felt a growing apprehension. This won't do. Alfrina inscribed 3 exclamation marks on Gary's back, suppressing a chuckle at how cowardly the boy seemed. She squeezed his hand tightly, offering encouragement. Gary could only grit his teeth and press onward. Fortunately, after another 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at the passage's end, which opened into a stone staircase leading up to a wooden platform. Gary ascended the stairs and pushed the wooden board aside with force, revealing the ground beneath. He climbed up and extended his hand to pull Alfrina up. Once they stood on the ground, they surveyed their surroundings, which were desolate. With only a few solitary trees standing and several crows perched atop the branches, their presence accentuated by the howling evening wind, creating an eerie atmosphere. Why has Lockhart come to Hogsmeade? Gary inquired. Alfrina shook her head, sensing that the truth lay hidden behind a thin veil of mist, just waiting to be unveiled. What could be the reason for Lockhart's late-night visit to Hogsmeade? Suddenly, a dismal shriek, unlike any human sound, echoed from afar, startling the crows into flight. Their cawing filling the air. Gary and Alfrina exchanged glances. The mist had cleared, and the truth had emerged. Why do you think Remus takes leave every month? Sirius lounged on his bed, crossing his legs. Do not utter such foolish words, Sirius scoffed. If his mother were truly that ill, why hasn't she sought treatment at St. Mungo's? In truth, I have observed that every time Remus takes a leave of absence, the shrieking shack becomes haunted, James remarked slowly. Wouldn't he have adopted a ghost there, would he? Sirius quipped, believing himself to be quite humorous, and then chuckled awkwardly. To which Peter joined in with a few half-hearted laughs. Honestly, today is exceedingly dull. Shall we embark on an adventure to the shrieking shack? Suggested Sirius. Surely not, Sirius. James hesitated. We have a match against Ravenclaw tomorrow. Do we really need to take the Ravenclaw match so seriously? Sirius smirked. After all, waking up again to yet another defeat is hardly appealing. That is true, James conceded. Even if I were to miss 10 quaffles, they still wouldn't win. Thus, the Marauders are set to embark. Sirius exclaimed with enthusiasm, bouncing on his bed. It was rumored that Ravenclaw named their group the Unconventional Pig, prompting James and Sirius to decide on a more formidable title for their own group, calling themselves the Marauders. We shall take the invisibility cloak, James declared, dragging his trunk from beneath the bed and retrieving a gossamer thin sheet of transparent fabric. With Remus absent, the three of us shall suffice. Peter, being the shortest, was the first to slip beneath the cloak, followed by James and Sirius, each resting an arm on Peter's shoulders, ensuring that the cloak covered them all. We'll use the portrait passage on the 5th floor. It's the closest. James was well versed in the layout of Hogwarts. The trio roused the fat lady at the entrance of the common room and ventured forth, sprinting to the 5th floor. At the staircase, they encountered a landscape painting depicting a vast expanse of verdant grasslands. Chapter 44, The Werewolf's Adventure, Part 2. James fumbled against the green painting until he located a soft, sunken area at its center. Pressing firmly, the frame shifted to reveal a passage wide enough for a single person. James led the way, illuminating the path with his wand as the descent toward Hogsmeade began. They cautiously descended, inching their way down the dry and well-ventilated corridor, which offered no discomfort. After nearly half an hour of crawling, they finally reached the end, emerging at another picturesque painting, this time of a towering tree, lush with foliage. James pressed a recess in the trunk, and they wriggled out from beneath its boughs, reminiscent of their entry into the Whomping Willows tunnel alongside Remus. Sirius leapt down from the passage, sealing the entrance behind them. They found themselves in an old house, standing at the end of a corridor marked by cobwebs and dust, clear indicators of long-term abandonment. Let us go. James draped the invisibility cloak over himself and beckoned Peter and Sirius. Exiting the dilapidated building, they beheld the Shrieking Shack, the haunted abode standing less than 50 meters before them. In the present moment, the wizards of Hogsmeade have succumbed to slumber, while James and his companions, cloaked in invisibility, pushed open the door of the Shrieking Shack. Alfredina and Gary, upon discovering Lockhart's true intentions, hurriedly made their way toward the source of the wailing. Running several hundred meters down a narrow path without catching sight of him, the night breeze dried the cold sweat on their backs. Had he already entered? Alfredina gasped for breath. Directly ahead stood a house, surrounded by low, scruffy grass. The structure appeared to be 2 stories tall, its wooden facade casting an eerie shadow under the moonlight. Gary hesitated, stepping back slightly, his heart fluttering at the sight of the Shrieking Shack. Perhaps he hasn't gone in, he suggested. Isn't it too perilous for us to enter? Alfredina shot him an indignant glare, remaining silent. After 5 seconds, she raised her wand and strode towards the entrance. Hey, Gary exclaimed, reaching out to stop her, but Alfredina deftly sidestepped him and pushed open the door. A gust of cold wind rushed out from within, causing Alfredina's golden locks to dance in the air. Her complexion paled, and her fingers trembled slightly around her wand, yet she resolutely stepped inside. Gary stomped his feet in frustration. Let me go first. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward, pulling Alfredina behind him as he lifted his wand and advanced cautiously. Only then did Alfredina exhale, her body relaxing, her round eyes glaring discontentedly at Gary's back. Gary gestured for silence, and they crouched down to scrutinize the footprints before them. He compared the sizes with his own feet. They were similar, some footprints leading inward while others pointed outward. More than one person. Alfredina and Gary exchanged anxious glances at the varying footprints. Lockhart was not the only one who had visited this house. After all, a ghost would not leave behind human tracks. Gary's heart raced, threatening to leap into his throat. The moment he stood outside the house, he sensed something amiss. Had it not been for Alfredina's insistence, he would never have entered such a peculiar abode. The wooden door creaked ominously in the breeze before slamming shut with a heavy thud. The light within the house dimmed abruptly, with moonlight filtering through the cracks, casting faint beams onto the floor, and the silence became almost suffocating. Gary's hair bristled with dread, an instinctual urge to retreat stirring within him when another ghostly wail echoed before them. Alfredina seized Gary's hand with surprising strength. At that moment, a door to a room ahead swung open abruptly, and Lockhart leaped out, oblivious to Gary and Alfredina on the side. His wand raised as he dashed down the corridor toward the room at the end. The previous unearthly wail had emanated from that very chamber. We must stop Lockhart, Alfredina urged, for no one knew what horrors lay hidden within that room, and the earlier scream only deepened their reluctance to find out. Gary followed closely behind and cast a stunning spell, 2 beams of red light successfully striking Lockhart's garments. However, Lockhart's ring shimmered, forming a protective liquid barrier over his clothes. The stunning spell collided with this shield, flickering twice before vanishing. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed through the room. Its distortion leaving Alfrina and Gary uncertain if it had originated from Lockhart. Startled, they were about to rush inside when Gary suddenly heard a creaking sound. Could it be a ghost? Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Abruptly, a hand slapped his left shoulder. He quickly glanced to his left, only to find emptiness. Turning back towards the doorway, 3 disembodied heads appeared before him, their lower halves fading into the air as they grinned menacingly. Gary was so frightened, he collapsed onto the floor. Ha ha ha. Sirius, shedding your invisibility cloak. What a coward you are, Shafiq, he laughed triumphantly. James folded away the cloak and asked, what are you doing here alone? We heard a ghostly wail. Is it in this room? Extending his hand to help Gary up. Alone? Where's Alfrina? Gary turned to see that the door at the end of the corridor was wide open. Alfrina had dashed inside moments before. A deafening explosion suddenly resounded through the night. Alfrina immediately regretted her decision upon entering the room, for Lockhart lay trembling on the floor before her, curled up with his limbs contorted, his eyes vacant. Upon noticing the creature at the center of the room, her curiosity about Lockhart's agonizing scream dissipated. It was a gray wolf, standing at a height comparable to Alfrina, its fierce countenance and blood-red eyes, drooling, resembling a demon in the darkness. The wolf's gaze shifted from the prostrate Lockhart to Alfrina. Quick, let's go. Alfrina bent down to assist Lockhart, whose hair and face were matted with dust, appearing quite disheveled. Don't hold me back. Lockhart swatted her hand away, angered by being seen in such a state. I can handle this wolf on my own. He picked up his wand from the ground and pointed it at the gray wolf, declaring, thunderous explosion. This was a spell he had recently learned, known for its immense power. A glimmer of mockery flashed in the wolf's eyes as it endured the full force of Lockhart's incantation. The spell indeed proved potent. With a tremendous blast, the entire wolf was engulfed in flames, clouds of dust erupting from the scene. I did it, Lockhart proclaimed triumphantly, raising his arms in victory, straightening his back and smoothing his tousled golden hair. Alfrina sighed in relief. However, as the sound of the explosion faded, she noticed strange noises emanating from the flames. Something was amiss. The clattering of metal hitting the ground reached their ears, and then the gray wolf sprang forth, shaking its head and dislodging the dust from its fur. Alfrina caught sight of 4 iron chains amidst the debris, finally comprehending what Lockhart had just unleashed. The liberated gray wolf bared its teeth, gleaming white like a sinister grin. Before entering, Alfrina, clutching the terrified Lockhart, dashed out, plunging into Gary's embrace. Run, run, she screamed, pushing him forward. The remaining 4 were momentarily stunned by Alfrina's reaction, frozen in place until they heard the heavy breaths emanating from the room. A gray wolf leaped forth, and the 4 felt their legs weaken. The wolf crouched, then with powerful hind legs, lunged towards them. A group of 12 or 13-year-old young wizards stood before the gray wolf, resembling mere toys, dwarfed by its size and strength. It was only at the moment the wolf charged towards Sirius that the instinct for survival ignited a response in James and the others. Sirius adeptly rolled to the ground, narrowly evading the wolf's claws. The 4 fled the shrieking shack, escaping to the vast clearing before the house. Sirius, having twisted his ankle while rolling, now limped painfully. A spell struck the wolf's thick fur, but it had little effect. The beast's assault continued, aiming for the lagging Sirius. Obstacles loomed ahead. James, Peter, and Gary cast 3 barrier spells, their wands sparking with bluish-green flames, finally slowing the wolf's advance. They followed Alfrina up a hillside, intermittently casting spells to hinder their pursuer. However, as time passed, the wolf's resistance to their barriers grew stronger, and the gap between it and the trailing Sirius diminished. If they could navigate down this slope, they would reach Hogsmeade, where they could seek wizardly assistance, but Sirius felt he might not live to see that moment. The gray wolf caught up with the limping Sirius, pouncing fiercely and disregarding the barriers cast by the others, bringing him crashing to the ground. Sirius realized his fate was sealed, the wolf's breath hot against him, mere centimeters away, yet he knew he would never come to love this creature. Alfrina and Lockhart, running ahead, turned back to assist, but Peter was still over 10 meters from Sirius, powerless to intervene as the wolf lunged at him. As the wolf's gaping maw descended upon Sirius, it suddenly halted. Gazing up, Sirius saw an unexpected expression of reluctance on the wolf's fierce visage. The creature lifted its head to the obscured moon, hidden behind thick clouds. It emitted a mournful howl, and Sirius felt the weight pressing down on him diminish. The wolf stepped back, seemingly abandoning its attack, its eyes shifting from blood-red to brown. Sirius scrambled to his feet, though he knew that should the wolf charge again, he would be defenseless, perhaps more resigned to his fate. James, too, was baffled by the wolf's sudden change of heart. Alfrina glanced skyward, deep in thought. Lockhart seized the opportunity to break free from Alfrina's grasp, brandishing his wand as he dashed toward the gray wolf. Why bother with reservations? Perhaps it was the creature that felt fear. At a distance of approximately 5 or 6 meters from the wolf, He raised his wand once more, unleashing a thunderous explosion. This time, Lowart channeled all his magical energy into the spell, convinced that the wolf's sudden halt was a result of the prior incantations that had inflicted pain upon it. In that moment, he aimed to deliver a decisive blow. The spell struck the wolf's neck, successfully penetrating its defenses and leaving a deep wound, exposing bone. "Step back!" Alfrina shrieked. Sirius instinctively leaped back 2 paces. Lowart remained rooted in place, admiring the fruits of his spellcasting. Suddenly, the densely packed dark clouds in the sky were torn apart, revealing a perfect full moon. Moonlight cascaded down upon the gray wolf as it howled skyward, its eyes turning a vibrant crimson once more. The wound on its neck, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared to emit a faint wisp of smoke, healing at an astonishingly visible pace. It was over, utterly over. Alfrina's face turned ashen, and the wolf lowered its head, baring its teeth as it charged toward the still-dazed Lowart like a bolt of lightning. Lowart, startled, stumbled back 2 steps and accidentally fell to the ground, helplessly watching as the wolf bore down upon him. Ironclad protection. Gary intervened. The ironclad spell was unequivocally beyond the capabilities of a second-year student. Gary had seen this incantation in Lucy's notes on dark arts defense, where she had meticulously recorded the pronunciation and wand movements. However, Gary could not guarantee its successful execution every time, and given the dire circumstances, he had to summon the power of his Vinewood wand. A solid, transparent barrier materialized between Lowart and the wolf. The wolf, undeterred, charged forward, momentarily suspended in midair before ferociously shattering the ironclad spell. It continued its relentless assault on Lowart. And at that moment, no one could save him. The timid Peter had covered his eyes in fear. Chapter 46, The Werewolf's Adventure, Part 4. James and the others could only watch as the enraged gray wolf bared its fangs and lunged at Lowart. "Don't die, please don't die." Gary's heart sank as he gazed at Lowart, motionless on the ground. If Lowart were to perish here, none of the 5 of them would escape unscathed. Not only would they face dire consequences, but the weight of guilt would be unbearable for Gary. If only he and Alfrina had intervened in the common room, perhaps they would not have found themselves in such perilous circumstances. Though Gary harbored a strong aversion to Lowart, their limited interactions had left a negative impression due to his blind arrogance and the troubles he had caused. Yet, this disdain was merely that, disdain. One could isolate him among peers, choose not to engage, treat him as if he were invisible, and resent him for the 50 points deducted from their house, jeopardizing their chances in the House Cup. However, in the face of life and death, such matters seemed trivial. He harbored a deep disdain for Lockhart, previously feeling the same towards Snape and Sirius, yet he had never entertained thoughts of causing death. Lockhart did not deserve to die. Gary, though somewhat timid and indecisive in his judgments, consistently regarded himself as a good person, perhaps not entirely so, but at the very least, he was kind-hearted. "Don't die. Please don't die." The Vinewood emitted a crimson glow as 3 protective shields materialized before Lockhart. The gray wolf charged fiercely, shattering the first barrier, then the second, ultimately halting before the 3rd shield, which repelled it with a surge of energy, sending it sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, James and Peter hurriedly dragged Sirius and Lockhart to safety. The gray wolf appeared dazed from the rebound of the shield's force, slowly shaking its head as it rose. At that moment, Gary felt his wand growing intensely hot, heat radiating from the groove at its end, rising to an unbearable level, causing him to release it in haste. The wand tumbled into the low underbrush, and Gary bent down to search for it. Now, the wand emitted not only light, but also revealed cracks within its core, glowing ominously in the blood-red hue. "Is your shield spell truly that potent?" Alfrina, relieved at the situation's stabilization, approached Gary with a grave expression. "It's merely a coincidence. It was not this powerful during my prior practice." Gary had no time to engage Alfrina, his focus fixated on the wand hidden in the grass. He discreetly turned to obstruct Alfrina's view, ensuring she remained unaware of anything amiss. Alfrina shot him a knowing glance, inherently skeptical of Gary's claims. Few wizards in the magical realm could conjure 3 powerful shield spells in rapid succession, and Gary's assertion of coincidence only fueled her frustration. Her displeasure stemmed from both Gary's dishonesty and the fact that his magical prowess ignited her competitive spirit. At this moment, Gary was preoccupied with the astonishing transformation of the wand on the ground. The Vinewood encasing its core began to splinter and crumble, revealing a fiery red interior. He picked up a broken twig from the ground and tucked it into his pocket. In the darkness, the twig and wand were indistinguishable. He rose, edging closer while shielding the wand's faint glow. The gray wolf regained its footing, circling them to instill tension and seek an opening. The 6 of them huddled together, wands directed at the wolf. It recognized that these small figures wielded formidable tools, yet it remained patient. Time was on its side, and a single strike would be fatal once it detected a weakness. Alfrina gazed skyward, awaiting the moment when the clouds would obscure the moon once more. After 2 failed attempts, Lockhart finally ceased his efforts, cowering among the crowd, unwilling to confront the gray wolf directly. "We should gradually move toward the village," Alfrina whispered. They could not afford to prolong this standoff. Relying on the cloud above to shield them was evidently unrealistic, and their stamina was limited. Maintaining a heightened state of vigilance for too long could easily lead to their downfall. The gray wolf evidently intended to deny them the opportunity to seek aid, lunging forward to obstruct their retreat as they shifted their positions. Forced to retaliate with their wands, James and his companions found that, under the moonlight, the majority of their inflicted wounds healed almost instantaneously. To evade the wolf's assaults, they had to alter their backward trajectory. Sirius, nursing a sprained ankle, found little assistance from Lockhart, leaving the remaining 4 to guard the 2 while remaining vigilant against the wolf's attacks. Gary was reluctantly compelled to cast a few spells, relying on the magic within him rather than the energy stored in his wand. He hesitated to experiment, uncertain if his wand still possessed the capability to independently conjure spells as before, and thus resorted to his own power. With the experience of Lockhart fresh in their minds, they ceased using barrier spells and instead opted for thunderclap explosions to impede the gray wolf. This explosive spell could inflict significant damage on the wolf's form. Yet the drawback lay in their mediocre grasp of this challenging incantation, resulting in only a mediocre effect that failed to deliver fatal harm to the wolf beneath the moon's glow. Their nerves remained taut, yet a momentary lapse occurred when Peter, stepping backward, inadvertently stumbled over a stone, causing him to fall and his wand to point skyward. The wolf's eyes gleamed with a predatory light, seizing this precious opportunity to charge toward Peter. At that moment, Gary's internal magic reserves were insufficient to sustain another iron armor spell. Alfrina and James drained their own magical energy, managing to conjure 2 exceedingly frail iron armor spells, while Sirius, straining himself, managed to cast a couple of barrier spells. However, it was clear that the iron armor spells summoned by their collective magic could not withstand the wolf's onslaught, as they were swiftly torn to shreds. The barrier spells, striking the wolf's head, proved equally ineffective, and Peter, overwhelmed by fear, attempted to retreat clumsily. The scene descended into chaos. With no alternatives left, Gary turned to his wand for assistance. "Armor, armor, armor," he fervently exclaimed, directing his wand at Peter and reciting the incantation without pause. He felt a jolt in his fingers as the wand's magic surged toward its tip, culminating in a brilliant beam of light that shot forth. Gary sensed that the entirety of the wand's stored energy had been unleashed. This fervent energy crashed into the ground between Peter and the wolf, activating the iron armor spell. Yet this iron armor spell was starkly different from those previously cast. It shimmered not with transparency, but with the robust hue of black iron. Peter, positioned directly behind the spell, felt its formidable presence as if a thick wall had risen before him, solid, imposing, and grand. The gray wolf was momentarily taken aback, yet it could not halt its momentum midair and collided with the spell. The impact felt akin to crashing into a mass of steel, leaving the wolf disoriented and dazed. Undeterred, it gathered its strength and charged at the iron armor once more, only to be rebuffed with even greater force. As it regained its footing, its gaze was now filled with caution. Peter finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The gazes directed at Gary by Alfrina and the others were imbued with gratitude, jealousy, and disbelief at his casting of the powerful shield charm. Fortunately, everyone's attention had been focused on Peter and the werewolf, allowing Gary to conceal his wand without arousing suspicion. He hastily tucked the wand into the sleeve of his robe to avoid detection. The werewolf fixed its gaze on Gary, aware that with the formidable shield charm in place, success was unattainable tonight. The moonlight was once again obscured by thick clouds, and a flicker of reluctance emerged in the werewolf's crimson, fervent eyes, which gradually softened into a calm demeanor. Casting a glance at the group, it turned away and leaped gracefully into the darkness, vanishing from sight. James, whose tense shoulders had finally relaxed, breathed a sigh of relief. The group sat on the ground, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped disaster, allowing their tense bodies to unwind. "Thank goodness you were here, Gary," Alfrina said sincerely. "Indeed, Mr. Shafiq, you saved my life," Peter replied, his eyes glistening with tears, uncertain whether it was from the fright of the werewolf or gratitude for Gary's intervention. "Thank you," Sirius said hesitantly, though his expression remained grim. Gary merely nodded, lost in his own thoughts. Lockhart sat on the ground, arms wrapped around his knees, his gaze vacant. He vividly recalled the harrowing moment when the werewolf lunged at him, its bloodthirsty, cruel eyes, the glint of its sharp teeth under the moonlight, and its powerful limbs. The creature appeared so formidable that he felt utterly incapable of resistance. Yet, it was this very wolf that had been frightened away by Gary Shafiq, who was merely a year his senior. Lockhart lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly, filled with a sense of discontent. He began to doubt his own abilities. Was he truly that unique? A bitter smile crept across his face. Only Alfrina and Lockhart knew that the wolf had been tethered in the screaming shed, leaving them to ponder who had orchestrated this. Gary lingered at the back of the group, ensuring no one was paying attention before drawing his wand from his sleeve for a closer inspection. After casting the powerful shield charm, the wand's luster had dimmed, suggesting a depletion of magical energy within. The recess at the end remained, and Gary felt as though a gem needed to be embedded there. The wand's width appeared slightly narrower than before when he pressed down on its tapered end. It resisted bending, proving even sturdier than its predecessor. He found this peculiar. If the change in color was due to the core, then how could its hardness also have altered? Could the core truly affect the very properties of the wand's wood? His curiosity compelled him to write to Ollivander, yet he hesitated to reveal this secret to anyone, even though Ollivander might have known the answer from the outset. Upon returning to the third-floor corridor of Hogwarts Castle, the group was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, James and Sirius had a change of heart, deciding against seeking out Professor Dumbledore, fearing he would deduct points from Gryffindor. Gary and Alfrina had justifiable reasons to fear that Lockhart might stir up trouble. They were out on an adventure, and today was not a weekend evening. Violating curfew could result in Gryffindor losing 150 points. Alfrina believed it imperative that Professor Dumbledore be informed. A wolf, whose origins were unknown, posed a significant threat to both students and villagers in Hogsmeade. In contrast, the potential loss of points for curfew violations seemed trivial. As they left, James and Sirius wore expressions more befitting of someone who had consumed something unpleasant. Gary and Alfrina escorted Lockhart upstairs to the headmaster's office, where Lockhart appeared lost in thought, his mind seemingly adrift. On the 8th floor, the headmaster's office was situated in the heart of the corridor, guarded by 2 slumbering stone beasts. As the trio approached, the stone guardians opened their eyes, feigning compliance. Password, one of the statues intoned, sitting upright, its gaze fixed ahead, ignoring the 3. We have urgent matters to discuss with Professor Dumbledore. Please pardon us, Alfrina explained. The stone beasts disregarded her, merely shifting their postures as if scratching an itch. Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Alfrina raised her voice slightly. We urgently need to see you. Dumbledore's azure eyes swept over the trio before he spoke. Very well. You have violated curfew. Come inside. He led them before the stone guardians, who remained silent this time, their eyes unwaveringly focused ahead. Yet their bodies shifted to grant passage through the corridor behind them. Following Dumbledore, Gary and Alfrina climbed the spiral staircase leading up to the office door, a gleaming oak portal adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Inside was a spacious and opulent circular room, its walls adorned with portraits of former heads of Hogwarts, both male and female, all peacefully snoring within their frames as night deepened. The room's centerpiece was an enormous table, its legs resembling clawed feet, cluttered with an array of books and silverware, creating a chaotic tableau. Dumbledore, his demeanor cheerful, gestured for the trio to approach the table. He produced a peculiar wand, adorned with raised bumps and as dark as ink, and with a casual flick, 3 mahogany chairs materialized behind them. Please, take a seat, he invited. As Dumbledore removed his glasses, an air of age washed over him, his once sharp eyes gently closing, revealing a face lined with wrinkles and fatigue, reminiscent of an ordinary elderly man. He rubbed his eyes and exhaled deeply, and when he donned his glasses once more, he transformed back into the formidable Dumbledore. What is the urgency? He inquired kindly of Alfrina. She recounted the evening's events, omitting certain details concerning the Gryffindor trio. A sigh of uncertain significance escaped Dumbledore's lips. Mr. Shafiq, are you able to cast the ironclad charm consecutively? Dumbledore had only heard Alfrina's account and had not witnessed Gary's final, powerful ironclad charm. Thus, he was unaware of the spell's true potency. He merely found Gary's successive casting quite intriguing. Dumbledore, Alfrina exclaimed, her urgency palpable. I understand, he replied, his expression tinged with resignation. I will manage this matter, provided the 3 of you keep it to yourselves. Rest assured, we are quite discreet, Gary assured him. Gilderoy Lockhart still appeared dazed, and Dumbledore recognized that he had been shaken. He advised him to seek Miss Pomfrey's assistance the following morning. Upon receiving Dumbledore's assurance, Alfrina's brow relaxed momentarily, only to furrow again. Well, the 3 of us did violate curfew, she stammered. Ah, Dumbledore pondered. You and Mr. Shafiq shall not incur any penalties this time. However, Mr. Lockhart, you must face the consequences of your recklessness. Ravenclaw loses 50 points. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted. The proposal your group submitted for the reform of the dark arts defense curriculum is commendable. By this September, we should have a comprehensive syllabus for the subject. During his first year as headmaster of Hogwarts, he had declined Tom's self-nomination, and since then, the position of dark arts defense instructor had been cursed. Over the years, he had been compelled to solicit the help of his students and friends in times of need. With a new syllabus in place, as long as the appointed teacher's competence was not abysmally lacking, the students would acquire knowledge sufficient to navigate their examinations. We will discuss your rewards once the plans are concretized. Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles, noting the late hour. You should head to the Great Hall. You will arrive just in time for breakfast. Time flew swiftly, and soon dawn broke. The group bid farewell to Dumbledore and exited the office. In an instant, Dumbledore's cheerful expression darkened. He rubbed his hands against his wand, waves of turmoil surging in his cerulean eyes. He and Alfrina barely managed to finish their breakfast, feeling as though their legs no longer belonged to them as they climbed toward Ravenclaw Tower. Their calves ached terribly, muscles trembling in protest of their overexertion. Next time, don't invite me to a game of wizard's chess, Alfrina, he said wearily before entering the dormitory. I have no desire for further adventures. Alfrina chuckled lightly, wrapping her arms around his neck. Don't say that. Today, you unlocked your potential, didn't you? Otherwise, who knows when you would have mastered the powerful ironclad charm. Gary reflected on how the peculiarities of his wand also stemmed from that gray wolf, and he found himself feeling less troubled. Howard considered Alfrina's nature for a moment, then collapsed onto his bed, laughing heartily. I'm heading downstairs for breakfast. Do you need me to bring anything? Howard asked, grasping the wand on the table. Gary's face met the soft pillow. A glass of juice will suffice. I'll drink it while watching the Quidditch match. He weakly waved his hand. Are you going to watch the Quidditch game? Howard's eyes widened in disbelief, his brow furrowing with concern. Was there truly any need to attend the match against Gryffindor today? Initially, he and Kinna had held a keen interest in Quidditch, but after witnessing a single match, their hopes for Ravenclaw had utterly dissipated, for their performance was simply abysmal. With Gryffindor as their opponent today, Howard had no intention of being present. He feared that he might lose control of his voice and find himself cheering for Gryffindor. Chapter 49, Shanny. You must go today, Gary urged, a hint of excitement in his voice. There's bound to be some good entertainment. Howard's expression mirrored that of a perplexed young hero, questioning the significance of Gary's words. Gary, unwilling to elaborate, simply insisted that Howard should witness it for himself. After a brief 2-hour slumber, Gary finally felt rejuvenated, though his legs ached even more. Howard was seated at a table, diligently completing his homework. As the two made their way to the Quidditch pitch together, the turnout was sparse, as most believed the match held little suspense. The only query was how many points Gryffindor would win by. Consequently, Gary quickly spotted Kinna and Alfrina seated high in the stands. Howard and Kinna seemed to share an unending conversation, whispering and occasionally erupting into soft laughter. In contrast, Gary and Alfrina remained relatively silent, merely observing the audience as they settled in and the players engaged in warm-up exercises. James and Sirius, the starting players for Gryffindor, typically outstanding in their performance, appeared lethargic today, thoroughly dominated by Ravenclaw's chasers. Within merely 10 minutes of play, Ravenclaw had surged ahead by 30 points, eliciting excitement among the scattered spectators. To their astonishment, the match was not the one-sided affair they had anticipated. After receiving the ball, Sirius passed it to a teammate on the other side. Not only were they lackluster in their offensive efforts, but their defense was equally lackadaisical, as if they were merely going through the motions. Ravenclaw's lead continued to expand, the score climbing to 100-40, as Ravenclaw's captain, Nansgrow, exuberantly shouted on the field. This was the match they had yearned to win all year, and Nansgrow had longed for this victory. The Gryffindor captain sensed that James and Sirius were not performing as usual, attributing it to a restless night spent reveling in the castle. He could never have imagined they were throwing the game. Be more aggressive in your defense. He yelled at James, show them your speed. James felt a pang of distress. He had seen Gary and Alfrina in the stands earlier, and if he increased his speed now, those two Quidditch novices would surely view it as a betrayal of his word. He continued to linger on the periphery of the field, effectively becoming a commentator with a far broader perspective than that of the announcer's box. Nansgrow gazed at the scoreboard with elation. Ravenclaw now led by 140 points. As long as the golden snitch did not fall into Gryffindor's hands, Ravenclaw would secure their first victory in 3 years. He noticed Gryffindor's seeker, Shanny Lynch, beginning to accelerate on the opposite side of the field, and Nansgrow propelled himself on his broomstick in pursuit, determined not to let Gryffindor claim victory. Indeed, Shunny had spotted the golden snitch, which was leisurely soaring just over 10 meters away from the stands. She bent low, propelling her broom towards the elusive prize. I cannot let her succeed, Nan's mind screamed, as he pushed his broom to its utmost limit. Yet he remained several meters away from Shunny. If she captured the snitch, Gryffindor would triumph by a considerable margin, rendering the efforts of the Ravenclaw team futile. Nans felt a surge of resentment. He did not wish to extinguish the hopes of his fellow Ravenclaw students. He was acutely aware of the sparse attendance from his house today, as many had grown accustomed to defeat. A quote from his beloved playwright Shakespeare echoed in his mind. Pity the unfortunate, but be angry with those who do not strive. He sensed that this sentiment might reflect the feelings of his fellow Ravenclaws. Yet today, he was unwilling to accept defeat. This was a rare opportunity. Gryffindor's two chasers were underperforming, and Ravenclaw had established a lead of 140 points. If they lost this match, how could they face their peers? He urged his broom forward, The Nimbus 2000, which had been his companion for 3 years, trembled with excitement as he pursued Shunny, carrying the hopes of the entire Ravenclaw team. As Shunny approached the golden snitch, she slightly decelerated, cautious not to let it slip through her fingers. She reached out to grasp the snitch, her lips curling into a triumphant smile as she seized it, ensuring Gryffindor's victory. However, Nans was swifter than she anticipated. As he neared her, he thrust his arm downwards on the broom, launching himself into the air and snatching the snitch from between her fingers. Gasps filled the arena. At 30 meters above the ground, Nans released his grip on the broom, recklessly claiming the snitch from right before Shunny's eyes, all for the sake of victory. As he descended, he envisioned himself cheering in triumph, feeling the solid presence of the golden snitch in his right hand, full and round. Much like the sweet taste of victory in this match, he closed his eyes, convinced that the fall would not be fatal, at worst. He would find himself bedridden until the start of the new term in September. He felt it was worth it. He had not let down his teammates. Yet, to his surprise, he did not hear the anticipated sound of bones fracturing upon impact. Instead, he found himself cradled in an embrace, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was Shunny Lynch, his opponent. The girl had descended rapidly, managing to catch him just in time, her short hair fluttering and her slender frame surprisingly strong. Nance felt her hands radiating warmth. "Thank you," he said with a smile. Shunny lowered him to the ground, her words laced with exasperation, likely astonished by his reckless determination. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match, and Ravenclaw had achieved a resounding victory over Gryffindor. James and Sirius let out a collective sigh of relief. Having done their utmost against the nearly unguarded goal of Ravenclaw, the audience erupted in jubilation. No one had anticipated that the long-suffering Ravenclaw would emerge victorious, pulling the top-ranking Gryffindor down into the depths of defeat. Howard's mouth hung agape, as if he could fit a hamburger inside, shaking his head in disbelief, akin to the astonishment of fans witnessing their national team triumph over Brazil. Alfrina and Gary exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding unspoken. The surrounding Ravenclaw students erupted in joyful exuberance, for the team's performance had exceeded all expectations. Nans flashed a grin at Shunny, only to receive an eye roll in return, shortly before he was hoisted aloft by the jubilant Ravenclaw players. Chapter 50. The Transformation of Snape. The Ravenclaw common room was a scene of unbridled celebration that evening. Professor Flitwick had personally come to congratulate the team on their victory, his face gleaming with excitement, revealing a long-held desire for this triumph. Alfrina beamed at the elated faces around her, her round eyes squinting with delight. Howard was still shaking Gary's arm, inquiring how he had foreseen the outcome. Corna was tutoring Lockhart in Transfiguration. Today, he seemed to have adjusted his attitude, sporting a smile. "Are you really that Grey Wolf?" James exclaimed incredulously, pointing at Lupin, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Hey, Remus," Sirius interjected with irritation. "Were you actually contemplating attacking me? On a full moon, I lose my rationality under the moonlight." Lupin replied earnestly, "I truly did not mean to pose a threat." Peter shrank into the corner, fear creeping in as he recalled the wolf's bloodthirsty gaze. He could not fathom why Dumbledore had taken such a course of action. After all, he had not revealed his identity. Would it not be better to continue concealing it and remain a normal person in the dormitory? He feared that his friends might distance themselves from him due to his secret, and the thought of losing such precious friendships was unbearable for Lupin. "What on earth?" James paused, his hand momentarily suspended in the air before it came down firmly on Lupin's shoulder. "You're just a werewolf. It's merely a furry little issue." "Indeed, Remus," Sirius affirmed, demonstrating the camaraderie of brotherhood. "A trivial matter like this will not tarnish our bond." "Absolutely." Peter managed a smile. "We shall always stand by your side, Remus." He was not so thick-skinned as to be unperturbed by the notion of a werewolf, yet he did not wish to be looked down upon by his friends. "I am truly grateful to you all," Lupin said sincerely, his eyes glistening with emotion. These friends were the closest he had aside from family. Their support was invaluable to him. "This secret remains exclusively ours," James declared, leaping onto his bed with a grand gesture. "It must not be divulged to anyone." Lupin hesitated, uncertain whether keeping this secret from the unique companions among the pigs was the right choice. After all, Gary and Alfrina had also witnessed his werewolf form. Nevertheless, James and Sirius quickly pulled him into a discussion about the Quidditch match, causing Lupin to set aside his concerns. Ever since Lockhart had docked 100 points from Ravenclaw, he found it nearly impossible to engage in conversation with classmates. James had managed a few words, leveraging the favor from their previous encounter regarding the secret passage at Hogwarts to ensure Lockhart would keep quiet about the Shrieking Shack. Lockhart began to recognize his own mediocrity in comparison to his peers. Aside from his striking golden hair and handsome visage, he was not particularly remarkable. Gary's powerful iron armor charm that saved Peter remained vividly etched in memory. Was such a formidable spell truly within the capabilities of a second-year student? In contrast, his own abilities appeared rather mediocre. His performance in charms was commendable, yet his grades in other subjects were decidedly average, placing him towards the bottom of the ranks in Ravenclaw. The relentless setbacks gradually led this 12-year-old boy to a clearer understanding of himself, prompting a swift maturation. Since the peculiar pig had resumed its activities, Snape had attended gatherings less frequently, his demeanor growing increasingly stern, and at times, his gaze towards Lupin was tinged with animosity. Althea, perceptive as ever, inquired about the situation to Lupin, who was evasive and unwilling to elaborate. She simplistically wondered if there had been some discord between the two. Yet the reality was far more intricate. James would occasionally visit the library after Quidditch matches, and upon learning of Lupin's werewolf identity, they established an ambitious goal. To pursue this ambition, he needed to consult resources on transfiguration, but every time he visited the library, he would find Lily and Snape engrossed in discussion. This sight only intensified the flames of jealousy within James. On one occasion, he even witnessed Lily's arm brushing against Snape's. Indignant, he sought revenge, enlisting his friends to create trouble for Snape. Lupin, feeling compelled, participated several times, such as when they tossed Snape into the washroom sink and doused him with a jet of water. Snape grew weary of this torment and contemplated extricating himself from the group. He had to concede that their proposal for reforming defense against the dark arts was quite commendable. However, the examination content seemed trivial to him, and lacking a strong sense of responsibility, he was indifferent to how many failing students the reform could assist. Had it not been for Lily's desire for excitement and insistence on joining, Snape would have never considered participating. Malfoy expressed a keen interest in his potion-making and dark arts skills, even inviting him to the Malfoy Manor for a Christmas ball. There, he encountered numerous heads of pureblood families, including Sirius Black's mother, Walburga Black. It was Snape's first encounter with the elite of the Wizarding World, and their courteous demeanor left a far better impression on him than the Muggle-born students at Hogwarts. He began to yearn to penetrate this circle. His father's domestic violence against his mother fostered a deep-seated disdain for Muggles, and he longed to escape poverty. Observing the squalor of his home in Spinner's End contrasted sharply with the opulent decor of Malfoy Manor, while the foul stench from the sewers in summer was an unbearable reminder of his circumstances. Chapter 51, Chocolate Frogs. Snape's mother was somewhat feeble. Following an incident during Snape's childhood that revealed their wizarding identity, his father succumbed to alcoholism and gambling, sometimes resorting to violence against both mother and son. The weak mother possessed a wand but lacked the courage to resist, instead cradling Snape and weeping. Exhausted by this existence, Snape yearned for escape. In the end, Snape completed the crucial potion content assigned by Alfredina. He was not particularly in favor of cramming for exams, believing that a thorough understanding of the entire textbook constituted the proper approach to learning. During the second-year final examinations, Lily and Alfredina once again achieved perfect scores. Gary, however, faced setbacks in his potions class, having lost significant points during his practical exam due to a violation caught by Slughorn. The other students also performed admirably, but as the difficulty of the courses increased, it became increasingly challenging for them to maintain the same level of excellence as in their first year. Notably, Slytherin secured the House Cup this year, with Lockhart's perfect score proving pivotal. The two competing houses were separated by merely 30 points. A rather unconventional pig failed to earn any additional points, and the Ministry of Magic seemed to be at an impasse regarding curriculum reform. Nevertheless, this did not deter the Ravenclaw students from harboring disdain for Lockhart. Upon arriving at Hogwarts this year, Gary noticed a new security guard at the platform, Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. Gary had not seen him since his first year, as Hagrid typically secluded himself in his hut, located on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a place Gary had never ventured. Despite Hagrid's imposing appearance, he turned out to be quite gentle, especially towards young wizards, proving far more amiable than Professor Pringle. As usual, Alfredina, Gary, Corna, and Howard occupied a compartment. Unfortunately for Corna, Alfredina discovered that her wizard's chess skills were markedly superior to Gary's, matching her own abilities. Consequently, the poor player sought a new chess partner and immediately engaged Corna in a match by the window, much to Corna's delight. Upon boarding, Howard purchased an array of chocolate frogs, the latest confectionery among wizards, each containing powerful wizard cards. Collecting all 100 cards would grant a trip to America. Howard bought 20 chocolate frogs along with a variety of snacks, distributing the frogs among his 3 friends, with the sole condition that they hand over the wizard cards once unwrapped. "Are you really short on money?" Gary inquired curiously, as Howard had previously invested a significant sum in publishing his own book, suggesting he was not lacking in funds for a trip to America. Gary held a lively chocolate frog in one hand while opening a card with the other, revealing Dumbledore, who winked back at him. The card detailed Dumbledore's accomplishments, including the Philosopher's Stone and the 12 uses of dragon's blood. "I collect these cards to satisfy my collector's impulse. Accumulating all 100 brings a considerable sense of achievement," Alfredina remarked, shaking her head, unable to comprehend Howard's perspective. Nevertheless, the trio certainly did not refuse the offered snacks. After trying 2, Gary found them overly sweet and handed the remaining 3 to Corna, who was eagerly munching away, engrossed in a spirited game with Alfredina. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, and James's head poked in. "We have some big news to share with you all." Sirius and Lupin entered, yet Peter was absent. "Long time no see, Remus," Alfrina cheerfully remarked. "Where have you been lately?" Ever since the rift between Lupin and Snape, he had seldom attended gatherings, and Alfrina suspected it was due to Snape. "Severus just informed me tonight that he does not plan to continue with us next school year." She noticed Lupin's expression was not quite right. His eyes cast downwards as if burdened by guilt, prompting her to decisively change the subject. Sorry, Al. I think I shall withdraw as well," Lupin said with a glance at James and Sirius, his face etched with regret. After James and the others shared their lofty ambitions, it seemed prudent for him to step away, as the endeavor required immense time and energy, leaving him little opportunity to engage in Alfrina's organizational activities. "May I inquire the reason?" Alfrina cautiously asked, scrutinizing Lupin's demeanor. "Al, what reason is needed?" James interjected. "Remus simply no longer has time to frolic with you all. He must join us." "Very well," Alfrina replied, somewhat disheartened. The departure of 2 companions in a single day before the semester's end weighed heavily on her as a leader. "Then it is settled," Sirius exclaimed, draping an arm around Lupin's shoulder, a rebellious smile adorning his handsome face. "We can finally pursue our own endeavors." After the trio from Gryffindor departed, Alfrina's expression darkened as she stared at the chessboard in silence. Following a blunder, she had fallen victim to Corna's 2 consecutive captures, causing her knight to stomp in frustration. Unable to contain herself, she slammed her hand on the table. "We must immediately present our goals for the next academic year and showcase our prowess. I will ensure they regret this." Alfrina ground her teeth in determination. Gary, aware that Alfrina was currently in a fit of anger, presumed she blamed herself for the departure of the 2, and he wisely refrained from provoking her ire. Howard stepped out to summon the remaining member, Lily. The 3 girls squeezed onto one chair while Howard and Gary occupied the other end, and the group chattered animatedly. "I think our next plan could involve care of magical creatures," Lily suggested, seemingly quite taken with this year's curricular reforms. "No. What is there to reform in care of magical creatures?" Alfrina shook her head. "Professor Kettleburn's creatures are exceedingly dangerous. Birds and snakes are child's play," Lily remarked. "He will be teaching us this September. You wouldn't want him bringing along perilous beasts, would you?" Professor Kettleburn had been at Hogwarts for countless years, a teacher even before Dumbledore's tenure, and now he was left with but one arm and one leg, covered in scars. He held the record for an astonishing 61 consecutive years of service, which was quite extraordinary. "This topic can be addressed, but it must not be our primary focus," Alfrina asserted. "I lean towards tasks that present greater challenges." Subsequently, Howard and Corna proposed several suggestions, all of which Alfrina dismissed. Her brow furrowed, clearly exasperated. The usually buoyant Lily fell silent after having her 2 proposals rejected. Chapter 52, The Dragonhide Wand, Part 1. "Can we venture beyond Hogwarts?" Gary suddenly inquired. "Indeed, like where?" Alfrina's eyes brightened. "We could explore Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, and so forth. Any issue pertaining to the Wizarding World is fair game." Gary's novel perspective ignited excitement among the other 4, as they transcended the confines of Hogwarts, realizing the multitude of unresolved matters existing in the world. During their discussion, they established a guiding principle: to refrain from delving into matters of lineage. Such topics would undoubtedly lead their youthful selves down a perilous path. Upon the train's arrival in London, Alfrina finally acquiesced to the idea of researching the rules of Quidditch as the theme for the upcoming academic year. Alfrina, Kinna, Lily, and Howard hailed from Muggle families and, influenced by their environment, had all, to some extent, witnessed Muggle football matches, another immensely popular sport. Consequently, they found the rules of Quidditch rather primitive, which contributed to their lack of interest in the game. The most objectionable aspect of the rules was the Golden Snitch, worth 150 points and mandating the conclusion of the match, thereby disproportionately elevating the Seeker's status. A goal scored by a chaser only garnered 10 points, rendering their contributions seemingly insignificant compared to the Seeker's pivotal role on the field. Fortunately, the use of wands was infrequent during the second-year final examinations. With careful maneuvering to avoid certain individuals, Gary found it manageable. He intended to craft a sheath for his wand to obscure its color. The challenge lay in ensuring that the sheath would protect the wand while not obstructing its magical output and spellcasting capabilities. Currently, the situation was tolerable. If Gary were to cast a powerful spell, the excess magic emanating from the wand's tip could potentially rupture the sheath. It was imperative that the sheath could withstand a certain level of magical energy and appear dark in hue. Dragonhide was the most suitable material that came to Gary's mind, possessing ample magical resistance and resilience, and its coloration met the requirements. The only drawback was its exorbitant price. Without delay, Gary wrapped his wand in a sheet of paper. calculating the surface area and determining the amount of dragon hide required, which amounted to 210 galleons for a mere piece of dragon hide. The dragon hide he sought was distinct from the dragon hide gloves he wore during his studies to protect against herbaceous corrosion. The latter was merely a blend of dragon hide and other materials, serving only to prevent decay and burns without any magical resistance. Gary needed to envelop the entire wand in dragon hide. Dragons naturally reproduce at a slow rate, and in recent years, the demand for dragon blood and hide had surged. Many wizards joined dragon hunting teams, leading to a dwindling dragon population and escalating prices for dragon-related items. By combining the funds from selling magical stabilizers with his pocket money, he had approximately 170 galleons, yet still fell short. He contemplated asking his parents for assistance. Their financial situation had improved significantly, and they were no longer in dire straits, unable to spare 40 galleons. "Dad, Mom," Gary ventured as they relaxed in front of the television after a long day's work. At that moment, his parents were basking in their well-deserved respite, and reasonable requests from their children were typically met with approval. The morning unfolds in stark contrast, as parents brace themselves for another day of relentless toil, grappling with demanding superiors, unproductive subordinates, and competitive colleagues, a trifecta of tribulations that cast a shadow over the spirits of most employees. At such a moment, should a child make a request, the parents are likely to furrow their brows, urging their offspring to focus on their studies, while reciting the accomplishments of the neighbor's child, thereby disheartening them. What transpired? Mr. Shafiq, comfortably ensconced with his wife, is contentedly engrossed in the television. "I wish to borrow 40 galleons, Gary remarks, observing the expressions of his parents soften as he wishes to procure dragon hide for an experiment. "Dragon hide?" Mrs. Shafiq inquires, puzzled. "What kind of experiment?" "The experiment requires bubotuber pus," Gary responds, echoing Alfrena's words, though the specifics of the experiment remain elusive. He invokes Alfrena's name as a shield against further scrutiny. Recognizing the cleverness of the young girl, Mrs. Shafiq refrains from pressing further. "Very well, but these funds will be deducted from your allowance over the course of 8 months. Mr. Shafiq readily consents. With an allowance of 10 galleons monthly, a deduction of 5 galleons is manageable. Upon receiving the funds, Gary retrieves a trunk from beneath his bed, containing all his savings nestled within a hidden compartment. He counts out 210 gold coins, placing them into a bag, an impressively weighty sum that brings him solace. The following day, he ventures through the family's flue network to the Leaky Cauldron, entering Diagon Alley. On this day, the alley is relatively quiet, devoid of the throngs typically seen during school supply shopping. Gary strolls to the intersection with Nocturne Alley and steps into Slughorn's apothecary. Inside, he surveys the surroundings. Barrels of viscous substances line the floor, while the walls are adorned with jars of various powders, herbs, and bundles of feathers, with sharp fangs and claws suspended from the ceiling. The air is pervaded by a foul stench, reminiscent of rotten eggs and decaying vegetables. Holding his nose, Gary ventures deeper into the shop, where a tall, gaunt man with gray hair stands behind the counter. "Hello, I wish to purchase dragon hide," Gary speaks, his voice muffled. "Follow me," the man replies tersely, merely gesturing for Gary to follow. He emerges from behind the counter, leading the way, and Gary notices the man's attire resembles that of muggles, notably a pair of jeans. "Here," he states, halting in a corner where an array of wooden crates of varying sizes lies before them. "A piece 1 foot long and 4 inches wide will suffice," Gary specifies. The peculiar knife in the man's hand proves surprisingly adept, slicing through the thick dragon hide with a dull thud. "Done," the man announces. As Gary observes, the man hands over the required portion of dragon hide, stating 210 galleons. He extends his palm nonchalantly. Chapter 53, Dragon Hide Wand, Part 2. Hastily, Gary retrieves the cloth bag from his pocket, exchanging it for the dragon hide. The man opens the bag without counting, briefly measuring a wand above it before stowing it away. He then yawns, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and bends down to jot something in a ledger. Gary stepped out of the shop clutching the dragon hide, and as he released his grip, he noticed the air felt somewhat refreshing. He wrapped the dragon hide around his wand, intending to note the dimensions. However, the moment the wand made contact with the surface of the hide, it quivered violently, producing a sound reminiscent of clashing weapons, a rather jarring noise. As Gary enveloped the wand entirely in the dark hide, he observed numerous intricate patterns that seemed to emerge on the surface, suggesting the presence of dragon scales beneath. To his astonishment, when the hide perfectly conformed to the wand's shaft, these patterns illuminated, gleaming with a metallic luster. The dragon hide instinctively coiled around the wand, and despite Gary's initial intention to use a bonding spell to fuse them, he found that the hide had seamlessly melded with the wand itself. What exactly was the origin of this wand? All he knew was that it was crafted from vine wood and contained a dragon's nerve as its core, measuring 12 inches in length. From the very first interaction, the wand had undergone numerous transformations, developing capabilities that seemed altogether foreign to it. leaving Gary uncertain whether these changes would ultimately benefit him. He recognized that he needed this wand to serve as a stabilizer for the magic within him. With a sigh, he relinquished any further speculation. He had not divulged the wand's secrets to anyone, including the Shafiqs, Howard, and Alfrina, and he had no intention of informing Ollivander either. The dragon hide, purchased for 210 galleons, now adhered faithfully to the wand. Gary raised the wand and gestured a few times, noting a slight increase in its width, resembling its original appearance without any noticeable alteration in color, thus not affecting its functionality. He channeled his magic towards the items in the room, casting 2 household spells with ordinary results. He then swiftly raised his arm, directing a stream of water that sliced the table in half and shattered the glass above. Gary stood dumbfounded before the split tabletop. The wand's stored magic was once again depleted. Restoring it to its original state, he transferred some of his internal magic back to the wand, aiming it at the tabletop. A brilliant flash of white light ensued, and the table returned to its former condition. He repeated the process, restoring the glass to its original form. Gary discovered a bittersweet revelation. The magic stored within the wand was not easily accessible. Ordinary spells cast with the wand's magic unleashed formidable destructive power, significantly enhancing his combat abilities. The wand resembled a child possessing profound magical potential, unaware of how to regulate the output and precision of its magic. The magic he channeled was refined to an extraordinary purity within the wand, resulting in immensely powerful spellcasting. Gary sighed, at a loss for words. The holiday had passed swiftly, and it was only when the owl delivered the new semester's book list that he realized his break was nearing its end. Along with the book list, the owl also brought a guardian consent form for students wishing to visit Hogsmeade Village. It is noteworthy that upon entering the 3rd grade, they are required to select their courses. Gary marked his choices for ancient runes, Muggle studies, and alchemy. That evening, Alfrina's letter arrived, inquiring about his elective selections and suggesting they meet in Diagon Alley on Sunday morning. He then wrote to Kona, Howard, and Lily, inviting them to join him in Diagon Alley that Sunday morning. On Sunday morning, Alfrina's expression darkened upon seeing Howard and Kona. After a summer apart, everyone had grown considerably, with Howard having gained 3 inches. Alfrina, too, had blossomed like a budding willow, standing at approximately the same height as Gary, around 1.70 meters. Though certain other attributes remained unchanged, Kona appeared the least pleased. She seemed to have stalled in her growth, standing half a head shorter than her 3 companions. They exchanged updates, and their elective choices were quite similar. Alfrina, Howard, and Kona opted to replace Muggle studies with arithmancy. The group visited the robe shop to have new robes tailored, measured by their classmate, Hufflepuff student Inamar again. However, her demeanor was markedly different from their initial meeting. She was exceedingly enthusiastic, likely aware that both Gary and Alfrina did not belong to particularly powerful families. Pandora Zenonia, Ravenclaw, a charming blonde girl, stumbled down from the stage, bewildered, and was led to the Ravenclaw table, where the newly appointed head boy, Xenophilius Lovegood, caught her and escorted her to the end of the table. Concluding this year's sorting ceremony, Dumbledore stood, arms wide open, parallel to his shoulders, his face radiating joy, the wrinkles on his face converging like a blooming chrysanthemum. A new year had begun, sending off a group of older students while welcoming a new cohort to Hogwarts. The audience erupted into scattered applause. It is worth noting that our 5th and 7th year students have begun using the new Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks, all thanks to an initiative organized within the school. Dumbledore paused for a moment. The organization humorously named a peculiar pig. Laughter erupted from the crowd, likely amused by the whimsical title. Chapter 54, Alchemy. Miss Alfrina Gringlass, Mr. Gary Shafiq, Mr. Howard White, and Miss Kona Evans have each earned 50 points for Ravenclaw. The atmosphere at the Ravenclaw table was jubilant, as they had already secured an early advantage this term. Miss Lily Evans and Mr. Remus Lupin have earned 50 points for Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students applauded, with James and Sirius seated beside Lupin, excitedly shaking his shoulders. Mr. Severus Snape has earned 50 points for Slytherin. The Slytherin table fell silent for a moment before whispers began, with no applause or cheers, and Snape, sitting next to Regulus Black, wore a grim expression. Dumbledore cast a casual glance at the Slytherin table before smiling and announcing that the feast had officially begun. Upon entering the 3rd grade, the weighty burden of academic demands descended upon Gary and his peers. The hours of mandatory courses had not diminished. Rather, they had been augmented with 3 elective subjects, leaving little room in the timetable. Today's morning lesson was alchemy, and Gary stepped into the classroom on the 5th floor at precisely 7:50. As he had anticipated, the room was filled with Ravenclaw students. As the class approached, the professor had yet to arrive, and the students busily perused texts from other subjects at their desks. There were fewer than 20 students in total for this class, which, according to upperclassmen, was a newly introduced course this year. Gary could discern a clear sense of disappointment etched on South's face. To his astonishment, the summer reading list had not included a textbook for alchemy. Alfrina, seated to his left, opened a spell book and, bored, rested her head on the desk, doodling little figures on parchment with a quill. The bell rang, and the door to the classroom swung open, revealing an unexpected figure. Albus Dumbledore, with his flowing white hair and beard, a crooked nose, and spectacles perched upon it. The students looked on in confusion as Dumbledore strode confidently to the podium, holding a slender booklet. With a flick of his wand, the booklet appeared on each student's desk. Like his classmates, Gary began to examine the booklet, crafted from smooth, young bark, with the title The Book of Jewish Abraham embossed in brass, adorned with peculiar symbols. Including the cover, the booklet contained 21 pages, the first 6 of which were blank, while the 7th depicted a wand being devoured by a colossal serpent. From this semester onward, Hogwarts had introduced alchemy as an elective course, and Dumbledore, putting away his wand, announced that he would be the instructor. Due to the unique nature of the course, it would continue until 7th year, with no additional students admitted, and of course, one could not withdraw. If anyone wished to leave, they could do so now, and he would take the liberty of altering their schedules. Dumbledore surveyed the students before him, and no one chose to withdraw. After all, this was a course taught by Dumbledore himself. Many would vie for the opportunity to attend. Since becoming headmaster, he had ceased giving lectures to students. However, if you insist on withdrawing, Dumbledore paused, I could arrange for you to forfeit your diploma. The students below erupted into laughter, followed by applause. Now, to the matter at hand. We will convene once a month for a lesson, with assessments conducted in the form of assignments at the end of the term, rather than examinations. Dumbledore's smile faded as he gestured to the booklet in his hand. What you have just received is our course textbook. Of course, this material may be rather advanced for you at present. So we shall begin with some foundational knowledge of alchemy. Does anyone have any preconceived notions about alchemy? Dumbledore's teaching style was reminiscent of Professor Slughorn's in potions, adept at eliciting insights from students. That is indeed a fairly common understanding of alchemy. Miss McDonald, Dumbledore chuckled. Breaking down matter and reconstructing it? Alfrina ventured uncertainly, recalling something she had read in Muggle literature. Many students in the room fell into contemplative silence. When you have nearly grasped this issue, you may consider yourselves initiated. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Allow me to elucidate a key aspect of alchemical applications within the magical realm. With a gentle tap of his finger, words appeared on the blackboard: alchemical artifacts. These items, transformed by alchemy, possess diverse functionalities. Some can store objects, others can repel malevolent curses, and some even exhibit offensive capabilities. You might wonder why Headmaster Dumbledore has suddenly introduced this course. Alfrina was idly toying with the ponytail of her friend, Corna, seated ahead of her. Currently, our year is the only one offering alchemy classes, Howard whispered from beside Corna. Do you think this is related to the current situation? A significant number of proponents of pureblood ideology have begun to voice extreme opinions in public, declaring their intent to purge Muggleborns from the magical community. And sporadic protests have been erupting in Diagon Alley, creating a tense atmosphere where Muggleborns and purebloods are at odds. The rise of Voldemort has been alarmingly swift. He has already garnered the support of dozens of families advocating pureblood rhetoric. The tension within the magical world is escalating, and war seems imminent. Yet, this turmoil appears to have little impact on Hogwarts, where everyone continues to live carefree within the castle, undisturbed by external affairs. Chapter 55, Hogsmeade. A rather unconventional member of the group was in no rush regarding the completion of this year's project on reforming Quidditch rules. The challenge was not particularly arduous. The key was to balance the roles of the players on the Quidditch pitch, ensuring that the Seeker's influence was not overly dominant, while also preventing the Chasers from becoming disruptive to the equilibrium. In the absence of Snape and Lupin, Alfrina was eager to prove herself through this project. She spent her days immersed in the library, researching Quidditch, and sometimes consulting the flying instructor and Madame Hooch, the Hogwarts Quidditch referee. Coupled with her demanding coursework, her schedule was packed, leaving little room for leisure. Time slipped away, and during the second alchemy class, Dumbledore presented a small object, a rain umbrella modified by alchemy, capable of predicting the weather. If rain was imminent, the handle would turn a gloomy gray. Conversely, it would shine a brilliant white if the day promised clear skies. Corna was intrigued by this trinket and sought to borrow the umbrella from Dumbledore after class, hoping to replicate it. The howling of the shrieking shack still echoed, but Alfrina and Gary were well aware that it harbored a wolf. This semester, Dumbledore had specifically approached them to inform them that he had sealed the ground passage to the shack, ensuring that the wolf could not escape to endanger their safety. They rose early, and after breakfast in the Great Hall, formed a queue outside the castle. They moved forward with the crowd, but not before presenting the signed permission slips from their guardians. Beside Hogwarts caretaker, Pringle, stood a thin, middle-aged man whose receding hairline hinted at his formidable nature, accompanied by a gaunt cat. The sight of the two, both emaciated, gave the impression that they had just emerged from a slum. The signatures of several individuals were found to be in order, successfully passing inspection, as they followed the main group toward the castle's exterior. Two paths led from Hogwarts Castle to the village of Hogsmeade. One traversed the Great Lake, which lay opposite the village, while the other passed by Hogwarts Station, where a fork led to Hogsmeade. Most opted for the latter, as no one possessed the leisure to enjoy a boat ride amidst the scenery. In Gary's eyes, Hogsmeade appeared truly prosperous, rivaling even Diagon Alley, the largest commercial street in England. The four, visiting for the first time, were filled with a sense of novelty as they spent the morning exploring Hogsmeade. Alfrina discovered a pair of white socks adorned with unicorn embellishments at the elegant apparel store and eagerly purchased 5 pairs. Kinna and Howard indulged in the specialties of the Broomstick Tavern, acquiring 2 bottles of butterbeer. Gary procured several packets of gummies from Honeydukes, intending to distribute them during the organization's upcoming event. After lunch, Howard and Kinna mysteriously vanished, leaving Gary feeling somewhat bored. "Shall we explore further?" he suggested. "Sure," Alfrina replied, quickly diverting her gaze to the butterbeer before her. They pushed open the doors of the Broomstick Tavern, and a gust of cold wind rushed in, causing them to shiver. Alfrina clutched the bag of socks to her chest, curling up against the chill. Gary, taken aback by the swift change in weather, what had been a warm, sunny morning had transformed into a biting cold afternoon, quickly drew his wand and cast a warming charm for the two of them. Alfrina, regaining her composure, shot him a grateful glance. "The warming charm cannot entirely shield us from the cold, Gary," she remarked. The two linked arms and braved the cold wind towards Zoko's magical joke shop. The store was bustling with students, particularly enamored with the prank toys. To Gary's surprise, he spotted the gloves they had used to prank Snape in their first year among the displayed items. They exchanged knowing smiles, and Alfrina purchased 2 pairs of the prank gloves, seemingly unaware of whom she intended to target next. Gary, emptying his remaining 3 galleons and 2 sickles for pocket money, bought a disposable nose-biting teapot. After completing their purchases, Alfrina and Gary stood at the entrance, watching the howling wind outside, falling into an awkward silence. Just then, 4 students entered the shop, including James and his friends, making the already cramped space feel even more congested. Gary could hear a few students behind him muttering curses. Alfrina stumbled into Gary, falling into his embrace, her hand gripping his robe tightly. He distinctly noticed a flush spreading from her ears to her slender neck. Gary remained silent, checking the mechanism of the nose-biting teapot, relieved that it had not been triggered. He had been startled when Alfrina fell, fearing that his 3 galleons and 2 sickles would go to waste. They were close enough that he could detect the fragrance of her robe and hair, likely from a Muggle shampoo. Gary took a deep breath, the aromas enveloping his senses, leaving him feeling somewhat breathless with an overwhelming heat. As he exhaled, the warm air brushed against Alfrina's nape, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. "My apologies," Gary said, waving his hand in a gesture of contrition. Outside, the biting cold wind howled, causing the shop's doors and windows to creak, and an unsettling silence fell upon the room as the staff finished their accounts and leaned over the counter to rest. Chapter 56, Alfred and Sirius. As Gary passed by, he extracted 3 or 4 pieces of soft candy from his bag and offered them to Pringle, hoping to warm him up. Pringle's eyes crinkled with delight. Typically, other students ignored him, but now a young man had shown him such kindness. "A promising lad," he exclaimed, patting Gary on the shoulder. "I shall retire next year, and my nephew, Argus Filch, will take my place." He gestured toward the formidable figure beside him, who, despite being shorter than Gary, cradled a bony cat in his arms. Nodding in acknowledgement to Gary, "Best hurry to the castle. I must lock the doors," Pringle said with a jovial smile. Alfrina and Gary were among the last to arrive at the hall, which was already filled with guests. The clinking of cutlery ignited their appetites, intensifying their hunger. They slipped to the end of the Ravenclaw table, where Howard and Corna were already engaged in lively conversation over dinner. "You too," Alfrina exclaimed, having waited a considerable time at the Broomshed bar, feeling a surge of frustration upon seeing them. She seized Corna's ponytail. "How dare you deceive us? We waited over an hour for you, and you simply vanished." One hand grasped Corna's hair, while the other rested on her hip. "Oh dear, I was wrong. I was wrong. Isn't that enough?" Corna quickly replied, a nervous smile on her face, her gaze fixated on a chicken leg in her hand. Howard hastily set down his food to placate Alfrina, who felt a growl from her stomach. Thankfully, the hall's noise concealed it from others. She shot a glare at Corna and Howard before sulking into a seat beside Corna, picking up her knife and fork to eat. Gary had already settled in, serving himself a portion of stew. He did not sit next to Howard, as that seat was occupied by a young girl whose hair resembled Alfrina's. She had tucked her long locks behind her ears, revealing a gentle face, and was reaching for fried fish with her chubby little hand. Gary recalled her name was Pandora. "What did you all buy?" Howard asked, spearing some fries as he inquired of Gary. "Just some trinkets and such," Gary mumbled, hastily lowering his head to deflect the question. His teapot could not have been a frivolous purchase. It would surely prove useful. The unsuspecting Howard, oblivious to any underlying tension, continued to chat cheerfully with Pandora. The young girl clearly had no desire to engage with him, preoccupied instead with a fried fish and a lamb chop on her plate. Her cherubic face focused intently on her meal, her cheeks puffing with each bite. With no one to converse with, Gary seized the opportunity to observe his surroundings as he dined. To his surprise, he spotted their 7th-year prefect, Nans, at the Gryffindor table. It seemed that ever since that fateful match, the two had been drawn to one another, their chemistry igniting like kindling to a flame. Shifting his gaze from Nans, he noticed James and Sirius nearby, their heads bent together in hushed murmurs, Sirius's expression betraying some disquiet. The camaraderie among Alfrina, Gary, James, and Sirius had gradually waned, and Alfrina and James were no longer as close. Gary recalled how James had flown to London to deliver a message for Alfrina, a time when their bonds were much stronger. Sometimes, the divisions of Hogwarts truly transformed a person's life, altering social circles and habits in profound ways. Social groups could subtly shape an individual. For instance, Peter, who appeared anything but an adventurous spirit, had, after sharing a dormitory with James and Sirius, unwittingly explored the secret passages of Hogwarts alongside them. In terms of lifestyle changes, Howard alone could influence an entire year of Ravenclaw students to dash to the kitchen incessantly, insisting on a midnight snack before bed. In Howard's own words, if one didn't eat well before sleeping, nightmares would ensue. Each person's personality and way of life were incessantly molded by their surroundings. Some students initially exhibited vague house traits, yet prolonged interaction with peers from the same house inevitably nudged them towards those characteristics. Within the school, perceptions were already formed upon seeing one another's robes. Biases emerged. Gryffindors seldom walked with Slytherins, excluding Lily and Snape. Hufflepuffs delighted in gossip, and Ravenclaws were notably reserved. Such labels were akin to tags on merchandise, signifying the essence of one's identity. Yet, were all individuals truly like this from the outset? As Gary mindlessly stuffed a piece of cauliflower into his mouth, he pondered Sirius Black. He did not perceive him as particularly Gryffindor-like upon enrollment. Certainly, he was rebellious, defying his parents regularly. Did this alone signify his belonging to Gryffindor? In Gary's view, such rebellion paled in comparison to the influence of the pureblood lineage from the Black family on the Sorting Hat. He recalled the question he had posed to the Sorting Hat when it was placed upon his head. It was Sirius Black who had requested to be sorted into Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat's response echoed this desire. Wasn't he wanting to belong a form of striving? Wasn't he at a manifestation of ambition? Was this not a quality esteemed by Slytherin? The more he contemplated, the more he felt ensnared in a conundrum. He could not discern how the Sorting Hat truly judged an individual, and the subsequent impact of house placement was overwhelmingly significant, nearly determining the course of one's life. Alfred, Sirius's uncle, also opposed the notion of pure blood, mirroring Sirius's character in many ways. Yet, why was Alfred sorted into Slytherin? Chapter 57. Everything is preordained. What are you thinking? After devouring a couple of bites, Alfrina seemed to regain her spirits and noticed Gary, who was lost in thought, staring blankly at the Gryffindor table, and inquired, nothing. Gary extricated himself from his tumultuous reverie. Alfrina shot him a skeptical glance, poised to say more. But Corna had already leaned in to whisper in her ear. The two girls erupted into laughter, cackling like hens in a frenzy. Gary felt his appetite wane, gathering his belongings and departing towards the tower. The Ravenclaw Tower was exceptionally tranquil in the evening, with most students dining in the hall below, leaving only a few ghosts drifting about. After sidestepping a ghostly gentleman whose head seemed nearly detached from his neck, Gary ascended to the 5th floor of the Ravenclaw Tower. Each level of the tower featured a railing, allowing students to lean over and admire the view. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness encroached unabashedly, like a ravenous demon claiming dominion over the land, enveloping Hogwarts in shadow. With a soft flicker, Gary observed the candles on the platform ignite, casting their glow. All the candles within the castle were enchanted to automatically light up when night fell and extinguish at sunrise. He lowered his gaze to his shadow before raising his eyes to the sky, clearing his mind of thoughts pertaining to the sorting. Realizing that his musings had led him into a cul-de-sac, exerting further energy would be futile. He exhaled a sigh into the night. Are you troubled? A haunting voice broke through the silence beside him. I simply cannot comprehend one matter. What matter? Lovegood seemed to transform into an inquisitive child, eager for answers. The Sorting Hat claimed my soul resonates with Ravenclaw, hence my placement here. Lovegood approached, leaning against the railing, gazing into the encroaching night. The Sorting Hat is, in essence, fate. Gary turned his head in confusion. Can someone like you truly utter such words? Why not? I presumed you would jest about the hat harboring a lecherous spirit. Gary quipped. Lovegood laughed heartily. That does indeed sound like something I would say. Your destiny has long been determined. The Sorting Hat merely reveals the outcome of that decision. Lovegood's silver hair danced gently in the cold breeze. Is that truly the case? Gary murmured. Then why does the Sorting Hat respect individual choices? Sometimes. What you believe to be your own choice is not so. Lovegood turned to face him, his gaze sharp and penetrating, a look Gary had never encountered before. Like Black from Gryffindor, do you think the Sorting Hat honored his decision? Startled, Gary met Lovegood's piercing eyes, feeling as though all his secrets were laid bare, nowhere to hide. Even if Black had remained silent, he would still have been sorted into Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat merely guided him to articulate his innermost thoughts. Lovegood's words were astonishing. Do you mean to suggest that the Sorting Hat had already made its decision? Gary felt as if he had grasped the crux of the matter amid a haze. The moment you don the hat, everything becomes immutable. Gary fell into silence as he recalled another individual, Alfrina, who had been assigned to Ravenclaw the moment she placed the hat upon her head. Was she truly Ravenclaw when she first arrived? Gary perceived her to be quite similar to James, albeit less inclined towards playfulness and possessing greater leadership qualities. She had not conversed with the Sorting Hat, but had been directly allocated to Ravenclaw. Frankly, there is no need for you to ponder these matters, Lovegood remarked. Everything has already been settled. And even if you come to understand it, you cannot alter the outcome. Instead of wasting time on such thoughts, one might as well catch a bubble-nosed slug for amusement. He cast a teasing smile at Gary. Gary regarded Lovegood, fully aware that his typical eccentric demeanor was not his true self. I must take my leave now. Your friend has arrived, Lovegood said, glancing back before bidding farewell and ascending the stairs. Gary observed Alfrina meandering slowly towards him, her leisurely pace marked by a shopping bag in hand and a slight sheen of perspiration upon her forehead. Gary's expression softened, his demeanor relaxing. I've been searching for you everywhere. I thought you had gone to the library. Alfrina approached and playfully slapped Gary. Now, tell me, what troubles you, Mr. Shafiq? Alfrina leaned against the railing, her slender form gracefully vaulting over to sit on the tower's edge, her long legs dangling in the air. Gary hesitated for a moment before mimicking her posture, joining her by the edge. The wind at the tower's brink was stronger, causing Alfrina's golden hair to flutter against Gary's face. After a moment's pause, Alfrina reached out, wrapping her arms around Gary's shoulders. If something is bothering you, just share it with me. I'm here to help you sort it out. Gary sensed the gentle pressure on his shoulder was somewhat feeble, and beneath Alfrina's radiant smile, he detected a hint of tension and unease. A pang struck Gary's heart as if Howard had delivered a blow, a bittersweet sensation washing over him. You care so much about me? Gary swung his legs slightly, turning his gaze towards the shimmering surface of the black lake in the night, striving to avoid looking at her. Well, Alfrina's shoulders shivered slightly, as if chilled. After all, you helped me a great deal when we were younger. So isn't it only right that I look out for you now? Gary retrieved his wand and cast a warming charm on Alfrina. Is that all? What else could it be? Alfrina replied with mock severity. I thought something might have happened to you. Turns out I was worried for nothing. When you were sorted, what did the Sorting Hat say to you? Gary inquired, the passage of 2 years having dulled his memory. Despite Lovegood's advice, he still wished to clarify this matter. The Sorting Hat? Alfrina was taken aback by Gary's question, pausing momentarily to reflect, her pale fingers playfully nibbling at her own lips. I've long since forgotten. It seems it didn't say much at all. She felt somewhat uncertain about her answer. What do you ask this for? Chapter 58. Gary confided his troubling question to Alfrina, who mercilessly mocked him. In my opinion, Senior Lovegood is right. What is done. Why ponder over it? Gary frowned, pondering why Sirius Black was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Oh, why don't you just ask the Sorting Hat and Sirius then? She glanced over her shoulder, ensuring no one was watching, and stealthily retrieved 2 bottles of beer from her bag. Here. She handed one to Gary. Where did you get this? Gary lifted the can, and by the light of the candle behind him, he saw the label in the center of the bottle, indicating it was brewed by Muggles in Britain. I brought it from home when school started, Alfrina replied nonchalantly. With a cunning smile, she added, Come on, Gary, this is filled with butterbeer. I had Tori Lily fill it up for me this morning. What? Gary popped the cap and brought the bottle to his nose, indeed catching the scent of the butterbeer they had enjoyed at the 2 broomsticks that afternoon. With Alfrina's diversion, Gary finally set aside his thoughts about the Sorting Hat. I keep forgetting to ask you, Alfrina exclaimed, taking a large gulp of her drink. Can you teach me the shield charm? I've been trying to learn it for ages, but can't seem to get it. She recalled Gary's powerful shield charm that had saved Peter, which instilled in her a sense of respect from afar. It's a deal then. Alfrina clinked her glass against his, her eyes dancing on his face before she took another hearty sip. In the background, the sound of Ravenclaw students ascending the tower echoed as Alfrina and Gary savored the last drop of butterbeer on the platform, their legs crossed against the evening breeze. Let us go. Alfrina retracted her long legs and, with a surge of energy from her waist and legs, stood up, reaching out her hand to pull Gary along. Weren't you having a great time with Corna? Our levels are too different. It's no fun if you always lose. Gary protested. Corna is no match for me now, Alfrina replied smugly, wrinkling her nose. I was just inexperienced back then. Now that I've practiced more, I'm naturally better. Alfrina scratched her head, helplessly leaning on the table, lost in thought as she pondered over the chessboard, unable to comprehend how she had lost. Gary realized that Corna must have deliberately let Alfrina win. The victim, Alfrina, soon caught on, overturning the chessboard and dashing back to the dormitory. Gary resignedly gathered the fallen. Furious pieces scattered on the floor. In the end, Gary did not seek out Sirius or the Sorting Hat, for the reason was simple. The conflict with Sirius remained unresolved. And the Sorting Hat was in Dumbledore's office, which he could not enter. Are you suggesting we must find a player well-versed in Quidditch rules to assist us? Lily inquired, biting the end of her pen. Indeed, in an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor of the castle, Alfrina stood at the podium. We have already located Madame Hoke. But now we must seek out some players, individuals who will partake in the Quidditch match. With their support, we can advance the project. We could commence with a pilot at Hogwarts Quidditch match, Alfrina proposed. Howard and Lily, your social circles are the most extensive. We need to engage the student players first. Gary, you and I shall refine their feedback into a document. Gary nodded. Corna, you are primarily responsible for crafting and distributing the questionnaire, inquiring about the spectators' perceptions of the match's entertainment value. Corna took notes diligently. All right, classmates, this time we aim for something grand. Something that will resonate throughout the wizarding world. Alfrina exclaimed, raising her arms in fervor, intending to deliver an inspiring speech, only to be unexpectedly doused by a bucket of water that fell from above, soaking her robes and leaving the bucket perched atop her head. Peeves, Alfrina shouted in fury, lifting the bucket to reveal her wand. Peeves appeared on the ceiling, adorned in vibrant attire, a black tie, a round top hat, and slippers worn out at the seams exposing his toes. A mischievous grin spread across his face, taunting, come and catch me. If you do, I might let you hee. With that, he soared out of the classroom. Alfrina, fuming, chased after him, wand waving in indignation. Gary and the others exchanged incredulous glances, shaking their heads as they began to gather their belongings to leave the classroom. You could amplify your wand movements, Gary suggested, guiding Alfrina's hand. The final flourish should be upward. Observe my motion. Gary produced his wand and traced a counterclockwise semicircle in the air, declaring, Armorus. A transparent wave-like barrier formed before them. Give it a try, Gary encouraged. Alfrina, determined, mimicked his actions. Armorus. They felt a momentary compression of air before it returned to normal. Still not quite right, Alfrina sighed, feeling disheartened after hours of practice without evident progress, while Gary consistently succeeded. Clear your mind, Al. Do not let past failures stifle your confidence, Gary advised. Envision yourself as a novice. I shall give it another go, Alfrina resolved, gritting her teeth. Bat-bogey hex. Gary suddenly launched a surprise attack against her. Alfrina sidestepped. But before she could react, Gary cast another jinx. With no means of evasion, she instinctively shouted, Armorus, and traced a semicircle in front of her. The transparent barrier effectively blocked Gary's malevolent curse. There, you've succeeded. Gary sighed in relief, astonished that the spell actually worked. Chapter 59, Amendments to Quidditch Rules. You nearly frightened me to death. Alfrina playfully punched Gary, relieved that the spell had indeed worked. Otherwise, she would have had words with him. See, isn't it much better once you're in a duel? Ever since the battle in the Shrieking Shack, Gary had come to understand that combat was the most effective means to enhance one's prowess. To be fair, indeed it is. Alfrina nodded solemnly. So, shall we conduct our practice matches in this classroom from now on? Gary remained noncommittal. In that case, I will summon Lily and the others. After all, we have established an organization, and acquiring the rights to a classroom for the weekend should not pose a challenge. Consequently, most of the Quidditch players approached did not refuse the invitation. You propose to diminish the Seeker's significance? How splendid. James, as a chaser, found it most vexing when a Seeker's misstep nullified the substantial advantage the team had accumulated. Those present for the discussion included Gryffindor's Seeker, Ginny Weasley, and Chaser, James Potter. Ravenclaw's Seeker, Nance Glover, Hufflepuff's Beaters, Wilson and Johnson House, and Slytherin's Keeper, Schmidt Parkinson. Players from all 4 houses and positions gathered to listen to Alfrina's discourse. The Seeker undeniably disrupts the equilibrium of the game. A single player can achieve a score of 150 points, effectively ending the match, thus rendering the Seeker the core of most Quidditch teams. From this perspective, there is no dispute. Alfrina scribbled notes on the blackboard. Yet the crux of the issue lies in the fact that 78% of professional Quidditch matches extend beyond 45 minutes, with 57% exceeding an hour. What is the problem? Inquired Parkinson, a congenial figure from Slytherin, his neatly trimmed black hair and robe adorned with subtle golden patterns, standing out amidst the other personalities in the room. The issue resides in the prolonged match duration. Spectators predominantly focus on the other 6 players from each team, leaving the chasers largely unnoticed during most of the game. Alfrina expounded. Does the decision of a peripheral player ultimately determine the outcome of the match, thereby disrupting its balance? Several Quidditch players in the audience fell into contemplation. Reflecting upon their past experiences, they acknowledged the Seekers' significant influence. Having endured the despair of leading by over 100 points only to be overturned, often a situation beyond their control, with keepers and chasers powerless to prevent the opposing Seeker from triumphantly capturing the golden snitch. Furthermore, during 69 matches, chasers could score fewer than 20 goals. Alfrina remarked, "In light of such comparisons, you must recognize the imbalance of player status." The players below began to murmur, all statistical data sourced from the various Quidditch leagues across continents. "Utterly authentic and reliable," Alfrina assured. "You are correct. The Seeker's position ought to be diminished," Parkinson conceded. "It makes sense," several others whispered among themselves. "What is your proposal?" After some deliberation, James stepped forward to speak. Suddenly, Gary, who had been silent in the corner, interjected, "Our understanding of Quidditch may not be as profound as yours, but we have drafted new rules for your consideration. Please review them and share any feedback you may have." He held a stack of documents, distributing them to the group. "The beaters can now participate in scoring. Each time a bludger strikes an opposing player, it counts for 10 points, the House brothers exclaimed, their well-maintained white teeth gleaming in delight. The duration of the match has been adjusted to a fixed time of 90 minutes. After the crowd perused the initial draft of the rules, a heavy silence enveloped them. "What do you think? Is it feasible?" Lily's laughter broke the tension, infusing the atmosphere with vitality. "Our intention is to pilot this in the Hogwarts League, and everyone is encouraged to provide suggestions based on performance, which we shall consider if they are reasonable." Alfrina declared loudly that the referee, Madame Hooch, has already been informed. "I believe we should give it a try," Parkinson remarked, finding the rules quite intriguing. If the Seeker's position is diminished, it would undoubtedly render his role as the goalkeeper rather awkward. "Let us implement these changes starting from our next match against Hufflepuff," Nance concurred, emphasizing that Quidditch should not be a showcase of individual heroism, but rather embody the spirit of unity and collaboration. "Indeed, the essence of this sport is the camaraderie it promotes," the House brothers chimed in, while Shunny and James voiced no objections. With both captains of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw present, upon their agreement, the new rules will be applied in next Saturday's match. Corna handed 2 forms to Wilson House and Nance. They glanced at them briefly before signing with a quill. That evening, the trial rules for Quidditch were posted on the notice boards of all 4 House common rooms, drawing a considerable audience. Sirius Black, draping an arm around Peter's shoulders, gazed at the parchment affixed to the board, which bore a peculiar mark in the lower right corner, symbolizing the parchment's affiliation with an unconventional pig. This emblem had been established in their second year when they, representing 3 houses excluding Hufflepuff, decided to amalgamate the marks of each house's representative animal into a singular organizational emblem. Alfrina felt uneasy. Excluding Hufflepuff seemed inappropriate, especially considering that future members might very well belong to that house. After much deliberation, they settled on a design featuring a serpent's slithering mark as the base, with a badger's paw print layered above it, followed by the claws of a lion and a raven. The amalgamation was difficult to distinguish, so they adorned it with the primary colors of each house, creating an eccentric and vibrant emblem. "These rules are rather chaotic. Fixing the duration at 90 minutes? I have never played Quidditch like this." Sirius reflected, recognizing a significant deviation from the Quidditch rules he had known since childhood. Chapter 60, The Initial Trial of Quidditch Rules, Part 1. "Sirius, it's merely a trial rule. The first match is between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, which does not concern us for now, and I welcome the diminished role of the Seeker," James mused, lost in thoughts of how to triumph in their upcoming match against Slytherin. He was determined to perform splendidly in the 90-minute game, and, speaking of which, Lily, as a member of the unconventional pig, would undoubtedly attend that match. With this thought, James felt invigorated, as if he had consumed a powerful potion. "By the way, we must visit the Shrieking Shack tonight to keep Remus company." Sirius yawned, instinctively ruffling Peter's hair with his right hand. Poor Peter, too timid to resist, felt his already sparse hair thinning further. On Saturday, the weather was splendid, with the piercing winter sun breaking through the clouds and casting its slanted rays upon the castle. The morning was devoid of wind, creating an ideal atmosphere for a game of Quidditch. Gary and 4 others gathered at the Ravenclaw long table, sipping porridge and engaging in light conversation. Their expressions were marked by a palpable tension, intermingled with restlessness and excitement. Lily's hands trembled as she ate her porridge, while Alfrina appeared indifferent, devouring her breakfast as though the matter at hand held no significance for her. "It's merely a rule change. We are not the ones competing. So why the anxiety?" she mused, unable to comprehend the fuss. However, Lily, in her soft and endearing manner, fretted, "If the match doesn't go well, the audience and players will surely be dissatisfied, making future promotions challenging." Alfrina glanced at their companions, noticing their lack of composure, their hands shaking violently. "When we undertook the reforms for Hogwarts electives and defense against the dark arts, I don't recall you being this anxious," she remarked, taking a hearty bite of bread that left a crescent-shaped imprint. Consider this. I boldly declared that I would make Remus and Severus regret leaving our organization. And I was not the least bit nervous. What do you all fear? With this, their expressions finally softened. The trial regulations posted in the common room evidently had an effect, as numerous Gryffindor and Slytherin students flocked to witness the implementation of the new rules. Madam Hooch summoned the team captains to the center of the pitch for a handshake. With Hufflepuff's House and Ravenclaw's Nance holding their brooms in their left hands and extending their right hands for a firm grip. Up. Madam Hooch's amplified voice resonated through the air, and she produced a bronze pocket watch from her robes, tossing it skyward. The watch expanded rapidly, coming to rest in a corner of the field, making the time clearly visible to all present. Everyone watched with intrigue as the match commenced, with the commentator, sixth-year Hufflepuff student Christine Lillian, announcing that this was the inaugural game under the new rules, featuring Hufflepuff against Ravenclaw. We observed the beaters striking the quaffle to score against their opponents. Johnson from Hufflepuff made the first successful hit, his quaffle striking Ravenclaw's chaser, Tybury, with great force. Ravenclaw's seeker, Nance, successfully caught the golden snitch. The match resumed with Ravenclaw leading at 130-50 over Hufflepuff. The first game under the new rules was filled with fervor, with both teams alternating in scoring. After a grueling 90 minutes, Hufflepuff emerged victorious with a score of 410-330 against Ravenclaw. Nance, wobbling on his broom, finally landed. His complexion as pale as parchment and beads of sweat dotting his forehead, the relentless aerial duel had left him somewhat drained. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, feeling that the match was well worth their time. The contest had not lost its suspense early on. The myriad scores and difficult maneuvers left them dazzled and craving more. Showering applause and praise generously. This was truly Quidditch. On the stands, James reluctantly set aside his telescope, still yearning for more. Even the reluctant Sirius acquiesced to the new proposal, which indeed seemed far more exhilarating. In the front row, Gary and others joyfully sprang to their feet, their enthusiasm palpable. Lily, overhearing the animated discussions behind her, felt her cheeks flush with excitement. Had they truly succeeded? Otherwise, Lily pondered. Alfrina was nearly lost in the thrall of the audience's cheers. Tonight, a celebration would be held in the abandoned classroom on the third floor. Howard, Kinna, and Gary also displayed unmistakable signs of excitement. They had not anticipated such success from the first trial of the new rules. Drink up, Lily. Alfrina, her face flushed, clutched Lily's robe, unwilling to let her leave, expressing that the fun was far from over. She closed her eyes, her cheeks glowing, mumbling something incoherent. With a sigh, Lily embraced Alfrina, gently prying the cup from her hands. Isn't it about time? Lily glanced at Gary, who was seated nearby, indulging in butterbeer. Alfrina was clearly inebriated. Who told you to drink elderflower wine? Gary chuckled maliciously, watching Howard and Kinna dance wildly in the center of the classroom. They too had consumed quite a bit. Half an hour earlier, Howard had suddenly dashed to the center, kicking aside tables and chairs, twisting his body freely in the open space. Kinna, not to be outdone, shouted and joined him, both dancing in their own worlds, occasionally colliding in a comical manner. Oh dear, it's all Alfrina's fault for wanting to drink. She insisted that Potter sneak off to Hogsmeade to fetch her a bottle, Lily mused, gently placing Alfrina's head on her lap. You haven't drunk too much, have you? After an evening of butterbeer, Gary felt a bit overwhelmed. He popped the last Bertie Bott's every flavor bean from the box into his mouth, grimacing at the taste of cucumber. I only had one cup, Lily blinked innocently, as the three of them had consumed the rest. The bottles on the table were haphazardly strewn about, creating quite a mess. Don't let them underestimate me, Alfrina mumbled sleepily. Severus didn't mean it that way. Lily offered shyly. He has his own matters to attend to. Professor Slughorn asked him to assist with an experiment to improve the Wolfsbane potion. I understand, Gary replied gently. Remus is the same. We all have our own responsibilities, and I can empathize. But she struggled to comprehend. Gary observed Alfrina, who was resting her chin on Lily's thigh, savoring the taste in her mouth. In the center of the classroom, Howard and Kinna continued their awkward dance. Even without music, lost in their enjoyment. Sometimes, when you do something that displeases her, she may sulk and ignore you, Gary remarked, studying Alfrina's features. While her features were not particularly delicate, there was something soothing about her appearance. However, this childishness would soon fade, and she would pull you into play once more. She possessed a strong desire for control, was nostalgic, and relished taking charge. You know her well, Lily interjected suddenly. I, being somewhat meticulous, observed Gary's wry smile, acutely aware of the emotions of others. Then you must understand, Lily remarked, her brow furrowing. There are certain matters one knows but cannot articulate, feeling parched. Gary poured himself another glass of butterbeer. We are still quite young, so when can we truly be considered grown? Lily inquired, a trace of mockery gracing her fair face. Must we wait until we turn 17 and come of age? Gary fell silent, unwilling to let her harbor regrets. So you're just keeping her dangling, then? Comforting yourself with your so-called rational thinking? Lily's voice rose with irritation. I am not keeping her dangling, Gary replied in a low tone. Perhaps. I merely hope that when you truly come to understand, you will have no regrets. Lily embraced Alfrina and stood up. You can watch Howard and Kinna. Let's head to your common room. She draped Alfrina's left arm over her shoulder, wrapping her right arm around the slender waist, leading her out of the classroom. Gary drew his wand, clearing the clutter away. The disarray of bottles and items vanished, along with the distracting thoughts, leaving the table immaculate. Let us be off, he urged, separating Howard and Kinna, casting a levitation charm on them, and guiding them forward. How does one distinguish between reason and emotion? The eagle-shaped door knocker emitted a melodious sound, though this question sounded somewhat jarring to Gary's ears. Makes sense, the knocker responded, as the door to the common room swung open. Today, the team had lost the match, and the students had retreated early to rest. The common room was dim, with only the crackling flames in the fireplace breaking the silence. As they entered, the light from the fire illuminated their faces, casting long shadows on the walls, and the half-figure of a white marble Ravenclaw statue stood there, its gaze deep and wise. This is my first time in your common room, Lily remarked, placing Alfrina on the sofa. Alfrina turned and nestled deeper into the couch, continuing her slumber. May I take a look at those books? Lily fixed her gaze on the bookshelf in the common room. Just don't damage them. Gary waved his hand dismissively. These belong to Professor Flitwick. The first match under the new Quidditch rules had sparked considerable debate within Hogwarts, with everyone expressing satisfaction over the intensity of the game. Even the match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, though a clash of novices, had them shouting with excitement. Gary continued to elaborate on the rule changes from the first match, proposing to raise the penalty points for fouls to 20, aiming to curb players' malicious infractions. As he unwrapped the contents, it was merely the usual rhetoric of reform and redemption, which he casually set aside. Beneath those lay several gifts from friends, lacking in novelty, as he had already exhausted all possible presents in the past 2 years. The current offerings were all too predictable, mirroring the gifts he had given them. However, at the very bottom rested a box wrapped in black paper, signed by Eugenia Jenkins, chair of the Ministry of Magic's Education Reform Committee. It was a gift from the current Minister of Magic. Gary slowly unwrapped the gift, revealing a stack of brand new textbooks within. Gary casually took out a book and opened it, discovering a heartfelt message from a lady on the flyleaf. To the uniquely individual member, Mr. Gary Shafiq. I extend my gratitude for your suggestions regarding the reform of the defense against the dark arts curriculum at our esteemed Magical Academy. We have established a new department, the Educational Reform Committee, to revise the textbooks, incorporating some of your proposals while rectifying the ambiguities within. Upon completion of this revision, we shall bestow upon you and your friends a set of new textbooks as a token of our appreciation. And we hope you will continue to exert effort in providing us with your insights. Wishing you success in your studies and a joyful, harmonious family life. Sincerely, Eugenia Jenkins, Minister of Magic and Chair of the Educational Reform Committee. As Gary closed the book, he began to compose a letter. Meanwhile, Caddy, who had spent the previous night delivering gifts, was now drowsily dozing off in a cage, her head nodding in fatigue. Awakened by Gary's activities, Caddy glared at him with discontent through her dark, unblinking eyes. Only after he provided her with a bag of premium owl food just dispatched by Howard did she reluctantly take the letter and fly off into the distance. The personal note from the Minister of Magic was a tremendous encouragement for Gary, who began contemplating a future career within the ministry. At the age of 14, he was still a bit distant from the workforce. Yet a promising opportunity lay ahead. Any amendments to the Quidditch League rules within the United Kingdom required the approval of the British and Irish Quidditch Union headquarters. This lengthy named department fell under the jurisdiction of the Department of Magical Sports. The alterations they proposed for the Quidditch regulations would undoubtedly garner her attention. Chapter 62. A small test of skills. Miss Jenkins was indeed overwhelmed with pressing matters, as numerous incidents of wizards harming muggles had occurred, stirring unrest within the muggle community in Britain. In an effort to mitigate the negative repercussions, she would need to engage with the muggle prime minister. Voldemort had already made his stance known, advocating for a pure blood restoration, insisting that not only the Minister of Magic, but also the staff below must be pure blood. It was evident to all that a great conflict was looming. He provided each student with a modest alchemical item, instructing them to dismantle the engraved magical array within and reconstruct it. Should their modified array function correctly, they would receive additional rewards. Gary received a ring. Its original design indiscernible, possibly due to intentional alterations or the passage of time. The ring fit him perfectly, its style antiquated, the surface significantly worn, faintly revealing a patina of bronze intertwined with remnants of silver. Reveal thyself, Gary commanded, pointing his dragon-hide wand at the ring. It yielded no response. Such a small object. Where would the alchemical array be inscribed? Furrowing his brow, Gary scrutinized the ring's bezel. Logically, there should be a gemstone or diamond embedded there. Yet the center of the bezel was conspicuously empty. Suddenly inspired, Gary rotated the ring, peering into the recess of the bezel. Indeed, 2 rows of densely packed text lay within, but the dim light rendered the words indecipherable. He touched the light with his wand, and then meticulously transcribed the text within using a quill. This alchemical array was inscribed in runic, a script that Gary only began to truly engage with in his 3rd year, leaving him grappling with much of its content while poring over runic materials in the solitude of his room. Fortunately, with his parents at work, he was undisturbed, allowing him to concentrate on translating the array diligently. The runic on the ring was, to be precise, Anglo-Saxon Futhark, a more recent script with a well-preserved writing system. And it took Gary merely 2 days to translate the 2 rows of text. He cross-referenced his own translations word by word, ensuring accuracy before he felt at ease. As he directed a spell at the ring, it appeared as though the ancient, fragmented artifacts surged to life, vibrating upon the table. From the inlaid edges, a translucent barrier emanated, thwarting Gary's incantation. Just as he had surmised, the concealed spell within the ring was indeed a protective enchantment. The question remained, what transformation should he enact upon this array? Gary was acutely aware of the challenge this task posed. Dumbledore's promise of rewards for successful modifications indicated the endeavor would be anything but simple. He retrieved several alchemical tomes he had discovered in his parents' bedroom. And in detailed alchemical methods, he found meticulous explanations regarding the layers of alchemical arrays. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he cross-referenced with the ring, repeatedly confirming that this particular ring possessed only a single layer of the alchemical array. What a relief! A 2-layered alchemical array would necessitate consideration of the compatibility between layers, exponentially increasing the complexity of the task. After a thorough read of the book, Gary commenced the initial step of dismantling the existing alchemical array. Utilizing a specially crafted silver engraving knife dipped in dragon's blood ink, he forcefully scratched one of the letters representing a person from the 2nd row of the array. He sensed a lingering magical energy emanating from the ring, causing the entire array to become ineffective. The ring, once dull, now appeared even more ancient, as if it had lost yet another layer of its luster. Gary envisioned converting the array within this ring into the simplest form of an automatic warming charm, a feature common among the luxurious robes available at the Elegant Garb boutique, which commanded a steep price. Without hesitation, he embarked on his experiment. Gary resolved to begin with this bracelet. He thoroughly coated the inner circle of the bracelet with dragon's blood ink using a quill, then commenced the engraving process along the inner circumference with the silver knife. The engraving of alchemical arrays required only various metallic tools and the indispensable dragon's blood ink. This ink could harness the engraver's magical energy, and the potency of a single-layer alchemical object depended on the ink's concentration. The higher the concentration, the longer the magical energy would endure. Gary was utilizing the most ordinary ink sold in Diagon Alley. If he were to engrave a single-layer array, the magical energy might last about a month. To ensure prolonged retention of magic, one would need to employ a higher concentration of dragon's blood ink or utilize multiple alchemical layers to secure the magic effectively. The intricacies of carving various magical arrays, particularly the runes, lack a defined guideline. Interpretations of these runes vary from individual to individual, leading to disparate outcomes. This knowledge often falls prey to the adage of the apprentice starving the master, as most alchemists guard their own techniques jealously, sharing little with novices. For those newly initiated, the primary objective is to ensure the alchemical array they inscribe is effective. Gary meticulously engraved the runes on the inner circle of the bracelet, imbuing it with the essence of warmth, a protective charm against the chill. As he etched the symbols, he envisioned the sensation of being enveloped in a warm embrace, the comforting flow coursing through his body until it reached his extremities. He channeled his inner magic through his palm into the engraving tool, allowing it to merge with the bracelet. The moment he inscribed the final character, the dragon's blood ink successfully encapsulated the magic within the runes. The carrot bracelet trembled upon the table, emitting a melodic chime. Once adorned with the bracelet, Gary indeed felt a wave of warmth radiating from it, enveloping him entirely. Was that all it took for success? The simplicity of the alchemical array left him incredulous. Unbeknownst to him, his long-standing practice of channeling magic into his wand had significantly enhanced his ability, while the true challenge of inscribing an alchemical array lay in the effective transmission and attachment of magic to the vessel. Chapter 63, Pandora After a Restful Night. Gary meticulously replicated the alchemical array from the carrot bracelet onto a ring. Practice breeds proficiency, and this attempt proved far more fluid than the first, culminating in less than 2 hours. Regrettably, only Mr. Shafiq among the class succeeded in constructing an alchemical array. Most of his classmates had merely dismantled the existing array without managing to inscribe a new one. Where did the problem lie? Professor Dumbledore began to inquire. Professor, I simply cannot retain my magic within objects. The magic I attempt to channel dissipates into the air, Lily lamented from the audience, clutching her alchemical creation, a telescope. Indeed, such a capability is not inherent to everyone. Most possess it innately, while only a select few wizards achieve it through extensive practice. Hearing this, the students below felt a wave of despondency, as if they lacked the innate talent for alchemy. I have a solution, Dumbledore remarked, a smile forming as he observed their dejected expressions. Each day, release a portion of your magic. Nothing excessive, merely a tenth of what resides within you. This portion can be directed into any metallic object. As we previously learned, metals are excellent conduits for a wizard's magic. Both gold and silver are suitable, as is the alchemical item I provided you. The goal is for you to acutely sense the state of your magic after it departs your body. At the end of the term, present your findings in the form of a paper with no restrictions on length. Professor Dumbledore's words ignited a spark of enthusiasm in Gary's eyes. Noticing his excitement, Dumbledore offered a reassuring smile and guided him towards a corner of the classroom. I previously mentioned that students who successfully reconstruct the alchemical array would be rewarded, and I intend to keep my promise. Dumbledore held in his hand the ring submitted by Gary, who felt a surge of excitement. It was rare for a student to receive a tangible reward from the headmaster. Speak up, what is it that you desire? Dumbledore observed him with a glint of amusement, idly toying with the ring. Once you have made your decision, do let me know, Mr. Shafiq, he added, preparing to depart. Wait, Gary interjected. May I borrow the sorting hat, the quill of acceptance, and the book of admission? I wish to study the process through which Hogwarts students transition from birth to enrollment. Dumbledore was taken aback by this request. He had assumed that students of Ravenclaw's age would be more inclined towards ancient tomes or intricate treatises on transfiguration. He paused momentarily, a flicker of bewilderment passing through his azure eyes before it vanished. Certainly, but these items must remain within the office, and the quill and the book should not be touched. Dumbledore acquiesced to Gary's request. Come to my office this Saturday at 2 o'clock. The passphrase is effortless fire. He patted Gary's shoulder and exited the classroom. Hey, what reward did Dumbledore grant you? At dinner, Alfrina first engaged Corna in a brief conversation about the weather before abruptly redirecting her attention towards Gary. I told him I wanted to borrow the sorting hat, Gary replied, sipping his porridge to warm himself. The sorting hat? What do you need that for? Howard inquired, eyes wide with curiosity. Certain questions require its insights. And I wish to explore other matters as well, Gary replied vaguely, hastily changing the subject. So, you all will be heading to the Quidditch pitch on Saturday morning, right? Yes, both Lily and I will be attending to see if the increased penalties for fouls render the game excessively dull, Alfrina said, taking a bite of chicken. Pandora, you're here again? Howard remarked, noticing the quiet girl seated beside him. Pandora kept her head down, fervently eating, her golden hair swaying with each movement. Look, you frightened the poor girl, Corna laughed. What does it matter to me? She sits here every time, never speaking, as silent as a stone, Howard retorted. Why don't you sit with your roommate? Alfrina leaned closer to Pandora. Pandora remained silent, her head bowed even lower. Alfrina, feeling her efforts in vain, turned her attention elsewhere. At that moment, Lovegood stumbled through the entrance of the great hall, appearing somewhat unsteady. He made his way towards the Ravenclaw table where Alfrina and her friends were seated at the far end. Upon noticing Lovegood's condition, they instinctively recoiled. Lovegood swayed, seemingly unable to find his footing, and as he navigated past Gary and Howard's chairs, he collided with them. Meanwhile, Pandora continued to eat with her head down, oblivious to Lovegood's approach. In a sudden mishap, he knocked her to the ground, causing her arm to swipe across the table, sending plates and drinks crashing to the floor, with a considerable amount of soup spilling directly onto Pandora's head. The crowd surrounding Lovegood hurriedly supported him, with Gary holding his arm only to discover that Lovegood was still with his eyes closed. Xenophilius and Gary, struggling to awaken the taller Lovegood, were joined by Howard and several girls who rushed to help the seated Pandora. What on earth are you doing? Pandora exclaimed, on the verge of tears, her radiant golden hair drenched in broth and juice, with a tomato precariously perched atop her head. Gary seemed to understand why Pandora was silent. Her English accent was heavily tinged with a Tianjin dialect. Of course, one could not truly infuse English with a regional dialect, but it served as a mere description. At last, Lovegood opened his eyes, murmuring about the sleeping potion with his lips quivering, his voice barely a whisper. After yawning widely, tears glimmered in his eyes. Oh dear, I must have conducted another experiment that led to this, he thought. His roommate arrived, producing a vial of potion from his pocket and forcefully pouring it into Lovegood's mouth. After consuming the potion, Lovegood finally regained his senses, pushing Gary aside. I'm so sorry, I apologize, he quickly said to Pandora. I brewed a potent sleeping potion to test its efficacy. But I didn't expect it to result in this, he spoke hurriedly. What on earth is this? Pandora clearly did not wish to engage further. Nearby students, after tidying her hair, shot Lovegood a glare before hastily departing. Chapter 64, Slytherin vs. Gryffindor, Part 1. Gary and the others finally grasped why Pandora had been so unresponsive. Upon further inquiry, they learned that her reticence had left her friendless in Ravenclaw. Alfrina enjoyed calling out to Pandora in the common room, and although she was initially hesitant, she gradually realized that this group seemed unconcerned about her accent. She remained taciturn, merely observing Alfrina and Kinna as they played chess, occasionally offering her insights. A unique pig. The five decided to practice various spells in the abandoned classroom on the third floor every Sunday morning, while afternoons were reserved for sharing insights in the library. Thus, their entire Sunday was consumed by group activities. Alfrina had expected Lily to decline, but to her surprise, Lily agreed with delight. Recently, Lily had been in less contact with Snape, and they no longer studied together in the library as they once did. His increasing admiration for purebloods often manifested in a fervent smile when discussing the current state of the magical world with Lily. Lily noticed that he was drawing closer to those prejudiced against blood status in Slytherin, which made her uncomfortable. She felt that Snape was no longer the innocent boy who had once revealed to her under the great tree that she was a witch and introduced her to the magical realm. The lively Lily, now devoid of Snape's company, was dreadfully bored. Upon hearing that everyone was gathering to practice spells, she agreed without a second thought. On Saturday morning, the match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was on the brink of eruption. Numerous students from the two colleges have allowed external factors to infiltrate the arena, with the mounting tensions in the magical world exacerbating the already strained relations between them. Upon Gary and his companions' arrival at the venue, they were greeted by a sea of banners, the handiwork of Gryffindor and Slytherin students, some of which bore aggressive slogans amidst their cheering displays. Evil Slytherin, you're insincere. Slick demeanor is utterly nauseating. I believe Slytherin will win, Gary mused, as he spotted an amusing banner among the rest. Alfrina, peering through binoculars, erupted into laughter at a slogan on the opposite side of the stands. The Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw supporters occupied the eastern side of the arena, sitting together without regard for their respective houses, the cheerful Badger in its yellow and black scarf mingling with the blue and bronze of Ravenclaw. In stark contrast, the western stands were a different story, with Gryffindor and Slytherin fans separated by 10 rows of seats, creating an impenetrable chasm between the two factions. Lily waved a flag emblazoned with a lion's emblem from the Gryffindor side, rallying the spirits of her comrades. Professors McGonagall and Slughorn were present, seated in the front rows of their respective house sections, while Professor Dumbledore cheerfully occupied a space among the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. The players emerged onto the field, led by Gryffindor Captain Jose Watson and Slytherin Captain Parkinson, who exchanged hollow smiles as Madame Hooch, standing nearby, appeared tense and apprehensive. The significance of this match was palpable. With an explosive atmosphere from the outset, Slytherin's Chaser executed a powerful and precise strike, and had it not been for Sirius using his robust frame to shield James, the latter's head might have suffered a grievous blow. Shawnee skillfully exploited the rules, luring Slytherin's Seeker to a pillar at the edge of the field, then deftly maneuvered to the left, catching the Slytherin player off guard, leading to a collision with the pillar. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and Corna instinctively covered her eyes. Wincing at the sight, perhaps due to the captain's emphasis on the altered foul mechanisms, the players initially refrained from aggressive actions, resorting instead to subtle elbow nudges while shielding their movements. However, as time elapsed and the score fluctuated, the players' pent-up frustrations erupted, leading to increasingly aggressive maneuvers. James suffered a dislocated shoulder, and even after it was reset, he struggled to exert force, flying through the air while clutching his arm, desperately attempting to obstruct the opponent's path. Before long, Sirius avenged James, delivering a powerful throw that sent Slytherin's goalkeeper, Parkinson, tumbling off his broom. The score escalated to a nail-biting 170-170, with the Golden Snitch still unfound and only 10 minutes remaining in the match. The competitiveness of this match reached the pinnacle of amateur league standards, with players from both teams sustaining injuries after over 80 minutes of relentless effort. James soared through the air on his broomstick, having sustained an injury to his right shoulder midway through the match. He took on the role of goalkeeper, entrusting the offensive efforts to his teammates. As time dwindled, Gryffindor struggled to break the deadlock, and James felt a surge of impatience. He scanned every corner of the pitch in search of the elusive Golden Snitch. Suddenly, he began to dive, prompting a nearby Slytherin player to hastily pursue him. Fearing he had discovered something crucial, "Shawnee," James shouted, quickening his pace, and the Slytherin player immediately urged his broomstick forward in pursuit. In the center of the field, Shawnee instinctively turned to look at James. He was descending rapidly, the frost-kissed grass rushing towards him. The Slytherin player showed no signs of slowing down, determined to intercept him. Just as he was about to land, James executed a flawless Wronski feint, narrowly avoiding the ground and veering back into the sky. The Slytherin player, caught off guard by James's unexpected maneuver, lost control and tumbled to the ground along with his broom. The spectators erupted in applause, the difficulty of the move even winning over some Slytherins. Shawnee, unsure of James's intentions, nevertheless followed him closely on her broom. They had now reached the edge of the pitch, with the Slytherin Seeker still trailing beside her. However, no one was focused on James anymore. The score was tied, and Slytherin could not afford to risk sending another player to thwart him. Now, only the three of them remained in this vicinity. And James couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Shawnee, do you see that post? What? Shawnee, buffeted by the wind, struggled to open her eyes and was met with a mouthful of cold air. Look at the post, James shouted, urgency lacing his voice. If it weren't for the Seeker's restrictions on touching the golden snitch, he would have already made his move. The Slytherin Seeker, possessing keen eyesight, spotted a glimmering object near the edge post from several dozen meters away. He leaned forward on his broom, accelerating towards it. And Shawnee soon spotted the golden snitch by the post as well, racing towards it. As they surged forward, the players on the field and the spectators along the sidelines reacted, a wave of cheers rising in the air. Given the dwindling time, the team that captured the golden snitch would claim victory. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin players sprinted towards the target. Gryffindor's captain, Jose, calculated the distance and realized he could not reach it in time. Thus, he decided to confront a Slytherin player, using a bludger to impede his progress. I'll block for you, James yelled, maneuvering his broom to slow down and tilt to the left, allowing Shawnee to zip past him. With precision, James intercepted the Slytherin Seeker. By the time the Slytherin player escaped James's grasp, Shawnee had already seized the golden snitch. The final whistle sounded, and Gryffindor triumphed with a score of 270 to 210 against Slytherin. The jubilant cheers of Gryffindor contrasted sharply with the despondent expressions of the Slytherin players. The three professors offered their applause to the players on the field. The match was intensely fierce, and James's tactical acumen was nothing short of remarkable. However, no one mocked Slytherin. They had executed all that was within their grasp, and their fouls under the new regulations were deemed above board. The 14 players, guided by Madame Hooch, exchanged handshakes as the Slytherin team exited, while the Gryffindor players made a triumphant circuit around the field, basking in the cheers of the crowd. Lily stood in the stands, her cheeks flushed with excitement, feeling a warmth radiate from her face, startled by the final chase for the golden snitch. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff departed with admiration, having displayed skills that far exceeded those of their own teams. With the conclusion of the match, it was evident to all that the Quidditch Cup for this academic year rightfully belonged to Gryffindor. The match had been marred by excessive fouls, and Alfrina frowned at the dining table, suggesting an addition to the rules. A stoppage time mechanism? Howard interjected, lifting a milkshake, reminiscent of those commonly employed in football matches. Indeed, Alfrina nodded, and a limit on the number of fouls. We cannot allow frequent infractions to detract from the spectacle and fluidity of the game. Let us discuss these matters this evening, Corna proposed, as Gary must visit the headmaster's office shortly. Two stone gargoyles were engaged in hushed conversation, likely reveling in merriment, their tails swishing playfully. Gary deliberately increased the weight of his footsteps. Upon hearing the sound, the gargoyles quickly turned their gaze forward. With great effort, I summoned the fire. Gary coughed, uttering the incantation. The gargoyles pivoted, revealing a hidden passageway. Ascending the spiral staircase, Gary found the door to the office slightly ajar. He knocked twice, and upon hearing an aged voice bid him enter, he pushed the door open. Unlike his previous visit, most of the portraits on the walls were awake this time. A few glanced at Gary but offered no further engagement. Dumbledore sat behind his desk in a robe, tending to a pile of documents. Mr. Shafiq has arrived, he acknowledged, lifting his gaze. Last time you visited, everyone was asleep. You must understand that these individuals are the former headmasters of Hogwarts, and some may not be particularly amiable. That is quite all right, Professor Dumbledore, Gary replied, his attention drawn to a phoenix perched on a branch, its head tucked beneath its tail. Dumbledore cleared his throat. The sorting hat, the quill of acceptance, and the book of admission, correct? Standing, he retrieved the sorting hat from the shelf, which remained in a disheveled state. Wriggling in his grasp. What are you doing, Dumbledore? Just last night, with a flick of his wand, Dumbledore silenced the hat. The quill of acceptance and the book of admission are upstairs, he continued, holding out the sorting hat, which was enchanted to prevent anyone from touching it directly. I will take you to see them. You shall hold the sorting hat. Dumbledore opened a drawer in his desk and produced a set of ancient bronze keys. Gary followed closely behind Dumbledore, passing the wooden perch where Fawkes the Phoenix rested. The Phoenix regarded him with its small, coal-black eyes, then lowered its gaze to his pocket, seemingly intrigued by some curious object. Its head bobbed slightly, and were it not for its identity as a phoenix, Gary might have mistaken it for a simple-minded bird. He quickly averted his eyes, not out of guilt, but rather due to the discomfort of the moment. This unspoken tension enveloped them as Gary looked down, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Fawkes rather likes you, Dumbledore remarked with a jovial smile. He doesn't typically regard others with such interest. Gary remained silent, gripping his wand tightly through the fabric of his trousers, acutely aware that Fawkes had been fixated on the wand concealed within his pocket. Dumbledore moved aside the bookshelf behind the door, revealing yet another passageway, reminiscent of the one leading to the headmaster's office, complete with a spiral staircase. However, this one was constructed from far older wood, showing signs of age and even a hint of mold. Chapter 66. The Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admission. The Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admission had resided in this tower since the inception of Hogwarts Castle. Ascending the staircase slowly, Dumbledore led Gary upward, the candles flanking the passage flickering to life with each step they took. The quill inscribes the names of those deemed worthy in the Book of Admission. Thus, they become the new students of Hogwarts. While those inscribed may choose to attend other magical schools, none can alter the quill's will to add names against its desire. "We have arrived," Dumbledore exclaimed cheerfully after they had ascended what felt like 100 steps. Gary halted abruptly to avoid colliding with Dumbledore. Before them stood a grand bronze door, towering at least 2 men in height, adorned with intricate engravings. By the flickering candlelight, Gary discerned some of the designs: a badger on the ground, a serpent and a lion, along with a raven in the sky, all encircling a magnificent structure. The edifice dwarfed them all, the lion appearing as diminutive as an ant in its presence. "Come in." Without allowing Gary further time to explore, Dumbledore swung the door wide open. As Gary stepped inside, he beheld the entirety of the room. It was a tower, and upon glimpsing the sky beyond the windows, he felt momentarily disoriented. The expanse between the sky and the room was separated by a row of windows. And within the empty chamber sat an ancient tome with a cracked black dragon hide cover, accompanied by a small silver inkwell containing a long, faded quill. Few were aware of this tower's existence, concealed among a cluster of buildings, and students were typically forbidden to ascend here. Dumbledore opened a window, allowing the frigid winter breeze to sweep into the room. "Sometimes, I come here to admire the view. One can see the Quidditch pitch from here." Gary was struck by the cold wind, promptly casting a warming charm as he placed the sorting hat upon the floor. "By the time dinner arrives today, the rights to this tower shall belong to you," Dumbledore declared, producing his wand and circling the tower, unleashing a series of enchantments that Gary could not name. Layers of blue and white barriers enveloped the tower, akin to Muggle cling film, safeguarding it from the outside world. Then Dumbledore departed directly. Gary gazed at the empty room. Filled with perplexity, Dumbledore had not inquired about his purpose upon entering, yet he had entrusted this tower to him so freely. He observed the drooping sorting hat and discerned a problem. The spell Dumbledore had cast upon it had yet to be lifted. "Stop toying with me, you little rascal." The sorting hat's brim suddenly split open. "I am nearly fainting." "Did not Professor Dumbledore cast a spell on you?" Gary inquired, looking at the sorting hat in his hands. "This trifling skill does not daunt me," the sorting hat retorted disdainfully. "I merely yielded to Dumbledore at that time." Its voice diminished in volume. "Let us not dwell on that, you brat. What do you require of me?" The sorting hat shifted the topic, its tone regaining firmness. "I merely wish to inquire how you determine the house assignments for the new students," Gary cautiously replied, sitting cross-legged and placing the sorting hat on his lap. "House assignments?" The sorting hat exclaimed loudly. "It is quite simple: bloodline, intellect, personal will, and so forth." "Why do you ask this?" After stating this, it inquired with vigilance. "Can you elaborate on the house assignments of Sirius Black and Alfred Black? How did you arrive at your judgments?" Gary adopted a very humble stance. "I recall he desired to join Slytherin, did he not?" The sorting hat seemed somewhat befuddled, mumbling incoherent words that Gary could not comprehend. "Sorting hat, did you not have the house assignments determined upon first encountering the new students?" Gary's question was straightforward. The sorting hat fell silent. Suddenly, a quill began to hum, and a faded feather pen emerged from the inkwell, while the ebony-hued Book of Admission opened, revealing its yellowed pages, as the quill swiftly began to inscribe upon them. Both Gary and the sorting hat were drawn to this spectacle, and Gary distinctly observed that the quill had no ink, yet left marks on the Book of Admission. Leaning closer, he saw the name Charlie Weasley inscribed, yet another Weasley. The sorting hat, squeezed behind Gary, also saw the name and muttered its dissatisfaction. The Book of Admission promptly snapped shut with a sharp sound, startling Gary. It was his first encounter with Hogwarts' process of discerning new students, and he found it quite novel. The sorting hat appeared to feign lifelessness, lying motionless on the ground like an ordinary hat. "Oh dear, you must indulge my need to converse with others." The sorting hat's tone became quite plaintive. "I have only one night a year to breathe freely. No one talks to me otherwise. It's not easy for me." "Your attitude is an admission, is it not?" Gary's gaze was piercing. The sorting hat sighed. Indeed, it noted Gary's discontented expression and hastily clarified. "This is truly not my decision. I am also bound by circumstances. Finally, someone to converse with me about this matter, which is not a secret. I shall speak plainly." The sorting hat gathered its thoughts and then slowly articulated. "The day I truly gained consciousness, Hogwarts Castle had already been established, and the 4 founders were in heated debate regarding how to allocate new students to their houses. They deliberated numerous proposals, such as creating a talking statue or a series of magical challenges. all of which were ultimately dismissed. Chapter 67. The Sorting. The four founders each infused my mind with their profound magical thoughts, which encompassed their criteria for selecting students. Simultaneously, Salazar imparted to me the art of legilimency, enabling me to perceive the thoughts of the students. Was the power of the four founders truly so formidable? Gary listened to the Sorting Hat's words, feeling a sense of unease. He had never encountered such potent enchantments being cast upon an object. Naturally, the Sorting Hat continued. Wizards of that era were far more powerful than those of today. Most could cast spells without a wand. The four founders were among the elite of ancient wizards, effortlessly wielding such enchantments. Thus, it was under the influence of the four founders that all sorting results were determined. From the very first moment I encountered them, their sorting outcomes had already been decided. Inquiring which house they wished to join was merely an act of conversation. After this extensive discourse, the Sorting Hat fell silent. How astonishing it was to endow a hat with thoughts and legilimency. This implied that Sirius Black was not among them. Indeed, Godric was quite pleased with him, while Salazar felt he was somewhat too unconventional, hence he was sorted into Gryffindor. Regardless of whether he expressed a desire not to be placed in Slytherin, he would never have been accepted there. Alas, Gary sighed deeply and fell silent. Continue conversing with me. Do not remain mute, the Sorting Hat protested. After much effort to digest this information, Gary posed another question. How can I access the enrollment information from past years? Whose information do you seek? Perhaps I still recall some details. The Sorting Hat, an incessant chatterbox, was delighted to engage in conversation. Alfrina Greengrass, a freshman from the class of 1971, Gary slowly articulated. The Sorting Hat's head twisted incessantly, seemingly searching for information. What would you like to know? It inquired. As if harboring significant secrets it was eager to divulge. Do you know anything about her parents? Gary asked. Her parents? The Sorting Hat began to writhe as it sought information from her mind. Its processing speed was somewhat sluggish. It undulated from bottom to top in a wave-like motion. After 5 minutes, it regretfully stated, I cannot find anything. Cannot find anything? Gary replied. Are you not capable of legilimency? You should have uncovered information about her parents during your previous encounter. He squinted suspiciously. Or perhaps you were simply inadequate. No. The Sorting Hat quickly defended itself, sensing Gary's doubt. How could you unjustly tarnish my reputation? Legilimency is not infallible. Its body began to convulse violently. Legilimency extracts significant memories. If the individual possesses a powerful mental block to conceal their memories, or if she harbors no recollection of her parents, I would be unable to discern anything from her mind. Gary rested his hand upon his forehead, pondering the implications. So, does this mean that her parents' information is unattainable? Just because it eludes my mind does not signify an absence of methods. The Sorting Hat interjected. The solution lies within your reach. Indeed, no one can access them. The Sorting Hat conceded, which is precisely why you have brought me along. You? Gary suddenly recognized his oversight. Dumbledore had emphasized that one could not approach the quill of acceptance in the Book of Admission, yet he had not mentioned the Sorting Hat's exemption. Place me beside that wretched quill, and I shall find a way. The Sorting Hat was eager to prove its worth. Is this permissible? Gary raised the Sorting Hat, positioning it next to the quill of acceptance. Quite acceptable. I am well acquainted with them. We have known each other since the founding of the school a millennium ago. The Sorting Hat extended a corner of its form to touch the quill of acceptance. Just as the Sorting Hat's grimy surface was about to make contact with the quill, a faint blue ripple suddenly surged forth from the faded feather quill, a potent magic emanating from it that Gary could sense even at a distance of over a meter. The ripple paused upon touching the Sorting Hat, then continued to spread outward. As it reached Gary's feet, he instinctively recoiled to avoid contact. The quill of acceptance differs from me. It does not extract thoughts or utter words. Rowena has imbued it with unparalleled perceptive capabilities, allowing its power to permeate the entirety of the British magical community. It is tasked with monitoring every infant born on British soil, and when a child first manifests magical talent, it will emerge from its inkpot in an attempt to inscribe that child's name in the Book of Admission. The Sorting Hat caressed the feather of the quill of acceptance. The loquacious Sorting Hat spoke with astonishing rapidity, its mouth flapping energetically, causing even the scars on its face, its patches, to nearly contort. The quill of acceptance's criteria for judgment are significantly more lenient than those of the Book of Admission. Even the slightest indication of magic is sufficient to stir the quill, whereas the book may remain resolutely shut, refusing to be inscribed until it receives clear evidence of magical possession. The Sorting Hat smacked its lips. Unlike the haughty Book of Admission, the quill of acceptance keeps a vigilant watch over all potentially magical infants within its domain, along with their familial information. Gary nodded in understanding, and the Sorting Hat swayed excitedly, exclaiming that it had found something. Alfrina Gringlas, born in May 1960, entered school in 1971. Oh, this is... Gary could read the astonishment on the Sorting Hat's grimy visage. What is it? According to the quill of acceptance's memories, this girl's parents are squibs. Squibs? Gary involuntarily raised his voice, clearly taken aback. Chapter 68. The Heritage of Alfrina. Indeed, her father is the eldest son of the pure-blood family Gringlas, destined to inherit this lineage. Yet shockingly, he displayed no magical abilities during his childhood. After countless examinations at St. Mungo's, he was confirmed to be a squib. How could a mute heir inherit from a pure-blood family? He was incapable of even entering Hogwarts, relegated by his family to work at a firm in London. Upon reaching adulthood, he married the second daughter of the Knott family, who also shared his condition. Gary was taken aback by this revelation, never imagining that Alfrina's background could be so banal, resembling the protagonist of a romance novel beloved by Howard. Fortunately, their daughter, Alfrina Gringotts, possessed remarkable magical talent. The Sorting Hat expressed its melancholy. Recently, whenever Alfrina mentioned her parents, her demeanor seemed off, and her hesitance in front of him caused Gary considerable concern. He had long harbored suspicions regarding Alfrina's lineage. The Gringotts surname was exceedingly rare, making it improbable for her to also be a witch by mere chance. Gary initially presumed her parents had been cast out by their family, akin to Sirius's sister Andromeda. Just as he resolved to inquire about her parents' identities, the Sorting Hat, renowned for its proficiency in legilimency, uncovered astonishing information. Sorting Hat, you must promise me one thing, Gary said, his expression grave. What is it? Speak, the Hat replied, noting the seriousness of Gary's demeanor, lowering its voice slightly. You cannot disclose Alfrina Gringotts' lineage to anyone, absolutely anyone, Gary insisted, leaning closer to the Hat. Anyone? That is impossible. I am obliged to obey the headmaster of Hogwarts. I cannot fulfill such a request. The Sorting Hat countered. Except for the headmaster. You must keep it a secret from everyone else, Gary declared. Otherwise, I will inform Professor Dumbledore of your unauthorized disclosure of a student's information, and we shall see if he punishes you. The Sorting Hat was taken aback by Gary's intent to report him, given that it was he who had divulged information to Gary in the first place. It sagged, its pointed top drooping toward the ground. Very well, I will maintain confidentiality. But I have one condition, the Sorting Hat stated. What condition? Gary inquired, his fingers brushing against the wand in his pocket. You must come to converse with me each month, the Sorting Hat proposed, observing Gary's conflicted expression. You shall not visit in vain. Feel free to ask me any questions, be they about Hogwarts or any magical knowledge. I shall share all that I know. The issue is not that, Gary replied. If you can keep Alfrina's lineage a secret, then certainly I can spare time to chat with you each month. The crux of the matter is how I can locate you. You reside in the headmaster's office, and without special permission, I cannot enter. That is easily remedied. I can persuade Dumbledore, the Sorting Hat declared loudly. So it is settled then. I shall help you keep this secret. After some contemplation, Gary nodded in agreement. Engaging in conversation with the Sorting Hat promised to be far more enjoyable than studying alone, allowing him to secure a secret while also benefiting from the exchange, a delightful prospect. With some time remaining, what do you intend to discuss? The Sorting Hat inquired, glancing out at the sky. I would like to discuss my sorting. You indicated that I did not possess the qualities of a Gryffindor. That was all my fabrication. The Sorting Hat is quite candid. Rowena's segment of consciousness is adamant about wanting you, and Godric cannot prevail against her. These individuals are still contending within your mind. Gary cautiously glanced at the pointed tip of the Sorting Hat, which presumably is its head. Alas, these four only emerge during the sorting. At other times, they remain dormant. It finds Gary's restless demeanor somewhat amusing. Do not dwell on it. They merely imparted some criteria for sorting into my mind, without any long-lost spells or arcane knowledge. You imply that if Godric Gryffindor could not best Rowena Ravenclaw, it suggests I possess commendable qualities of Gryffindor? Such occurrences are rare, yet not unheard of. Currently, Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, and Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, have indeed sparked debates among the founders, as both embody traits of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw simultaneously. This is the first time Gary has heard of this. However, having been at Hogwarts for 3 years, he does not perceive himself as particularly brave or possessing leadership qualities. Should you inquire about their thoughts, I can only relay their perspectives. As for the reasons behind them, I remain oblivious. Nonetheless, Godric must have his reasons for wanting you. The Sorting Hat appears to be an admirer of Godric, speaking of him with a tone of reverence. This afternoon, an extraordinary number of young wizards brimming with magical energy have emerged, and the acceptance quill and the book of admission have been diligently recording the names of those who meet the criteria. Is the feather of the acceptance quill truly derived from the phoenix? Certainly, such a creature is now extinct, yet its feathers possess immense magical power and control, making them an excellent choice for the core of a wand. It was not until the sun descended beyond the hill that Dumbledore finally opened the bronze door. Beaming at Gary, the time has come. You should proceed to dinner, as your friends have already gathered in the great hall, Dumbledore remarked with a twinkle in his eye. The two descended the tower with the Sorting Hat, and Gary distinctly sensed Dumbledore casting several glances at it. Since Dumbledore's entrance, The Sorting Hat had remained silent, and Gary harbored serious doubts about its ability to persuade Dumbledore. What is happening? Gary pondered, vividly recalling the previous occasion when Lovegood had consumed a powerful sleeping potion and had food atop Pandora's head. Now, they were inexplicably seated together. After apologizing, Lovegood and Pandora seemed to have developed an extraordinary rapport. Corna took a sip of pumpkin juice. Chapter 69, Fizzy Honeybee Candy. Do not attempt to change the subject. Tell me what transpired in the headmaster's office this afternoon. Alfrina exclaimed, her wide eyes narrowing, her brows furrowed. What could I have done? I merely inquired about the sorting criteria with the Sorting Hat. Gary withheld the entirety of his afternoon experience, concealing the matters pertaining to Alfrina. Are you suggesting that the Sorting Hat and I merely exchanged idle banter for 5 minutes? Howard, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Indeed. It was merely toying with your emotions, Gary replied, with a touch of sympathy. Poor Howard, manipulated by the Sorting Hat at its whim. The two girls erupted into laughter, while Howard's once fair and radiant face turned a shade akin to liver. Dumbledore's instructions were conveyed to Gary by Nans in the evening. Every Friday at 8 o'clock. In the headmaster's office, the password for this week was buzzing honey candy. After Nans spoke, he gazed at Gary with envious eyes, remarking on the privilege of receiving personal attention from Headmaster Dumbledore. Gary and his companions were in the common room, organizing the feedback received from their classmates that afternoon, intending to discuss it with the captains of the 4 Quidditch teams after categorizing the responses. It was nothing significant. Gary sensed the collective gaze of his peers upon him. Professor Dumbledore remarked on my commendable progress in alchemy, and thus intends to mentor me. Speaking of this, Nans pulled out a chair and sat down. It is indeed unfair that only your 3rd year has the privilege of direct instruction from Professor Dumbledore among the 7 grades. You don't quite grasp it, Nans replied earnestly. Merely having attended Professor Dumbledore's classes will simplify your job search considerably. Surely not. Is it not possible for all 9? Corna felt a flutter of anxiety. She could barely achieve 9 in her final exams, and given the difficulty of the exams, she estimated she might only secure around 7. Did you eventually find a job? Gary inquired, genuinely concerned. He had yet to contemplate his post-graduation path, and Nans's mention of the topic made him anxious. My mother helped me secure a position at St. Mungo's as an assistant healer, Nans shrugged. Honestly, I do not desire to work in a hospital. It is exhausting and troublesome to those around them. Nans seemed to be taking advantage of a fortunate situation, as St. Mungo's, Gringotts, and the Ministry of Magic were 3 institutions that countless Hogwarts students aspired to enter, offering high salaries and stable, respectable employment. Go play elsewhere, Alfrina said, waving her hand dismissively at him, feeling he was sowing discord among them. Corna, you need not be so anxious. We hold these practical projects, and even if our grades are a tad lacking, we will still be employable. Alfrina was not wrong. Merely last year's proposal for the reform of the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum could secure them a position within the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, we possess a regulation that could potentially alter the history of Quidditch, hence there is no need to fret over employment matters. Alfrina reassured them. Gary was aware that he was merely being impulsive and anxious. Upon reflection, the practical activities they had undertaken were indeed sufficient to serve as stepping stones in their job search. At 8 o'clock on Friday evening, Gary arrived punctually at the corridor on the 8th floor, only to find a solitary stone guardian standing at the door of the headmaster's office, lost in contemplation. It sighed, recounting how the two of them had perhaps overindulged that evening, as the Minister of Magic had come to visit and was left unattended while it was dispatched by Dumbledore to guard the teacher's lounge adjacent to the Great Hall. Gary was at a loss for words, buzzing honey candy. The stone guardian, with a furrowed brow, stepped aside to allow him passage, and Gary entered. The headmaster's office was bustling with activity, the noise of animated conversation audible even through the door. Please, come in, he heard Dumbledore's voice, and upon pushing the door open, he discovered that most of the portraits of former headmasters were awake, all turning their attention toward him upon his entrance. You again? A rotund wizard with a crimson nose gazed in astonishment at the portrait and inquired, Fosco, have you encountered him? The man depicted beside him spoke up, prompting Gary to shift his gaze, recognizing the individual as Professor Wendick, the esteemed author of the best-selling tome, Curses and Counter-Curses. I have yet to meet him. He last visited in the afternoon, murmured the red-nosed wizard. The other headmasters swiftly diverted their eyes upon realizing he was merely a student. Gary, Dumbledore gestured with his wand, conjuring a chair opposite his desk, inviting him to sit. The Sorting Hat and I propose that you come here weekly to learn some alchemical knowledge. I lack sufficient time to instruct you, he continued, but the Sorting Hat can impart some fundamental theories. I perceive you possess a commendable affinity for alchemy, thus I acquiesced. From now on, you may visit my office every Friday evening. The Sorting Hat will be placed upon the bookshelf, Dumbledore stated, rising to retrieve the grimy Sorting Hat and handing it to Gary. I have matters to attend to in London. He patted Gary's shoulder and, with a swift turn, the space warped, the air vibrating with a crisp pop as he vanished. Now, you little rascal, place me atop your head, otherwise our whispered secrets will be overheard by this lot, the Sorting Hat exclaimed with a wide grin. Gary noticed several headmasters chuckling derisively, seemingly mocking the hat's audacity. His face flushed. He hastily donned the Sorting Hat to prevent any further embarrassing remarks. The hat slumped naturally, perfectly obscuring Gary's eyes, plunging him into darkness. Chapter 70. The Essence of the Multi-Layered Alchemical Array. The headmasters and the portraits fell silent, and the Sorting Hat remained quiet as well. Gary felt that this silence was a torment in itself. Why do you not speak? Gary pondered. I have yet to devise today as opening line, the Sorting Hat replied. Did you summon me here merely to sit idly? Gary shifted his posture, seeking comfort. Isn't this akin to conversing? The hat retorted sheepishly. Pray tell, what progress have you made in your alchemy lessons? The Sorting Hat finally broached the subject. Professor Dumbledore has commenced our study of the internal arrays of alchemical items. I crafted a ring imbued with a perpetual warming charm. The process was rather straightforward, involving a single layer of the alchemical array. You are aware of the upper limit for multi-layered alchemical items, are you not? The Hat's voice resonated within his mind. Indeed, a maximum of 6 layers. Gary instinctively nodded. Precisely, 6 layers represent the pinnacle for all alchemical items, which we refer to as inanimate. Each layer enhances the potency of the alchemical creation. Upon reaching the 6-layer limit and endowing it with thought, the item transforms into a living entity, thus transcending the 6-layer restriction. Infusing an object with consciousness can be regarded as an essential pathway to becoming a high-tier alchemist. What steps must we take to imbue inanimate objects with thought? Gary inquired. His curiosity piqued by the Sorting Hat's words. Even if you comprehend this now, it would be of little consequence, the Sorting Hat retorted. I estimate you are currently incapable of engraving even a basic alchemical array. In the realm of alchemy, one must refrain from aiming too high, without a grounded mindset. One cannot hone exceptional skills. I understand, Gary acknowledged, tempering his thoughts. What, then, is the challenge in engraving a double array? Gary, ever eager to learn, discerned that the Sorting Hat would no longer elaborate on alchemy today, and thus could only engage in discussion about recent amusing happenings at Hogwarts. He found himself at a loss with the Sorting Hat, as he had to continually empty his mind each week to conjure tales from Hogwarts to entertain it. Alas, such is the plight of a subordinate. At last, the Sorting Hat, unable to withstand Gary's persistent inquiries, relented on the 3rd Friday evening. The crux of engraving a multi-layered alchemical array lies in the preservation of magical energy. Unlike a simple array, the engraving of a multi-layered one often spans days. Once the dragon's blood ink evaporates entirely, the magic becomes fixed, and any subsequent applications of dragon's blood ink will diminish the array's efficacy. Moreover, strictly speaking, alchemical products created through repeated applications of dragon's blood ink cannot be classified as products of a multi-layered array, as not only do their effects differ, but the rate of magical evaporation is drastically distinct. A vital point to note is that products crafted through repetitive applications of dragon's blood ink cannot be imbued with consciousness. The Sorting Hat conveyed this extensive information into Gary's mind in one breath. Is the engraving of a multi-layered alchemical array truly so demanding? Gary gasped, pondering whether those esteemed alchemists possess the ability to prevent the dragon's blood ink from drying out. No. It cannot be denied that high-grade dragon's blood ink can sustain its properties for a longer duration, but the more crucial factor lies in the wizard's own mental prowess. The Sorting Hat's tempo slowed considerably. Mental prowess? Gary felt a sense of bewilderment. Indeed, I previously mentioned the technique of mind reading. The Sorting Hat's tone shifted to one of gravity, departing from its usual jovial demeanor. The method of casting mind reading differs from other offensive spells. Its essence lies in the attachment of a certain degree of mental energy to the magical essence during the incantation. If your mental prowess surpasses that of your opponent, you can effortlessly penetrate their mind. Conversely, you will be barred from entry. The Sorting Hat elaborated, revealing knowledge that Gary could not access in the classroom. He absorbed it eagerly, like a sponge soaking up water. A masterful alchemist can firmly attach magical energy to their alchemical creations using their mental prowess, maintaining this for several days until the final application of dragon's blood ink on the last layer of the alchemical array is complete. Thus, Gary was profoundly astonished. These insights had not been imparted by Dumbledore at all. Do not display such an expression. I have lived for 1,000 years, and it is only natural that I possess a wealth of knowledge, the Sorting Hat remarked with a hint of pride. How then does one cultivate this mental prowess? Gary inquired impatiently, for the Sorting Hat had opened a new door to him. Let me clarify. All exceptional alchemists are prodigies in mind reading, their mastery of mental prowess reaching unparalleled heights. The Sorting Hat remarked softly that both Nicoleem and Dumbledore were masterful practitioners of the legilimency spell. Does that mean I must practice legilimency? Gary inferred from the Hat's words. And with whom will you practice? The Hat scoffed. who would willingly allow you to expose the secrets within their mind. Well, how should I proceed then? Gary inquired cautiously. Begin with the fundamentals. Attempt to harness your mental energy. The Sorting Hat replied with a grunt. You are still far from mastering legilimency. That night, as he lay in bed, a sliver of the curtain revealed a sky adorned with countless stars and a luminous full moon. How does one harness mental energy? Gary pondered. He lacked the skill of mental occlusion and had no grasp of legilimency. After contemplating the Hat's advice, he felt that the concept of mental energy was rather elusive. He understood how to manipulate magical energy. With mere intent, the latent magic within him surged into his right arm, then flowed into his wand. Could mental energy be similar? Closing his eyes, he concentrated, willing his mind to exert force. After 10 minutes, he surrendered, feeling only a pressure in his eyes. Rubbing them, Gary felt fatigued. Beside him, Howard was already deep in slumber. The tranquil atmosphere lulled Gary into a sense of lethargy, and sleepiness washed over him like a tide. He shut his eyes, limbs resting on the bed, allowing his muscles to relax naturally, his breathing gradually slowing. Just as he was on the brink of sleep, a fleeting spark of inspiration flickered through his mind, yet he could not grasp it. Chapter 71, The Grey Cat Sheriff. After the Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin concluded, a group of unconventional pigs made final amendments to the trial rules, subsequently stamping the new regulations with their peculiar emblem. The bag was sealed and sent to Minister Jenkins of the British Ministry of Magic via Alfrena's Snowy Owl. As they watched Ruth's graceful silhouette gradually disappear into the vast night, the five of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that another academic year had come to a close. Time indeed flew, another year gone by. Lily rested her elbows on the table, cradling her chin in her hands. Yes, Howard pulled out a few bottles of butterbeer from his bag. Let us celebrate. The abandoned classroom at the end of the third-floor corridor of the castle gradually replaced the library as their primary meeting spot. I don't want your opinion. I want my own, Alfrena declared after taking a sip of butterbeer, slapping the table. Corna, resembling a disgruntled wife, rested her head on the table with a sense of grievance. You just like to bully me, she whined, elongating her tone. Oh dear. Alfrena could hardly tolerate such a demeanor. If you wish to rest, then do so. We will practice on our own. But if you find yourself unable to perform during the charms and transfiguration practicals, do not blame us for not having included you. Alfrena struck at Corna's vulnerability with pinpoint accuracy. All right, I'll go. Corna stamped her foot, her petite stature making the gesture utterly adorable. Let us not discuss those matters. Tonight, we are here to celebrate. Howard clinked glasses with Lily and Gary beside him. After curfew, Hogwarts transformed into a paradise for the Gryffindor pranksters. On the 5th floor, the Marauders were once again engaged in their daily escapades. Have you noted down that passage? James whispered, as he and Peter huddled under the invisibility cloak. With their bodies having matured, the cloak was no longer sufficient to conceal all four of them. Fortunately, Remus and Sirius had mastered the Patronus charm, which proved equally effective in the dimly lit castle at night. The four of them were executing their grand scheme. Yes. It's noted, Sirius said, swiftly sketching the map of the passage on a piece of parchment. This endeavor held monumental significance. And James felt a swell of pride for his ingenious idea, believing it rivaled even the Quidditch rules conceived by Althea and her companions. Did you mark the passage from the Whomping Willow? James lowered his voice, fearful of being overheard. However, a cat overheard him. A gaunt, dark gray cat happened to pass through the corridor and, upon hearing James's voice, let out a curious meow. It then advanced cautiously towards the source of the sound. Damn it, get lost, you wretched cat. The four held their breath, terrified of being discovered by the feline. With eyes wide as saucers, radiating intelligence, and ears perked like antennas, they listened for any suspicious sounds. The cat's black nose wrinkled as it sat down, facing the direction of James and his friends, letting out a meow that nearly startled them out of their wits. James exchanged glances with Remus. What do we do? How should I know? Maybe we should just run. James concurred. After all, the cat wouldn't recognize them. He tugged at Peter and Sirius, who understood the cue, and they silently counted to 3 before bolting. Thanks to their invisibility cloak and the disillusionment charm, the gray cat could only sense a breeze and the subtle fluctuations in the air. It sprang up, emitting sharp cries, and lunged forward, hitting the ground with all 4 paws as it dashed out. Realizing they had been discovered, the 4 utilized their years of exploring Hogwarts to navigate the moving staircases, while the cat, despite its speed, was outsmarted due to its lack of intellect, and soon fell behind. What is happening? A skeletal hand emerged from the shadows, retrieving the gray cat from the ground. Have you noticed anything unusual? His voice was hoarse, reminiscent of gravel, unsettling to hear. It was Filch. Mr. Pringle was about to retire, and he was to assume the role of Hogwarts' new caretaker, responsible for night patrols. Mrs. Norris, his faithful companion for over 20 years, had long surpassed the average lifespan of her kind. According to his uncle, Apollyon Pringle, Mrs. Norris was a magical creature, possibly outliving even her owner. Mrs. Norris opened her mouth wide, continuously meowing at the spot where James and his friends had vanished, revealing her small canine teeth. With a bemused expression, Filch stroked his sparse hair and declared, "Let us proceed to investigate." One hand cradled the cat, while the other retrieved the oil lamp from the corridor wall, advancing step by step. Goodness, when did a cat arrive here? The four rushed to the 7th floor corridor, where James seized the invisibility cloak and exclaimed in frustration. "Keep your voice down, James. Peter has styled his hair into a small braid today, allowing his scanty locks a place to rest. We mustn't alert that cat." "I spotted this cat last week. Could it belong to a student?" Sirius speculated. "Surely not. Look at how emaciated that cat appears. Who could be so cruel to their pet?" Remus gently countered, noting that he still felt somewhat weak from the recent full moon. His complexion pale and beads of sweat trickling down his face after the vigorous dash. "Are you all right, Remus?" Sirius asked, concern etching his features. "I'm fine, really. Do we have any more passages to check?" Remus waved his hand dismissively. "Well," Sirius unfolded the parchment in his arms. "We have 2 passages remaining on the 3rd floor." Chapter 72. Filch. Filch, clutching the cat and lantern, emerged into view of the quartet. James, quick to react, snatched up the invisibility cloak and retreated, followed closely by Sirius and Peter, while Remus lingered, puzzled by the hasty departure of his companions. 30 points and a week of detention. Filch muttered as he bent down to release the cat, and Mrs. Norris darted away. "I forgot that the path behind us is a dead end," James lamented. Filch's smile was reminiscent of a lottery winner, a chilling expression accentuated by the gauntness of his face, the wrinkles forming an unsettling tableau. The four despondently accepted their fate. Gryffindor had lost 120 points, and head girl Janie Lynch would undoubtedly be furious. James could vividly envision the expression on the short-haired, slender girl's face. "What spell were you discussing earlier?" Filch inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The four exchanged glances. "We were debating an assignment in charms," James stammered. "Professor Flitwick tasked us with enchanting a teapot to dance on the table." Remus, quick-witted, fabricated the lie with ease. Perhaps the deceit he'd told before the full moon had sharpened his skills, as he spoke with a calm facade. Filch scrutinized the quartet suspiciously. His ignorance of charms rendered him unaware of the appropriate difficulty for third-year coursework. The reason was straightforward: he was a dullard. Remus had successfully deceived him with a second-year assignment. "Hurry, hurry." Filch's mood soured as he realized he had no means to counter their ruse with knowledge beyond his grasp. Watching as the four slipped into the passage guarded by the fat lady, he sought a concealed spot to observe for a prolonged duration, crouching until his legs ached. Yet no one appeared. Only then did Filch feel at ease to depart. This loss of 120 points not only incensed head girl Janie, but also obliterated the faint glimmer of goodwill Lily had just begun to harbor for James. Lily has always possessed a profound sense of collective honor. As a remarkably individualistic pig, she would forego meals to ensure her contributions were impeccable, particularly when it came to Gryffindor. Following the recent Quidditch match against Slytherin, Lily had begun to view James in a more favorable light. Her demeanor towards him softened, and her expressions no longer bore the weight of disdain. However, it took merely a few weeks for James to lead a breach of curfew, igniting Lily's ire. She perceived him as a perpetual child, mischievous and unruly. Having immersed herself in the magical world for 3 years, her perspectives gradually aligned with its norms. At 14, one is considered mature within this realm, as most students graduate and enter the workforce by 17, with many marrying and starting families shortly thereafter, significantly younger than their Muggle counterparts in Britain. Since the age of 11, Lily had endured James's incessant antics and his troublesome pranks on their peers. Initially, she found his behavior merely playful and amusing, a common trait among children, though she grew weary of his incessant torment of Severus. As they matured, one would expect individuals to become increasingly composed and responsible. However, James remained ever the jester, deriving joy from teasing his classmates, heedless of the consequences. In contrast, Lily noted the demeanor of Remus and Gary, who had become her close acquaintances. Their conduct was markedly adult-like, dependable and steady, always ready to lend assistance when needed. Amidst a duel in a third-floor classroom, Lily cast a spell that Howard deftly countered with his wand. Undeterred, she stepped forward, her fiery hair cascading as she unleashed another stunning spell. Howard dodged to the left, retaliating with fervor. Anticipating his move, Lily was prepared. She conjured the shield charm with finesse, channeling her inner magical prowess. A strike landed squarely on Howard's robe, igniting a burst of blue flames that swiftly enveloped his chest. Howard, in a flurry, leaped about, requiring Gary's help to extinguish the blaze. Panting heavily, Howard wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Lily, your reflexes in dueling are astonishing." "I could hardly evade." "Lily is truly magnificent in a duel," Corna gushed, starry-eyed. Alfredina playfully tapped Corna on the head, retorting, "And what of you? You struggled to cast a shield charm." "Oh, but you're there to protect me," Corna pouted, nuzzling against Alfredina's shoulder. Alfredina, feeling a shiver run down her spine, swiftly pushed her away. After a lively exchange of playful banter, the group settled into their chairs, engaging in unrestricted conversation. They shared thoughts freely, reminiscing and unveiling sentiments often kept hidden. Let me share something candid. Corn aside, my childhood was far from blissful. My parents fought incessantly, often taking their frustrations out on me. Alfrina pressed her lips together, rubbing her head in contemplation. In truth, they were quite kind to me when they weren't quarreling. After their arguments, they would even apologize to me. Kinna, with her head bowed, played with her fingers. Yet, the more they acted this way, the more I felt like a burden. At home, I tread with caution, as if walking on thin ice, fearful of displeasing them. However, everything changed when I turned 11, and Hogwarts sent me my acceptance letter. Upon witnessing the power of magic, my parents' demeanor towards me transformed. They became as they once were, hesitant in my presence, speaking with trepidation, always donning smiles. Yet, this only served to deepen the chasm between us, rendering them increasingly unfamiliar to me. Her voice dwindled, her head drooping lower, akin to a hamster retreating beneath the table. Alfrina's expression grew somewhat unnatural, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. Gary sensed something amiss and glanced at Alfrina, uncertain of how to broach the secret concerning her parents' identities. Chapter 73, A Sudden Fame. Lily suddenly pulled her aside, her face radiating a maternal warmth, gentle and soothing. You needn't feel this way, Kinna. Lily gazed at her with her beautiful emerald green eyes. I have an older sister with whom I once shared a close bond. However, upon revealing my magical talents, her attitude shifted dramatically. She speaks to me with disdain, and when I playfully levitate small objects at home, she frowns and scolds me loudly. Severus suggests she is envious, yet in her eyes, I perceive nothing but loathing. Perhaps she initially felt some envy, but now she merely sees me as an outsider. During the holidays, I bought her some magical cosmetics, and she seemed delighted to use them. What are your plans for the summer holiday? Howard, sensing the heavy atmosphere, quickly changed the subject. Shall we go out together? I agreed with Lily to visit her home during the summer. Alfrina apologetically suggested. How about we take turns visiting each other's homes? Howard enthusiastically clapped his hands. However, Kinna appeared somewhat troubled. It's all right, let's skip my house for now. If you wish to play, you can stay at mine for a while. My parents are very welcoming, Lily reassured Kinna. Then it's settled. Howard seemed quite invested in the plan. Aren't we going to prepare any review highlights for this semester? Lily inquired. No more of that, came the response. There are just the 5 of us now. If anyone struggles with something, we can ask each other. This whole endeavor is too exhausting. I plan to sell the review highlights from the first and second years to earn some money for household expenses. Future group activities can draw from those funds, Alfrina stated. This revelation stirred significant commotion, as changes to Quidditch rules were infrequent, with the 2 most crucial alterations being the introduction of the golden snitch and the delineation of the playing field. Meanwhile, British media focused on the drafting organization of this rule, a rather unconventional pig. The name is rather peculiar. Upon discovering that they are merely a campus organization involved in last year's reform of the Hogwarts defense against the dark arts curriculum, the media descended upon them like sharks sensing blood in the water. Each morning, the 5 received dozens of letters, many from media outlets requesting interviews, inciting envy among those around them. Both Lupin and Snape received a considerable number of letters as well. Given that their names were conspicuously absent from this year's Quidditch rule draft, rumors circulated that the 2 had withdrawn from the organization, leaving many to ponder their true sentiments. Had he known, he would have stayed another year. He never anticipated that Alfrina and her group would orchestrate such a grand undertaking. Should this draft be ratified, it would be implemented throughout the magical world, yielding a substantial profit in galleons. The Malfoy family treated him well, providing him with 1,000 galleons each year in exchange for the potions he concocted, yet he still found himself in need of funds. His mother's health deteriorated steadily. Since revealing her status as a witch, his father had succumbed to alcoholism, lashing out violently at both her and their son, transforming from the benevolent man who once allowed him to ride atop his shoulders. Snape's mother, Erin, had sacrificed her standing with the Prince family to marry this man, never imagining he would fall so low. Now, the only concern for the ailing Erin Snape was her son. Snape could not bear the thought of his mother departing this world burdened by regret and resentment. He gazed at the stack of letters, his eyes clouded, fingers instinctively tightening around the paper. He harbored no interest in Quidditch, yet he admitted to feeling a twinge of remorse. However, having already withdrawn, there was no reason to rejoin, especially since he had established connections with the Malfoys. If they discovered his association with a group of Muggleborns, it would spell disaster. After much contemplation, Snape concluded that the notoriety of a singularly unconventional pig brought him nothing but vexation. He gathered a pile of potion books, intending to practice further in Professor Slughorn's office. With so many burdens weighing on his mind, he found solace in potion making, allowing him to momentarily forget his troubles. As summer swiftly approached, After completing their final exams, Gary was chatting with friends on the hillside by the Black Lake. They had politely declined interviews from the press, with Alfrina providing only a brief overview of how to formulate new Quidditch regulations. Alfrina had spent her earnings from selling study materials on a plethora of snacks to share with her friends on the hill. Gary habitually began previewing the upcoming year's coursework, flipping through the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook, instinctively skipping over the sections he had previously organized. He pondered the illustrations of werewolves in the new edition of the textbook. Gary, Howard interrupted his thoughts. We're discussing the schedule for summer interviews. What do you think? Me? I'm fine with anything, Gary replied without looking up, his gaze fixed on the textbook. What's wrong? Alfrina sensed something amiss and immediately moved closer. Her gaze lingered upon the photograph of the werewolf, its crimson eyes wide open, its form gracefully curved, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. As the colossal figure howled at the moonlit sky, even a pure-hearted individual, one who remembered to pray during the night, could scarcely avoid transforming into a wolf on a night when the monkshood blooms under the full moon. Alfrina read the caption beneath the image word by word. Her expression grave. What's the matter? Isn't that a werewolf? I compiled that information myself, Hinny interjected, her wide eyes darting between Gary and Alfrina. Indeed. This is a crucial point for distinguishing werewolves from ordinary wolves. Such knowledge is bound to appear on the exam, Hinny asserted, as if it were self-evident. Chapter 74, The Werewolf. Gary and Alfrina exchanged a knowing glance, both now aware that the beast in the shrieking shack, which had cried out in terror, was indeed a werewolf. Who tethered it there? Gary recalled Alfrina mentioning that the wolf had been bound with several iron chains. Had it not been for Lockhart's accidental explosion that severed the chains, the wolf would never have been able to escape and attack them. A werewolf, tethered in the shrieking shack every full moon, immediately reminded Gary of Dumbledore's earlier assurance to resolve the matter, which ultimately culminated in merely sealing off the passage leading to the shrieking shack. Dumbledore must be aware of the werewolf within, and his intent to shield it raises questions. Who else could he be protecting? His own friends, the faculty, and students of Hogwarts. That werewolf could not possibly be an adult. It must be a student of Hogwarts. The legends surrounding the shrieking shack had circulated since their enrollment. Thus, the individual in question must have either enrolled with them or been bitten by a werewolf at that time. Gary began to eliminate close friends from his considerations, methodically expanding outward. Sirius, James, Peter, Remus. His mind raced, and the more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. The possibility of Remus being the werewolf was exceedingly high, each characteristic aligning disturbingly well. Though the summer sun still shone upon him, cold sweat suddenly trickled down his spine. He found the notion unsettling. Dumbledore had allowed a werewolf to enter. Alfrina seemed to have arrived at this startling realization as well, her pearly teeth biting down hard on her lower lip, her once rosy cheeks now drained of color. It's all right, Gary stammered, struggling to formulate his thoughts. You all continue discussing. Alfrina, come with me. They circumvented the Quidditch pitch and traversed the lush green lawn, swiftly entering the castle's entrance hall, where several students were leaving. They regarded him with surprise as he rushed in, drenched in sweat. Alfrina, with her long legs, kept pace behind him. What is wrong with you two? Asked Shaney from Gryffindor, cradling a stack of notes while chatting with Nance as they headed outside. Noticing their distressed appearance, she inquired with concern. It's nothing. Have you seen James? Gary asked urgently. James. He was still inside when I left the common room, Shaney replied, furrowing her brow in thought. That is excellent. Could you help me bring him out? Gary, drenched in sweat that cascaded down in streams beneath the sweltering summer sun, paid no heed to wiping his brow. Follow me, he urged. Sanny, discerning the urgency etched across Gary's face, hastily tossed the book she was holding to Nance and sprinted towards Gryffindor Tower. Nance, momentarily taken aback by the 2 stacks of books in his hands, quickly recovered and chased after Sanny. Sanny's short hair, soaked with perspiration, clung to her cheeks as she breathlessly recited the password to the fat lady. The password is correct. The fat lady swung open, revealing a narrow passageway that required crawling. Alfrina and Gary, their expressions grave, pressed their lips together in silence. Nearby, Nance set the 2 stacks of books down and lowered himself to the ground. Glancing at Gary and then at Alfrina, Nance's lips moved slightly, yet he restrained himself from voicing his question. A thunderous sound echoed as the fat lady shifted once more, clearing the passage's exit. Sanny emerged first, followed closely by James, who still donned his pajamas, his hair tousled and eyes bleary with sleep. You need something from me? James inquired, barely awake. Gary and Alfrina hesitated, words caught in their throats. You all converse while we take our leave, Sanny said with a warm smile, pulling Nance up from the ground. Do you know the true identity of Remus? Alfrina grasped James's arm. What are you talking about? James rubbed his eyes, his voice languid and drawn out, still struggling to fully awaken. With a sharp slap, Alfrina struck the back of James's head, eliciting a pained yelp and finally prompting him to open his eyes wide. Remus is a werewolf. Did you know that? Gary locked eyes with James. James's reaction was akin to encountering a ghost. He leapt up, stammering. Why you? His finger pointing incredulously at Gary. What about me? You all knew? Gary's expression darkened. How did you figure it out? James glanced around, confirming that no one was eavesdropping. We saw the fourth-year defense against the dark arts textbook. It described the basic characteristics of werewolves, Alfrina said, her cheeks flushed. You all knew this, and yet did not report it? Gary's frustration bubbled forth. Report what? Remus is my brother, James replied, bewildered. He is your brother. But he is also a werewolf. Gary exclaimed, gripping James by the collar of his pajamas and raising his voice. Lower your voices. Do you want the entire castle to learn of this? Alfrina interjected, urging them to calm down. James, you must move out of that dormitory, Gary stated firmly. I don't need you meddling in my affairs, James retorted coldly. Gary felt as if his fervent enthusiasm had been encased in ice. The sweat had thoroughly soaked his robe. Clinging uncomfortably to his skin, he slowly released his grip on James's collar. You must understand that werewolves can transform at will, Gary said, a bitter taste rising in his mouth. Chapter 75. As long as you are happy, I am content. I know, and what of it? James spread his hands, indicating that the three of us were utterly indifferent to the matter. Rames could never act against us. He recognized that his previous remarks had been somewhat excessive and softened his tone slightly. It is not a question of possibility. You all reside in the same dormitory. And should he harbor any malicious intent, your lives would be irrevocably ruined. Gary was puzzled, having tirelessly explained his perspective to James, yet he seemed unwilling to listen. Alfrina sensed the inappropriateness of the comment, but it was too late. James had drawn his wand, the tip pressed against Gary's chest, with a forceful shove. He pinned Gary against the wall. I finally understood why Sirius severed ties with you. The smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a look of disgust and coldness. The last time Gary had seen James wear such an expression was during the heated exchange with Snape. Gary felt a surge of panic, his heart and blood roaring in his ears, rendering him barely able to hear James's next words. You are truly meddling, Gary Shafiq. James, you are being excessively harsh. Alfrina interjected, pushing James aside. He is only looking out for your well-being. For my well-being. James scoffed. Is he my father or mother? Why should he concern himself with my affairs? The fat lady had been watching the spectacle unfold and, after James uttered the password, reluctantly allowed him entry. The passage sealed shut behind Gary, and he leaned weakly against the wall, gradually sliding to the floor, overwhelmed by a suffocating sensation. Alfrina crouched beside him, gently patting his head. Am I truly as bothersome as they say? Gary forced a bitter smile, loosening 2 buttons on his robe, as if that would ease his breathing. Alfrina hesitated. I understand your intentions are good, but your words can indeed provoke anger. I am aware of your family situation. Gary suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Alfrina, tears shimmering in his gaze. His vision blurred, and he blinked hard, feeling tears stream down his cheeks, falling to the ground. Alfrina paused, an unexplainable emotion flickering in her eyes. She said nothing, but reached out to pull Gary to his feet. Now that everyone had completed their exams, most were either frolicking outside the castle or lounging in their dormitories, leaving the common room empty save for the 2 of them. I did inquire about the sorting hat, Gary mumbled. Well, knowing is one thing. It's hardly a monumental secret, Alfrina chuckled, while Gary stared at the floor in silence. She tugged Gary to the sofa, sitting closely, allowing him to see every lash on her round eyes. 2 outcasts from their respective families, burdened with indignation and resentment. What positive outcome could possibly arise? Alfrina's expression remained unchanged. I hold no grudges against them. If I were in their shoes, would I accept it so readily? I doubt it. I am far too competitive. Despite their indifference towards me, I find their treatment tolerable. Reflecting on it, I can only imagine the envy 2 mute figures must feel as they watch their daughter embark on a carefree journey to Hogwarts, exploring the enchanting world of magic. Do you think my parents are embarrassing? Alfrina suddenly inquired. Gary shook his head. Do you know why I consistently declined your invitations when we were younger? He countered, turning the question back to her. Why? Alfrina instinctively asked. My magical abilities have always been unstable. I relied on magical stabilizers to maintain control, frequently needing hospitalization at St. Mungo's. Given our family's difficult circumstances, my parents often worked late into the night to earn extra money for my treatments. This was the first time Alfrina had heard him share such thoughts. Supporting herself on the sofa, she tilted her head to listen, her golden hair cascading down and her expression softening, lending her an almost alluring charm. I know they love me dearly, and I cherish them just the same, Gary remarked, blinking as the tears that had welled in his eyes finally subsided. After graduation, I aspired to earn enough to ensure they could live the rest of their lives free from worries. They have worked tirelessly already. But are you still unwell? Alfrina asked with concern. I have long since recovered, Gary declared resolutely. He reached into his pocket and produced his wand, offering it to Alfrina. This wand saved me. It balances the magic within me and frees me from the torment of magical surges. It is truly extraordinary when infused with sufficient magical energy. It can unleash incredibly powerful spells. The robust shield charm cast in the Scream Shack was its doing. He unreservedly revealed a long-buried secret. Alfrina took the wand, examining the dragonhide patterns with meticulous attention. Aside from the dragonhide, I can't discern any differences from other wands, she noted. Allow me to demonstrate, Gary suggested. Protego. A sturdy stone wall materialized across the Ravenclaw common room, its ancient design palpable with a thrumming of magic. After a leisurely exchange, as the number of occupants in the common room increased, Alfrina felt it prudent to retreat with Gary to the highest platform of the astronomy tower. They sat closely side by side. What dreams do you hold? Gary asked, gazing at the lingering crimson hues in the sky as the summer night deepened. Must you pose such childish questions? Alfrina chuckled at his inquiry. The tower was lofty, and the evening breeze tousled her golden hair, the scent of her shampoo brushing against Gary's face. As he admired Alfrina's radiant smile, he recalled Lily's words from that fateful night, when you truly understand, do not harbor regrets. I comprehend now, Gary replied with a light laugh, observing the girl beside him, her eyes wide with surprise. Seeing her display an uncharacteristically naive expression brought a broad smile to his face. As long as you are happy, I too shall find joy. The stars above began to twinkle, and the moonlight poured down gently. Chapter 76. What is your dream? Alfredina, her cheeks flushed, waved her hand shyly, and broke into a smile. My dream. She paused, falling silent for a moment before continuing. Well, perhaps I don't have a dream after all. When I first entered Hogwarts, I thought about proving myself in some way. I diligently studied and engaged in extracurricular activities, achieving commendable results, yet I lacked a clear direction. If I must articulate a dream, would traveling the world suffice? Alfredina remarked, attempting to stretch her thoughts, then immediately turned the question back to Gary. Don't just inquire about me. What about you? Isn't that just a way of drifting through life? She teased. Alfredina understood, adding, Indeed, my envisioned lifestyle may seem rather unconventional to most, but it is my aspiration. Gary, resting his chin on his hand, replied, It sounds simple, yet in practice, it is truly challenging. Such aspirations, currently unattainable, can only be contemplated in dreams. Then it's settled. One day, when we find ourselves free, accompany me on my world tour. And afterward, you can lounge at home like a sloth. Alfredina laughed. Why do I feel like I'm at a disadvantage? Gary mused. I accompany you on your travels. And you leave me at home to be a sloth? Alfredina playfully shoved Gary, her face aglow. Suddenly, James slammed the door, startling the group sprawled on the bed awake. What happened? Sirius groaned, clutching his head, feeling the after-effects of a sleepless night. That guy Gary drives me insane. James complained to Sirius. You couldn't be more right. He revels in meddling. What nonsense is he spouting now? Sirius yawned as he got out of bed, gathering his toothbrush to freshen up. James roused the half-asleep Remus and Peter, aware of Remus's secret identity as a werewolf. This revelation jolted the drowsy Remus and Peter awake. He knows? Remus thought, uneasy about not disclosing his identity to his unconventional friend, feeling a surge of anxiety upon realizing his secret might have been exposed. He wouldn't betray me, would he? Peter said, tying his hair back with a rubber band. Impossible. Gary isn't that type, Remus reassured himself, though he couldn't shake the worry that this issue might jeopardize their friendship. After a year of camaraderie, he was confident Gary would not betray a friend. True, he wouldn't reveal it, but he just told me to keep our distance from you, claiming if you ever harbored ill intentions, we would all be doomed. James shouted, and Sirius, who had been washing up in the bathroom, rushed out. Remus lowered his head, feeling dejected. Did he really say that? Indeed, those were his exact words. James retorted, his frustration palpable. Having shared a dormitory with Remus for 3 years, how could he not know what kind of person he is? Does he really need Gary to remind him? I've said it before, Gary just loves to meddle. Thinking himself a savior, Sirius scoffed, donning his robe as he prepared to head down for dinner. His thoughts are not unfounded. I am indeed a werewolf, and that is an established fact. It is in the nature of werewolves to be inherently savage, and he is merely concerned for your well-being. Lupin rubbed his face, for upon awakening to such news, it felt utterly surreal. At a time like this, you still defend him. James slammed his hand on the table, causing the water cups to tremble. He imagines you as a murderer. Remus, do have some sense. Sirius spread his hands in exasperation. Before I fell out with him, he would incessantly pull me aside, murmuring, Sirius, you must apologize to your mother. You cannot be so rebellious. Your family is worried about you. How am I to learn from him? Sirius mimicked Gary's tone, eliciting laughter from Peter and James. Recently, Sirius has been living quite comfortably. Although his parents have ceased his allowance, his uncle Alfred continues to discreetly support him, making his lifestyle far more extravagant than that of his peers. He increasingly felt that leaving the Black family was the right decision. His sister Andromeda had resolutely chosen to marry a Muggle-born wizard, even at the cost of being disowned by the Black family. She now enjoys a fulfilling family life, having given birth last year to a charming little boy named Nymphadora, whose beauty is undeniable. After enduring so much, Sirius scoffed at Gary's excessive reverence for parental ideals. His parents are utterly despicable, fixated solely on blood purity. Let go of that fellow. Lupin is correct. He is not someone who would betray us, and we should limit our interactions with him henceforth. Sirius donned his robes, perched on the edge of the bed with his legs crossed. Peter and James nodded in agreement. Lupin sat on the bed, disheartened, sensing that his circle of friends was dwindling once more. After that night, the dynamic between Gary and Elfrida underwent a significant transformation. Originally, they dined in the hall with Gary seated alongside Howard, while Corna and Elfrida occupied the other side, two boys facing two girls. Now, without Corna's consent, Gary had directly switched seats with her, and every time he looked up, he could see Corna's mournful gaze. "Hey, you must try today's stew. It is far more delectable than before." Elfrida nudged the plate of stew towards Gary. "I find today's fried fish quite agreeable." Gary added some stew to his plate, then pushed his fried fish towards her. "What's the deal with you two?" Corna asked, stuffing a chicken leg into her mouth. "Something feels amiss." Her eyes darted between Elfrida and Gary. They exchanged a glance, both smiling subtly, their expressions illuminated with delight. Corna keenly sensed a sourness brewing in the air. "Oh." Howard sighed heavily, realizing that his good friend and roommate was no longer solely his. Corna's cheeks were puffed with chicken meat, and with her round face and chestnut hair, she resembled a chipmunk. Howard patted her head, thinking that some questions are better left unasked. Just observe more closely. "Do you understand?" The understanding struck Kinna, and I should have comprehended it. Were you two silenced before Kinna could finish her sentence? As Howard thrust another chicken leg into her mouth. "Shoo, see but do not speak," Howard remarked mischievously. "Why not?" Kinna was perplexed, unable to grasp why this could not be expressed. With earnestness, Howard explained. "Kinna, have you heard of a mythical beast from the East?" "What kind of beast? Is it one of those iron-eating creatures skilled in Chinese martial arts?" Kinna swallowed the morsel she had in her mouth. "No, it is one that walks sideways with pincers. It specializes in silencing talkative individuals like you." Howard gesticulated animatedly. "Isn't that just a crab?" Kinna covered her mouth, falling silent. After the final exam results were released, they boarded the Hogwarts Express. Beside the station, a group of graduated couples embraced each other, comforted by tender farewells, inevitably accompanied by tears and sorrow. The third-year students vacated their dormitories, preparing to move to the upperclassmen's quarters in September. Gary and his friends, burdened with bags, found a compartment and settled in as the train began to pull away, Hogwarts Castle receding gradually from view. Another academic year had drawn to a close. On July 9th, we shall visit Gary's home. Then on July 16th, we will head to Alfredina's, followed by Lily's on July 23rd, and finally, my place on July 30th. As soon as Howard boarded the train, he presented his meticulously crafted plan to the group. Given that the proposal involved the absent Lily, Alfredina decided to seek her opinion. After wandering the corridor for some time, she finally spotted Lily chatting with a group of Gryffindor students in a compartment. She knocked on the door, and upon hearing an invitation to enter, she pulled it open, revealing 5 girls inside, chattering like a flock of sparrows. Upon her entrance, the Gryffindor girls turned their attention towards her, eagerly pulling Alfredina into a seat. "How enthusiastic," Alfredina mused, now seated between Lily on her left and the loquacious fifth-year Bertha Jorkins on her right. After enduring over 10 minutes of conversation about skincare products, which held no interest for her, she finally managed to extricate herself from their clutches. Seizing an opportunity, she pulled Lily out of the compartment just before departing. She overheard the girl's topic shift from skincare to who might become Sirius Black's girlfriend. "I apologize for making you witness such a spectacle," Lily said as she closed the compartment door, finally severing the cacophony reminiscent of a quarrel among shrews. "It's all right. Have you Gryffindors always been this warm-hearted?" Alfredina conveyed Howard's plan to her. "They do tend to be quite chatty," Lily replied with an embarrassed smile, tucking a strand of her red hair behind her ear. "I'll have time during the summer. You could stay at my place for a couple of days. My parents are very kind." "All right. Then I might just take up residence at your house." Alfredina jested. "Great. I've been wanting a little sister. Why don't you just stay forever?" Lily cheerfully replied, pulling her close. "Ah, how have you and Severus been lately?" Alfrena's lively eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lily sighed. "What else can I say? We can only maintain a friendship. Every time we discuss the issue of purebloods versus half-bloods, it inevitably leads to an argument." "Well, why not avoid that topic altogether?" Alfrena suggested. "Is it truly possible to call ourselves friends if we only converse about what we had for lunch or the classes we attended?" "It feels rather shallow," Lily lamented, a melancholy expression gracing her face, one that Alfrena had never seen on the usually cheerful Lily. "I have good news for you." Alfrena leaned in closer to Lily's ear. "Gary and I?" "Really?" Lily exclaimed in surprise, for she had always thought Gary would never engage in such affairs. Indeed, Alfrina beamed, her eyes narrowing with delight as she vigorously shook Lily's arm. Lily couldn't help but laugh, and the two girls embraced joyfully. Meanwhile, after disembarking, Gary surveyed the bustling King's Cross station but found no sign of his parents. Having just had a falling out with James, he could hardly rely on his family's flow network. He pondered for a moment before deciding to take the subway to the final stop, a place less frequented and therefore less likely to attract attention. Extending his wand, he held his arm parallel to the ground, mimicking a muggle hailing a taxi. Suddenly, a thunderous bang echoed, and before him appeared a three-story, vibrant purple bus, emblazoned with the golden letters Night Bus across its windshield. Welcome aboard the Night Bus. I am your conductor, Purglant. The doors swung open, revealing a young man in a purple uniform, his freckled face beaming with enthusiasm. Gary hoisted his suitcase and boarded the bus. We can take you anywhere within the British Isles. The conductor continued cheerfully. As the doors closed, Purglant added with a grin, for just 3 sickles more. You can enjoy a complimentary hot chocolate. Thank you, but I prefer to go to Godric's Hollow, Gary replied. 15 silver sickles. Purglant chuckled. Gary fished out the coins from his wallet and handed them over. Very well, Purglant accepted the coins, undeterred by Gary's cool demeanor, and continued with his enthusiastic introductions. This is our driver, Earnplan, a seasoned driver with 50 years of experience, extremely reliable. He gave a thumbs up. The driver, a balding middle-aged wizard behind the windshield, greeted Gary with a friendly smile, sporting a thick pair of glasses. Gary nodded in acknowledgement and followed Purglant's directions into the bus's interior, which lacked traditional seats and instead featured 6 copper-framed beds. Dim light flickered from candles placed on the shelves, and a small wooden staircase led to the upper deck. This will do, Gary decided, observing an available bed on the first floor. He placed his suitcase on the empty bed beside a burly man with a scruffy beard, who appeared somewhat intimidating as he perused the Daily Prophet without glancing at Gary. The man simply lowered his legs from their perch on the bedpost. Purglant assisted Gary by placing his luggage on a nearby shelf before taking his leave. Gary lay on the bed, exhaling deeply, closing his eyes in preparation for a moment of respite. The car doors were locked tight. Hurry and drive. From afar, he could distinctly hear Paul's jovial voice. The vehicle jolted violently, then surged forward with astonishing speed, causing Gary to grip the edge of the bed tightly. He noticed the bearded man beside him remained unfazed, calmly perusing his newspaper, inspiring a modicum of admiration within Gary. Hold on tight, we're accelerating. Gary heard Paul shout. With a sudden thud, Gary felt the air around him compress rapidly, a constricting sensation rendering him nearly immobile, and then the air burst forth with a crisp sound, granting him newfound freedom. Stretching his wrists, Gary glanced out the window and was astonished to see they had directly arrived at Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley, please disembark from the rear for those alighting. And kindly state your destination for those boarding, Paul announced monotonously. The bearded man gathered his belongings and exited through the rear door. A considerable number of passengers boarded at this stop, most laden with numerous bags, swiftly filling the interior of the vehicle. The passengers squeezed upstairs, while Paul took an extensive time to accommodate all the customers. Drive, hurry and drive. Paul's uniform was in disarray, a streak of blood marring his face as he sat exhausted behind the windshield, panting, his expression one of utter despair. After several more stops, the night bus finally reached Godric's Hollow. Gary yawned and hopped off the bus with his suitcase. The night bus vanished with a thud. He quickened his pace towards home. I've told you countless times, do not shout at home. Quickly place your suitcase inside and come down for dinner, Mrs. Shafiq called out as she emerged from the kitchen, apron tied around her waist. Oh, what as for dinner? Gary replied, noting the enticing aroma. Pizza. I noticed muggles seem quite fond of this dish, so I bought the ingredients from the supermarket to give it a try. It smells delightful, Mrs. Shafiq explained. Their appetites were modest. Sharing a single pizza was just right. Mom, a few classmates want to come over, Gary stated, lifting a slice of pizza, the melted cheese stretching tantalizingly. Is that all right? Of course, your father and I want to be home. Just remember to treat your friends well. Mrs. Shafiq nodded in agreement. On July 9th, early in the morning, there was a knock at the door. Mrs. Shafiq had not yet left for work, and upon opening the door, she found 4 children. Good morning, Auntie, Lily, and the others greeted politely. We are Gary's classmates. Ah, come in, Mrs. Shafiq invited them. Gary, hearing the knock, hurried downstairs. You all came so early? We're unfamiliar with the process of riding the night bus, so we left a bit early, Howard replied. And Gary noticed that Howard's belly seemed to have grown another size since their last encounter. After exchanging pleasantries, Mrs. Shafiq tidied up her things before heading to work, leaving the 5 children at home. Alfredina went upstairs to tour Gary's room, while Lily, Howard, and Kinna settled onto the living room sofa. The ambience of your home is quite cozy, remarked Kinna as she picked up a palm-sized unicorn plush toy from the sofa, which appeared rather charming. All of this is arranged by my mother. She has a fondness for little decorations, Gary explained, retrieving some cola from the refrigerator. Those dahlias are rather precious, so do handle them with care. He noticed Howard's curiosity towards the dahlias positioned beside the balcony and felt compelled to caution him. Thank you, Howard replied, accepting a can of cola. These dahlias are quite splendid. They are cultivated by our family. Each household in the Shafiq family has them, Gary elaborated. Offering another can to Kinna, Alfredina rushed down the stairs in a flurry, and Gary handed her a can of cola. Oh, you still have cola at home? Actually, we didn't have any, but my mother insisted on keeping some of your favorite drinks since it's your first visit. She went to a supermarket in London to purchase some snacks, Gary clarified. Why don't you take us on a tour of Godric's Hollow? It is our first visit, Kinna suggested as Lily declined the cola, stating she was unaccustomed to its flavor. I've heard there are quite a few muggles here. Indeed. This is the largest village in Britain where wizards and muggles coexist. This television was installed by my neighbor, Uncle Tom, who is a muggle responsible for the electrical installations and repairs throughout the village, Gary explained, leading them out of the house. He locked the door and guided the four of them for a leisurely stroll around the village. At the far end of the village lies the ancestral home of the Bones family, while further along resides Bashida Bayat, the author of History of Magic, an amiable elderly lady. Gary was well acquainted with the village, having previously interviewed numerous wizards who resided there. What about the James family? Don't they also live in Godric's Hollow? Kinna inquired. Oh, their home is quite nearby, just over there, Gary replied, pointing to a row of buildings adorned with gardens across the way. Before Kinna could finish her thought, Alfredina looked up and exclaimed, Look, an owl. That's nothing unusual. Many owls traverse Godric's Hollow daily, as several writers need to send out their manuscripts, Gary remarked, glancing at the distant specks in the sky. It must be the time for the daily prophet deliveries. Lily bit her lip. Why do I get the feeling they are heading straight for us? As the five of them looked up, they observed the approaching owls, which intensified the feeling that they were indeed coming for them. 5 brown owls landed in a row on the garden fence, simultaneously extending their right talons, each bearing a large brown envelope. The group stood still, watching the 5 owls. Howard stepped forward and retrieved the envelopes from each owl's talon. The owls, unfazed by their presence, promptly took flight. Wow, these are heavy, Howard remarked as he distributed the envelopes according to the names inscribed upon them. What is this? Gary read the header aloud. International Wizarding Federation Quidditch Committee. He carefully opened the envelope, discovering a booklet and a letter within. The booklet was heavy, resting heavily in Gary's hands. He noticed the title was Official Guide to the Quidditch World Cup. Upon opening the letter, he discovered it was, astonishingly, an invitation, addressed to Mr. Gary Shafiq. It stated that in June of this year, the Department of Magical Sports at the British Ministry of Magic, led by your organization, drafted a unique set of Quidditch rules based on a remarkable pig. We have learned of the few Quidditch matches trialed at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry under these rules and deemed the draft to be exceedingly successful. Therefore, we cordially invite you to attend the finals of the 1974 Quidditch World Cup to be held in Lyon, France, on the evening of July 15th. To discuss the relevant details, sincerely, André Salon, Director of the Rules and Referees Department of the International Wizarding Federation Quidditch Committee. As Gary unfolded the letter completely, 2 items fell out: a first-class ticket to the finals and a key pass issued by the Ministry of Magic permitting passage to Lyon, France. Are you all the same? Gary asked as he glanced at his 4 companions, who had also finished reading the letter and nodded in agreement. So we can go to France? Lily exclaimed, holding up the ticket with excitement. I've always wanted to visit, but my sister never agreed. Alfrina stepped forward to embrace Lily, exclaiming how delighted she was that they could go together. The 2 girls giggled in joyous camaraderie. The key pass indicated a date of July 14th at 9 a.m., leaving them with more than a day of leisure. Kinna scrutinized the pass. We can book a hotel for a few days, Lily suggested. But one tea that be particularly expensive? It's peak tourist season, Kinna replied hesitantly, aware of her family's financial constraints. Well, everyone can come to my house, Howard chimed in, noticing Kinna's troubled expression. My family has a house in Lyon. Wow. The 4 exclaimed in unison. Your family owns property overseas? Howard grinned sheepishly. Thank you so much. Kinna beamed with relief. With their plans for France set, the group was filled with excitement, their minds far from appreciating the scenery of Godric's Hollow. Gary led his friends to a restaurant in the village for lunch, where Lily and the others raved about the succulent beef burgers. By evening, Gary bid farewell to his friends and returned home to prepare dinner, which included Mrs. Shafiq's renowned Cornish pasties. She watched Gary with a smile. What is it, dear? Did you receive a letter from the International Wizarding Federation's Quidditch Committee? Gary, feeling somewhat aggrieved, hurriedly set the table for dinner, eagerly pulling out a chair for Mrs. Shafiq. Oh, is it regarding the new rules draft you all worked on? She inquired with interest. Indeed, Gary nodded. Howard's family has a house in Lyon, so we can stay there for a couple of nights. But there's only one ticket? Mrs. Shafiq poured herself a glass of wine, taking a sip before looking up to ask. In the remaining days, Gary eagerly packed all the items he could think of into his suitcase: novels, a magical camera, a change of clothes, and the official guide to the Quidditch World Cup, filling the case to the brim. On the morning of July 14th, he bid farewell to his mother while carrying the suitcase and waved as he boarded the night bus. Where to this time? The conductor was still Ernie, who seemed eternally brimming with energy. Entering the British Ministry of Magic's guest entrance, Gary stepped inside the bus. It was early, and there were few passengers aboard. Only one was still fast asleep on the lower deck. No, thank you, I don't need hot chocolate, Gary said as he placed his suitcase on the rack and fished out some silver coins from his wallet to pay him. All set, Ernie remarked as he took the money and departed. With no one around, Gary decided to lie down and take a short nap. But soon he was awakened by someone calling his name. Gary, Gary. He could hear a voice beckoning him. He slightly opened his eyes to find Kona and Lily standing at the foot of his bed. Hi there, good morning to you both, he greeted. Good morning, Gary, they replied as they placed their suitcase on the rack. I couldn't sleep last night, so I need to catch up on some rest. Wake me when we arrive. Kona immediately flopped onto her bed and fell asleep. Chapter 80, Apple and Draliker. Lily, however, appeared quite lively. She had even taken the time to dress up. Gary noticed she had drawn her eyebrows and applied some makeup, making her already beautiful features shine even more. Feeling a bit drowsy still, he observed Lily leaning against her bed reading the Wizarding Weekly, seemingly unperturbed by the safety of their belongings, and he closed his eyes once more in the swaying bus. After an indeterminate time, he was roused by Lily's voice. The day had brightened, and Alfrina and Howard were now on board. The three of them were seated on Lily's bed playing cards. Wake up, we're nearly at our destination, Lily said with a grin. A long piece of paper stuck to her smooth forehead, resembling a punishment for losing a game. Howard nudged the still drowsy Kona awake, and Gary noticed Alfrina's face was covered with paper strips as well. Had he not been so familiar with her golden curls, he might not have recognized her. Help me, Gary, she said in a gruff voice. Why do I always lose? She lunged at Gary, shoving the playing cards into his hands, and began tearing off the strips of paper from her face, sticking them onto Gary's face one by one. Gary, just awakening, was taken aback by her actions. You're cheating. Lily burst into laughter, her slender fingers pointing at Alfrina. If you keep this up, we won't play with you anymore. What trickery is this? Alfrina, don't slander us. Howard scolded as he helped the groggy Kona sit up. You two must be peeking at each other's cards, Alfrina accused, baring her teeth. Clearly, Alfrina intended to play dirty. Gary was well aware of her clumsy chess skills and suspected her card-playing abilities were not much better. Alfrina nestled against Lily, her head rubbing against the crook of Lily's shoulder, their red and golden locks entwined in a harmonious embrace. The two girls had inexplicably grown so close, their bond deeply intimate. Kona, finally revitalized after sipping some cold water, leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery beyond. As Gary peeled off the sticky notes clinging to his face, he heard Paul's voice announcing their arrival. Guests of the Ministry of Magic, please disembark. The five of them stumbled off the vehicle, dragging their suitcases. The door shut promptly, and with a sharp sound, the automobile vanished. We arrived 13 minutes early, Howard remarked, glancing at his wristwatch. Is this the location indicated on the key pass? Alfrina surveyed her surroundings. They found themselves in a dead-end alley adorned with two antiquated street lamps, a red-painted public telephone booth, and a massive dumpster overflowing with refuse, emanating a pungent aroma of decaying food and assorted debris. The pass, issued by the British Ministry of Magic, clearly indicated the ministry's guest entrance. Gary shrugged. I doubt they even know the precise location themselves. At that moment, a quintessentially British, middle-aged balding man emerged from the telephone booth, clad in a black trench coat despite the summer heat, his audacious appearance momentarily stunning the five. I am an officer from the key office of the Department of Magical Transportation at the British Ministry of Magic. Your names are Howard White, Kona Evans, Gary Shafiq, Lily Evans, and Alfrina Gringlass, correct? He retrieved a long scroll from his coat, the purpose of which Gary could not discern. The scroll likely contained their portraits as the balding man compared each face against the images. In 2 minutes, place your hands up, he instructed, arranging the five into a circle, each grasping their hats tightly. Time is of the essence, he murmured, the morning sun gleaming brightly upon his bald head. Destination, the Quidditch World Cup final in Lyon, France. The blue hats began to emit a soft azure glow. Realizing the moment had come, they clutched their hats tightly. And in an instant, they felt a fierce tug at their navels, lifting them into the air. By the time they regained their senses, they had tumbled to the ground. Yet, among them was a strikingly beautiful woman, her porcelain skin flawless, eyes a clear cerulean, and golden hair cascading down to her waist, her large eyes sparkling with an enchanting allure. Howard was evidently captivated, his face betraying a look of longing. I am Apollon de la Cour, an employee of the French Ministry of Magic. You may call me Apollon. I have been entrusted by the International Wizarding Federation's Quidditch Committee to oversee your itinerary for the coming days. She tilted her head as she examined the documents in her hands. Your organization is humorously named an eccentric pig, is it not? Her pronunciation elicited quiet amusement. Yet she remained blissfully unaware, her earnest demeanor rendering her even more endearing. Gary felt he could no longer gaze at her, fearing he would inevitably fall under her spell. He turned his head to glance at Alfrina. Compared to Apollin's exquisite beauty, it was Alfrina's visage that brought him a sense of comfort. This included the youthful blemish adorning Alfrina's forehead. Perceiving his gaze, Alfrina turned and shot a fierce glare at Gary, accompanied by a menacing grind of her teeth. Indeed, we are the guests you are to attend to, Apollon. May I inquire if you have a partner? Howard was utterly captivated by her charm. His eyes fixated intently on Apollin's face as he spoke. I apologize, but I am already married. How should I address you? Apollon handled the question with remarkable poise, suggesting she had encountered such inquiries frequently. Ah, what a pity. I am Howard White. You may call me Howard. Just as Howard was about to pose another question, he received a sharp jab in the ribs from both Lily and Corna, one on each side. Tomorrow evening, we shall host the World Cup final here, featuring a match between the United States and Brazil, with an expected attendance of 100,000 spectators. Apollon gestured with her fingers from east to west, illustrating a vast expanse ahead where hundreds were constructing the grandstands. Chapter 81, Preparations before the match. Some were responsible for transporting steel, others for erecting the framework of the stands, while yet others were affixing seats above. They wielded their wands, orchestrating the scene like conductors of a grand symphony. The stands had already reached an impressive 50 tiers and were rapidly ascending, enveloping the entire Quidditch pitch in a magnificent display of scale and grandeur. Won't this attract the notice of Muggles? Howard inquired, the sheer size of the stands making him feel as if they could be seen from 10 kilometers away. Not at all. The headmaster of Beauxbatons has cast a powerful concealment charm around the area. Muggles simply pass by, perceiving it as nothing more than a heap of rubble. Moreover, this place is sparsely populated, and Muggles typically do not venture here, Apollon explained. I shall take you on a tour of the venue, and then everyone can rest. Tomorrow, we must set off early, as there are numerous tasks awaiting us. She spoke softly, and the group nodded in understanding. Apollon led them through the entrance of the competition tunnel into the Quidditch pitch, where the grass was lush and vibrantly green. This turf had been freshly laid that morning, with each square meter treated with a cushioning charm to protect players in the event of a fall. An hour before the match commences, the venue will be sealed, prohibiting entry or exit until the conclusion of the game. We have employed the most advanced anti-apparition spells, and time is of the essence tomorrow. So we must all adhere to the directives, understood? Apollon stated. No problem, Howard readily agreed. Corna shot him a discontented glare, causing Gary to feel a chill from her look. I will first take you to the city center of Lyon. Please provide me with your accommodation address. I will pick you up tomorrow morning at 8. Apollon gracefully swayed her hips as she approached the space between Howard and Corna. Here is the address, Howard said, having held the note with the address tightly in his palm, which he now handed to Apollon. Apollon's tender, water-like eyes glanced at the address above, before she smiled and returned the note to Howard, reaching out to grasp his and Kinna's hands. Gary could clearly see the look of delight on the portly man's face when Apollon's hand brushed against his wrist. With a sharp crack, the trio vanished from sight, presumably having used a teleportation spell. Seductress. After Apollon departed, Alfrina exclaimed in discontent, noting her attire was clearly intended to entice. Oh, spare me. Alfrina rolled her eyes. She's nothing more than a temptress, clearly not of good character. Aren't temptresses supposed to have silver hair? Interjected Lily. Oh, I merely suggested it. She certainly doesn't seem like a virtuous person. Gary, you must keep your distance from her. Alfrina urged anxiously, casting a worried glance his way. Observing Alfrina's expression, Gary wisely chose to acquiesce. Of course, that's no problem. I'll heed your advice. Hee. Alfrina beamed with satisfaction, just as the air filled with another crisp crack. Heralding Apollon's return, she promptly transported them to the entrance of Howard's residence before bidding them farewell, with Howard reluctantly waving her off. The four discovered that Howard's home was an exquisite 3-story villa complete with a garden. They stood outside the garden fence, gazing enviously at the luxurious abode within. This was a wealthy district of Lyon, characterized by its lush greenery, and the neighborhood was sparsely populated, with single-family villas lining the street. Howard, with a goofy grin, produced a necklace that hung around his neck. They had seen him wearing this necklace since they first met, even while eating, sleeping, or bathing. Gary had initially speculated that it bore some precious gem, but to his surprise, it was merely a large bunch of keys. Don't you find it heavy? Kinna asked, taking the key necklace and weighing it in her hands, realizing it was indeed quite substantial. These are the keys to my family's houses. My father always says that as long as you carry this bunch of keys, you need not worry about finding a place to rest, he explained, beginning to test each key on the villa's doors. Gary estimated that there must be dozens of keys on that necklace. Its weight didn't seem to concern Howard, who was presumably not worried about growing taller in the future. Finally, he found the right key. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he successfully unlocked the garden gate. Pushing it open, They made their way through the garden to the front door of the house. This time, Howard quickly located the key to the main entrance, which was conveniently next to the garden key. Come in, come in. There are enough rooms here for all 5 of us. Feel free to choose any room upstairs. He gestured grandly, and the 4 entered the villa with excitement. It's truly spacious, far better than my home, Alfrina exclaimed, twirling joyfully in the living room. Your house must be 700 or 800 square meters, right? About that. I'm not quite sure, but it's certainly ample, Howard replied as he headed to the kitchen, only to find that the drinks and food in the refrigerator had expired. Who wants to accompany me to the nearby supermarket to buy some food? He called out loudly towards the living room. Let us all go, shouted Lily and Kinna, who had rushed down from upstairs after selecting their rooms. The garden outside the house had long been neglected. Howard and Gary toiled to remove a portion of the weeds, clearing a space for the barbecue grill. This grill belonged to Howard's family, and after they set it up, cleaned the food, lit the charcoal, and arranged the stools, evening was fast approaching. Cheers to our success, Lily exclaimed, raising her glass filled with juice. We must continue to strive and keep pushing forward. The 5 of them laughed heartily as they clinked their glasses. Shortly after, Alfrina stood up, delivering an impassioned summary, her message being that they would prove their detractors wrong. Her voice quivered at the end, and she buried her face in Gary's shoulder, weeping. Seizing the opportunity, Howard playfully smudged Lily and Kinna's faces with soot, causing the 2 girls to chase him around the yard in a fit of indignation. While Gary comforted Alfrina, he tended to the grill, the flames casting a warm glow on his face. Chapter 82. Welcome to the French Ministry of Magic. The following morning, they awoke feeling heavy-headed, with Gary experiencing the most pronounced discomfort. His eyes felt sore and gritty, as if they were about to burst from their sockets. Did you have too much fun last night? Was Apollin's first remark upon seeing them. Fortunately, I brought some restorative potions. You should drink them quickly as today's workload is considerable. She produced 5 vials of bright orange potion from her small handbag. The undetectable extension charm? Gary's eyes lit up. This was a wedding gift from my husband, Apollon replied, her face radiating happiness. Howard, however, wore a sorrowful expression. Our first destination this morning is the French Ministry of Magic. You 2 should remain here and not wander off. I'll take them over first, Apollon instructed, extending her hand to Gary and Alfrina. Welcome to Place F. Stenberg. Apollon began her introduction. The French Ministry of Magic was established in 1790 with the motto Liberty, Equality, Fraternity. Our emblem features the French tricolor, a hat crest, and the Phrygian cap. Isn't it far more aesthetically pleasing than the British Ministry of Magic? Apollon inquired provocatively. Surely the most powerful ministry in Europe isn't located in the Soviet Union? Gary teased, having heard that they directly followed the commands of their supreme leader, boasting ample resources and advanced technology capable of rivaling the American Magical Congress. Apollon faltered, stammering, well, the Soviet ministry isn't quite as formidable now. Yet her words fell on deaf ears. Her audience dismissed her claims. The Soviet ministry had been tasked since its inception with preventing Western wizards from entering its territory, successfully keeping them at bay for 50 years. Their defensive system was reputed to be capable of withstanding Dumbledore, though no records substantiated this belief. Nonetheless, wizards worldwide held it in reverence, as the Soviet ministry had once successfully halted Grindelwald's advance. Even Apollon doubted her own assertions, conceding, all right, the Soviet ministry is indeed strong, but you can't join it, can you? The French Ministry of Magic offers all employees complimentary medical care, staff accommodations, overseas allowances, wand maintenance, and access to the Buxbaden Library. Anything you can conceive, we can provide. Apollon instructed them to stand together. Can girlfriends be included? Howard interjected, with a hint of skepticism. Apollon murmured softly towards the fountain. They felt the ground tremble beneath them, and to their astonishment, a cluster of branches emerged from the earth, forming an ornate trellis that enveloped them. What is happening? Howard exclaimed, taken aback. This is the guest entrance of the French Ministry of Magic, Apollon explained to the group. Rest assured, muggles cannot see us. As long as a wizard recites the ministry's motto beside the fountain, the muggle-repelling charm will activate, allowing muggles to selectively ignore us. The trellis descended, wrapping around them as they sank underground. Their last glimpse of the surface was a faint beam of light before they were shrouded in darkness. Howard chuckled nervously, glancing around to find only shadows, feeling somewhat anxious as his facial muscles tensed. Have you considered adding a light charm within this trellis? Gary inquired, aware of Howard's slight fear of the dark. It seems we overlooked that detail, Apollon responded, noting Howard's closed eyes and fearful expression. I will address this with the authorities, and we should have it installed by this afternoon. As they spoke, the trellis reached its destination, the branches unfurled, revealing the grandeur of a magnificent hall before them. The hall was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Gary observed the peculiar attire of the passers-by, noting several individuals of African descent clad in vibrant robes that barely covered their bodies. The decor was dominated by cool tones of silver and blue, and the polished floor reflected the figures above. Suspended in the air was a colossal blue crystal orb, its purpose unknown. "Welcome to the French Ministry of Magic," Apollon announced as she guided them through the hall towards the reception desk, where a beautiful witch in a deep blue robe greeted them. "Hello, Apollon," she nodded, addressing her first in English and then in French. "Hello, Claire. These are the guests Mr. Bonaparte, the director of the Department of Magical Sports, is to meet," Apollon introduced. "Let me check the time," Claire said, waving her hand in the air. A hefty black ledger on the desk began to flip its pages on its own. "There are still 10 minutes until the meeting. Take the elevator on that side to the 5th floor. Mr. Bonaparte will be in his office. Your wands will need to be inspected here. Once cleared, we will proceed to the ministry's office area," Apollon informed them. "Inspect the wands?" Gary asked, feeling the dragonhide wand resting quietly in his pocket. Indeed, wand inspections are primarily conducted to prevent malicious attacks and unforeseen incidents. Apollon explained as they navigated through the crowd toward 2 gates resembling Muggle security checkpoints. Everyone was queuing at the first gate, while the second was devoid of a line. Beside the security gate, a stern-faced witch, furrowing her brow, sat diligently recording the wand conditions of visitors. Aspen wood, unicorn hair, 11 inches, number 191. Her primary responsibility was to inspect wands, while an enchanted quill transcribed her every utterance, leaving a long trail of parchment scattered across the floor. Chapter 83, Mr. Bonaparte. "Annie, may we pass through the special entrance? These are esteemed guests of the International Quidditch Federation as committee," Apollon inquired of her colleague in English. She had just observed the expressions of the 5 individuals, realizing that conversing in incomprehensible French before them was not a prudent choice, especially since her superior had requested her to recruit them all from Hogwarts. Apollon felt a twinge of regret, having recently graduated. She found herself somewhat flustered in handling such matters. "Certainly, Apollon. I've been swamped all morning. The influx of Quidditch World Cup tourists has posed quite the communication challenge." The serious-faced witch named Annie replied, rising to directly open the security gate on the other side. "As long as there is no alarm, they may pass." The 5 individuals proceeded through the gate under Apollon's guidance, resembling unacquainted kindergartners. Gary sensed a surge of magic envelop him as he passed through, only for it to vanish in an instant. He suspected it might be a form of tracking. Fortunately, the security gate revealed no issues regarding his wand. The group successfully navigated the security passage and followed Apollon into another hall ahead. The decor of this hall mirrored the previous one, with a blue crystal ball suspended in midair. However, unlike the earlier hall, there were 2 rows of 10 operating elevators, bustling with witches and wizards, many appearing fatigued and bearing dark circles under their eyes. The Quidditch World Cup had taken its toll on the staff, who were overwhelmed with numerous tasks. Apollon intercepted an elevator and gestured for them to enter, remarking, "Security, diplomacy, and immigration inspections are quite chaotic." She pressed the button for the 5th floor on the elevator panel, and the doors closed, gently descending. "Our Ministry of Magic welcomes outstanding graduates from around the world. Might you consider joining us?" she inquired, her eyes slightly widening. With only the 6 of them in the elevator, Apollon was unwilling to let any opportunity slip away. "Could you elaborate on why?" Gary asked, puzzled. "I feel as though you might be a tad overly enthusiastic. We merely proposed a reform draft for the Quidditch rules." She raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Is that truly your impression? That is a grave misunderstanding. You have yet to graduate. Yet this single draft is sufficient for you to make a name for yourselves in the magical community. You possess undeniable value that we would fervently pursue. I can assure you that we can offer you what the British Ministry of Magic cannot," Apollon stated earnestly. "Please trust in our sincerity. We still have time before graduation and prefer not to contemplate this matter for now," Alfrina interjected, declining the offer. "By the time you graduate, it may be too late for us to pursue this opportunity," Apollon urged. Apollon remarked, yet she swiftly diverted the conversation towards the match scheduled for that evening. Prior to the game, the French Ministry of Magic had secured an exceptional opportunity for you to meet the 2 finalist teams, and should you desire autographs, do not hesitate to ask. "Thank you. We shall manage on our own," Lily murmured, resolutely suppressing any inclination to utter the foolish sentiment that she had no interest in Quidditch whatsoever. "We have arrived." Apollon guided them out of the lift. The decor on the 5th floor exuded a sporty ambience. The walls, rather than being stark and vertical, bore a gentle curvature, adorned with numerous posters of French Quidditch players and advertisements for broomstick companies that lined the corridor. Gary and his companions trailed behind Apollon as they passed an office marked by a sign in both French and English, designated as the Gobstone Project Committee, continuing deeper within. The corridor was enveloped in tranquility, with only the athletes on the posters seemingly beckoning them forward. Today, all personnel from the Department of Sports had been dispatched to the Quidditch Finals venue, resulting in a sparse crowd. However, the director remained in his office awaiting their arrival. Apollon sought to convey the ministry's regard for them through her roundabout expressions. They reached the end of the corridor. standing before an office that bore only a string of French words, indecipherable to Gary and his companions. Mr. Bonaparte is inside. You may enter, Apollon whispered, gently knocking twice on the office door. Come in, a deep, resonant voice replied in English. Please. Apollon opened the door wide, gesturing for them to step inside. Once all five had entered the office, Apollon discreetly closed the door behind them. The office was modestly sized, aside from the space they occupied. It contained a desk and a chair, where a man with slicked-back hair sat, regarding them with a kind gaze. Greetings, I am George Bonaparte, Director of the Department of Sports at the French Ministry of Magic. First and foremost, welcome to France. He rose from his chair and shook hands with each of them. Upon standing, Gary noticed Bonaparte's imposing stature. His broad shoulders and robust physique were accentuated by a flowing black robe that could not conceal his muscular build. He towered over Gary by a head's height, and when he shook hands, a firm grip felt akin to being caught in a vice. With the calluses on his palm, lending an uncomfortable texture. Through the thick fabric of his robe, Gary could discern the substantial girth of his biceps, likely exceeding that of Gary's own thigh. I previously played for the Quiver and Quaffle team. Serving as a beater, it is only reasonable that my physique is somewhat robust. Bonaparte continued. In contrast to his formidable body, his head appeared somewhat diminutive, resting atop broad shoulders and a short neck. Quite reasonable indeed. Regular exercise leads to such a physique. Gary forced a smile, contemplating whether Bonaparte could indeed deliver a fatal blow with a single punch. Thankfully, it seemed unlikely. Gary breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Oh dear, what was I thinking? Mr. Bonaparte struck his forehead with a resounding clap, startling the five individuals present. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the wand from his desk and conjured 5 chairs before Gary and his companions. He chuckled sheepishly, having almost forgotten the incantations from disuse, and invited them to sit. The 5 felt a sense of unease regarding the director's peculiar demeanor and cautiously perched themselves on the chairs, with Gary only resting half of himself upon it, while his legs pressed firmly against the ground. Do not be anxious. I have summoned you to discuss a few inquiries. Could you enlighten me on how the notion of altering the Quidditch rules came to fruition? Mr. Bonaparte beamed his signature goofy smile. Chapter 84. The Reason for Enthusiasm. Alfredina had already prepared her answer prior to arriving in France, and now she spoke slowly. We have all resided in the Muggle world, and thus possess some understanding of their sports. The rules governing their competitions are far more refined than those in our magical realm, particularly in Quidditch. The absence of a time limit results in a significant loss of spectators. Very few enjoy matches that last 2 or 3 days. Her thoughts were articulated clearly. As she continued, moreover, upon analyzing the data from various leagues, we found that the role of the Seeker is crucial, often determining the outcome of a match. Therefore, we aim to diminish the value assigned to the Golden Snitch, while also stripping it of its function to conclude the game. Alfredina did not divulge all the details, merely outlining the initial part, leaving the remainder for her 4 companions to elaborate. Naturally, Gary and the others did not hesitate, dividing the remaining points to present to Mr. Bonaparte. Mr. Bonaparte's gaze was piercing as he focused intently on the 5. Indeed, as you have indicated, these rule changes are quite straightforward, with many directly adapted from Muggle sports. Why, then, had no witches or wizards from the Muggle world previously proposed such ideas? He rested his hands on the armrests of his office chair, his fingers lightly tapping upon the surface. Forgive my candor, but the Quidditch rules have persisted for over a century without substantial alterations. Muggle-born wizards may have either lacked familiarity with Quidditch, rendering them hesitant to propose changes, or they became set in their ways as they gradually adapted to life in the magical community. Alfredina hesitated, her eyes darting around. What is it, Mr. Bonaparte leaned forward slightly, encouraging her to continue. Thirdly, there exists a discrimination against Muggle-born wizards within the magical realm. I am certain that some Muggle-borns, upon first encountering Quidditch, have voiced complaints about its unreasonable rules. However, surrounding wizards would merely mock them for their lack of understanding of the game's joys, belittling their attempts to grasp its complexities. Alfredina stated boldly. Moreover, Muggle-borns have faced exclusion and oppression, with an excessive disparagement of the Muggle world. Over time, this has led them to shy away from voicing their concerns about issues within the magical community, fearing ridicule. You speak the truth. I concede that such phenomena are indeed prevalent in our society. In contrast, you exhibit remarkable courage and originality, aptly reflecting your name. Unconventional. Mr. Bonaparte praised the members for their enterprising spirit. It is believed that Apollon has previously conveyed the sincerity of our Ministry of Magic to you. What are your thoughts? Mr. Bonaparte, with his hands clasped together, fixed his gaze upon them. To speak candidly, the International Wizarding Federation's Quidditch Committee has resolved to invite you as honorary advisors to the Rules and Regulations Department, Mr. Bonaparte stated. This position, albeit ceremonial, holds significant importance for the sports divisions of various ministries. Each member of the Quidditch committee not only possesses the right to vote for the next chairperson, but also to determine the host of the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. Mr. Bonabar spread his hands, indicating that all staff members of the Quidditch committee are employed full-time, with the exception of the honorary advisors. Consequently, your current employment has become a matter of utmost concern for the sports divisions of all ministries, as your participation would elevate our standing within the Quidditch committee. The 5 individuals fell into contemplation, startled by Mr. Bonabar's words. They had initially assumed that the French Ministry of Magic extended the olive branch solely due to their talents, and they were somewhat taken aback. After hearing Mr. Bonabar's remarks, they found themselves enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions, uncertain of how to respond. The purpose of summoning you here this morning was to express our earnest intentions, should you choose to work for the French Ministry of Magic upon graduation. We will ensure that everything is arranged seamlessly. Alfredina noticed her companions visibly stirred, her teeth clenched as she turned her gaze towards Gary, seeking his opinion. Might we take some time to deliberate on this matter? Gary felt a surge of excitement. A job here after graduation would permit his parents to relocate as well. Mrs. Shafiq, being a fashion editor, had long held an admiration for France, and moving there would undoubtedly please his parents. However, they still had 4 years until graduation, and it seemed premature to commit. Not a problem, Mr. Bonabar agreed. Should another ministry present you with a more lucrative offer, please feel free to discuss it with us. I assure you, our proposal will always surpass that of our competitors. Nods of agreement followed, and upon witnessing this, a smile graced Mr. Bonabar's face. The subsequent activities would be overseen by Apollon. He had other matters to attend to, and thus would not escort them further. He stood and ushered the group out. Apollon awaited them just outside the office door, greeting Mr. Bonabar with a smile before leading the 5 away from the sports division. Observing the pensive expressions of her companions, she wisely chose to remain silent, affording them the necessary time and space for contemplation. After descending the elevator and exiting the hall, they ascended to the surface via the tree lift. The sunlight was dazzling and bright, and the summer breeze felt like a torrid wave, enveloping them in warmth. France's summer was indeed far hotter than that of England. Apollon cast a powerful cooling charm, infusing a refreshing sensation that permeated every corner of their bodies. Howard wiped the sweat from his brow, taking a few deep breaths. Their next engagement was a luncheon with Mr. André Salon, the head of the Rules and Regulations Department of the International Wizarding Federation's Quidditch Committee. It is not far. We can walk there, Apollon said, lightly tapping her wand in the air. The meeting place was a wizarding restaurant situated a mile away, where the chef excelled in British cuisine, particularly in crafting exquisite beef and kidney pies. However, the atmosphere was tense, leaving little room for leisurely enjoyment of the meal. Mr. Cerrone, a kind-hearted elderly gentleman with a slightly stooped posture and a shining bald head, engaged them in conversation about the specifics of the new regulations during dinner. As they articulated their prepared thoughts, Mr. Cerrone maintained a warm smile. Halfway through the meal, he excused himself, mentioning that he had matters to attend to before the finals, promising to reconvene in the evening. Once Mr. Cerrone departed, the 5 of them exhaled in relief, having held their breath since that morning. Although both Mr. Cerrone and Mr. Bonaparte were amiable, Gary still felt considerable pressure engaging in conversation with them. Chapter 85, Signatures. Apollon dined at another table and approached only after Mr. Cerrone had left. How do you feel? He is truly a big shot. I remember he was the director of the sports department at the French Ministry of Magic when I was young. Apollon remarked, winking. I think he is quite amiable and not overly stern, Alfrina replied, hastily taking a few bites of her meal, as she had been preoccupied with Mr. Cerrone. He only started becoming gentler after he had a granddaughter 2 years ago. I heard from the seniors that his shouts could be heard from the director's office all the way to the elevators, and staff passing the 5th floor could hear his curses, Apollon noted, glancing at the time. It was still early. She had not anticipated Mr. Cerrone leaving midway. Their next schedule began at 4 in the afternoon, allowing everyone a brief respite. Kinna and Howard cheered, having partied hard the previous night. They had consumed a vial of stimulants that morning to maintain their energy, but after dealing with Mr. Bonaparte and Mr. Cerrone, fatigue once again threatened to overwhelm them. The once barren stands had now been adorned with the representative colors of the 2 finalist teams, the stars and stripes of the United States in blue, white, and red, and the yellow and green of Brazil. The 2 camps were distinctly separated, divided by the commentary booth at the center of the stands, each occupying half of the territory. Scattered throughout the audience were a few spectators, and some vendors had set up stalls in the stands. The goalposts on the field were painted in the team's colors, and colorful lights illuminated the grass, projecting the flags of both nations. In the center of the arena, a colossal magical clock displayed the current time along with a countdown to the finals. Isn't it quite atmospheric for a final? Apollon exclaimed proudly. France is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of excellence in this regard. Indeed, the audience felt a surge of excitement. Lily nodded. As they could hear local folk songs being sung from the stands, evoking a poignant atmosphere akin to bidding farewell to warriors heading to battle. "Follow me. I will lead you to the changing rooms of both teams," Apollon said, turning to guide them through the players' tunnel, where the light dimmed, and the sounds of singing and revelry faded into the distance. Apollon first led them to the American team's locker room. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a cacophony of sounds. The atmosphere was bustling with voices, and numerous reporters were capturing photographs of the players. Many others had enchanted their wands with recording functions, posing questions to the athletes. Among them was the team captain, the charismatic batsman Steve Rogers. A popular figure in this World Cup, Apollon spotted a young man who had just donned his battle attire. He was robustly built, clad in the blue, white, and red striped jersey of the American flag. These were members of the organization responsible for drafting the new rules, and Apollon introduced both parties. "Greetings. It's an honor to meet you. Our internal practice matches sometimes employ your new rules. They are indeed quite entertaining. I particularly enjoy the rule allowing for points to be scored with a wandering ball." Steve flashed a charming, sun-kissed smile, his gleaming teeth sparkling in the light of the nearby camera. Gary also offered a few polite compliments, while Hinny appeared quite taken with the dashing, muscular athlete. Engaging in lively conversation with Steve, "Could you please sign my robe, using your wand?" Hinny, having forgotten her notebook, turned her back to allow Steve to inscribe his name. Of course, Steve replied with a trademark smile, gesturing with his hand as he elegantly signed his flamboyant name on her back with his wand. "What is your name?" "Hinny. Hinny Evans. I hail from England." Hinny's face flushed with excitement, transforming her into a veritable fangirl. "Ah, Hinny. From Hogwarts, then? I wish you success in your studies and all the best." Steve patiently pinned his well wishes on her robe. "Thank you so much," Hinny exclaimed, shaking his hand enthusiastically. Bubbling with joy, Apollon observed Hinny's reaction, realizing that her strategy had indeed been effective. A smile crept across her face in delight. "All right, let us not disturb them as they prepare for battle. Would you like to visit the Brazilian team's locker room next door?" she inquired with a smile. "No need, Apollon. I think the American team is just splendid," Lily replied, eagerly collecting signatures and dismissing any previous disinterest in Quidditch. The moment she encountered a Quidditch star, her earlier sentiments were quickly forgotten. Alfrina, however, watched Lily with a mix of exasperation and amusement as she raised her arms high among a sea of stars and stripes, feeling as though her prized cabbage was being besieged by a pig. Of course, that is not precisely how it is said in English, but the sentiment remains. As they exited the American team's locker room, less than an hour remained until the final match commenced. "What did you say?" Alfrina asked, puzzled. Apollon simply drew her wand and began writing in the air. "Follow me." The group hastily trailed behind Apollon, who skillfully maneuvered past vendors in the corridor, climbing higher until they reached the midpoint of the stands. There, she began to move laterally. This was the American team's territory, where many fans had painted their faces with the American flag and were joyfully singing patriotic songs while dancing. After navigating through throngs of enthusiastic fans, they arrived at a tranquil, elevated area. At its center stood a massive soundproof chamber, its three sides sealed with brown wooden panels, while the front was crafted from glass, offering a clear view of the Quidditch pitch. "This is the place. Quickly, go inside and recite the words on your tickets at the front of the room." Apollon was drenched in sweat, her robe slightly disheveled from the earlier commotion. "Aren't you coming in, Apollon?" Lily inquired. "My ticket is up there," Apollon replied, pointing to her head. "Don't mind me. Mr. Cerrone is still waiting for you." "Very well, goodbye." The group waved farewell to Apollon. Gary retrieved his finals ticket, and above the inscription indicating first-class seating, a line of shimmering text emerged. "Welcome to the Hive." He read it aloud, only to feel an irresistible force pulling him gently toward the interior of the chamber. "Welcome, Mr. Shafiq," greeted Mr. Cerrone with a smile. "Hello, Miss Evans." He turned to greet Lily, who had just entered. Hello, Mr. Cerrone," Lily replied with a smile, while Mr. Cerrone exchanged pleasantries with his other companions. Gary took a moment to survey the first-class room. It was quite spacious, accommodating over 100 seats, which were considerably more comfortable than those outside. The dignitaries occupied the first two rows, while Gary and his companions were seated in the middle, among the sea of dark-haired guests. Gary quickly spotted the blonde Malfoy family seated in the second row, Patriarch Abraxas Malfoy alongside his son and daughter-in-law, Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. Once all five of their party had entered the room, Mr. Cerrone led them to meet the prominent figures seated in the front row. The chairwoman of the American Magical Congress, Corella Anderson, was a small elderly lady with a face full of wrinkles. The Minister of Magic from Brazil, known Avalanche, was an affable middle-aged man, while the Minister of Magic from France, Arnaud Dorian, spoke with genteel charm, resembling a refined gentleman. Among them was the chief of the International Wizarding Association's Quidditch Committee, among others. When Mr. Cerrone introduced Minister Arnaud, Gary and his companions could distinctly sense a change in Mr. Cerrone's demeanor. As Arnaud engaged in conversation with Gary's group, he deliberately avoided looking at Mr. Cerrone, as if a wall separated them. Gary and his friends, perplexed by the situation, stood awkwardly between the two. The dignitaries exchanged encouraging words, and Gary and his companions responded with smiles and compliments, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As they settled into their seats, the match was about to commence. Howard rubbed his face, which had grown stiff from smiling. The downside of being overweight was the excess flesh that made such gestures cumbersome. "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bonaparte announced as he stood at the center of the pitch, his voice amplified by a magical charm that resonated throughout the audience. The glass wall before the first-class seating transformed, functioning like a camera that automatically zoomed in and focused on the pitch. Gary and his companions could clearly see Mr. Bonaparte's face at the center of the arena. "Welcome to the final match of the Quidditch World Cup in France." Mr. Bonaparte, visibly excited with flushed cheeks and trembling vocal cords, spoke with a quavering voice. "First, let us invite the chief of the International Wizarding Federation's Quidditch Committee, Sheryl Sandberg, to address the audience." Bonaparte applauded, and the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. The chief, who had previously occupied the front row of the first-class seats, now stood at the center of the arena. He amplified his voice and declared, "First and foremost, I would like to express our gratitude to the French Ministry of Magic for their exemplary service. We are honored to host the two formidable teams competing tonight, the United States and Brazil. I hope the match will be exhilarating." The audience cheered and clapped, while Sheryl beamed at the spectators. Once the applause subsided, she continued, "This is the final Quidditch World Cup under the old regulations. Following this match, all major leagues will adopt new rules, ushering in a fresh era for Quidditch. I extend my heartfelt thanks to those who drafted the new regulations. The Quidditch Committee will appoint them as honorary advisors to continue contributing to the sport. Without further ado, let us commence tonight's final match." Sheryl raised her wand and conjured a dazzling display of multicolored fireworks, heralding the beginning of the last match of this Quidditch World Cup. A voice amplifier in the first-class section transmitted the commentary into the enclosed room, where the commentator emphatically announced, "First, let us welcome the Brazilian team." The goalkeeper, Cafu, emerged from the players' tunnel clad in the Brazilian colors. Chasers, Gomes, Silva, Rocha. Each name was met with raucous cheers from the Brazilian supporters. Beaters, Jorginho Muller. Finally, the seeker, Ronaldo. Ronaldo, undoubtedly the star player of the Brazilian team, soared onto the field on his broomstick, igniting an eruption of cheers from the Brazilian fans. Even known, seated in the front row of the first-class section, let out two excited shrieks, drawing attention in the otherwise serene space. Next up, we have the American team's goalkeeper, Kenyon. This time, cheers erupted from the American side as the chasers, Robert, Westbrook, and Paul entered the arena. Seeker, Allen, and the beaters, Dean and Steve Rogers. Just before announcing the name of the American captain, the commentator lowered his voice dramatically, then raised it with fervor as the dashing Steve made his entrance, striking a pose in the center of the field, showcasing his muscular physique and dazzling smile. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. This time, not only the American supporters cheered, but girls from the Brazilian section also waved their flags in admiration of Steve. Within the first-class room, many young women gazed starry-eyed at Steve's broad shoulders, visibly enamored. Kenna nearly stuffed her hands into her mouth, but her quick-thinking friend, Alfrina, swiftly pulled her hands down. So handsome and so reassuring. Kona's eyes shimmered with the rippling waves of spring, her voice softened and slowed as she spoke. Karela Anderson, whose countenance was originally marked by a brooding demeanor, broke into a satisfied smile upon witnessing the audience's reaction. "How bothersome. Do girls really favor such styles?" Howard murmured quietly to Gary, who sat beside him. "Not all do. Some girls are indifferent," Gary replied, stealing a glance at Alfrina, who was jovially conversing with Mr. Salon, which eased his mind. After all, a wizard like Mr. Salon, with a stooped posture and thinning hair, lacked the lethal charm of Steve. The commentator at the podium began reading promotional lines. Notably, both finalist teams were utilizing the latest racing broom from the Glimmering Wands Company, the Nimbus 1005. "Now, let us welcome the mascot of the Brazilian team for a performance." After reciting several advertisements, the male commentator gestured grandly towards the player tunnel. A flurry of armadillos scampered onto the field, curling into balls to reveal their backs, adorned with the yellow and green colors symbolizing Brazil. The audience exhibited little interest in these rather unappealing creatures, offering merely polite applause. Chapter 87, The Quidditch World Cup Final 2. The commentator's fervor did not wane in light of the audience's indifference. Rather, his voice grew even more resonant, conveying his repressed excitement to all in attendance. "Now, let us invite the mascot of the American team to perform." Suddenly, the sky erupted with the sounds of birds chirping, a cacophony that resonated throughout the arena. In an instant, a tempest arose, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the resounding thunder that startled the crowd as dark clouds gathered ominously, altering the atmosphere abruptly. Due to the open-air seating, the audience could not gaze upwards against the fierce winds. However, the first-class box remained enclosed, impervious to the chaos raging outside. Thunderbird, Lily exclaimed, rising to her feet. The glass of the first-class box had returned to normal, and through it, she glimpsed the fleeting tail of a thunderbird amidst the thickening clouds. We spent nearly 100,000 galleons transporting these thunderbirds from the Arizona desert, Karila boasted, surely a spectacle far grander than armadillos rolling about. Beside her, João Avelã, the Minister of Magic from Brazil, wore a grim expression, deepening the already brown hue of his skin. They hold Quidditch in little regard. Had it not been for the unexpected emergence of Ronaldo, they would not have even advanced past the group stage. This time, they had scrimped and saved to allocate a mere 10,000 galleons to support the team, without the players' commendable efforts securing sponsorship from Glimmering Wands. They could not even afford the Nimbus 1005. Once they had progressed, new challenges emerged. The 10,000 galleons they had brought were long depleted. While the World Cup prize money was substantial, it would not be dispersed until after the tournament concluded. The players, displaying commendable understanding, pooled their own funds to cover the accommodations for the entire team, including the coach. With the domestic situation in such dire straits, leaving the players themselves short on funds for meals, the notion of financing the transportation of mascots seemed utterly implausible. Were it not for the fervent objections of the Quidditch Committee, the Brazilian minister would have charmed a mascot into existence himself. One does not truly grasp the value of essentials until one is in charge. The minister, filled with envy, gazed through the glass at the soaring thunderbirds above. The funds expended on transporting these magnificent creatures could have afforded him several lifetimes. Initially caught off guard by the howling winds, the spectators in the open-air seats soon adapted, casting protective spells upon themselves, enabling them to gaze skyward and cheer for the gathering thunderbirds. The thunderbirds made their appearance for a mere 5 minutes before being whisked away by the animal trainers. As the winds subsided and the clouds parted, revealing a crescent moon, the American team's mascot completed its performance. Now, I declare the match officially commenced. The 14 players from both teams positioned themselves in the center of the field, forming a large circle before exchanging handshakes. Team captains Ronaldo and Steve Rogers tossed a galleon with the referee to determine the starting side. Brazil triumphed and commenced the attack. Gomez held the ball, passing it to Silva as they surged forward, with Rocha soaring ahead. They assumed the classic eagle head offensive formation. The commentator spoke with remarkable speed and clarity, showcasing exceptional professionalism. The audience generously applauded, as the match was indeed a spectacle to behold. I believe the American team is destined to win, whispered Alfrina to Gary. If Ronaldo cannot seize the golden snitch before the score widens, the Americans' chances are exceedingly high. Gary nodded in agreement. The commentator, somewhat overly enthusiastic, allowed his words to spill forth uncontrollably. Westbrook faced off against Silva, and indeed, Westbrook was on the attack. Silva, do not hesitate. Paul is too short to block you. Accelerate and seize your position. A splendid attempt, though it failed to find the net. Nevertheless, the effort was commendable. The weight of the team's scoring rests upon Silva, the core of the Brazilian squad. Oh dear, Gomez's shot struck the post. A pity it did not score. But it was a fine attempt. As the match progressed, the score gap widened, reaching 120-10, and the situation began to slip out of control. The only remaining suspense lay in whether Ronaldo could locate the golden snitch before the score expanded to 150. Ronaldo, on his Nimbus 1005, aimlessly circled the skies, closely pursued by the American seeker, Allen, who offered him no respite. He watched as Steve Rogers executed a powerful maneuver, forcing Rocha back, and a meticulously crafted offensive strategy crumbled to naught. The American team was overwhelmingly formidable. Ronaldo found it nearly impossible to muster any thoughts of resistance. With less than 40 minutes of play, the Quidditch World Cup trophy seemed to drift further away from him. Ronaldo, eyes glazed, scanned the stands, observing numerous Brazilian supporters wiping tears from their cheeks. He reminisced about how he and his teammates transformed from being underestimated to becoming championship contenders, evolving from mere underdogs to formidable adversaries. He recalled the World Cup in Australia 4 years ago, where he led the Brazilian team to the semifinals, achieving the best record in the team's history, only to suffer a crushing defeat against the reigning champions, England. Reduced to spectating from the stands, he watched England lift the trophy. At 18, filled with tears, he vowed that everyone would remember his name. Overcoming numerous challenges, he fought fiercely for a chance to prove himself and to etch his name into history. Ronaldo felt a surge of determination as he propelled his broomstick. The Light Wheel 1005, which harmonized perfectly with his physique, granting him superior acceleration compared to Allen. He did not catch sight of the golden snitch, but instead focused on flying laps around the field alongside Allen. Allen's task that night was to shadow Ronaldo. In that fleeting moment, the American team's Westbrook scored yet another goal, bringing them closer to victory. Determined, Allen gritted his teeth and persisted in following Ronaldo. Yet the disparity in their speeds only widened, stretching the distance from half a broomstick to a full broomstick in length. As Ronaldo circled the field for 5 minutes, the score gap ballooned to 140 points, leaving Brazil with little time remaining. He turned the light wheel in pursuit of a glimmer, like a radiant meteor racing toward his aspirations. Chapter 88, the Quidditch World Cup Final. Anxious, after another lap around the field, he abruptly noticed a flicker of gold dancing among the Brazilian supporters' flags. Initially, he thought it was merely the golden fabric fluttering in the wind. But in that fleeting moment before he flew past, he distinctly saw the glimmer leap onto the green fabric. His heart raced, and indescribable excitement surged through him, invigorating his every limb. As he rounded a corner, their trajectory aligned perfectly with the golden snitch, and Alan naturally spotted the shimmer as well. However, he had fallen behind Ronaldo, and at his current speed, catching up was impossible. "Steve," Alan shouted, but his voice barely carried amidst the rapid flight. All he could do was rely on Steve's tactical prowess. Ronaldo accelerated with all his might, oblivious to the announcer's updates. The score remained at 140 points, and hope still flickered. As the American team's star player, Steve possessed not only a handsome visage and an athletic physique, but also exceptional skills. His remarkable awareness of the game allowed him to promptly notice the abnormal acceleration of the two chasers at the sidelines. Without a moment to spare, he quickly aimed and struck the quaffle with precision. The commentators finally recognized the unfolding drama. Look at Ronaldo and Alan at the sidelines. Have they spotted the golden snitch? Indeed, the snitch hovered directly in the center of the Brazilian flag. The commentator's pace quickened, his breath catching in excitement, as Ronaldo surged ahead, leading Alan by a broomstick's length. The current point difference on the field stands at 140. If Ronaldo captures the golden snitch, Brazil will emerge as champions. Ronaldo has extended his right hand, poised to seize it. The commentator leaped from his seat in excitement. The American spectators clasped their heads in despair, believing their fate was sealed. A promising lead of 140 points was about to be squandered. Meanwhile, the supporters of Brazil erupted in joyous celebration. Ronaldo stood before them, a mere 10 meters away from the golden snitch. The elite box held its breath, eyes fixed on Ronaldo as he reached out. Suddenly, a gasp pierced the air. The Wronski feint. The commentator's voice sharpened, having spotted Steve Rogers' Wronski feint precisely obstructing Ronaldo's path. Should he advance, he would be struck by the Wronski feint. Should he slow, he would be overtaken by the relentless Alan behind him. The crowd of 100,000 gasped in unison, as what seemed to be Brazil's inevitable victory suddenly faced an unforeseen twist. With determination, Ronaldo gritted his teeth. There was no time for contemplation. He mustered his resolve and reached out, unflinchingly. The Wronski feint hurtled towards him like a tempest. Undoubtedly, he would grasp the golden snitch and then be struck by the Wronski feint, tumbling from his broom. Ronaldo began to envision the celebratory scenes that would follow his triumph. Yet, no one anticipated that the golden snitch, which had remained still, would suddenly dart towards the Wronski feint's trajectory. The two collided. The weight of the Wronski feint was far superior, and in a mere breath, the golden snitch vanished. No. Ronaldo's eyes widened in disbelief. The golden snitch had disappeared. Instinctively, he recoiled as the Wronski feint grazed his forearm and sped away. The American team sighed in relief, their anxieties finally quelled. Steve Rogers executed a flawless Wronski feint, astonishingly not aimed at Ronaldo, but rather preemptively predicting the snitch's position, altering its flight path from 30 meters away through a collision. This man was truly formidable. The commentator, witnessing the snitch's unexpected movement, could not dismiss it as mere chance and fervently extolled Steve's prowess. The audience was filled with exclamations of astonishment, torn between sympathy for Ronaldo and admiration for Steve Rogers' extraordinary skill. Even Gary, who was not particularly fond of Quidditch, felt a surge of exhilaration from the thrilling spectacle. Ronaldo watched helplessly as Westbrook racked up points over the heads of the Brazilian players. The last flicker of the golden snitch's light before its disappearance mirrored the fleeting hope for victory in their match, now elusive and unattainable. Nevertheless, Ronaldo ultimately captured the golden snitch, the score frozen at 200 to 170, indicating a narrow victory for the American team. Yet, all understood that Brazil's solitary hope for triumph lay in the 140-point lead, which they had inadvertently squandered. It was said to be fate. Yet it was clearly a matter of human error. The disparity in strength between the 6 players, aside from the Seekers, was simply too vast. Defeat is an inevitability, while victory is merely a stroke of luck. Ronaldo comprehends this truth as he grasps the golden snitch, gently descending to the ground on his broomstick, where he is met with a handshake and embrace from Steve Rogers. The future is yours, Steve reassures, patting Ronaldo's head comfortingly. You are only 22. Your future is still bright. Ronaldo feels an enigmatic force seemingly locking onto him, yet he dismisses it with a pained shake of his head. Following the implementation of the new rules, the core strategies of every team must evolve, and Ronaldo bows his head in silence. Steve Rogers squeezes Ronaldo's sturdy shoulders, aware that he has plucked the fruit of victory from above him, which to Ronaldo feels like condescending and hollow consolation. as Steve turns to seek his teammates for celebration. Ronaldo hangs his head dejectedly, one hand clutching the luminous broom and the other tightly grasping the golden snitch, burdened with mixed emotions. In the first-class lounge, Corella wears a smug smile. It was merely a narrow victory, just a narrow victory. The strength of your nation's Quidditch prowess should not be underestimated. This sense of loss, so close to triumph yet so far away, incites him to curse in frustration. He shoots an irritable glance at Corella, that old hag. He observes her grinning like a blooming flower, her wrinkles crinkling together. Chapter 89, An Unexpected Assault. Everyone, let us keep the peace. The match has concluded. Is there any need for further quarrels? Arnaud Dorian, a congenial gentleman, speaks with a mild tone, offering a smile to all as he attempts to mediate. Right, Arnaud? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions, Corella retorts sarcastically. You've already begun scheming for the World Cup hosting rights 20 years down the line. What foresight? Not at all. We are merely engaging in fair competition. Arnaud replies with a sheepish smile, an expression that renders his refined demeanor somewhat endearing. The 5 members of Gary's team plan to depart the first-class lounge to find Apollon, as waiting until after the award ceremony would result in a crush of people. Chief Sandberg presents the award to the American team on the field, handing a 2-meter-long exchange ticket worth 150,000 galleons to team captain Steve Rogers. Steve and Cheryl hold the ticket aloft, displaying it proudly as they beam at the cameras. The French hosts are well prepared with ribbons and celebratory items, which they now shower down. The American team members pose with their trophy, flashing bright smiles. Suddenly, dozens of black smoke trails streak across the sky, hurtling toward the ground. What is happening? Corella exclaims, pulling out her wand, her face etched with anxiety as her wrinkles quiver. The black smoke crashes to the ground, enveloping the surroundings in a thick mist that blocks the evacuation routes for the audience, even obstructing the players' tunnels. Panic ensues in the stands, as the stadium is equipped with anti-apparition wards, obliging the spectators to exit through these designated passages. The black smoke obstructed the path, and several panicked spectators insisted on traversing through it, their figures vanishing into the murky haze. Moments later, they were ejected from the darkness, unconscious and shrouded in the ominous fog, rendering their faces indiscernible. A piercing scream erupted from a female spectator, exacerbating the prevailing chaos and escalating the collective anxiety among the onlookers, who devolved into a state of utter disarray. Arnaud's expression was grim. The charm of his handsome visage had dissipated, and he fixated silently on the tendrils of smoke at the evacuation exit. The first-class section was in turmoil as the dignitaries' Aurors clamored outside the private room, desperate to enter, yet lacking the requisite coded ticket. Everyone, remain calm. We shall wait until the situation outside is under control before exiting. It is undoubtedly safe within these confines. The urgency in Bonaparte's voice. A senior official from the French Ministry of Magic pierced through the tension as he shouted, seeing Arnaud's silence. The over 100 astute individuals in the first-class section quickly deduced that their safety was indeed enhanced within the sealed chamber, allowing their frayed nerves to settle somewhat. Gary, along with a few companions, discreetly slipped to the last row of first-class seats. Let us be cautious. I have an unsettling feeling about this, he cautioned. Lily clutched Alfrena's hand tightly, her complexion pale as she observed through the glass wall that the spectators outside had commenced casting spells in an attempt to penetrate the black smoke. Explosive charms and colorful hexes whirled chaotically throughout the arena. Where's your security? Did you not assure us this event was completely safe? Mr. Cerrone gripped Bonaparte's collar, incredulous. Is this what you call safety? Following the award ceremony for the American team, there had been no word from Mr. Sandberg, the head of the International Wizarding Federation's Quidditch Committee, leaving Cerrone in a state of acute distress. We deployed 100 security personnel, all of whom were thoroughly vetted. There is absolutely no issue, Bonaparte stammered, anxiety etched across his face, perspiration streaming down. If any significant security incident were to occur during this World Cup, his position would be irrevocably jeopardized. Where has that old fool Sandberg disappeared to? This room can only be unlocked by him. The situation outside has spiraled out of control. Corella shouted in frustration. The turmoil in the stands escalated, with the nature of the black smoke remaining inexplicable and impervious to countermeasures. Hundreds of people crowded around a single exit, and amidst the chaos, some took the opportunity to wreak havoc, donning black masks as they tore down and defaced the flags of both nations displayed in the stands. Arnaud, in a state of mounting urgency, rushed to the glass wall, unfurling a piece of paper before the Aurors gathered outside. He inscribed words upon it with his wand. Upon seeing the note, the Aurors exchanged glances before nodding and making their way toward the nearest exit. However, the Aurors from Brazil and the United States remained steadfastly outside, refusing to budge. Prioritize the evacuation of the audience. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, Arnaud implored, his handsome features marked by anxiety as he spoke in halting English. Corella and Noan exchanged a glance, silently agreeing with his assessment. Each nation retained 2 Aurors, while the rest rushed to confront the encroaching black smoke at the evacuation point. With great effort, the Aurors managed to push through the throng and arrive before the ominous black mist, commencing their task of addressing the enigmatic phenomenon. Meanwhile, a portion of the Aurors set about dispersing the troublemakers clad in black masks. The attention of the crowd was now entirely focused on the Aurors, leaving the occupants of the VIP section unnoticed. In the center of the arena, Steve Rogers calmed his teammates, relieved that several still held brooms in hand, while one accompanied a reporter in their departure. A long sigh escaped from Gary's side as Mr. Sauron approached unannounced. "Fear not, children, this will soon come to an end," he reassured. "We are not afraid, merely a tad concerned," Alfrina replied with a smile. That's good, Mr. Sauron's previously amiable visage suddenly twisted into a peculiar grin, his eyes flashing with a strange crimson light, which was unsettling to behold. "What's wrong, Mr. Sauron?" Lily asked, her apprehension evident at his unsettling smile. "Nothing at all." Mr. Sauron straightened his posture and withdrew his wand from his pocket. "What are you going to do?" Kinna and Howard quivered, their bodies pressed closely together. Aside from Gary and the 5 others, no one noticed Mr. Sauron's unusual demeanor. His eyes glowed eerily red as he advanced forward. Chapter 90. The Black Hood. After a 5-minute wait, reinforcements from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement arrived. Arnaud and Mr. Bonaparte stood side by side, assuring everyone, "Do not worry, the black mist is merely a minor incident." He began to comfort the nearby ladies, though a trace of worry lingered upon his face. "But you are running out of time." Accompanying this ominous statement was a flash of green light that struck the French Minister of Magic squarely in the back. He maintained a smile, yet his body uncontrollably slumped downward. A muffled thud echoed as he collapsed onto the carpet, silenced forever. Instantly, the room erupted into chaos. Screams piercing the air as Gary and the others stood in shock, unable to fathom the unfolding events. "And what are you doing?" Mr. Bonaparte exclaimed, drawing his wand and aiming it at Mr. Sauron, veins bulging in his neck, eyes ablaze with fury. The French Minister of Magic was undoubtedly dead. Mr. Sauron's smile resurfaced, but now it bore a menacing and brutal edge. "What am I to do? Perhaps you should accompany this lifeless wretch to hell and inquire there." Just as Mr. Bonaparte opened his mouth to retort, another flash of green light zipped past him, aimed directly at his person. In a moment of peril, he deftly leaned back, executing a Quidditch maneuver, his upper body parallel to the ground, narrowly evading the killing curse. 2 figures cloaked in black hoods and masks brandished their wands, targeting Mr. Bonaparte. "Who are you?" he demanded, a mixture of shock and anger coursing through him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have met his superior's fate. The 4 Aurors who had previously stood outside the room were now nowhere to be seen, and before None and Coriella could comprehend the situation, they were seized. Confronted by 5 hooded and masked assailants, wands pointed menacingly at them. Before Gary could utter a word, 5 individuals clad in identical black hoods emerged from the shadows, brandishing their wands with precision. Quick on the draw, Gary and Lily swiftly unsheathed their wands, casting stunning spells in rapid succession. Given the urgency of the situation, Gary was compelled to tap into the magical reserves stored within his dragonhide wand. Lily's incantation was effortlessly countered by an ironclad charm from one of their assailants. However, Gary's enhanced stunning spell, fortified by the dragonhide wand, shattered the ironclad charm with a forceful impact, striking the hooded figure squarely on the shoulder. Without uttering a sound, the assailant crumpled to the ground. Yet, that was merely the beginning, as his 4 companions unleashed a barrage of disarmament spells, confiscating the wands of Gary and his allies. "You've got some skills, eh? Feeling brave, are we?" One of the hooded figures taunted, then lunged forward, delivering a punch to Gary's face. His head collided forcefully with the ground, producing a dull thud that resonated through him, accompanied by a sharp pain as he felt the warmth of blood trickling down his scalp. "Don't hit him." Gary heard Alfrina's piercing scream. Moments later, another dull thud echoed, and Alfrina collapsed beside him, her cheeks swollen and bruised. "Move over there, you brat." A hooded figure yanked Gary to his feet, shoving him toward the corner by the glass wall, while another assisted their fallen comrade back to a standing position. After a few moments, the latter regained consciousness. "You two, hurry up and follow," they commanded, their voices distorted and gravelly, rendering their true identities unrecognizable. A total of 12 hooded figures had seized control of everyone within the first-class lounge, including Mr. Bonaparte, who, despite his valiant efforts, was ultimately disarmed by a disarmament spell. "What do you want?" Corella pleaded, crouching on the ground with her hands clasped over her head. "We have plenty of money." Before she could finish her plea, she was struck down with a punch. "Such a loudmouth," the lead hooded figure remarked, wiping his hands. "What's the matter with you? Didn't we agree not to kill anyone?" he inquired of his companion. "A slight miscalculation. This old man harbors quite a grudge against him. I only issued an attack order." "And he resorted to the killing curse," the anxious subordinate replied. The leader of the hooded figures stuffed the 88 confiscated wands into his bag, which appeared to be an endless abyss, swallowing each wand whole. Gary cast a reluctant glance at his dragonhide wand, feeling an inexplicable connection to it, allowing him to identify his wand amid the pile. "Form a circle around me. Quickly, no dawdling," commanded the leader, kicking down None, who was attempting to stall for time. A total of 87 individuals, including the now-free Mr. Salong, were arranged in a circle under the direction of the hooded figures, with the leaders standing at the center. The 12 hooded figures traced a circle in the dirt with their wands, then produced a bucket of dragon's blood ink from an unknown source, splashing it onto the ground. An alchemical array, Gary thought, crouching low with his arms wrapped around his head, his gaze fixed intently. Alfrina and Howard flanked him on either side, both of them also cautiously observing the movements of the hooded figures. Many in the vicinity had begun to weep quietly, sensing the inevitability of their grim fate. The hooded figures were diligently inscribing alchemical circles upon the ground, intricate runes emerging on the floor. As the dragon's blood ink dried, magical energy was gradually sealed within. Each time the runes emitted a golden glow, it signified that a portion of the magic had been encapsulated. The Aurors had already breached one cluster of black mist and were systematically evacuating the spectators. They remained oblivious to the situation in the VIP section. The back of Gary's head felt as if it were about to split open, a damp sensation radiating down to his neck, and he could assure himself that his wound was profusely bleeding. "Rest assured, it has been thoroughly handled, my soul snatcher curse." "Apollon, Apollon," Howard mumbled beside him. Gary sensed that the lad was infatuated. Then, he heard a shrill whistle, a sound he recognized from the referees during the earlier competition. "What is happening?" Gary slowly lifted his head. Through the glass barrier, he beheld Apollon just outside the VIP room, astride a Nimbus 1005, whistling to capture the attention of the entire audience. Seated behind her was Cheryl Sumberg, wand in hand, muttering incantations, with the tip of his wand aimed directly at the VIP room. The Aurors, noticing the anomaly within the VIP section, recognized that safeguarding these dignitaries was their paramount duty. They released the subdued masked figures and surged toward the VIP room. "Increase your pace," urged the lead hooded figure, anxiety gnawing at him. Once Cheryl dismantled the access restrictions to the VIP room, their escape would be rendered impossible. The hooded figures toiled intensely, pouring an entire bucket of dragon's blood ink onto the floor and swiftly inscribing spells. Chapter 91, The Man. There's no time left. Let us proceed. The leader felt the very structure of the room beginning to collapse, with Cheryl on the brink of breaching the access barriers. While the Aurors outside watched with keen intent, Gary stole a glance and noticed that the magical energy within the alchemical circle was still spilling out, dissipating like smoke in the air, clearly indicating that the magic had not been entirely secured. However, this energy was insufficient for them to reach a decision. "Forget it," the leader commanded, pulling his comrades into the circle. In the next moment, the barrier fell, and dozens of Aurors stormed into the room. The leader hastily activated the alchemical circle, his wand emitting a silver beam directed at the center of the circle, while the surrounding runes illuminated in a clockwise manner. The runes erupted with golden light, shooting skyward as if forming a cage, isolating the hostages from the hooded figures. An Auror's fingers melted upon contact with the golden rays, and he let out a horrific scream, collapsing to the ground, his 5 fingers having vanished. Other Aurors, stepping over their fallen comrade, pressed forward, casting stunning spells, hindrance curses, and explosive charms as if they were free of cost, targeting the golden cage. The cage suddenly burst forth with blinding light, rendering the Aurors incapable of seeing anything, forcing them to shield their eyes from the searing brilliance. As the brilliance faded, the cage had vanished, taking with it the 87 hostages and 12 cloaked figures. The Minister of Magic for France, Arnaud, lay lifeless on the ground, evidently deceased for some time. Apollon descended with Mr. Sandberg to the platform, both faces etched with sorrow. Mr. Sandberg approached Arnaud's side, tears streaming down his cheeks. Sighing, Mr. Sandberg gently closed Arnaud's eyes, reflecting on their long-standing friendship, a bond that transcended age. He never anticipated that he would be the one to bid farewell to his elder companion. An Auror from the American Magical Congress was tapping his wand on the magical array, seeking any clues that might emerge. Apollon stood in the room, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Steve and the other American team members departed on their broomsticks, escorting the journalists who had been stationed at the center of the arena. Had they traced their whereabouts? The director of the Legal Enforcement Department of the French Ministry of Magic arrived belatedly, perplexed by the chaos outside, where 100 security personnel had been incapacitated by stunning spells. All of them down. Mr. Sandberg, now the highest-ranking official on the scene, stepped forward to manage the situation. 100 security guards, scattered across all evacuation routes, had been taken down one by one. "I found it," exclaimed the Auror who had been crouching on the ground, searching for clues. A golden thread was tethered to his wand, swaying in the air yet refusing to break. They were in such haste that they left behind a trace of magic. He shouted excitedly, his wand swinging through the air. The magic responded, dispersing into granular forms that drifted away. With another flick of his wand, an almost imperceptible thread extended towards those floating particles. Rumors suggested that Corella had also been abducted, prompting Steve to volunteer to accompany the Aurors for the rescue mission. Tracking the thread with apparition proved challenging, so Steve instructed his teammates to relinquish their brooms while he retrieved some spare ones from the changing room, forming a vanguard of 20 individuals, ready to communicate their target location through Patronus. Apollon, determined to be among the first responders, insisted on leading the advance party. Feeling a pang of guilt and distress over the children who had been taken, 10 brooms soared into the sky, carrying the 20 individuals along the trail of the magical thread. Where have we landed? Gary pondered, recalling only a blinding flash before he was abruptly lifted and dropped. He stumbled upon hitting the ground, inadvertently aggravating the injury on the back of his head. Wincing, he grasped his head with his hand. Opening his eyes, he beheld a pale blue church before him, surrounded by the same group of people, all crouching with their hands clasped over their heads. Where are we now? A small boy whimpered, clinging to his parents by his side. Just as Gary helped Alfrina and Howard to their feet, he noticed the leading cloaked figure rolling up his left sleeve, pressing his right index finger against his forearm. There, a tattoo emerged, revealing a skull intertwined with a serpent. The other 11 figures clad in black hoods swiftly crouched down on the ground, remaining utterly still. What was happening? Alfrina, clutching her swollen cheek, was perplexed by their actions. The duo at the forefront of the hostages, Known and Corilla, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, their bodies trembling violently, as if confronted by something exceedingly terrifying. Initially, Gary was taken aback, but soon he discerned the cause of their behavior. A man in black suddenly materialized before the lead hooded figure, possessing strikingly handsome features. Though his complexion was unnaturally pale, his eyes glimmered like blood-red rubies, and his frail physique suggested that even a gust of wind could sweep him away. Well done. Well done, the man murmured, as the lead hood lowered his head. Is this our undercover agent, Andre Salon? The man's voice was slightly languid, his tone delicate, with a hissing quality reminiscent of a serpent's flickering tongue. Indeed, master. Salon informed us about the security arrangements at the finals and personally eliminated the Minister of Magic of France, Arnaud Dorian. The leader reported to the man in black. Oh, he killed Arnaud? How astonishing, the man remarked, his slender fingers toying with a wand as he gazed at the despondent Andre Salon, who was crouched in the front row. Why the long face? Aren't you displeased that the man who usurped your position is dead? If it weren't for his interference, you would presently hold the title of Minister of Magic for France. The man's soothing voice was laced with temptation. Stop it, Salon exclaimed, agitated. I never intended to kill him, truly. His anguish was palpable. The man leaned closer, asking, why not wish for his demise? He severed your career path, relegating you to a mere nominal position in the Quidditch committee. You ought to be furious. The phrase the apprentice starves the master aptly describes your relationship. At that moment, Gary's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He finally recognized the identity of the man standing before Salon. Voldemort. And you, Corilla, it's been a while. What brings you here? Voldemort smiled, assisting Corilla to her feet. Get away. Corilla's face was a blend of fear and rage. You shan't gain any advantage from me. Ah, such a fiery temper. Voldemort replied, his smile unwavering as he pointed his wand at her. Crucio. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the hall as Corilla writhed on the ground, her small frame rolling in agony, her throat releasing a harrowing wail. The hostages crouched on the ground shuddered at the sound. Silence, Voldemort said dismissively, waving his wand. And Corilla could no longer produce any sound. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, whether from pain or cold. Her body trembled incessantly. She opened her mouth, but Gary and the others could hear no cries. You are Voldemort. He approached Known, hesitating slightly. Master, this is Known Avelon, the Minister of Magic of Brazil. The lead hooded figure approached respectfully, bowing slightly. I told you not to call me master. Where is your father? Voldemort, in a surprisingly good mood, steadied the other with his hands and inquired. Gary was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words. Then he lifted his gaze, searching among the hostages. Yet he found no sign of the strikingly platinum-haired individual. Indeed, a sense of certainty settled within him. My father, Lucius Malfoy, hesitated to speak. Voldemort merely raised a hand, and Gary and the others could no longer hear their conversation. This single gesture revealed his formidable mastery of magic. Although he could not discern the words exchanged, he observed Voldemort's expression, which radiated delight. After a brief moment, Voldemort lifted the silence enchantment and summoned the sprawled followers to rise. My subordinates, today's plan has been remarkably successful, Voldemort proclaimed, his arms outstretched, his eyes alight with fervor. Lucius instinctively stepped back, granting Voldemort space. As they drew ever closer to their ultimate objective, The hooded figures murmured in agreement, echoing Voldemort's sentiments. It won't be long before we need not concern ourselves with the thoughts of mudbloods, he declared, raising his arm, and the hooded figures nodded in agreement. They were always meant to be ruled by us. Voldemort's gaze grew increasingly frenzied. Indeed, supremacy of purebloods. Lucius Malfoy was the first to respond to Voldemort, followed by the hooded figures who began to chant in unison. Now, my Death Eaters, remove your hoods and masks. We shall declare war on mudbloods. There is no need for trepidation any longer. Voldemort's words compelled the assembled to unmask themselves. Standing beside Voldemort was indeed Lucius, though the whereabouts of his father, Abraxas, remained unknown. Lucius's wife, Narcissa, was among the hooded figures, her eyes no longer the clear, proud ones they had been during her time at Hogwarts. Instead, they were filled with unending madness and adoration. The crouching crowd trembled, afraid to lift their heads, aware that once their identities were revealed, death awaited them. How could they possibly be allowed to live, only to expose their identities? Voldemort finally recalled the writhing Corella on the ground, with a flick of his wand. She ceased her movements, lying on her back, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. Are there any mudbloods among these? Voldemort inquired, his tone unexpectedly amiable as he addressed Lucius. Lucius paused for a moment before responding. Yes, my master, and the hearts of the children, including Gary, sank significantly as they noticed Lucius's finger pointing in their direction. There are children in the front row. Where are their parents? Voldemort inquired with keen interest, directing his gaze towards them. Gary felt as though he were being scrutinized by a serpent on the hunt, cold sweat trickling down his back. He sensed that Alfrina beside him was also trembling. He slowly moved his hand across the ground, clasping her icy palm. Alfrina looked at him, offering a sorrowful smile. The Master has revealed to Voldemort what we have done, Lucius stated. Oh, how intriguing. While I am not fond of Quidditch, it is remarkable that these children, still in school, have managed to achieve such feats. They must be quite exceptional. He gripped his wand at both ends and began to approach them slowly. The rustling of his robes against the ground echoed ominously, reminiscent of a countdown to an impending execution. Voldemort approached the group of individuals before him and halted. Are they all mudbloods? No, my lord. This child is a cadet of the Shafiq family and is of pure blood. This girl is the offspring of 2 squibs. The 3 of them are indeed mudbloods, Lucius sycophantically chimed in. Offspring of 2 squibs? Voldemort's interest was piqued by Alfredina. Who are her parents? He fixed his piercing gaze upon her. They are the squibs of the green grass and not families. Ah, Voldemort elongated his tone. I see. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. He turned his crimson serpent-like eyes towards Gary. Swear your allegiance to me, then choose one among your 4 companions to slay, and I shall allow the rest to depart. What do you think of this arrangement? Voldemort chuckled, seemingly relishing this challenge to humanity, a single life exchanged for 3. A most advantageous deal indeed. Gary clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, unable to contend even with the Death Eaters, let alone vanquish the self-proclaimed mightiest dark wizard in history, rivaling Dumbledore. Was he truly left with no choice but to sacrifice a companion? As soon as this thought crossed Gary's mind, he hastily dismissed it. What are you thinking? He scolded himself, striking his head in frustration. Yet, once this notion took root, it burgeoned within him like a sapling. Make a choice quickly. I am being exceedingly benevolent. Had I not found you intriguing, you would have perished long ago. Voldemort observed Gary's expression, delighting in his indecision, teetering on the precipice of despair. You seem to be struggling with your decision. Shall I make this difficult choice for you? Voldemort sighed, closing his eyes as his wand flicked among Gary's for companions. Each time the wand pointed at someone, they would involuntarily tremble, driven by primal instincts to survive, wishing fervently that the wand would not rest upon them. Yet, if it did not, the misfortune would befall their closest companions. The group shut their eyes, ceasing to watch Voldemort's wand, awaiting fate to render its judgment. Voldemort remained with his eyes closed, the wand dancing among them, the slight upturn of his lips betraying his amusement. No, not like this, Gary whispered, licking his cracked lips, his fists clenched in reluctant defiance. It is you, Voldemort declared, opening his eyes to see the individual before his wand. What is your name? Kona Evans. Kona gazed at the wand before her, her face ashen. Your name is Gary Shafiq, is it not? Voldemort laughed, beckoning. Lucius, return the wand to him. Lucius stepped forward, retrieving the wand previously stashed away, inquiring which one belonged to Gary. Good. Gary, now aim your wand at Kona. Swiftly, Voldemort urged, excitement evident as he lightly patted Gary's back with his spindly hand. Though Voldemort's force was not great, Gary still stumbled under it. He could not bear to see Kona's face. Instead, he focused on the earthy ground beneath him, providing a modicum of solace. What are you going to do, Gary? Voldemort never anticipated that a single slap would render Gary motionless on the ground. Was he not filled with compassion? A mocking smile adorned his face as he flicked his wand through the air. Suddenly, Gary felt an overwhelming force gripping his chin, compelling him to lift his gaze towards Kinna. Tears streamed down her face, her body trembling violently, droplets cascading from her rounded chin onto the ground. Alfrina, Lily, and Howard's tears silently moistened their eyes. Please, don't. Lily's lips quivered as she spoke, her complexion as pale as porcelain, resembling a fragile doll on the verge of shattering. Point your wand at him. Voldemort commanded once more, his voice turning frigid. Surely, you wouldn't wish for me to use the killing curse on you? He threatened. With a heavy heart, Gary raised his wand towards Kinna, his chest heaving intensely as he shut his eyes to avoid witnessing her despair. Recite with me. The incantation is Avada Kedavra, Voldemort instructed. You must channel intense emotional turmoil, such as hatred, to fuel your magic. This is the essence of the unforgivable curse. It appeared Voldemort had deluded himself into believing he was a professor at Hogwarts, supporting Gary from behind, coaxing him gently. Now, utter the incantation. Gary opened his eyes, gazing at Kinna, seemingly attempting to etch every contour of her face into his heart. The previously unmasked hooded figures turned their attention towards Gary, as did those crouched on the ground awaiting Voldemort's judgment. Compassion, sorrow, and indignation surged within him as he beheld their faces. Hurry, kill her. Voldemort whispered urgently in Gary's ear. Gary's grip on his wand tightened and loosened, a battle of turmoil etched across his face. Cruciatus. Voldemort unleashed the curse, targeting Kinna's heart. Kinna let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching her chest, her legs thrashing about like a fish out of water. No, stop. Gary reached out to restrain Voldemort's hand, only to be thwarted by Lucius standing nearby. Voldemort ceased the curse, and Kinna lay motionless on her back, her chest still faintly rising and falling, tears having already drenched her cheeks. Lily and Alfrina hurried to pull Kinna close, while Howard remained silent, crouched on the ground. If you do not act, I shall torment her to death with the Cruciatus curse, Voldemort declared, his patience waning as he grew weary of their melodrama. These children had already consumed a considerable amount of his time. Gary's heart ached as he gazed at the tormented Kinna, tears brimming in his eyes, his fingers trembling as he pointed his wand at his longtime companion. Are you certain this is the right direction? Steve inquired, perched on his broom, addressing the Auror seated behind him. Indeed, the magic lingers, drifting from a distance. The American Auror gripped his wand tightly, his eyes fixed on the thread's trajectory, followed closely by the advance team. There, just over that hill. The Auror noticed the thread on the wand growing denser, directing them toward a small hill below, where they could faintly see the pale green spire of a church in the distance. All right, hold on tight. Steve pressed the broom to the side and dove towards the church. The American Auror chanted continuously, call forth the guardian spirits. A plump silver ferret emerged from his wand. Summoned the Aurors stationed at the finals. He proclaimed loudly. The chubby ferret nodded and vanished into thin air. The advance team landed on the ground. With the church only about 300 meters away, 20 individuals drew their wands and stealthily made their way forward. As Gary uttered the words Avada, tears welled up in his mouth, salty with a hint of bitterness. I can't do it. I can't do it. Gary weakly lowered his hand, letting his wand fall to the ground. Don't force me. I beg you. He buried his head. Just kill us all. Voldemort smirked with glee, aiming his wand at Corna. Avada. Who? Before his spell could be cast, he sensed movement behind him, an ironclad curse materializing at his back. Lucius glanced over his shoulder and then stepped forward bravely, shielding Voldemort, raising his wand with a look that suggested anyone wishing to harm his master must first step over his dead body. A disarming spell flew towards him, but Lucius deflected it with a flick of his wand. Chapter 94, Abraxas Malfoy. The dozens of wands Lucius had placed on the ground flew towards Gary. Disarm him. Narcissa, ever vigilant, noticed both Voldemort and Lucius were focused on Gary's back, so she kept her eyes fixed on him to prevent any unexpected moves. As she saw Gary attempting to gather the wands scattered on the ground, she shot a disarming spell his way. Watch out. Lily and Alfrina, crouched on the ground, stood up to shield Gary, using their bodies to block the disarming spell. Several wands successfully landed in Gary's hands, while Lily and Alfrina were sent flying 6 or 7 meters by the spell, falling to the ground unconscious. However, the potency of their spell was lackluster, easily countered by Lucius. The Death Eaters surrounding them dared not cast the killing curse in Voldemort's presence without his permission, resorting instead to several Cruciatus curses. Mr. Bonaparte endured 3 Cruciatus curses, his face contorting in agony as he felt every muscle in his body scream in pain. Gritting his teeth, he lunged at a Death Eater, but soon lost control of his body, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest in despair. The advance team rushed into the clearing before the church, but found no black hoods or hostages. Only one figure stood there, with platinum hair neatly combed back, adorned in an extravagant white robe depicting a vividly illustrated peacock. He held a silver cane in his left hand, topped with a carved silver serpent, while his right hand gripped a wand. One man faced 20 members of the advanced team. Abraxas Malfoy, gasped the American Auror, what do you intend to do? Your efficiency is appalling. You've kept me waiting for so long. Yet, it seems you've finally arrived, Abraxas replied with a cold demeanor, raising his wand towards them. You intentionally left a trace of magic on the alchemical array to lure us here? Steve immediately grasped the situation. Indeed, Abraxas gazed into the distance, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he mused whether Tom had managed to resolve the situation. Your weapons. Being treated like a fool incited considerable rage among the onlookers, prompting Apollon to forego further dialogue and engage in combat directly. With his left hand propped on a staff, Abraxas moved with great sluggishness, barely managing to fend off 2 spells before Steve disarmed him. A grimace of despair crossed his face as he allowed their curses to strike him. Blood spewed from his mouth as he staggered back, eventually collapsing onto the ground. Where were they? The American Aurors were infuriated, their nation's chief still in peril. Unaware of his fate, coughing up blood, Abraxas's gaze grew vacant. Did I not say you arrived too late? He rolled up the sleeves of his robe, revealing a left arm devoid of the dark mark, marred instead by a series of alarming purple lesions that stood out against his pale skin. Dragonpox? Steve immediately shielded the members of the advanced team, retreating a few steps. This contagious disease had once ravaged the magical communities of Europe and America, notable for its high contagion and fatality rates, thus instilling fear in their hearts. Indeed, I shan't live much longer. Abraxas coughed up more blood. Perhaps dying this way would serve as a form of atonement. His pupils dilated as he slowly uttered Tom's name, accompanied by flecks of blood. How delightful were the days of school, Abraxas reminisced, when Tom and he would sit by the Black Lake, enjoying the evening breeze while delving into the study of dark magic, or spending sunlit afternoons in the library poring over essays on the history of magic. From the moment he entered his first year, Abraxas recognized Tom's potential for greatness, despite never having encountered the Riddle surname in any of the pure-blood genealogies. He had aided Tom in overcoming the prejudices of their peers regarding his lineage, offering support in both academic and personal spheres, and their friendship blossomed swiftly. Tom was exceptional, dominating all examinations at Hogwarts from his first year onward. Humble and eager to learn, he was well-liked by the faculty. He reveled in dark magic and transfiguration, his eyes sparkling whenever these subjects were discussed. He enjoyed sitting idly with Abraxas on the couch in the common room. He took pride in his unique ability to speak Parseltongue. However, a transformation overtook Tom by their 6th year. Following the summer break, his ambitions swelled, leading him to clandestinely form a group dedicated to studying notorious dark magic. Initially reluctant to join, Abraxas succumbed to Tom's persistent persuasion and became a part of the self-styled Death Eaters. After graduation, he followed Tom across various lands, often reluctant to partake in certain actions. Yet, witnessing the concern etched on Tom's face compelled him to vanquish one wizard after another who obstructed Tom's path. When had Tom begun to change? His visage, once handsome and refined, had become pale and contorted, his gentle, beautiful dark eyes morphing into a blood-red hue. He forbade Abraxas from addressing him by name in the presence of other Death Eaters, opting instead for a more formal address. When he humiliated Abraxas by compelling him to kneel and kiss the hem of his robe, it was clear that he no longer regarded him as a confidant. Abraxas yearned to withdraw. Lucius had just been born and required care, and he found Tom's capricious temperament increasingly irksome. He presented his request to Tom, who for the first time responded with a piercing rage that Abraxas would never forget. Ultimately, he lacked the courage to depart. Tom possessed intimate knowledge of his family's every detail, and the fury etched on Tom's face at the mere suggestion of leaving convinced him that his family would undoubtedly suffer should he attempt to escape. Exhausted and beleaguered, he succumbed to dragonpox, and the Malfoy family's vast wealth could not shield his frail body. After a brief respite, he could endure no longer. In his final moments, he desired to contribute something to Tom. He deceived the Vanguard members into this church to buy time for his plan. He hoped that Tom would show some leniency towards Lucius, considering the years of service he had rendered. He closed his eyes, and the serpent-headed staff fell to the ground with a crisp, melodious sound, as if bidding him farewell. Chapter 95, The Choice. The members of the Vanguard stood in silence, gazing at Abraxas's lifeless body. What should they do next? A sheen of perspiration dotted Apollon's fair face, with the death of Minister Arnaud and the capture of Director Bonaparte. The entire French Ministry of Magic was in disarray, and a profound sense of despair welled within her. Do not allow the subsequent team to follow. Let them conduct a thorough search of the entire Fauvel Mountain. Their alchemical array cannot have strayed far, she urged. An American Auror, visibly agitated, voiced his frustration. Who would remain pleased after being so toyed with? Steve summoned his Patronus, a seahorse, to relay the news to the others. Let us continue our search. There is no better course of action available, Apollon suggested. What about him? An Auror pointed to the fallen Abraxas. Let us secure his body, Steve replied, picking up the serpent-headed staff beside Abraxas, scrutinizing it closely. The Auror behind him hesitated, glancing at the leading Auror, and only upon receiving permission did he retrieve a large gray bag from his pocket to encase Abraxas. Steve couldn't help but chuckle at the Auror's antics. The group departed the church, pressing onward. Gary clutched a multitude of wands. The urgency of the situation left him no time to check on the unconscious Alfrina and Lily sprawled on the ground. With a vigorous tug of his wand, the wands he held soared outward, aimed at the crowd. If those wands reached the others, the 80 or so could surely escape against the 10 or so Death Eaters. How Navi! Gary heard a cold, emotionless voice resonate before him, and the air warped as Voldemort materialized directly in front of him. His tall, gaunt figure stood as an insurmountable barrier against the cascade of wands. With a mere lift of his hand, the flurry of wands aimed at the throng seemed to freeze, suspended in midair, before Voldemort's hand fell, sending the wands crashing to the ground. Gary's heart shattered alongside them. Do you still wish to resist? Voldemort's voice rose in pitch. His hand raised high as he clenched it tightly. As his fingers tightened, Gary felt an invisible grip around his neck, a suffocating sensation overwhelming him. His head throbbed. His face flushed, and his eyes bulged. He emitted a pained sound, his hands pressing against his throat, desperately attempting to break free from the intangible restraints. Well done, Lucius, Voldemort remarked, not glancing at the struggling Gary, but instead turning his gaze to Lucius standing nearby. My lord, Lucius said, drenched in sweat. He had merely intended to impress Voldemort by deflecting a curse, unaware that the insolent Gary would seize the opportunity to attempt stealing his wand. Lucius cast a resentful glance at Gary. How about this, Gary? Voldemort's wand flicked in the air. You wouldn't want to harm your companions, would you? As his hand released its grip, Gary felt the oppressive force vanish, collapsing to the ground, coughing violently with a flushed face. Behind him lay the unconscious Alfrina and Lily. Alongside Howard and the weakened Kona, Gary scanned his companions, nodding slightly. That could work. Voldemort seemed surprisingly magnanimous. Gary breathed a sigh of relief. But Voldemort's next words plunged him into despair. How about you cast the Cruciatus curse on each of them? Voldemort toyed with his wand, adding, but don't even think about holding back. If discovered, it won't merely be a matter of a simple curse. Lucius, keep a close watch on him. Voldemort had deliberately assigned Lucius, whom Gary detested, to oversee him. If Gary were to cast the curse on his companions, it could not lack potency. It necessitated a sufficient reservoir of hatred. Only with such emotion could the Cruciatus curse possess the necessary strength. He pondered a method. He could envision his companions' faces as Voldemort's, thus providing an endless supply of hatred to fuel his actions. Yet, how could he bring himself to do it? Gary felt utterly helpless and sorrowful. Realizing no one could assist him, Mr. Bonaparte lay on the ground, his body twitching involuntarily, having drawn Lucius and Voldemort's attention, allowing Gary to cast the summoning charm. Lily and Alfrina had shielded him from a disarming curse. Who could he rely on now? Gary Shafiq truly felt like a feeble coward, he thought. Even at this moment, still hoping for someone to come to his rescue. What could he dare to do? Had Alfrina not dragged him along to the screaming shack, he would never have consented. Thankfully, Alfrina had pulled him along. Otherwise, Lockhart might have been bitten to death or transformed into a werewolf by Lupin. He had felt similarly when confronting his feelings for Alfrina. Lily was right. He had merely been stringing Alfrina along without daring to admit his true feelings. He was excessively indecisive, often unable to act with resolve. To put it succinctly, he was too soft-hearted. He was, in essence, a coward. The more Gary contemplated, the angrier he became, feeling like a spineless wretch. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself. It was merely the Cruciatus curse. Sacrificing the lives of a few for the greater good. Most would likely agree with his course of action, wouldn't they? Gary first directed his wand towards Howard. Noting the differing reactions of Mr. Banaba and Corella, as well as Kinna, to the Cruciatus curse, he speculated that those with a sturdier physique might be less affected by its torment. The anguish was palpable. Gary strained to envision Howard's plump visage as that of Voldemort. Howard lifted his gaze, shifting from Kinna's face to Gary's wand, as a crimson beam struck him. He bit his lip, remaining silent, though a faint crimson mark appeared upon his lips. This was unacceptable, Shafiq. Lucius's smile was repugnant, and for the first time, Gary found the false grin of a pure-blood aristocrat utterly revolting. Fear not to wield the Cruciatus curse. Your master would never allow you to be confined in Azkaban. Gary felt an unsettling sense that he was speaking of himself. No matter how he employed the unforgivable curses, he would never find himself in Azkaban. Shall I demonstrate for you? Lucius aimed his wand at the unconscious Alfrina, announcing, Crucio. In that instant, Gary's powerful shield charm surged forth, intercepting Lucius's spell before it could reach Alfrina. Enraged, Lucius barely had time to utter a word before Gary's fist landed brutally upon him, sending him crashing to the ground. I do not require your instruction, Malfoy, Gary declared, his countenance cold, his gaze radiating a fierce malevolence. Chapter 96, Mental Fortitude. Lucius clutched his face, staring incredulously at Gary. He had not anticipated such audacity. Crucio. His next target was Alfrina. Awakening from her stupor, Alfrina felt as though her very insides were ablaze, the chill from outside relentlessly infiltrating her body. Each bone in her frame felt as though it had been pulverized. She longed to scream, yet the ground before her appeared as a flickering mirage. A wave of nausea surged from her abdomen. She pounded her belly, curling into a ball and rolling, desperate for any semblance of relief. Observing Alfrina's anguished cries, Gary turned to see Voldemort drawn to the sound, his gaze glinting with intrigue. Gary understood he could not afford to relent. Gritting his teeth, he continued to channel his magical energy, an extraordinary sensation blossoming within him. It was exhilarating and refreshing. A stark contrast to the first time he cast the Cruciatus Curse upon Howard. He felt energy flowing from his brain, enveloping him in a buoyant weightlessness. Magic surged beneath his skin, the energy radiating from his mind coursing through his wand before erupting forth. Alfrina shut her eyes, gasping for breath to regain her strength, her hands limply falling to the ground, her golden hair strewn about, tainted with dirt and dust. Sweat soaked her robe, leaving dark stains in its wake. She did not glance at Gary, her gaze lost in the sky above. Voldemort chuckled with satisfaction. Look, Gary, is it not simple? His hands rested upon None's shoulders, a pleased smile gracing his lips. Continue, Gary, let me witness your resolve. The hostages surrounding, with their hands clasped atop their heads, gazed at Gary with expressions that shifted from pity to a semblance of fear. When Gary's gaze fell upon them, they instinctively averted their eyes, avoiding direct contact with his own. It was a piercing sensation. Gary aimed his wand at Lily, and once again, a mysterious energy surged from his mind, albeit in lesser quantity this time. He felt a clarity wash over him, as if enveloped in a sensation of weightlessness. The energy emerging from his mind was distinctly different from that which fused with the wand. The former manifested as a viscous, milky white hue, while the latter emanated a rich green from his heart. Simultaneously, Gary experienced a profound astonishment. Unlike the previous transformation of the wand, he could not visually discern the state of his inner self, yet he clearly understood the color and viscosity of that energy in his mind. It felt as though he had grasped the doorknob to a new realm, ready to turn it gently and unveil an entirely unfamiliar world before his eyes. He recalled the words of the Sorting Hat, which had previously imparted wisdom upon him. This was the pivotal force for inscribing the multi-layered alchemical array. Fortunately, Voldemort had advised him to infuse emotion when casting the unforgivable curse. Otherwise, he would have still been groping in the dark for the secret to channeling his mental power. Gary endeavored to enhance his control over this mental energy through the Cruciatus Curse. He glanced at Corna, whose face was as pale as parchment, and felt a fleeting pang of compassion. Yet, he ultimately recited the incantation, reassuring himself that it was the sole means of ensuring their survival. Even without infusing too much magical power, Corna began to scream in agony. Voldemort was murmuring something into None's ear, the content of which was unclear, but None regarded him as though he were a madman. Well done, Gary, Voldemort approached slowly, lifting the prostrate Lucius from the ground. You have performed admirably, he commended. Master. Lucius quickly turned to present his profile, revealing a once well-groomed, now swollen and discolored cheek, evidencing Gary's previous severity. Voldemort gestured for silence, and Lucius immediately fell quiet. The great Voldemort shall honor his word. Your filthy mudblood friends may receive clemency. With his wand in hand, Voldemort surveyed the scattered wands on the ground. Narcissa, clean up this mess. Narcissa cast a worried glance at Lucius's face, then with a flick of her wand, the dozens of wands on the ground gathered together in unison. A delicate white ribbon materialized from the air, binding the wands into a neat bundle. Ladies and gentlemen, Voldemort addressed the hostages, clutching the bundle to his chest. I have made arrangements with dear None. Assist me with the task, and you shall regain your freedom. The crowd began to stir with unease. They were not oblivious and could infer that Voldemort's request would undoubtedly be no trivial matter. None, you wretched little man, spat Corella, the chief of the American Wizarding Congress, as she lay on the ground, her voice laced with venom. Your child must have been born without an anus. Not only None, but all present, including the Death Eaters, were taken aback. No one could have anticipated that the highest official of an entire nation's magical realm would be so affable and eloquent. Enough, Corella. Your words have no place here. With a mere flick of his wand, Voldemort silenced Corella, who understood that speaking now would yield no sound, and thus chose to remain quiet. Those who agree, please stand. I shall grant you 10 seconds. Those who remain seated will be considered as having forfeited. Voldemort spoke softly, his expression impassive, his scarlet serpent-like eyes unblinking as they fixated on the assemblage. None was the first to rise, followed by Mr. Bonaparte, and one by one, others stood in silence. After 10 seconds, Voldemort surveyed the 40-odd individuals who had taken their stance, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Do you wish to surrender? Voldemort pointed his wand toward Corella, who shook her head. We possess our dignity, Voldemort. Not everyone is driven by fear of death. The crouching figures nodded in agreement. Indeed, Voldemort, violence cannot resolve any issue, Mr. Sauron remarked, his pallid countenance revealing his despair. Very well, Voldemort acknowledged with a nod. If you do not wish to keep your lives, I am powerless to change that. With a derisive snort, he commanded, proceed, Lucius. Lucius complied, brandishing his wand toward Mr. Sauron, declaring, Avada, Voldemort, your arrogance knows no bounds. A firework erupted in the sky above the clearing, accompanied by a raspy voice. A man, leaning on a cane, emerged at the church entrance, flanked by 7 or 8 individuals, both men and women, each wielding a wand. Ah, yet another band of old acquaintances. Voldemort licked his lips. Gary's gaze pierced through the throngs, alighting upon Mr. Shafiq standing behind the cane-wielding man, his wand raised in a stance of readiness, oblivious to Gary, who was crouching amongst the crowd. I still remember your explosive curse that blinded my left eye. The man at the church entrance, supported by his cane, began his descent down the steps, his entire form bathed in moonlight, allowing Gary to discern his visage. Scarred and weathered, he appeared akin to aged. Decayed wood under the moon's glow. His right eye was normal, while his left eye socket housed a blue orb, slightly larger than a typical human eye, spinning restlessly within its cavity. His left leg faltered as he walked, the cane echoing a rhythmic clack on the steps, while those behind him followed suit. The Death Eaters aimed their wands at them. Indeed, moody, Voldemort sneered, I merely cast a casual explosive curse. Yet I am astonished that your prowess as the head of the Auror office is so lacking. Our reinforcements shall arrive shortly. If you wish to flee, we cannot impede you, but the hostages and your subordinates must remain. Moody's blue eyes scanned the hostages swiftly, under the scrutiny of those azure orbs. Gary felt as if his very soul was laid bare, discomfort flooding his heart. Is that so? Voldemort chuckled with malicious glee, mocking the Aurors. You fools think I have left no escape route? Moody was taken aback. The speed at which he cast spells was utterly different from his gait. With ferocity and swiftness, he unleashed 2 disarming spells and a stunning curse, while the Aurors behind him simultaneously sprang into action, a barrage of spells hurtling towards Voldemort. Block it for me. Voldemort bellowed, his mouth agape, as a throng of Death Eaters gathered before him, erecting a series of protective ironclad charms. The Auror spells collided with the translucent shields, sending ripples through the air, their magic radiating intensely. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos, Gary grasped the fallen Lily and Alfrina, pulling them away into the distance. Howard stumbled a few steps, hoisting Corna's arm onto his shoulder as he followed Gary out of the fray. The slender forms of the children darted away unnoticed in the darkness, oblivious to the battling Death Eaters nearby. Yet, 3 young girls stealthily trailed behind them. Upon hearing Gary's words, the 3 girls exchanged glances, then began chattering in a rapid, unintelligible manner that Gary could not comprehend. What on earth? Gary muttered as he continued to run, his wand in hand. He cast floating charms on Corna, Lily, and Alfrina, alleviating the burden on himself and Howard. They are Korean, Howard noted, wiping sweat from his brow. With the levitation spell, Corna felt significantly lighter. Do you speak Korean? Gary asked, glancing at him in surprise, attempting to shift the topic away from his guilt regarding their friend. As Gary took a step forward with Alfrina and Lily, Howard opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by Gary's gesture. What's wrong? Howard inquired, though his feet instinctively retreated. The 3 Koreans, sensing the unease in Gary's tone, immediately began to back away. Gary turned his gaze to the battlefield. Voldemort was now amidst his Death Eaters, his wand drawing intricate patterns on the ground. Confringo, Gary murmured under his breath, tightening his grip on his wand. Voldemort's laughter rang out triumphantly as he lifted his wand towards the sky, and Gary felt the magic beneath his feet begin to surge violently, crashing towards the ground. The earth fractured, revealing spiraling blue flames that encircled Voldemort, ensnaring all the hostages and Death Eaters alike. Gary was astonished by Voldemort's mastery of magic. Such a widespread confringo could be unleashed with such ease. The Aurors, led by Moody, found themselves impotently separated from the swirling blue flames. Gary and Howard stood in silence, mere 30 meters from the inferno, realizing they could not traverse that distance while supporting the 3 girls. The blue flames, once they made contact, would spell certain doom. Put me down, Lily's feeble voice broke the stillness. After a moment's hesitation, Gary released her. He was still holding Alfrina around the waist, but her eyes were vacant, staring blankly into the distance. It was then that Gary noticed something was amiss with Alfrina. You really are a bastard, Gary. Howard clutched his chest, exhaling with a grunt, asserting that the heart-rending curse he had endured was the mildest of all. Given his robust physique compared to his companions, he felt little pain at that moment. I suppose enduring a heart-rending curse is preferable to facing the Avada Kedavra, Gary explained. Do you truly believe Voldemort would spare us? Lily pressed. Gary glanced at Voldemort, who was exulting in his own fiend fire, his arrogant visage rendered even more sinister by the blue flames. He regards us merely as puppets. Should he wish to kill, he will do so without hesitation. Would such a character as he be reluctant to unleash 1 or 2 killing curses? Lily spoke while hunched over, her hand pressed against her chest, clearly still suffering from the effects of the heart-rending curse. Gary fell silent, his gaze drifting to Alfrena's dazed expression, which filled him with concern. As they conversed, the 3 Korean girls were utterly terrified, gazing at the motionless hostages and babbling rapidly in their native tongue. To everyone's astonishment, they clasped hands and charged towards the fiend fire. Have they lost their minds? Howard was taken aback, as were the surrounding hostages, who were equally alarmed by the girls' reckless actions. The trio soon reached the fiend fire, feeling its immense magical power, yet still apprehensive. Stop! Do not let the flames near you. Gary recalled something urgent and shouted at them, striving to use simple language. No. Howard also reacted, extending his hand in a desperate attempt to intervene. Many hostages watched in horror as the 3 girls leaped into the blue flames. The moment the fire engulfed their bodies, it grew increasingly frenzied, scorching the young girls and consuming their flesh, leaving only their magical essence to be slowly digested by the fiery tongues. It's over. It's all over. Howard muttered to himself as he sat on the ground. Are the Koreans out of their minds? Gary and Lily's faces turned ashen. They understood all too well what would transpire once the fiend fire consumed someone's magic. Kona, slightly better off, freed herself from Howard's grasp and sat on the ground. Now we are all doomed, Kona lamented, her tone despondent, while Howard's hand hovered uncertainly above her head, hesitant to descend. Now what will you use to stop me, Moody? Voldemort's voice reached the aurors through the fiend fire. Think of something quickly. The fiend fire has absorbed others' magic and will soon boil again, drawing the flames inward. At that point, everyone inside will perish. Mr. Shafiq waved his wand, casting a stunning spell that penetrated the fiend fire but was intercepted by Lucius. Moody gazed at the roaring flames, pondering for 2 seconds before turning to a somewhat portly blonde man beside him. Ted, what do you think? What can I think? Ted's voice was deep. The only spell capable of halting the fiend fire was that one. No, Moody countered, using that spell would drain all of our magic, leaving us utterly vulnerable. The directive bestowed upon us is to rescue the chief of the American Magical Congress. Mr. Shafiq's expression was grave. The lives of our aurors and the other hostages must be preserved at all costs. Who informed you of this? Moody's gaze turned unsettling, for I had never heard of such an order. It is Ms. Jenkins' instruction, Alastair, Mr. Shafiq asserted with unwavering resolve. I can certainly execute this command, Moody replied, his magical eye whirling in agitation, if you are willing to sacrifice your son as well. What? Mr. Shafiq's initial confusion turned to astonishment. Is Gary also among them? His magical power surged forth, and his handsome visage twisted into a predatory snarl. Are you still willing to proceed? Moody's normal eye remained fixed ahead, while his blue magical eye scrutinized Mr. Shafiq. Upon learning that his son was among the hostages, Mr. Shafiq fell into silence, the corners of his mouth turned downward, his eyes betraying a deep concern. Meanwhile, as several aurors exchanged words, the situation rapidly deteriorated. Fiend fire transformed from a gentle blaze into a ferocious inferno, its flames leaping high, radiating intense heat towards the hostages. I am truly exasperated by this group of Koreans. They are more hindrance than help, Howard muttered, pulling Kinna backward with urgency. Lily and Gary retreated with Alfrena. The hostages and Death Eaters intermingled, compelling the aurors to cease their offensive to avoid collateral damage. Moody, after tonight, the magical realm will be steeped in bloodshed. Do you not consider joining us? Voldemort continued to entice the fiercely righteous auror. You have no chance of victory. Come to my side, and I guarantee you a position close to me. The encirclement of fiend fire had shrunk perilously close to the hostages, who, despite huddling together, could still feel the searing heat of the flames. Voldemort thrust an elderly man into the fire, who let out a harrowing scream before being reduced to ashes. The fiend fire, invigorated, became even more unrestrained, voraciously belching flames. Those of you who previously agreed to assist me may step forward. If you have not lied, fiend fire shall not harm you. Voldemort chuckled, running his fingers through his dark hair. Mr. Bonaparte thought of his newlywed wife, gritting his teeth as he stepped forward. The fiend fire scorched his body but did not consume him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry, time is running out, Mr. Shafiq urged. I absolutely refuse to use that curse, Moody declared. Dumbledore will arrive shortly. Let us wait a moment longer. If we wait much longer, my son will be dead. Mr. Shafiq exclaimed, his agitation palpable. Why are you not displaying your usual power-hungry demeanor? Moody retorted coldly. Mr. Shafiq glanced at his son, who was huddled at the periphery of the crowd, flanked by 2 girls, his anxiety intensifying. Next, Gary, it is your turn, Voldemort gestured invitingly. Did you not promise to let us go? Howard shot a glance at the roaring flames, panic rising within him. Voldemort's promise was to spare the four of you, but not himself. His serpent-like eyes narrowed dangerously. Gary, summon your courage. As long as your intentions to serve me are sincere, there will be no peril. Take care of her. Gary entrusted Alfrina, whom he cradled in his arms, to Lily. Be careful, Lily said anxiously. Gary inhaled deeply to steady his nerves. Gripping his dragon hide wand tightly, the only item he could rely upon, he stepped forward into the raging flames. Suddenly, his wrist was seized, and turning his gaze, he found it was Alfrina. Her expression remained somewhat vacant, yet the glimmers in her eyes assured Gary of her awareness. Be cautious, she urged, her icy hand tightening around his wrist, leaving a crimson mark. I know, Gary reassured her with a feigned confidence. Turning away, he planted his feet, and the flames engulfed him. Chapter 99, You've returned? Gary heard muffled screams behind him, the searing flames scorching beneath his feet. The fire crept up his legs. Initially, he felt a sharp pain, and then numbness enveloped him. This was why he had previously cast the Cruciatus curse on his companions. Only by surviving could he speak for himself. He only hoped Alfrina and the others could forgive his actions. Casting those curses was not merely tormenting their bodies, but also torturing Gary's own heart. The flames roiled, their intense heat distorting the surrounding air. It seemed the fire deemed him insincere in his desire to assist Voldemort, rapidly creeping to his knees and reducing his robe to ashes. Gary felt his demise was imminent. The fire curse, once it touched the skin, clung like a parasite, leaving the victim to watch helplessly as the flames consumed their body. His legs must have already begun to dissolve, Gary pondered, wondering if his melting flesh would emit the aroma of roasted meat. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled. His vision blurred, and he wondered if it was his own eyeballs dissolving in the inferno. Gently, he closed his eyes, emptying his mind of distractions, surrendering to his own world. At that moment, the dragonhide wand he clutched began to tremble. Gary opened his eyes to observe the wand, realizing the flames had latched onto it. The dragonhide he wielded was sourced from the black dragons of the Hashidalai Islands. These native British dragons were numerous, and the MacFasty wizarding family even raised them on the island. Therefore, the price was not exorbitant, and their non-aggressive nature meant the quality of the dragonhide was not exceptional, rendering it unable to withstand the searing flames. Amidst the scorching heat, Gary could vaguely see the black dragonhide gradually fading and curling, accompanied by the scent of charred flesh. He could not discern whether the burnt aroma emanated from himself or the dragonhide. The hide peeled back, revealing the true form of the wand. The Scarlet Wand, having just liberated itself from the confines of dragonhide, was immediately engulfed by the fierce flames. Gary's hands were entirely consumed by the searing fire, just as his legs had been. First a sharp pain, then an overwhelming numbness enveloped him. He witnessed the wand slip from his grasp, yet it did not plummet below. Instead, it whirled in place, reminiscent of the barbecue grill they had gathered around on their first evening in France. The crimson wand intertwined with the azure flames, sparking as it rolled, ultimately forming a blue barrier that enveloped Gary's body. A wave of coolness washed over him, followed by successive waves of excruciating pain, as he realized that the blue shield had separated him from the relentless flames. Upon inspecting his body, Gary discovered that his calves had taken on a charred, leather-like appearance. His hands were riddled with blisters, swollen beyond recognition, and the entirety of his lower robe had been incinerated, leaving his skin severely scalded. Trembling, he dared not move his wounds, gritting his teeth to stifle his cries. The agony was unbearable. A refreshing breeze flowed from the surface of the barrier to his injuries, soothing the burnt flesh as if it had been treated with a burn ointment. The hostages huddled together, their silence becoming the sole language among them. Just moments prior, two individuals had been thrust into the inferno by Voldemort, their screams echoing briefly before silence reclaimed them. Alfrina's brow furrowed, her gaze fixed intently on the flames. She could no longer see Gary, and a fissure seemed to open within her heart, tears of anguish pooling inside, her heart aching painfully. He will be all right. Lily grasped her hand tightly. Alfrina's touch was chilling, akin to a block of ice. Lily gently patted her golden hair, reassuring her not to fear. 2 minutes had elapsed. Surely, he had been reduced to nothing more than ash by the merciless flames. Alfrina sat on the ground, clasping her knees, murmuring softly, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the blue flames. A normal person would be reduced to ashes within mere seconds of contact with the fierce fire. Gary had been engulfed for 2 minutes. How could he possibly survive? Hurry, hurry, Mr. Shafiq urged, crossing his arms over his chest, praying to Merlin for Dumbledore's swift arrival. The Aurors did not cease their assault. Countless spells rained down upon the ironclad enchantments erected by the Death Eaters, merely stirring the surface into ripples without penetrating the defenses. The Death Eaters, seemingly obedient to some command from Voldemort, remained steadfast in their defense, showing no inclination to mount a counterattack. As Voldemort continued to push these hostages into the flames, he doodled with his wand on the ground. An increasing number of hostages perished. including several who had previously boasted of their willingness to serve Voldemort. With each life extinguished, the flames grew ever more voracious, their reach extending ominously towards the Aurors, threatening to consume everything in their path. The Aurors found themselves in a predicament. Should they expend all their magical energy to extinguish the fiend fire, they would be rendered helpless and susceptible to the Death Eaters, who would strike them down like defenseless muggles. Alternatively, they could remain stationary, watching helplessly as the hostages they sought to rescue perished one by one, including their primary target, the incapacitated chief of the American Magical Congress, Coriella. The hostages ensnared by the fiend fire did not dare approach the Aurors, as the distance between them was still considerable, and a reckless dash towards safety could provoke an attack from the pursuing Death Eaters. Those who had willingly aligned themselves with Voldemort had grown distrustful of the Aurors, solely intent on completing the tasks assigned by their master and preserving their own lives. Most were neutral pureblood families, not direct targets of Voldemort's wrath, unlike the Muggle-borns, who had little to worry about, as Voldemort was known to honor his commitments. At that moment, Gary remained ensconced within a blue protective barrier, observing his wand tumbling through the flames, its once scarlet surface now tinged with a pale blue hue. He was perplexed by the secret of his wand, which seemed to offer protection during his most perilous moments. The wounds on his calves and hands were nearing healing, while the charred, leather-like skin on his lower body began to slough off, revealing tender, fragile new flesh beneath. In disbelief, Gary extended his hands, marveling at the exquisite sensation of his skin. Just as he was joyfully admiring his new skin, his wand began to act up once more. Chapter 100, A Fortuitous Encounter. Gary sensed something amiss with his wand when the protective barrier surrounding him began to exhibit unusual movements. The barrier swayed violently, akin to a small boat caught in tumultuous waves, accompanied by loud thuds and crackling sounds. What is happening? Gary kicked his legs forcefully, eliciting a sharp crack from his bones before ceasing the motion, realizing that the barrier was on the verge of collapse. Peering beyond the barrier, he discerned that it was indeed his wand that was causing the disturbance. The wand spun rapidly in midair, drawing the surrounding blue fiend fire towards itself. As the flames made contact with the wand, they vanished, leaving Gary in stunned disbelief. The wand's shaft transitioned from its original scarlet to an ethereal blue, as if it were consuming the blue flames whole. However, the wand's capacity for digestion was limited. Some of the flames that it failed to consume continued to roll around its periphery. The wand's momentum grew increasingly vigorous, asserting control over the fiend fire that now surrounded Gary. Immersed in the heart of the flames, he was oblivious to the external chaos, unaware of the magnitude of the commotion his wand was stirring. Stop! He shouted through the barrier towards the wand, hoping fervently that this inanimate object could comprehend him, unlike the Koreans. Yet, as an inanimate entity, the wand acted like a gluttonous child, voraciously devouring every last flicker of fiend fire that encircled it. While the wand reveled in its feast, Gary felt an escalating sense of alarm. The louder the ruckus grew, the greater the likelihood that Voldemort and his Death Eaters would take notice. At that point, not only would the wand's secret be unveiled, but Gary himself would also find himself in grave peril. Indeed, Voldemort sensed that something was amiss. He halted his wand, lifting his gaze towards Gary's direction, only to behold 4 children sitting nearby, weeping inconsolably, with no trace of Gary in sight. He assumed that Gary had perished in the inferno, the malevolent flames swirling incessantly, likely having just consumed Gary's remains and now digesting the magical essence within him. Lucius, standing beside him, evidently shared this realization, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Voldemort felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped that Gary would emerge alive from the inferno. His eyes, filled with malice, glanced over the 4 children. He had no intention of slaying them. He was bound to uphold his promise in front of witnesses. There were dozens of individuals present, serving him, and they needed to recognize Voldemort's credibility to remain loyal in their endeavors. He extended his long tongue to lick his lips, then lowered his head to continue inscribing ancient runes into the ground with his wand. He had already etched a substantial portion of the runes, with only the final 2 phrases remaining to complete the inscription, a work he had acquired for a hefty sum from a German dark wizard, costing the Malfoy family tens of thousands of galleons. Lucius had also memorized these runes. They were derived from the alchemical array previously seen in the VIP room during the Quidditch finals at Fuvir Mountain. Voldemort aimed to carve another teleportation array single-handedly. Eschewing dragon blood ink and relying solely on pure magical and mental energy for this monumental feat, Gary was on the brink of madness. The wand seemed like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing the surrounding malevolent flames. He noticed that the inferno before him was beginning to wane, yet his expression reflected despair. Uncertain of when this ordeal would conclude, the malevolent fire, initially a mere circle, had swelled to a terrifying scale after devouring the magical energies of over 40 individuals. With a circumference of over 1,000 meters and a width of 5 to 6 meters, Gary had no doubt that if left unchecked, these flames could engulf all of France. Now, with the emergence of something to restrain the flames, Gary began to worry about the commotion the wand might incite. What was happening? Suddenly, a rich American accent resonated behind the Aurors. Moody's magical eye turned to behold none other than Steve Rogers, the American Quidditch captain, accompanied by 20 advanced team members, all appearing travel-worn and anxious. Corella, Steve, having honed his keen eyesight through years of Quidditch, spotted the fallen Corella amidst the flames and crowd. You are Mr. Shafiq's acquaintances who do not follow Quidditch, unaware of Steve's identity. We are the advanced team dispatched to rescue the hostages from the Lion Finals venue. Voldemort is ahead, correct? Apollon, drenched in sweat, emerged from the throng, her golden hair matted. Indeed, your arrival is fortuitous. Both the Minister of Magic from Brazil and the Director of the Sports Department of the French Ministry of Magic are still alive. Ted's words provided a surge of hope to the advanced team. Since the expeditionary team resolved the crisis with Abraxas, their spirits have been exceedingly low. They understand that in a rescue operation, time is of the essence. Having been deceived by Abraxas and losing the clues that could have led them further, they feel that their superiors have likely perished. Upon exiting the church, they aimlessly wandered around a few hills, only to be surprised by the sight of blue flames flickering on the ground from above. They turned their brooms around and flew toward the source of the flames, only to discover several Aurors casting spells into the fire. How splendid! Lord Avalanche is still alive. A few previously silent Brazilian Aurors among the expedition team cheered. I will inform them. One of the Brazilian Aurors, appearing to be the leader, mumbled in Portuguese, summoning his Patronus, a vividly animated crocodile. The Aurors then realized their mistake and hurriedly switched to English, their speech noticeably slower and more awkward, leaving Steve and Mr. Shafiq only able to grasp the gist of what was being said. The crocodile vanished into the air, allowing Moody to take over the conversation. Now that we have sufficient manpower, we can proceed, he said to Mr. Shafiq. Mr. Shafiq glanced at the fierce flames ahead, mindful of his son waiting for him, and wondered whether his timid son was now despairingly weeping. He had always harbored guilt over not witnessing his son's childhood, and he could not afford to miss another moment. All right, George Shafiq nodded decisively, his face set with determination. Chapter 101, The End of All Spells. Moody nodded in agreement. Then let us prepare. Time is of the essence. After we cast our spells, we will enter a moment of weakness, and the remainder will be entrusted to you. Ted smiled gently at Steve, hoping to rescue the remaining hostages. We will do our utmost, Steve replied solemnly, placing his light wheel on the ground and freeing his left hand to better prepare for battle. I must interject, the safety of Ms. Anderson, the chief of the American Magical Congress, is paramount, Mr. Shafiq stated. Ms. Jenkins has insisted that we ensure her protection. Understood, Steve affirmed, his leadership qualities naturally positioning him as the head of the expeditionary team. With all important matters addressed, Moody grinned, revealing scars that appeared even more menacing. British Aurors. Form a circle. The 10 Aurors, both men and women, wore solemn expressions as the surrounding space rippled. They vanished from their location and reappeared around the fierce flames, encircling them. What are they doing? Apollon, a member of the sports department, pondered, having never witnessed such a display. Beside her, Steve directed the expedition team, guiding them to use apparition to join their British colleagues. When the spells are cast, their magical energy would be drained, necessitating mutual support. Most of the advanced team members were proud Aurors from France, America, and Brazil, who understood the intentions of their British colleagues. Upon receiving orders, they spoke little and vanished into thin air. The British were to cast a powerful interception spell, requiring the cooperation of many. Steve stood beside her, his gaze fixed firmly on the surrounding Aurors. Of course, if one's magical prowess was sufficiently robust, this incantation could be performed solo. What was the name of this spell? Apollon pressed for details relentlessly. 3, 2, 1. Moody raised his wand and thrust it forcefully into the ground, with the other 9 Aurors mimicking his action. 10 wands were firmly embedded in the earth. A barrage of spells surged toward the Aurors, but the advanced team intercepted them all. This spell was named All Spells End. Steve's voice resonated alongside that of the Aurors led by Moody in the open space. The wands embedded in the ground glowed crimson, emitting beams of light that shot skyward, piercing the clouds. The 10 Aurors collectively invoked All Spells End, channeling their magical energy into the heavens, forming an impenetrable barrier that ensnared the blue flames within. Once the flames were contained, Moody rose and began to wield his wand, from which red flames erupted, extending over 10 meters in length, swirling like a long whip as it collided fiercely with the blue flames. The azure fire seethed with rage, for it had never been thwarted in its insatiable appetite to consume all. It began to gather energy, no longer coiling into a circular shape, but instead rising up, transforming into a long serpent that charged violently towards the barrier on Moody's side. Moody brandished his wand, using the red flames to create a distraction. Yet it was no match against the blue serpent, which shattered the interference effortlessly. The blue serpent, accompanied by a fierce gale and an overwhelming force, crashed against the red barrier. The aurors sustaining the spell collectively emitted muffled groans, their bodies jolted by the tremendous impact, blood streaming from their noses. "How can it be so powerful?" Mr. Shafiq exclaimed, blood spilling from his lips, astonished by the force displayed by the blue flames. They had underestimated the flames. After consuming the magical energy of over 40 individuals, the strength of the flames surpassed even the ultimate spell, all spells end. A sense of panic surged through Mr. Shafiq's heart. If the blue flames continued to batter the barrier, within 2 minutes, the magical energy of all 10 of them would be completely drained. He cast a glance at Moody, whose expression remained impassive as he orchestrated the fiery whip in his assault, gritting his teeth and channeling his own magical energy into his wand. The external situation shifted continuously, yet Gary, engulfed in the flames, was only now becoming aware. When the blue flames morphed into a serpent, Gary sensed the flames converging in a particular direction, surging upward toward his head, initially attributing it to the wand's influence. He only realized the truth when the flames continued to pile higher above him. Gary now found himself at the very base of the serpentine blue flames, surrounded by an incessant surge of fire attempting to rise. The wand had unleashed its power, channeling a portion of the fierce flames to invigorate the serpent, while the remainder was meticulously absorbed and digested in its vicinity. Gary observed the wand's rotation accelerating, its veracity for the flames intensifying, transforming into a whirlwind that voraciously consumed the magical essence embedded within the fire. Gazing upwards, he beheld the serpent's immense form, thrashing violently, relentlessly crashing forward. Before him lay the tumultuous sea of flames, obscuring his view of the auror actions beyond. Regardless of the external chaos, the situation was undeniably in his favor. No one paid heed to Gary, ensconced within the inferno. Their attention was wholly captivated by the serpent formed from the concentrated flames. The wand was systematically hollowing out the interior of this fiery serpent, and Gary was oblivious to the wand's limit for absorbing magical energy. This fire was infused with the power of over 40 hostages, in addition to Voldemort's initial magical force when summoning the flames. With another collision, 10 aurors retreated simultaneously, the serpent's assault accelerating, and the auror's magical reserves were nearing depletion. Moody wielded a fiery whip, relentlessly striking at the serpent, shearing off swathes of blue flames from its body. Mr. Shafiq appeared disoriented, his black robes soaked in blood, clinging to life by sheer will. "My attacks are bearing fruit. It is weakening," Moody bellowed with exhilaration, striking the serpent anew, as patches of blue fire flaked off like scales. Chapter 102, The Origin. A slender, pale-skinned man entered, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Upon stepping inside, he cast a fleeting glance at Mr. Bonaparte, who sat silently with head bowed, before addressing himself. "Mr. Mahler requests your presence in his office." Mr. Sauron rose from his seat. He was not tall, and stood nearly a head shorter than Mr. Bonaparte, his frame considerably more delicate. Nevertheless, his presence exuded a commanding aura far more potent than the meek demeanor of Bonaparte. He found Bonaparte's submissive posture intolerable, but, mindful of Arnaud's presence, chose to suppress his irritation, letting out a huff as he followed Arnaud out the door. "Teacher, with Mr. Mahler retiring, will the new Minister of Magic be?" As they traversed the deserted, silent corridor, Gary recognized this place. It was the domain of the sports department on the 5th floor of the French Ministry of Magic, adorned with posters of various Quidditch teams from the league. "Ah, Arnaud, let's not speak so." Gary struggled to acclimate to his conscious existence within Mr. Sauron's body, observing the unfolding narrative. Prolonged exposure to this state caused him considerable discomfort. Deep down, he felt that this body ought to be under his control. Yet he found himself powerless, unable to express or act upon his will. In other words, Gary felt entirely subjugated by another's command. Arnaud maintained a placid smile, attentively listening to his teacher's words. This year, Abreu stepped down as the nation, having recently emerged from the ravages of war, stood at a pivotal moment of rebuilding. The lift arrived, its gates opening, as Arnaud extended his hand to usher Mr. Sauron ahead, his tone imbued with a sense of pride. For one must find a person who is both experienced and reliable. Adjusting his glasses, Arnaud pressed the button labeled 1 on the control panel. The lift's gates clanked shut as it ascended. "By the way, Arnaud, you voted for me in the department's election, didn't you?" Mr. Sauron inquired, folding his arms. He chuckled heartily, playfully patting Arnaud on the shoulder. "Rest assured, when I retire, you shall be the next minister of the French Ministry of Magic." "Oh, not at all. There are still many things I have yet to master as a student," Arnaud replied, his gentle smile unwavering, reminiscent of the expression he wore when he met Gary during the World Cup finals. "You are far too modest, Arnaud," Mr. Sauron remarked, clearly in good spirits. "Your abilities rival those of us, seasoned veterans. It is merely your experience that requires further cultivation." Arnaud remained silent, continuing to smile. As they reached the basement level, the atmosphere shifted markedly, with individuals bustling about, their expressions serious and hands laden with documents. Small notes fluttered through the air, creating a scene of industriousness that starkly contrasted with the corridor on the 5th floor. Navigating through a throng of wizards engaged in post-disaster compensation, Arnaud guided Mr. Salong to the end of the corridor, where a large white door awaited. After knocking 3 times and receiving an invitation to enter, he pushed the door open. Inside was an office adorned with portraits of elderly gentlemen and ladies, whispering among themselves. It appeared to be a gallery of former ministers of the French Ministry of Magic, reminiscent of the decor in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Gary mused. Lost in thought, he suddenly rushed to embrace the man standing before him, much to Gary's chagrin. "A brew, Mr. Salong exclaimed. "It must have been at least half a month since we last met." "Indeed, Ender," the man opposite replied, his countenance troubled. His once dark beard now bore streaks of gray, his brows drooping, and his eyes barely open. Dark circles suggesting sleepless nights spent grappling with the aftermath of Grindelwald's recent defeat. "You know how it is. There is so much to address. I feel utterly drained. And now that I've reached retirement age, it seems the right time to step down." Abreu waved his hand dismissively, having long contemplated his resignation. "Ah, Mr. Salong offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. "Fear not. I shall ensure the reconstruction of France." Arnaud stood quietly by, his head bowed and silent. "These are the data freshly compiled today." Mr. Salong stepped forward to take the document, to which Abreu replied. "I conferred with my predecessors and have decided to appoint the minister according to the results of the departmental election." As Mr. Salong flipped to the first page, he revealed a chart, the top row displaying the winner of the vote, Arnaud Dorian. From Mr. Salong's perspective, Gary felt a flush creep across his face. This is utterly shameful. Gary has immersed himself in the persona of Mr. Saron, nearly wishing to find a crevice in the earth to hide within. This represents Mr. Saron's devastation at the outcome, rendered speechless and incredulous. "Andre," Abreu sighed. "You, like me, act with boldness and decisiveness, making decisions without hesitation. Such traits are invaluable in times of war, yet during periods of revival, our choices sometimes verge on the imprudent. We are on the brink of obsolescence, Andre. Arnaud is your student, and your understanding of him surely surpasses mine," Abreu stated earnestly. "During his time as my assistant, he demonstrated meticulousness and innovation, with strategic planning that was remarkably astute. However, he is still too young." Mr. Saron interjected with urgency. "Have you ever encountered a minister of magic under 30? Special times demand special measures. I sought you out specifically to guide him more. If he faces challenges and is uncertain how to proceed, he can consult with you," Abreu suggested. Chapter 103, The Reason for Anger. Mr. Saron was acutely aware that Abreu's words were intended to console him. Consult with me about matters he doesn't know how to handle? What is it that he does not comprehend? His fury intensified, his gaze fixed on Arnaud, who stood at the door. One cannot frame it this way," Abreu spoke with gravitas. "When he first entered the Ministry of Magic, he was under your tutelage. Over the years, you have both maintained a mentor-student relationship. Arnaud is still quite young. Your recognition and support are vital to him. Moreover, I believe your role as the director of the Department of Sports is commendable. Strive to secure the hosting rights for the 1974 Quidditch World Cup. Commendable, my foot." Mr. Saron's symbolic roar reverberated once more. "You all think of Arnaud, yet have you considered me? 9 years ago, it was said I would ascend only after the retirement of the older generation of directors. 6 years ago, we were told that due to the tense situation in Europe, we could not afford to make changes. 3 years ago, we were to deal with Grindelwald before addressing the present. And now you expect me to yield my position to the youth." Mr. Saron's emotions began to spiral out of control, and Gary could see his gaze wavering. Initially, it was 3 years, then 3 years turned into another 3, and now nearing a decade. Abreu lowered his head, not wishing to offend this old comrade with whom he had fought side by side. Seeing Abreu's silence only fueled Mr. Saron's ire further. He lifted his official robe, revealing a gaping wound on his back, approximately 30 centimeters long, deep enough to expose bone, continuously exuding dark vapors. "Do you remember how this wound was inflicted?" Mr. Saron questioned Abreu. "It was sustained during my battle with Grindelwald. I led a squad of aurors to provide cover, creating an escape opportunity for those freshly graduated youths. I directly acquiesced to your request, Abreu." Mr. Saron turned to face him, his forehead glistening, his chest heaving violently. "A squad of 10 seasoned aurors perished at Grindelwald's hands. I was fortunate to be rescued by the arriving Dumbledore, yet I still fell victim to Grindelwald's dark magic. Over the years, I have participated in numerous battles, leaving behind 4 or 5 indelible marks of dark magic upon my body. Now, I can scarcely stand upright. Have I ever demanded anything from the department? I even sent my son to the battlefield with my own hands, and he perished at the tender age of 20. He pounded the desk, his voice echoing. As the portraits of former ministers on the walls fell silent, their gazes fixed on the wound behind Mr. Salong. My son, too, shed blood for the nation. He was just a young man. Tears streamed down his cheeks. I fought desperately to save this group of young souls. And now I am expected to make room for them. I even relinquished my position as the director of the law enforcement department. Yet you insist on forcing me into retirement. Mr. Salong's voice cracked with anguish, unable to accept this grim reality. Abrol pressed his lips together, letting out a sigh. Having endured the trials of war himself, he understood the magnitude of Mr. Salong's sacrifice. Arno stood with his head bowed, gazing at the floor. Your son is about the same age as mine. Mr. Salong turned to Arno. During the battle in Paris, my son stayed behind to cover your retreat and fell to a lethal curse cast by the leading dark wizard. I treated you as my own, imparting all the combat skills I knew and teaching you how to handle official duties. Is that not enough? A short, stout wizard on the wall interjected. Can you not regard each other as father and son? Your child is set to become the Minister of Magic. Spare me your nonsense. Mr. Salong roared like a furious lion, glaring at him. Is this the nature of the matter? Arno's lips moved as if to speak, yet no words escaped. If you wish for my retirement, then I shall depart. Mr. Salong tore off his formal robe in a fit of rage. As you desire, are you satisfied now? He stormed past Arno, slamming the door behind him. The subsequent memories are fragmented. Gary vaguely recalled accepting an invitation from Shalier to join the International Wizarding Federation's Quidditch Committee. However, during the voting activities of 1954, he cast his ballot for his homeland. Later, while on an official assignment, he unexpectedly discovered the trail of a dark wizard. Fueled by fervor, he followed the lead to the foothills of Fouvier and encountered the dark wizard. Upon hearing the words, "Is it you?" a blinding light flashed. A gaunt visage, a gentle smile, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, Arnaud Dorian. Gary was certain that the figure he saw was none other than the current Minister of Magic for France, the suave gentleman Arnaud. Reflecting on the earlier incident at the Fouvier finals, where Arnaud had succumbed to a lethal curse, Gary's heart sank. What grand scheme was being orchestrated? At that moment, he watched as Carilla approached the flickering flames, one foot poised to step into the fire. Ms. Anderson, do not step into the flames. The resounding voice, magnified by an enchanted echo, reached the ears of everyone present. It was the voice of his father that instinctively compelled Gary to extend his hand in an attempt to halt Carilla's actions. Only after reaching out did he remember that he was still ensconced within the blue barrier, rendering it impossible for him to actually reach beyond it. As this thought coursed through his mind, the blue barrier before him suddenly fractured, and the surrounding fierce flames surged forth. The searing blue fire made unimpeded contact with Gary's hand. This was dire. He tightly shut his eyes, his mind flooded with the harrowing image of Mr. Cerrone perishing beneath the wrath of the flames. Would he too be reduced to naught but a wisp of spiritual energy? He found himself engulfed in a sea of fire. Chapter 104, The Conclusion. Carilla momentarily froze, a smile emerging upon her wrinkled visage. She waved towards the aurors outside the barrier without hesitation and stepped boldly into the inferno. It was over, utterly finished. Moody's blue eyes observed Carilla's movements with clarity. Contrary to his previous experience of a sharp pain followed by unconsciousness, Gary found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. What was happening? He opened his eyes to discover that the fierce flames surrounding him danced playfully like children, leaping repeatedly upon his arms and legs, showing no intent to harm him. Tentatively, Gary reached out towards the cluster of flames upon his forearm. His arm effortlessly parted the flames, severing a portion of their mass, causing their blue radiance to dim slightly. The flames, seemingly displeased, nestled against his arm, and he could sense their underlying grievance. Do not harm her, Gary implored, gazing at Carilla, who stood amid the fire with her eyes closed. Her short hair billowing in the flames, exuding an aura of indifference toward life and death. The fierce flames obediently complied, carefully avoiding Carilla's form to prevent their embers from scorching her. As Gary observed the flames entwined around him, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. The blue heads of the fire serpents soaring in the sky abruptly ceased their assault, remaining motionless. What about Ms. Anderson? Steve shouted towards Moody during a brief lull. She has stepped into the inferno. What do you expect? Moody muttered, casting a cautious glance towards the heart of the flames with his left eye. Suddenly, Moody's right eye widened in disbelief, his flaming whip coming to an abrupt halt. A massive serpent head crashed down, and Gary's wand ceased its rotation. The flames swirling around him gradually came to a standstill, as more and more flames surged forward from behind him. His wand, acting as a conductor for a grand symphony, orchestrated a myriad of flames to construct a slightly curved blue flame shield before him, continuously replenished by the flames spilling over its edges. With the flames behind him vanishing entirely, Carilla and Gary found themselves exposed to the gaze of the Death Eaters and their hostages. In a state of despair, Howard caught sight of a familiar figure not far away, clad in a black robe with charred trousers revealing his knees, standing barefoot on the ground. The erect posture, though not broad-shouldered, and the defiant tilt of his head were captivating, drawing one's gaze irresistibly. Al. Howard murmured. Lily tightened her embrace around Alfrina. What are you doing? She snapped. Howard's gaze became vacant, his voice dwindling. Startled, Lily looked up and beheld the steadfast silhouette. She clicked her tongue and nudged Alfrina. Wake up, he's not dead. A touch of impatience tinged Lily's voice, sensing that someone might snatch away her precious one. Alfrina lifted her head, her eyes swollen and glistening with tears. A pitiable sight reminiscent of a rain-soaked flower. I knew it, Lily remarked, tossing her flowing red hair and clicking her tongue in disbelief. The Death Eater who had been restraining Corella stood frozen, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Yet, he quickly regained composure and cast the killing curse at Corella. Defenseless, Corella remained motionless, awaiting her fate. Gary turned, sweeping his arm, and the surrounding flames surged to shield Corella. The killing curse and the serpent's head descended simultaneously. The Death Eater, witnessing Gary's actions, chuckled gleefully, believing the impenetrable spell would prove futile against the killing curse. The green light of the killing curse struck the blue flames directly, darting through them like an arrow, disappearing from view. Moments later, the fiery shield protecting Corella dissolved, leaving no trace of the curse. Unscathed, Corella furrowed her brow, glanced at her body, and then smiled. Gary, however, was less fortunate. The serpent's head crashed down heavily. The flame shield barely held, visibly trembling under the pressure, its vibrant hue dimming. The serpent raised its head once more, preparing for another strike. The serpent, seething with rage, realized that the magical energy it had painstakingly gathered had been usurped by this young brat, who had even turned its minions against it. With blue flames swirling in its eyes, the serpent lunged again. Alfrina, her face tense, grasped Lily's robe tightly, her eyes fixated on Gary's back. Lucius, standing beside Voldemort, attempted to strike Gary from behind, but Voldemort raised a hand to stop him. The spell is ineffective against him, Voldemort declared, his red serpent eyes shimmering with an eerie light, revealing an unmasked curiosity and desire for Gary. The flames could dissolve and assimilate all magical energy for his own gain. This boy, inexplicably, had managed to control that fire. Is the master simply going to let this go? A portly Death Eater beside him asked, discontented. Accept it, Crab. Voldemort chuckled, knowing that this would not bode well for him in time. Moody, Mr. Shafiq shouted, his voice carrying over 10 meters to reach Moody's ears. What are you thinking? Attack quickly. The voice was tinged with an unmistakable urgency and impatience. Mr. Shafiq observed keenly from beyond the barrier, witnessing his own son, Gary Shafiq, engaged in battle with the serpent's head. Moody's whip struck the serpent once more, sending shards of flame cascading down. Yet, driven by unrestrained fury, the serpent charged recklessly towards Gary, intent on venting its wrath. After colliding again with the fiery shield that guarded Gary, the protective barrier had lost its luster, appearing no different from ordinary flames. Chapter 105, A Single Blow. The fierce flames incessantly drained the magical energy from within him, while the replenishment of this energy caused the flames to regain their vibrant hue. Gary felt no concern over the depletion of his magic, ever since he grasped the wand. He sensed an inexhaustible wellspring of magical power within him. Without the interference of these flames, he feared that his very being would be overwhelmed by this burgeoning energy. As the flames consumed sufficient magical power, they began to stir and flow around him, encasing his body while leaving only his head exposed. Gary raised his hand, clenched his fist, and a surge of blue flames erupted outward, extending 3 inches into the air, dancing wildly in the wind. The menacing serpent's head descended once more, and Gary, with his fist tightly clenched, channeled all of his magical energy into the fiery essence enveloping him. The flames blazed with increasing intensity, forming a suit of fiery armor around him, thick enough to obscure his figure entirely. He swung his fist towards the serpent's head, unleashing all the flames gathered in his right arm. The flames coalesced in the air into a colossal fist, crashing directly into the serpent's head. The once fearsome serpent was now at the end of its strength, depleted from the relentless combat, and lacking the magical sustenance it once possessed. The flaming fist struck with an unstoppable force, penetrating the serpent's head and continuing to soar into the distant sky. A gaping wound, approximately 5 to 6 meters long, opened in the center of the serpent's head, while the flames at the edges struggled in vain, attempting to seal this grievous injury. Alas, their efforts were futile. The immense serpent collapsed, and the gathered blue flames scattered like frightened birds, exploding across the sky in a dazzling display. Gary exhaled a breath of exertion and instinctively raised his arm as the dispersed flames returned to him. The flames once again enveloped his right arm, now thicker and more substantial due to the additional flames from the serpent's head. Gary, you have passed the trial of the flames. Come stand by my side and help us forge a new order. Voldemort beckoned, his long tongue gliding across his thin lips. Surrounding him were the Death Eaters and hostages who had consented to serve him, among them Mr. Bonaparte and Known. Gary glanced at Alfrina and her companions, who were approximately 10 meters away from the Death Eaters, and upon confirming their safety, he shook his head, declaring, "My ambitions do not lie here." Voldemort felt a tinge of disappointment. He desired to forcibly abduct Gary and Corella, yet he hesitated, wary of the peculiar fire coursing through him and the Aurors outside who were dismantling the impenetrable barrier. Regardless, his objectives had been accomplished. He surveyed the hostages around him, nodding in satisfaction. With a flick of his wand, he cast a silvery beam that struck the center of the engraved runes on the ground, activating the teleportation array. The Aurors, in a flurry of chaos, finally managed to dismantle the barrier. Ted used apparition to appear directly before Voldemort, only to be sent flying with a mere flick of Voldemort's hand. The golden cage reformed once more, rendering all spells ineffective and preventing Voldemort and his followers from departing. The Death Eaters erupted in triumphant laughter, mocking the incompetence of the Aurors. An American Auror operated in, revealing a black bag from which the head of Abraxas emerged. His once lustrous golden hair was now marred with blood and grime, his eyes closed in eternal slumber. Clearly, he was deceased. Lucius, witnessing his father's wretched state, lost all semblance of sanity, his eyes gleaming with crimson fury as he attempted to escape the golden cage and rushed to his father's side. Beside him, Goyle and Crabbe held him firmly in place. "Let me go! Let me go!" Lucius cried, his golden locks disheveled. His visage twisted in rage as he fixated on the Aurors, determined to etch each of their faces into his memory. Voldemort, gazing at the lifeless countenance of his old friend, remained silent, the once vibrant crimson in his eyes dimmed slightly. He knew that the only confidant he had in this world would never awaken again. Abraxas had followed the eternal darkness, leaving him alone in this realm. He did not seek the faces of those who had slain Abraxas. His gaze was fixed solely upon his friend, who had accompanied him for 37 long years. The cage erupted in a brilliant golden light, and Voldemort could no longer see Abraxas. He committed that final glimpse to memory. From that moment forth, no one could truly stand by Voldemort's side. No one could comprehend him. The intensity of the golden radiance escalated until it culminated in a blinding white light before the onlookers. This was the last encounter between Voldemort and Abraxas. Those present shut their eyes, shielding themselves from the searing brilliance with their arms, awaiting the moment when the light would diminish before daring to reopen their eyes. The Death Eaters, along with their hostages, had vanished without a trace. What remained on the ground was an unrecognizable rune, devoid of even a hint of magical energy. It was over. They had irrevocably lost their trail. The Brazilian Aurors were filled with reluctance, while a few American Aurors stood by to offer them comfort. Their minister was still in Voldemort's clutches, leaving their hearts in a state of turmoil. Steve operated next to Corella, inquiring after her well-being. "I'm fine." Corella replied with a smile. "Thanks to Gary, I managed to escape Voldemort's clutches." "Indeed, it was thanks to you," Steve remarked, turning to Gary, who was enveloped in the eerie fire. "You are Gary Shafiq, are you not? We met before the finals." "Indeed," Gary nodded in agreement, only to be interrupted by Mr. Shafiq, who pulled Gary's head close, embracing him tightly where the fierce flames did not reach, tears streaming down his face. "I'm fine, Dad," Gary reassured calmly, his entire being unscathed. "Have you given yourself a fitting title?" Steve inquired with excitement. "Your punch was absolutely magnificent." He gazed enviously at the fierce flames encircling Gary. "How about Thunderfire?" Mr. Shafiq suggested eagerly. "That's quite a commendable title," Moody approached, leaning on his cane, nodding in approval. "Thanks to you, we avoided a far greater loss of life." "That nickname won't do," Steve scratched his head in hesitation. "I have a good friend named that." Just as they bickered over Gary's nickname, the protagonist had quietly departed towards his companions. Chapter 106. I am a versatile talent. Are you all right? Gary's words were cut short as Alfrina rushed towards him. "Oh, don't be hasty." Gary felt a twinge of panic, still enveloped in fierce flames. She barreled through the flames and collided with Gary's chest. Gary quickly checked her for injuries, relieved to find that the flames had not harmed her. Allowing Alfrina to embrace his head, a slight dampness graced his neck, and Gary clumsily lifted his hand, attempting to pat her back. But the layer of flames prevented him from reaching her. Sensing his intent, the flames began to converge towards his lower body. The flowing blue fire receding to reveal Gary's black robes. The flames retreated to his waist, and then flowed into his pants pocket. Finally free from the worry of harming her, Gary stepped forward and pulled Alfrina into a tight embrace. "You certainly frightened us." Howard and Corna rushed over, delivering a hearty punch to Gary's shoulder, while Lily stood aside, pouting, her gaze averted, yet her peripheral vision lingering on the interaction between Alfrina and Gary. "It was a matter of necessity, I understand," Howard chuckled sheepishly. "Indeed, what if you hadn't acted against us? Voldemort would have surely slain us." Corna concurred with Howard's sentiment. Apollon approached from the Auror contingent. "Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Anderson and Mr. Moody wish to speak with you." Her face remained clouded with distress. The demise of Minister Arnold Dorian this evening and Mr. Bonaparte still in Voldemort's grasp marked a calamitous day for the French Ministry of Magic. Gary released Alfrina from his embrace, their bodies parting, and he noticed fresh tears adorning her face, adding to the remnants of her previous weeping. "Please, don't cry," Gary pleaded, having never witnessed Alfrina in tears before. She wept silently, occasionally stifling a sob, rendering her even more pitiable. Gary decided to hold her close as they made their way to Coriella. The impudent boy, Coriella, appeared unexpectedly close to Steve. Coriella's hand gripped the nape of his neck while Steve, feigning discomfort, proclaimed his pain, yet a persistent smile adorned his face. Standing beside Steve, Moody nodded, his enchanted eye shifting towards Gary and the others, who were startled by Moody's peculiar gaze, as it was their first encounter with him. "George," he exclaimed, striking his cane sharply against the ground, summoning Mr. Shafiq, who was busy organizing the scene in the distance. Mr. Shafiq glanced over and hurried towards them, while Moody called over Steve and the other 3 Aurors from various countries. Soon, a total of 8 men stood before Gary and his companions. "This place is too noisy. Let us speak inside the church," Steve suggested. The group entered the church, seeking a quieter spot. "This is the first-class seating list provided to us by Madame Apollon Delacour of the French Ministry of Magic," Moody announced, retrieving a scroll of parchment from his pocket and, with a flick of his wand, made it float before Gary and the others. "You would do well to recount all that transpired since you entered the first-class seating, as it will facilitate our investigation." Gary and his companions glanced at the composed Steve standing nearby. "What are you looking at me for?" Steve asked, momentarily taken aback, before draping an arm around the shoulder of the American Auror beside him. "I was once an Auror too." "What?" Corna's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Steve. "Why would I deceive you?" Steve flexed his arm, showcasing his well-defined bicep. "If it weren't for my prowess in Quidditch, I might have ended up as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement by now." The group exchanged skeptical glances, and in high spirits, Steve shook the American Auror beside him for clarification. "This is indeed true," the Auror sighed. "He and I were trained together as Aurors, and at that time, the head of the department was Ms. Anderson. Ms. Anderson was invited by the Canadian Ministry of Magic to take our cohort of prospective Aurors to the Quidditch Cup, ostensibly to strengthen the bonds between our 2 nations. Steve puffed out his chest proudly, his gaze surveying Gary and the others with a condescending air. "5, he declared, raising a hand to display his fingers. "In one match, I sent 5 Canadian Aurors off the pitch. Enough with these trivial matters. Let us not linger any longer." Moody interjected, urging them to focus. The 2 French Aurors and 2 Brazilian Aurors sighed, watching as Steve continued his banter, prompting him to fall silent. Gary observed the dazed Alfrina and sighed inwardly, recounting all the significant events that had transpired since their entrance into the first-class seating. "Wait a moment," Gary interjected. "Are you saying that Voldemort only cast one Cruciatus curse on each of you, and then let you go?" he began, only to be interrupted by the French Auror beside him. Indeed, Gary had already devised an excuse, aware that several of my friends were Muggles, and he took particular pleasure in tormenting them for the amusement of those Death Eaters. "Fortunately, you arrived in time." Voldemort had not yet managed to execute any further heinous deeds. Enter Sal, and was being spoken of, as Moody's staff tapped rhythmically against the ground while I listened. His magical eye whirled and darted, steadfastly fixated upon Gary. This was the crux of the matter. Moody's azure eye remained fixed on Gary, demanding, "Speak of your wand, lad." Chapter 107, Thunderous Fire. Gary instinctively wished to retreat, catching a glimpse of the panic etched across Alfrina and the others' faces. Howard and his companions were not dim-witted. The fact that Gary could wield such a malevolent curse as Fiendfire spoke volumes. Yet, Gary preferred to remain reticent. As friends, they would not press him further. However, witnessing Moody's aggressive demeanor, it was evident that their youth and inexperience had led to a crack in their composure. Gary discerned their expressions and understood that they had succumbed to disarray. A sense of responsibility and duty compelled him to stand his ground. What wand? He resolved to feign ignorance. Among them, only Alfrina was privy to the secret of his wand, including his father, George Shafiq. "You little rascal. Do you still wish to argue at this juncture?" Moody's azure eye glared fiercely, as if attempting to penetrate Gary's very essence. "Nothing escapes my magical gaze." Moody dramatically pointed to his eyes. "You're overstepping, Moody," Mr. Shafiq interjected. "This is my son you are confronting. What is your intention with such ferocity?" "That is Fiendfire," Moody shouted back, a dark magic second only to the unforgivable curses. If he were controlling it, he would be bound for Azkaban. "Are you out of your mind? Everyone witnessed Voldemort cast the Fiendfire. Are you attempting to frame him?" Kona exclaimed, leaping to her feet in indignation. "Then he must provide a compelling reason. My eye distinctly saw his wand absorbing the Fiendfire, did it not?" Moody retorted. "Indeed, the Fiendfire was cast by Voldemort, yet Gary's wand was not exempt from involvement." Moody's magical eye resumed its restless motion, yet remained fixated on Gary's face, seemingly analyzing his facial expressions. Moody's normal. I turned towards Mr. Shafiq. Of course. I am not suggesting your son is at fault. I merely refer to the wand. The wand, you say? Mr. Shafiq's furrowed brow finally eased. Very well, Gary. Present your wand for Alastair to examine. Are you out of your mind, or? Alfrina, who had remained silent until now, interjected in exasperation. She placed her hands on her hips, her adorable round eyes glaring at Moody, as if she wished to pluck out his magical eye. Voldemort is scheming somewhere with dozens of followers, and you Aurors intend to harass these underage children? Indeed, that heavily accented Brazilian Auror chimed in. Our mission is to rescue the minister, not to interrogate a child over trivial matters. He emphasized trivial with a tone laced with sarcasm aimed at Moody. I can no longer afford to indulge you lot. You Britons, as the organizers of the event, we bear a substantial responsibility. With a derisive snort, the French Auror turned on their heel and strode out. The French Auror departed first, followed closely by the Brazilian Auror, leaving the church. Steve and the American Auror had no intention of troubling Gary. Were it not for the fierce flames he controlled, Corella might well have been consumed by them. The two jesters exchanged a laugh before making their escape. As they left, the American Auror patted Gary on the shoulder, cheerfully introducing himself as Jim Hammond, known by the moniker Thunderfire. If you recall that nickname, it would be wise to avoid it. I am not one to be trifled with. Jim strained to adopt a fearsome expression, yet the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed him. Very well, Mr. Hammond. I shall concoct an appropriate nickname. Gary replied. Once Steve and the others departed, only Moody and Mr. Shafiq remained in the hall. All right, let us set this matter aside for the moment. Moody coughed into his hand, his demeanor softening. Set it aside. This matter is settled. Heed my words. There is no need for discussion. Mr. Shafiq asserted with the air of a domineering executive. By the way, where is Albus? Why has he not yet arrived? Mr. Shafiq abruptly shifted the topic, denying Moody the chance to linger on the previous conversation. How should I know? Moody muttered. I clearly sent a Patronus. This is our first meeting, isn't it, young lady? Mr. Shafiq suddenly crouched down to address Alfrina. Startled like a frightened fawn, Alfrina jumped back, seeking refuge behind Lily. Father, please do not frighten Al. She has just been through a shock. Gary helplessly pulled Alfrina from behind Lily, gently patting her head to soothe her distress. While Lily rolled her eyes at the endearing scene between Alfrina and Gary, Mr. Shafiq chuckled as he observed Alfrina. Outside the church, a commotion erupted, with shouts of surprise suggesting a significant occurrence. Moody and Mr. Shafiq exchanged glances, drawing their wands as they made their way outside. Before leaving, Mr. Shafiq gestured for Gary and the others to remain where they were. We'll stay like this? Corna asked anxiously, glancing at Alfrina, who was curled up in Gary's embrace, her head buried and motionless. It is all my fault, Gary lamented, his heart aching as he gazed at Alfrina. Memories of her anguished cries after being struck by his Cruciatus curse flooding his mind. Are you done yet? Lily interjected impatiently. I am truly fed up with this. It's the same lamentation over and over. Can you not refrain from shouldering every burden yourself? When trouble arises, what do you do besides regret? She pulled Alfrina into her arms. At that moment, Mr. Shafiq's voice rang out from outside. Come forth, it is Albus. Upon emerging, the five beheld Dumbledore standing amidst the crowd, surrounded by a throng of Aurors. I spent an inordinate amount of time on the road. The French Ministry of Magic had unexpectedly closed the visitors' passage. Wizards wishing to enter or exit France must now undergo a registration review. Upon noticing them, Dumbledore hastily waved them over, allowing a path to open for the five. Poor children, are you all right? He inquired, bending down. I have heard about the Cruciatus curse. It is indeed a painful memory. Professor Dumbledore, can you examine Al? Lily implored, cradling Alfrina in her arms. Dumbledore raised his wand and pointed it at Alfrina's head. A silvery light streamed from the top of her head down to her toes. Dumbledore sighed. How is it? Mr. Shafiq asked, a note of urgency in his voice. Dumbledore first regarded Mr. Shafiq, then turned to Gary, blinking his lake blue eyes. Chapter 108. Extracted Memories. It's not a grave matter. Dumbledore's initial words eased Gary's worries, allowing his anxious heart to settle. However, Dumbledore's subsequent statement sent Gary's heart racing again. A portion of her mental strength had been siphoned away. Siphoned away? What does that mean? Gary queried, perplexed. Dumbledore smacked his lips thoughtfully. Many powerful wizards, when casting mental spells, can inflict severe mental shocks on the victims. He surveyed the five, his gaze finally resting on Gary. These are all mental spells, and in the hands of a powerful wizard, they can wield extraordinary potency. Most possess mental strength that is extraordinary. The harm caused by mental spells is particularly devastating to those with weaker mental fortitude, Dumbledore continued. Many individuals exhibit symptoms of mental instability after enduring the Cruciatus curse repeatedly. Isn't this due to the physical torment inflicted by the Cruciatus curse? Lily furrowed her brow in inquiry. Before we delve into this matter, we must first comprehend the operational mechanisms of these unforgivable curses. Dumbledore mused for a moment, then glanced at the time. This topic cannot be resolved swiftly. We have much to address this evening. He added, were Voldemort to appear, and Gary were to cast an Avada Kedavra at him, he would likely find himself lying on the ground awaiting Mr. Shafiq to arrange his funeral. Professor Dumbledore, I have something to discuss with you. Surrounded by a group of Aurors, Dumbledore was preparing to investigate the last known location of Voldemort when Gary, after much contemplation, called out to him. Stepping away from his companions, Gary approached Dumbledore. The professor waved for the Aurors to proceed without him. Mr. Shafiq furrowed his brow, fearing Gary was about to reveal his secret of controlling fiendfire, a potentially troubling revelation given the nature of dark magic. Ted placed a reassuring arm around his shoulder, and Mr. Shafiq sighed, following Ted away. Speak, Gary. What is on your mind? Dumbledore asked kindly. Taking a deep breath, Gary divulged the astonishing secret that had been weighing on his mind. Arnold Dorian is a dark wizard. The faint smile on Dumbledore's face vanished without a trace. To defame a beloved leader is hardly a wise endeavor. I did not speak falsely. Mr. Gary revealed a fragment of Mr. Sauron's memories just before his demise. Gary did not act immediately. The wand he grasped was still a vivid crimson when it fell into his hands. Merlin knows whether Dumbledore would confiscate it upon its revelation. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon Gary. The intensity of his stare sent shivers down Gary's spine, causing his fingers to tremble as they nervously reached for his pocket. Now, Dumbledore's gaze shifted from Gary's face to his hands. Gary's palm tightened abruptly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. He shut his eyes, swiftly plunging his right hand into his pocket to retrieve the wand. He dared not look at his wand, raising his right hand until the wand's icy touch pricked the skin at his temple. The chill radiated from his temple to the soles of his feet, calming his previously agitated heart on this sweltering summer night. He opened his eyes, colliding directly with Dumbledore's penetrating gaze. Gary, my time is limited. Dumbledore's voice remained flat, seemingly oblivious to the wand's anomaly. Yet, the vibrant crimson should be conspicuous in the night. Out of the corner of Gary's eye, he caught sight of the wand poised against his temple. To his astonishment, it was a deep black, identical to the color he had observed at Ollivander's wand shop. Gary paused momentarily, pondering the possibility that his wand had been swapped. However, the slender form and the distinct groove at the wand's base unequivocally attested to its ownership. It was indeed his wand. Gradually, he felt the wand emanating a peculiar pull, adhering to his temple. Following Dumbledore's instructions, Gary carefully began to withdraw the wand, witnessing a silvery thread being extracted. The hue of this silver strand was notably lighter than the fragment residing in his mind, enabling Gary to discern that this strand belonged to Mr. Sauron. Sighing in relief, the wand, along with the silver thread, smoothly detached from his temple. Dumbledore produced a palm-sized mercury vial from his pocket, removing the wooden stopper to reach for the wand in Gary's hand. Allow me, Gary eagerly interjected, believing it merely required shaking the memories from the wand. He was reluctant to relinquish the wand to Dumbledore, fearing that the contemporary most formidable wizard might detect the wand's irregularities. Dumbledore smiled, extending his hand to pass the vial to Gary, permitting him to proceed. After returning the vial to Dumbledore, he pressed the stopper back into place. Aren't you concerned that I might alter the memories? Gary inquired cautiously, aware of methods such as the brain closure technique, which, when mastered, purportedly allows one to fabricate lies within their own mind, blurring the lines between reality and deception. Thus, I encouraged you to extract the memories rather than attempting to delve into the depths of my mind, Dumbledore remarked, explaining that memories drawn from one's brain cannot be altered by the mind's occlusion. Chapter 109, Return to Hogwarts. What lies at the core of this principle? Gary, driven by curiosity, intended to seize this rare opportunity to glean knowledge from Dumbledore. A purple scarf emitted a gentle blue light, culminating in the creation of a portkey. The 5 children obediently placed their hands upon the scarf, the blue glow intensifying, and they felt a familiar tug as Gary sensed a sharp pull at his navel, causing the surrounding scenery to whirl rapidly. Gary's nerves began to ease. This night had been overwhelming. Under Voldemort's threat, he had harmed a dear friend with the Cruciatus curse, entered the Inferno, and narrowly escaped thanks to his wand's prowess, absorbing pivotal memories from Mr. Sauron, unveiling the true identity of the French Minister of Magic, only to then battle the formidable Fire Serpent. The events of that night had left the 14-year-old Gary utterly exhausted. As his feet touched solid ground once more, he regained his balance, feeling a semblance of inner peace. The surroundings came into full view, and he leaned against Alfrina for support. They stood on the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, facing the wooden door to the infirmary. Gary knocked twice on the door, and they heard someone stirring from bed, the sound of slippers sliding across the floor soothing their nerves like a lullaby. The door swung open to reveal Miss Pomfrey, the healer of the infirmary, who appeared to have just awakened, her eyes barely open. Rubbing the corners of her eyes, She looked at the group in surprise. What brings you here? Just as Gary was about to explain, a sudden flash of fire appeared beside the door, and a golden feather gently descended from the air. Miss Pomfrey reached out to grasp the feather, which spontaneously ignited upon contact, leaving behind a note. It was the holiday season, and Hogwarts Castle was nearly deserted, with only a few teachers remaining. Hagrid also appeared as Miss Pomfrey waved her wand, illuminating the room with a soft glow, directing them to lie on the infirmary beds. The five complied, and Gary's gaze turned to the ceiling, where the intricate wooden patterns began to blur as fatigue enveloped him. She handed them a potion. This is a sleeping draught. It will ensure you a restful night. We shall address other matters tomorrow, Miss Pomfrey stated, her weariness apparent as she extinguished her wand's light. Good night. Good night, Miss Pomfrey, the five replied obediently. She shuffled into the back room, leaving Gary and the others alone in the infirmary. Time to sleep, Howard yawned, uncorking his potion and downing the sleeping draught in one gulp, smacking his lips. What flavor is yours, Corna? Howard inquired. Beside him, Corna ignored his presence, effortlessly uncorking the bottle and tilting her head back to drink. Why does it feel a bit chilly? Howard shivered slightly. Are you cold? He inquired, glancing at Corna. She shot him a disdainful look, tugged the blanket over herself, leaving only her head exposed. Howard, feeling somewhat foolish yet unfazed, chuckled and mimicked her, pulling the blanket up over himself. Miss Pomfrey's potion proved to be quite effective, as Corna and Howard soon succumbed to slumber. Lily, however, found sleep elusive. She adjusted her pillow, propping herself up as she gazed out at the stars. Her flowing red hair cascaded down to her porcelain-like wrists. Alfrina, in quietude, also stared into the night, transformed into a shadow of her former, lively self ever since she had fallen victim to Gary's heart-wrenching curse. Lily turned her head towards Gary. But just as she opened her mouth, Howard's loud snoring filled the air. Amused yet exasperated, Lily shook her head and played with her red locks. Is he like this in the dormitory as well? Yes, I've grown accustomed to it, Gary replied, pausing his actions. I can't sleep at home without hearing his snores. Lily smiled softly. I should get some rest quickly, or else I'll be kept awake by him. She downed the potion, flattened her pillow, and lay back on the bed, closing her eyes as her breathing gradually steadied. Sleep now, she thought. After Lily had settled down, Gary caught sight of Alfrina, who was resting her head on her arm, her gaze distant and lost in thought. It was getting late. Alfrina emitted a heavy sigh, drank her potion, turned away, and curled her long frame into a small ball, becoming utterly still. Only then did Gary feel at ease. He uncorked his own potion and drank it in one gulp. What a strange strawberry flavor. Gary grimaced. The potion was distinctly bitter and astringent. He glanced at Howard, who was snoring with his mouth agape, the unpleasant taste still lingering in his mouth. He lay back down, drowsiness washing over him as he closed his eyes, darkness enveloping him once more. He tugged the blanket around him and rolled over in bed, wrapping himself tightly within its embrace, leaving no space uncovered. Lying on his back, the blanket provided a comforting sense of security, and with a deep exhale, he drifted into a profound sleep. Chapter 110, A Letter from Dumbledore. The jarring sound of claws scratching against the glass roused Gary from his slumber. He groaned, covering his head as he sat up and peered out the window. There perched a brown owl. Blinding sunlight streamed through the window, casting a shadow on the floor, and it was already quite late. Miss Pomfrey seemed to have vanished. Upon seeing Gary awake, the owl scratched even more vigorously, its incessant noise irritating the eardrums of those still asleep. Howard and Corna remained lost in their dreams, while Alfrina, curled up by the window, kept her back to him. Gary swung his legs over the side of the bed, realizing his shoes had been destroyed by the fiery blaze the previous day, leaving him barefoot on the cold floor. Displeased, he frowned as the owl continued its relentless scratching. He padded across the floor and approached the window, pulling the latch open. The owl abruptly lifted its left claw, upon which rested a rolled-up newspaper. Gary retrieved the paper and began to rummage through his pockets, only to discover that he had no money left. It appeared that some coins had slipped out while he was asleep the previous night. Reluctantly, he extracted a single silver sickle from the 5 coins he possessed and placed it into the owl's claw. There was no need to search further. Gary feigned generosity with a wave of his hand. The owl emitted a soft hoot, tilting its head as if it comprehended his words, and then flapped its wings and took flight. Gary set the newspaper on the table and departed from the infirmary. The castle was deserted, and he felt as though he alone possessed it. Upon returning to the Ravenclaw Tower, he took a shower in the dormitory, changed into fresh clothes, and enjoyed a brisk stroll outside the castle. As he approached the Quidditch pitch, he encountered Filch, who was out walking his beloved cat. "Hello, Mr. Filch." Gary greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello," Filch replied, cradling Mrs. Norris in his arms. Gary Shafiq," he introduced himself. "Ah, yes, I remember you. Thank you for the sweets." Filch nodded, his demeanor serious. "It should be vacation now. Why are you still at school?" "Professor Dumbledore has assigned us extracurricular practice related to alchemy," Gary explained. "I see." Filch tightened his grip on Mrs. Norris, who meowed in protest, casting a reproachful glance at her owner. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Mr. Filch," Gary said, noticing Filch's unusual expression and unwilling to prolong the conversation. He bid farewell and departed. Filch watched his retreating figure, his gaze clouded with bitterness. He was a squib, and each time he witnessed Hogwarts students animatedly discussing magic, jealousy surged within him. Gary's unintentional remark had once again pricked at his sensitive pride. Fate seemed unjust. Many Muggle-borns possessed magic, while he, born to wizarding parents, was a pitiful squib devoid of any magical abilities. To prevent him from wallowing in despair at home, his uncle had secured him this job, allowing him to take his place. Now, he intended to visit the library to peruse some books. Although he lacked magical powers, it did not hinder his imagination from wandering through the vibrant tapestry of the magical world. His 4 companions were nowhere to be seen, likely having gone to freshen up. He approached a table, where the newspaper had already been flipped open. The headline featured last night's Quidditch final. Steve Rogers dominated the page, captured mid-strike of a quaffle, aimed at the distant Ronaldo, who was in pursuit of the golden snitch. Gary rustled through the pages, but among the 20 sheets, not a single mention of last night's Death Eater kidnapping incident could be found. Instead, all reports conveyed an air of tranquility within the magical community. As Gary folded the newspaper shut, the door to the infirmary swung open, and Howard entered, arms laden with an assortment of food containers, followed closely by Lily, Corna, and Alfrina. The 4 of them had damp hair and had changed into clean robes, looking refreshed and tidy. "Where did you go, Gary?" Howard placed the objects cradled in his arms onto the table, completely covering its surface. "We ventured into the kitchen to fetch some food, having endured hunger throughout the day, and it was the perfect opportunity to replenish our energy." Howard opened one of the boxes and popped a pie into his mouth. Alfrina sat obediently beside Gary, nibbling delicately on an apple. "What about Miss Pomfrey?" Corna inquired with a mouthful of chicken leg, her lips glistening with grease. Howard swiftly handed her a napkin. "I'm not sure. When I woke up, the room was empty," Gary replied, shaking his head as his fingers tapped the newspaper on the table. "Have you all read this paper?" "Not entirely. Just skimmed through it," came the response. Lily was not preoccupied with her meal. She peeled another apple for Alfrina. Alfrina set aside the half-eaten apple and accepted the one from Lily, resuming her nibbling. "They actually intend to obscure the truth," Howard exclaimed, a hint of indignation in his voice. "It may be to pacify public sentiment," Gary speculated. "If the facts were reported directly, it could incite panic among the populace, ultimately hindering the efforts to eradicate Voldemort. Indeed, Voldemort's goal is to instill fear within the public, leveraging the pressure of public opinion to oust the ministers of magic from various countries. Only then could he successfully realize his vision of pureblood supremacy," Gary concurred. Lily was about to add more when a golden feather descended from the air. Gary grasped the feather, and as it ignited, it transformed in his hand into a note the size of his palm. "It's Professor Dumbledore," Lily exclaimed in delight. "What did he say?" "We must go to the headmaster's office now. The password is Chocolate Frog," Gary replied, tucking the note away. "Hurry, Howard, don't eat anymore," Lily said, tossing her hair back as she dashed for the exit, not forgetting to pull Alfrina along. "Wait for me," Howard called, retrieving 2 slices of apple pie from the box before racing after Corna and Gary. The 5 of them dashed down the stairs, arriving breathlessly at the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. The stone guardian retained its usual brooding expression, furrowing its brow and gazing mournfully at the ground, occasionally emitting a heavy sigh. "Why the long face?" Gary teased. "Still lamenting your brother who was dispatched to Africa by Professor Dumbledore?" Howard stifled a chuckle. "Professor Dumbledore summoned us. The password is Chocolate Frog." "Correct," the guardian sighed. "Now I have no one to converse with." It shifted slightly to allow them passage. The 5 of them surged forward eagerly. The wooden door to Dumbledore's office was ajar, and Gary knocked twice. "Come in," came Dumbledore's voice from within. Lily pushed the door open, and the 5 entered the room. Inside, they found not only Dumbledore, but also the British Minister of Magic, Madam Jenkins, the head of the Auror office, moody, and a man with graying hair. Gary's attention was immediately drawn to a scar that stretched approximately 4 inches, slashing across the man's brow, traversing his nose and lips, and extending down to his chin. The hawk-like gaze of the individual swept over Gary and his companions, and when it fixed upon Gary, an invisible weight of pressure and tension settled heavily upon his heart. "Ladies and gentlemen, good day," began Miss Jenkins, her tone warm and inviting, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "Greetings, Miss Jenkins," Gary and his companions replied in unison, exchanging glances. "The purpose of your summons today is primarily to inquire about matters concerning the Lion World Cup," Miss Jenkins continued, her demeanor calm and reassuring. "Have you all perused this morning's Prophet Daily?" "Well, I glanced through it," Gary responded, but was soon interrupted. "Then you should be aware of the intent behind our actions," stated the man with the scarred face, his authoritative tone unsettling Gary. Now, Herald," Ms. Jenkins interjected, raising her hand to soften the man's demeanor. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Harold Mincham, the director of the Law Enforcement Department." Mr. Mincham snorted derisively, nodding condescendingly at Gary and the others. His chin lifted in a haughty manner, clearly indicating his disregard for them. "The representatives from the Ministry of Magic are here to gather information regarding the French Minister of Magic, Dorian," Dumbledore declared, conjuring a chair for each of the five with a wave of his wand. He had initially believed that their gathering was to discuss Alfrina, but was taken aback to find it was to elucidate matters concerning a deceased dark wizard. "Dorian is not dead." Ms. Jenkins' assertion left the five astonished. "What?" Lily gasped, covering her mouth. "We clearly saw him struck down by the killing curse." "We underestimated him," Dumbledore interjected, his arms crossed. "The body was a ruse." "A ruse?" the five exclaimed in unison. After the body was struck by the killing curse, it began to decay 6 hours later, revealing that the entity posing as Dorian was, in fact, a ghoul. "But how could a ghoul?" Gary began, fully aware of the creature's nature. Ghouls are incapable of human speech, merely groaning and howling, often kept as pets in many wizarding households. "I must confess, Dorian seems to have devised a novel type of spell. Such a masterful deception would certainly afford him a foothold in the realm of dark wizards," Dumbledore sighed. "Has anyone among you witnessed the entire process of Dorian being struck by the killing curse? This information would greatly assist our investigation," Moody, who had remained silent until now, inquired. "I have," Howard volunteered, raising his hand. "I was seated 3 rows behind Mr. Dorian at the time." "Excellent," Moody replied. "Extend your wand." Following the method taught by Dumbledore to Gary, Howard twirled his wand, drawing forth a silvery thread. "Could Dorian be one of Voldemort's followers?" Gary questioned. Ms. Jenkins shook her head, her short brown hair swaying gently. "That seems unlikely. If he were a Death Eater, why would his comrades wish to eliminate him? Would it not be more prudent to take him away like Bonaparte?" Ms. Jenkins possessed a remarkably composed mind, her analysis meticulously structured. Their attempt to extract security information regarding the final venue from Mr. Sauron through the use of the Imperius Curse seemed utterly superfluous. They could have effortlessly intervened during Dorian's entry and exit instead. Dorian bore no association with Voldemort. He merely found himself entangled in this unfortunate incident. "Our primary objective is to address the threat posed by Voldemort, who has absconded with the hostages to an unknown location. It is imperative to remember that only the 5 of you emerged alive from the first-class compartment and are privy to the actions Voldemort undertook after seizing the hostages." Harold Mitchum spoke, his voice frostily devoid of emotion, adopting an authoritative tone. "In the coming days, we have numerous inquiries to make of you. Your cooperation is essential." Mitchum continued coldly. "Initially, our plan was to accommodate you within the Ministry of Magic, but Dumbledore insisted that you remain at Hogwarts. Are you placing us under house arrest?" Howard exclaimed, rising abruptly, his body quaking involuntarily. "We are safeguarding your well-being, Mr. White," Moody responded in his gruff manner. "How long will this situation persist?" Gary inquired. "There is merely a month until the school year commences. Until we locate the remaining hostages," Mincham replied. "I'm afraid your protection plan must be temporarily shelved," Dumbledore interjected suddenly, as Fawkes had perched on his arm, softly trilling what sounded like a cheerful melody. "Voldemort has made his appearance," he stated gravely. "Where?" Mitchum sprang to his feet, his fingers gripping the chair back tightly. Dumbledore surveyed the gathering. "Rio de Janeiro, Brazil." "Brazil?" This response fell well within Ms. Jenkins's expectations. "It must surely be the doing of that scoundrel known. There is no time to lose. We must depart immediately," she commanded, to which Moody and Mitchum responded in unison.